Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fan fiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was spy and loved Dapahne Greengrass? Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. The Dursleys are less cardboard cutout evil, though they still manage to make Harry unable to have healthy relationships. As a result, Harry grows up less heroic, at least in his own mind. But heroism is about what you do, not why you do it. Voldemort's resurrection is delayed until after Harry graduates Hogwarts. Oh, and Harry's a Slytherin. I am not certain who I will ship Harry with. It will be either Hermione, Jinny or Daphne. Feel free to share your opinions. Added September 9th. Okay, the votes are in, and people want Harry, Daphne. That will be a long trip to get there. So buckle up, but don't forget to go to the bathroom first. UHD start story. Harry strolled down the tree-shaded path heading into Oxford University. It was graduation weekend, and all the paths were filled with students. Former students and parent. Suddenly he spotted a woman in a graduation robe at the far end of the path waving animatedly to him. He turned and hurried over. Congratulations, Hermione. He handed her the small bouquet of flowers and gave her a quick hug. That was not something that he used to feel comfortable doing, but he knew physical contact was important to Hermione. And he hadn't been a Slytherin for nothing. I'm so glad you were able to make it. Hermione held the hug a moment longer than was completely proper. The magical department graduation is this way. Hurry. It starts in less than an hour, and it's a long walk. She turned and walked through a shadowed archway, and then took an immediate left into the wall, which rippled around her like water as she passed. If a muggle tried that, they would be in for a bruised nose. As she walked, she hugged her arms around her. Cold, she nodded. It's a little nippy, and I didn't think to wear a sweater under my graduation gown. Here, Harry slipped a bracelet off of his arm and handed it to her. I just bought this. It's got an adjustable warming charm, and it will keep the rain off of you as well. Harry was still getting used to the idea that he had money, well, a salary. And most people wouldn't think of it as anything grand, and that he didn't have to wear second-hand clothes all the time. Thanks. I'll get it back to you after graduation, she smiled at him. The smile slid off her face as she turned a corner. Hermione stopped in a shock. Floating like some sort of magical graffiti was a skull with a snake coiling out from under it. The snake hissed, its eyes gleaming with menace. Harry quickly cast a diagnostic charm on it from behind Hermione. It's the same. This is the third one this month. Hermione dispelled it with a swish of her wand, and it's always on routes that Muggle-born or others that enter the Muggle parts of the university use. It uses dark magic to inspire fear. It's not a very nice spell. Harry paused to consider. I am not supposed to talk about it, but the Aurors have called on me several times to identify these. Hermione purses her lips. It's disgusting is what it is. And it's harassment. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly, but I am not going to worry about that today. As they continued walking, Harry attempted to distract Hermione. Are you ready to step out of academia out into the wider world? He asked, following her lead down a grassy lane behind what looked like a dormitory. Not so much. I'm kind of nervous. Hermione strode confidently through the back way of the university. I actually considered staying on and going the professor route, but there is so much that I want to change about the wizarding world that I can't from in here. Besides, you seem to be doing okay out there. Though I'm still a little surprised that the Department of Mysteries doesn't require a uni degree. This way, the guests in through here, my parents are already here. The last was added as she held open a door for Harry. Hermione was still prone to stressing about deadlines. Yeah, sorry I'm late. Work stuff. Harry shrugged nonchalantly. He was used to Hermione stressing over schedules. And not everybody in the dom is working on inventing new spells. The department has several subsections, including one on forensic magic, where they work with Aurors at crime scenes, identifying people and spells. This was 100% true. But this was not the section that Harry was in. The third type of unspeakable in the Ministry of Magic were the ones that investigated things in other countries. Usually without permission. It was the wizarding equivalent of the Muggle MI6. There is even one office that is studying weather manipulation. Recently, they have gotten good enough at it so that they have hired a guy whose job it is to make sure that it never rains on major Quidditch matches. Hermione smiled and rolled her eyes, ignoring Harry's last comment, though she appreciated his efforts to distract her from her anxiety. Is that where you saw that snake thing? What were you investigating, or can you not say? Yeah, it was a Muggle baiting case. But the higher-ups are worried that it's not just an isolated incident. This was true, but the incident took place in Belgium, and the victim wasn't Muggle, they were a Muggle-born wizard. Fresh out of Hogwarts, and the unique spell, construct, had been showing up more and more often. Like here at Oxford. Okay, I have got to go line up. I'll see you after. My parents are taking me to lunch. Do you want to come? Hermione asked casually, but her face gave her away. Harry weighed the pros and cons. Harry had built his life around the idea of equivalent exchange. Because the Dursley had taught him that nothing in life was free, and in the end, you always had to pay for anything you took. Harry didn't want to owe Hermione and her parents too much, but what with her exams? They hadn't talked in a couple of weeks and, sure, that sounds great. He could cover his part of the tab. Government employees didn't get paid terribly well, but having spent his childhood with the Dursleys, he was used to living frugally, so his pay was starting to accumulate at least a little. And Hermione really wanted him to come. UHD. Harry was sitting awkwardly next to her. My own in the cozy restaurant speak for small and crowded Muggle bistro as her father told some story from her childhood. He smiled at the appropriate moments, but it honestly wasn't that interesting. Though given the glassy smile on Hermione's face she found it mildly embarrassing. Or possibly her father was boring her as well. Suddenly his Department of Mysteries warrant card grew warm. He LLED'd it out and glanced at it like a cell phone. Sorry folk, but work calls. I got to go. He stood up quickly, dropping a 20-pound note on the table to cover his meal. You don't have to pay, began Dan Granger. But Harry shrugged and kept walking. Sorry, I can't dawdle. As he walked out, he heard in the distance Dan asking, what does Harry do again? Is he a cop of some sort? And Hermione reply, he's a forensic technician. Before adding defensively, it's an important job, and the work is very reliable. Once out of sight, Harry slowed down and stepped into an alley where he activated his unspeakable disguise spell before apparating to one of the entryways to the ministry. Honestly, the call was more an excuse than an emergency. He had felt like a fifth wheel at that table. Hermione was one of his closest friends. But he never knew what to say to her parents. And all those awkward questions about his plans for the future, Hermione was the one that had just graduated, not him. And the seating, it had been so tight that Hermione was forced to practically lean against him. He made his way down to the Department of Mysteries and in through the door labeled, Magical Weather. In several cluttered desks, two of which was occupied. One of the people there was Simon. He actually did work on magically weather control thereof, not prediction. They weren't Muggles. Harry turned to face the other. Sylvester Jacobs, his boss, looked up from the report he was reading with a scowl. Jacobs didn't like him. Specifically, he doesn't like that Harry was a full-field agent at 21. In his opinion, that was at least 5 years too early. Harry suppressed a smile. He didn't care what Jacobs thought of him. That pixie dust bust earned him his status. What's the situation? Harry asked as he entered. A UK magical disappeared near Calais, in France. He handed Harry a file. You have contacts there, so I'm pulling you off the dummy detail. That was what they called doing for N6 for the Aurors, and sending you to investigate. Coordinate with the French Aurors when have something. Harry took the file and nodded. He did indeed have contacts in France. Harry went to LLECT, a port key for Calais Nord Magique, in the north of France. UHD. The magical part of Calais was pretty small by continental standards, but still big compared to most outlying communities in the UK. The streets were narrow but clean, and the houses all very well maintained, with planters of flowers magically attached to the walls. The building that Harry stopped in front of was a 3-story brownstone, of the sort that affluent families favored as a townhouse. A moment later the door swung open and a statuesque blonde woman in a form-fitting evening gown stepped forward to meet him. Back so soon, Harry? Daphne Lestrange ran a hand over Harry's chest appreciatively before stepping in for an unchaste kiss. Harry waved nervously towards the street. Somebody could see. Don't worry. Why yourself? Our privacy charms extend all the way to the street. And they are very strong. She kissed him again. Alexander values discretion. She pulled him inside and the door slammed shut behind them on its own as neither one was paying it the least bit of attention. Harry picked Daphne up and carried her up to the bedroom without ever disengaging from her lips. UHD. The following morning RRY made his way down to the kitchen to find Daphne sipping a cup of tea. The house elves have prepared some English-style toast and eggs as well as the usual croissants, she gestured without looking. Up from the society page of the newspaper. As Harry served himself, she added, I overheard that Alex will be in Durezal this week. He's probably meeting with his supplier, Alexander Lestrange W., as a major source of the drugs flowing into the UK. I think that's in Albania, she added as she took another sip. He was also Daphne's husband. Harry nodded as he sat down with his toast. If you Jew, Saint let me arrest him the next time we bust his ring. You won't have to deal with a divorce. Last time he had raised the idea of divorce, it had resulted in an hour-long screaming match. Well, he had mostly replied in monosyllables. Daphne did all the screaming. Daphne looked up angrily. Don't you dare do anything to my husband. When was the last time he was home? And when he was, did he actually spend any time with you? That is how marriage works in the wizarding world. It's not about love or any of those stupid muggle ideas. It's all about prestige and position. She refilled her cup. You know nothing about pureblood families. It would be a scandal. A worse scandal than the fact that Alex liked you better when you were 10. Daphne slapped him. For a moment she considered dumping her coffee over his head as well, but decided that would be too much. Instead she carefully put the cup down and pivoted with a swirl of robes that would have done Severus Snape proud and stormed out and up the stairs. Harry heard her bedroom door slam shut. Harry sighed. He still remembered when he learned that Daphne was engaged. It was at one of Slughorn's Slug Club parties, when the professor had introduced the then 29-year-old Alexander as Daphne's fiancé. Turns out that her parents had engaged her to him before she started Hogwarts, as a way to encourage her to stay chaste until marriage. The penalty clause in the betrothal contract saw to that. Unfortunately, talking to her about it was impossible. The only time Daphne opened up was when she was angry. The rest of the time she was cool, self-possessed and emotionally withdrawn. And talking to an angry Daphne wasn't productive, and more than a little scary. Harry wasn't some Gryffindor, ready to beard a dragon in its lair. Might as well make the most of the opportunity. With nobody to observe him, Harry walked over to the study and cast a series of detection charms. A glow came from behind a tapestry hanging on the wall over the love seat. From his previous visits, he knew that there was a safe behind it. Harry took out his ministry-issue time turner and gave it a quick twist. Its maximum range was 2 hours. But that was sufficient for his purpose. The light in the room changed angle, and the sounds of vigorous lovemaking drifted down from upstairs. Harry smirked as he got to work on opening the safe. Inside was a small ledger marked zombie, and an odd device, like a stubby, gnarled wand. Harry carefully didn't touching anything, instead casting a series of diagnostic charms. Under the charms, the wand gave off an oddly familiar sense of foreboding. It was clearly magical, and probably not the good kind. Harry avoided touching it as he lifted out the small book. It was mostly blank, just the first page filled with dates and numbers. Harry had no idea what the numbers meant, but the dates started just 3 months ago. Harry, Made sure to take a good look, so he could reconstruct the page in a pensive. And then put it back and closed the safe. He then gave his time turner a twist in the other direction. Harry's time turner was a new model, that could return him back to his starting time as well. He staggered as he returned. It's a good thing I only had toast. The one drawback was that the trip back always made him nauseous. Harry returned to the kitchen and drank Daphne's cup of tea to calm his stomach. He glanced up the stairs. There's no talking to her when she's like this. He grabbed his coat and let himself out, whistling cheerfully. All in all it had been a good morning. And night. He smiled. Harry knew that he should feel guilty about his relationship with Daphne, and if he ever told his step-parents about it, they would be horrified, not that it would ever happen. As he wasn't planning to visit the Dursleys ever again, mind you, but this was the first time anybody has actually cared for him, so he can't bring himself to give it up. Besides, Alex was an ass-hat. UHD. Meanwhile, in a room paneled in dark woods and set with rich furnishings, Voldemort sat at a grand desk as he took his time reading over a report before looking up at the man waiting patiently in front of him. Yes, that will be acceptable. Let us begin. Chapter -6. Hogwarts Year 1. 11 years prior. Boy, come over here. You got a letter. 11-year-old Harry looked up from book he was reading. He only got to read on Saturdays, after his chores were done, and his chores were only done when Petunia forgot to assign him more. Even during the summer, and even on his birthday. He shuffled into the living room. Yes, sir. He asked quietly. The land whale who was his stepfather held up an opened envelope and waved it in his face. Take it. It says you have to go to that school for freaks. As he turned back to reading the paper, he huffed through his mustache and grudgingly added, and happy birthday. Don't cause any trouble like you did last year. Which meant stay quiet and out of sight. Harry read the letter. It was written on thick paper, embossed with a fancy letterhead. Is this a joke? It says that it's a school for wizards. He flipped it over, to see if there was anything on the back. Petunia, come explain to the boy. Vernon hollered without moving from his recliner. The rail-thin women came out of the kitchen on a dish towel before taking the letter out of Harry's hands. Yes, that's correct. There are witches and wizards, but respectable people don't speak about them. Or have anything to do with them. Your biological parents were those sort of people. She read the second page. It says here that they are going to send one of the housemasters tomorrow to help you buy your school supplies. She folded up the letter and put it neatly away. The letter says that they will be here at 11 a.m. You are to be up, showered and ready to go by no later than 10:30. You will answer the door when they ring. Do I need to do my chores also? Of course you have to do your chores. Petunia scowled. And you can start by making lunch right now. And get to it smartly. We will be taking Dudley to the movies this afternoon. Obviously, we did not include Harry. He was almost never included in family outings, unless they were school-related. Harry nodded and went to work with a smile. He could make lunch in a few minutes. And then he would have all afternoon to himself. Harry liked that best, when the house was empty. There was no Petunia to assign him chores, no Dudley to tease him, no Vernon glowering at him for buying disrespectful or noisy or whatever it was that day. He could climb up into the tree in back, which Petunia would yell at him for if she knew, and read a book, which Dudley would try to steal, and no. Take off his shoes when he went in to get a drink, which caused Vernon's blood to boil. But at the same time he was filled with a new sensation, an excitement at the future. He had no idea what a Hogwarts was. But it was someplace different. Someplace that the rest of his family wanted nothing to do with. Therefore it must be a good place. UHD. The following day, Harry was ready and waiting by the door at 11:15. The rest of the Dursleys were nowhere to be found. They had left a note saying that they had gone to church, which was odd, as they never, ever went. Not even on Christmas. Ding dong. As soon as the bell rang, he shot out of the sofa and darted to open the door, but first he paused a moment to straighten his button-down shirt. Vernon insisted that both boys wear button downs whenever they went out into public, though Dudley typically ignored that rule, like he ignored most rules. Hello dear. On the front steps of number 4 Privet Lane was a frumpy-looking old Woman wearing a nondescript brownish dress. Petunia regularly railed about the scandalous fashion of today's youth, but even she wouldn't wear something like this. But the matron had a friendly, grandmotherly vibe to her. I'm Professor Pomona Sprout. I am the head of Hufflepuff House at the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Did you read over your introductory letter? Yes, ma'am, Harry replied politely. Vernon had beaten politeness into him. Wonderful. Are your aunt and uncle here? Harry looked puzzled. I don't live with my aunt and uncle. And my step-parents are out. He didn't say where, because he was pretty certain that the note was not true. And while it was okay for the Dursleys to lie, Harry was not allowed to. Which was one rule of theirs that he tried to follow, because that way, then when he did lie, nobody expected it, unlike with the Dursleys. Of course, Pomona quickly backtracked. Well, then, let's go get your school supplies, why don't we? Have you ever traveled by Portkey before? Pomona cocked her head to get a better view under Harry's bangs. His hair was an unruly mess, as always, and a shock of hair was always flopped over to cover his forehead. No, ma'am. Harry paused. Is there something on my face? No. Pomona paused. Albus had sternly instructed her not to make a big deal about his encounter with Voldemort or the celebrity status that it had imparted onto his name, so as to let Harry live a normal life. It's just that when your parents were killed, you received a scar on your forehead. It was, rather say, sensational in the magical world at the time, though I can imagine that you might not want to talk about it. Pomona skirted the headmaster's instruction. The child had a right to know what had happened to his parents. And she very much doubted the Muggles had any idea. They were murdered. Petunia, my stepmother, said that they died in a car accident. Actually, she claimed that they were driving drunk. But Harry never took anything the Dursleys said at face value, see above, about their lying. He lifted up his bangs to show his forehead. There was just the slightest outline of what could have been a scar. It really wasn't visible unless you looked close. I used to have a mark on my forehead, but it went away in the last year. Yes, it was all in the news. But the dark wizard that killed them also died. Petunia patted Harry comfortingly on the shoulder. She really didn't like talking about this sort of thing. That is why she spent most of her life with plants. I guess child ran heal from injuries that adults can't. She switched topics. Oh, okay. Harry let the hair flop down, not certain why she was making such a big deal over something that had happened 10 years ago. Honestly, he didn't like having anything that made him stand out. Standing out got you into trouble. So let's go. I assume that this Portkey thingy is magic. Yes, take the end of this bookmark. Pomona smiled kindly. He seemed like a nice, normal boy. It would be best if nobody knew about the whole boy who lived nonsense. UHD. Come along, Harry. Pomona lead the way out of the Goblin Bank. Har. Y's head felt like it was going to fall off from all the swiveling it was doing as he tried to look everywhere all at once all the time. Professor Sprout on the other hand tried to keep her eyes fixed straight ahead. She looked more than a little green from the cart ride down into the depths of the earth to pick up Harry's yearly stipend. Here, let's start at Madame Malkin's. Pomona led the way. NTO, a clothing shop where she made her way to the back, passing a gaudy array of clothing that seemed to be the answer to, what should you never wear together? Most of the witches and wizards that RRY had seen on the street, Diagon Alley, were wearing more conservative clothing that wouldn't have looked out of place in Victorian times, but some of the younger ones had been wearing an ensemble in these sorts of clashing, eye-watering colors. In the back of the store there was a double row of plain-looking robes in sizes that would fit teenagers, and behind that was a room with a squat woman, all in mauve, chattering away with a shop clerk as they took measurements off of another boy Harry's age. Madame Malkin, can you please fit Harry here for a set of Hogwarts robes? I need to step out for a moment. Why, of course. Come over here, dear. She waved Harry to a spot next to the other boy before turning back to Professor Sprout. We'll be about a half hour, so take your time. Pomona nodded and turned to Harry. I'm going to run down to the apothecary to get something to settle my stomach. I'll be back in a jiffy. As Harry stood, his arms outstretched as directed, the blonde boy spoke up. So, you're also going to be a first year at Hogwarts. Do you know which house you're going to be in? House. I mean yes, I'm going to Hogwarts, but I don't know much about the school. There are 4 houses at Hogwarts. And I'm going to be in Slytherin. That's the best house. Anybody who ever amounted to anything was in Slytherin. Draco's explanation left much to be desired, but Harry nodded along with it anyways. This Slytherin house sounded promising. Harry wasn't ambitious, but he was tired of being bullied, so being in the house where everybody was respected was appealing. I'm Harry, incidentally, Harry Dursley. Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Draco pronounced, trying to sound suave and sophisticated, which was somewhat spoiled by a robe leaping from Madame Malkin's hands. Oh, slip over his head as if it was alive. Tut, this is too tight in the middle. It doesn't hang right. Give me a few minutes to alter off of Draco, mussing his hair so that it looked as messy as Harry's. Harry was just starting to laugh when he was also ambushed by a school robe and had to stand still as Madame Malkin's assistant fussed over him, instructing him to turn or lift an arm, all of which made conversation difficult. Not that this stopped Draco. He happily monologued about all of the things he would do at Hogwarts, starting with sampling all of the desserts. The time passed surprisingly quickly, and soon Professor Sprout was leading Harry out with a set of robes. They next visited Potion Supply, followed by Flourish and Blots, and finally the wand shop, where they spent far too long before they were able to find a wand that worked for Harry. All the while the creepy old man who ran the place muttered strange and ominous things about Harry's new wand. In the middle, they took a quick break for lunch. It was a very long day, and as the afternoon wore on, Harry began to drag. No matter how exotic Diagon Alley was, shopping was still shopping, a deadly dull chore that numbed the mind and the soul. When Pomona finally returned the heavy-laden and slightly leaden Harry back to 4 Privet Lane, she handed him a ticket. Have your parents bring you to King's Cross Station on September 1st. Somebody will meet you there and guide you to platform 9 3/4. UHD. Platform 9 3/4. There's no such thing, scoffed Vernon as he pulled off of the road and into King's Cross Station. It was September 1st, and Harry was practically vibrating with anticipation. Not only to see his new magical school, but to be done with his family until next summer. When Petunia, Vernon and Doodle, EY had returned after Harry's shopping trip, they hadn't asked him anything. Their only words of greeting were, "Boy, start making dinner," and Vernon had only grunted when Harry asked to be driven to the station on September 1. So this was the first that they were hearing about platform 9 3/4. Whatever. You jump off here. Vernon pulled up to the curb and levered himself out of the car to help Harry take out his trunk. It would be good to have the little runt out from underfoot. They could then take Dudley to a nice brunch before dropping him off at Smelting. He didn't even wait for Harry to disappear from sight before peeling out. Almost hitting a young child exiting the station with her family, Harry trundled the large piece of luggage through the station with difficulty. It was very crowded, filled with mostly individual adults going about their business, but sometimes family groups as well. As Harry approached the platforms he could see platform 9 and a platform 10, but nothing in between. And there was no sign of Professor Sprout. She said she would be here, to help guide me. Harry was just starting to panic when a several older woman called out, "Are you Harry Dursley?" "Ah, yes, ma'am," he replied more tentatively than he liked towards the tall woman standing by the wall between the 2 platforms. She had steel gray hair and stood with a stiffness that made her appear a caricature of an old-fashioned school teacher, which image was enhanced by her clothes. She has dressed in a fashion that would not have been out of place in the 1940s. And her scowl would have put the scarers on Vernon. "I am Madam Bones. Professor Sprout is busy getting things ready at school, so she asked me to help guide you to the train." She turned and gestured to a pair of young girls standing a little behind and to one side of her. A round-faced blonde girl was listening as a short girl with an immense head of hair talked with great intensity about something. "That is my niece, Susan. And keeping her company is another Muggle-born, Hermione Granger." Her face softened as she looked at her niece, "And with you here that makes my full complement, so please follow me." He turned and walked right into, and through, the wall separating the 2 platforms. On the other side was a regular platform, with a slightly outdated but beautifully maintained red locomotive hooked up to a train. Harry quickly made his way to an empty compartment at the rear of the train, ditching the two girls. He had nothing against girls, but the bushy-haired one was driving him spare with her non-stop nattering. He settled in, waiting anxiously for the train to leave and for his new future to begin. He tried to read a book that he had brought along, but every few minutes some sound would draw his attention back out the window. Nevertheless, he persisted. He didn't want to appear like some yokel, so he kept forcing his attention back to his book. About half an hour later the rain was starting to fill up. Now most of the compartments had somebody in them and there were kids standing in the corridor chatting with their friends. Harry considered going out to join them. Tea was something he had always wanted to do in primary school, to just be part of the crowd, but he was self-conscious because he didn't know anybody out there. As he dithered, the door to his compartment slid open and a red-haired boy peered in. Is there space in here? Sure, come in. I'm Harry. I'm Ron. Has the snack cart come by yet? I'm famished. No, we haven't left the station yet. As the words left Harry's mouth, the train gave a slight jerk and chuffed into motion. An older teen came down the hall, yelling, "Get into your compartment, take a seat." To any dawdlers, well, it'll be by soon enough. My brothers told me all about the snacks. They have every kind of chocolate imaginable, as well as crisps and crackers. In the meantime, want to play Exploding Snap? Ron explained exuberantly. UHD. The train ride passed mostly uneventfully, as Harry learned several new games and ate a chocolate frog which was disturbing yet tasty. Hermione, the chatterbox from before, came by once looking for a toad. And Ron discovered that the snacks were not, as his brothers had claimed, free, but other than that nothing untoward happened and as evening crept in things were starting to get dull. But when the train finally arrived at their destination in northern Scotland that all ended, as the largest man that Harry had ever seen lead them all through the darkness down to boats bobbing on an inky lake. The darkness was unbroken save for the small balls of dim light that drifted through the air beside them. Harry and Ron got into one of the tiny boats and a few moments later they were joined by Hermione. As soon as there were 3 students in the boat it started off on its own across the lake, eliciting wonder from Hermione as she peered around trying to determine what could be making it move. But even she fell silent as the lit-up castle drew into view across the lake. Wow, Harry thought this was the most magical thing he had seen. Even more than anything in Diagon Alley. He immediately forgot all the worries that Ron had stuffed into him about wrestling trolls and memorizing Quidditch statistics. UHD. Harry Dursley, Albus pronounced, reading off the list, as the new students waited in the doorway of the great hall to be sorted. His beard concealed his smile. This has worked out better than I had hoped. He had wanted Harry to have a normal childhood, away from toxic fame and attention. But to think that he could come to Hogwarts without anybody knowing who he was, that was beyond his wildest dreams. He looked up from the list just as the hat called out. Slytherin. Albus. Smile wilted slightly. Harry took the hat off of his head and made his way down to the table with the green-trimmed student. I hope Draco gets sorted here as well. He had been pretty certain that he would. The hat couldn't decide whether to put him in Gryffindor or Slytherin, but he was hoping that in Slytherin he would have at least one friend. Well, Ron Weasley was a friend. But who knew where he would end up? And he was a little too nice. Harry didn't trust nice. What's your name, Firsty? A large boy asked as Harry sat down. I'm Flint. I'm the captain of our Quidditch team. I'm Harry Dursley. Dursley. That doesn't ring a bell. Are you from Ty asked, looking puzzled. No, we're from Surrey. A girl on the other side of the table leaned across. Wait. Are you Muggle-born? Harry had just learned what that meant on the train ride up. I guess. He didn't want to talk about his birth parents. He didn't know anything about them. Petunia only ever mentioned her sister Lily and that husband of hers, so he wasn't even sure what their married name was. Neither Petunia nor Vernon encouraged the asking any questions. And T's not like they had played any part in his life. Oh, Flint turned away, dismissing Harry as insignificant. The other Slytherin kids ignored Harry as well, going back to either watching he sorting or to their own whispered conversations. When Draco was sorted a few minutes later, Flint turned back to Harry as he sauntered over to the Slytherin table. Hey, push off. What? The same girl across the table leaned over again. He means budge over a space. Hey, Draco, I got a seat for you. Flint called out. Harry frowned as Draco spent all of dinner preening and talking to Flint and a boy named Theo Knott. When Harry interrupted to get a word in, Draco smiled and nodded before continuing on without bothering to reply. He was clearly floating high on all the attention being lavished on him. Maybe I chose the wrong house. The Slytherins seemed awful cliquey. I thought this was the year that Harry Potter was supposed to come to Hogwarts, one of the older Slytherin students mused around a mouthful of mashed potatoes. Draco snorted, best thing that he's not here. Or that little Nancy boy would get the shit beat out of him, he pronounced menacingly. Several other Slytherins nodded. What's wrong with this Potter bloke? Harry asked cautiously, even though the Dursleys never, ever mentioned his biological family by name, simply referring to them as those ne'er-do-wells. Harry thought he remembered Petunia once mentioning that his dad's name was James Potter. Which see old make me Harry Potter? Nothing. He's the hero of the wizarding world. He defeated you-know-who as a baby. Theodore replied darkly, except that got a lot of fine people sent to prison when that happened. Draco added, my da almost was one of them. A large firstie seated next to Draco nodded. If Mr. Malfoy hadn't explained that he was impressed, he would have been sent to Azkaban. Several older Slytherins grunted their agreement. Harry nodded. Maybe I'm misremembering my father's name. In any case, it wasn't going to be something he would talk about. Not that he thought that he was that Harry Potter, but there was no reason to ask for trouble. UHD. First day of classes. Harry woke up and headed down to breakfast by himself. Last night in the common room after dinner, he had learned that he was the only Muggle born among the Slytherin first years. Apparently there was a quiet Muggle-born boy among the third years, but he didn't want anything to do with Harry, and that in Slytherin, family status was everything. The Malfoys were wealthy and influential, so Draco W. as lionized by the other first years, and even the upper years treated him like a little brother. But that wasn't necessarily bad. Nobody bothered Harry. They just ignored him, and he was used to that from the Dursleys. Harry grabbed a plate of eggs and propped up a book next to it so he could read as he ate. Oi! What are you, a Ravenclaw? Don't read at the table, it's bad manners, an older boy called out. Harry had never been good with names, and he saw no point in starting to make an effort to remember them now. He just shrugged and turned to face away from the boy. The boy looked annoyed but didn't do anything. So that speech last night about supporting your housemates and not attacking them in public wasn't just hot air. Harry smiled and took a sip of the orange juice. Except it wasn't made from oranges. It tasted less sweet and a little nutty. Harry shrugged and took another sip. It wasn't terrible. He could get used to it. That seemed to be his standard refrain for everything Hogwarts. Dursley, here is your timetable. Harry looked up to see Snape, his head of house, sneering down at him. Thank you, sir. Snape's sneer twitched, the only sign of the inner conflict oiling beneath the surface of his impenetrable Legilimens shields. Not, turn around and take your timetable, he moved on. UHD. Classes were fascinating, and the professors all quirky. The first claw SS of the day was charms, and Harry quickly took a liking to it, in part because Flitwick was so animated and cheerful that even Harry, cynic that he was, enjoyed his presence. The next class was potions, and Harry expected it to be welcoming, since it was run by their head of house, but it was a joint class with the Gryffindors, and the inter-house rivalry made itself known, with the girls making snide PPY comments and the boys throwing pieces of paper at each other, making the classroom a little tense. The worst culprits were Draco and Ron, who were seated a row apart but nevertheless called insults at each other over the hunched head of Neville Longbottom, the fat Gryffindor boy with the misplaced toad. In the front sat Hermione all by her lonesome, as neither the Snakes or the Lions wanted to be in the front row. Not made a blowgun out on a piece of parchment and hit her with a spitball. Just then the bell rang and the door to the potions office slammed open, startling everybody. Snape swooped in like a giant crow and in a swirl of robes settled onto his stool. He glared at all of the students, who quietly melted back into their seats under his gaze. There will be no foolish wand waving or silly incantations in this class. As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion making. However, for those select few, I can teach you to bottle fame, brew glory. Even stopper death. His head jerked up and his hand snapped out to point at Harry. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? I don't know, Harry stuttered. The rest of the class looked confused except for Hermione Granger, who raised her hand tentatively. Where would you find a bazaar? Hermione raised her hand up straight. HT up again and gave it a little wiggle as Harry thought in a panic. Snape didn't wait for an answer, snapping, and what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? I don't know, sir. I haven't had time to read ahead. Harry defensively. None of his classes in primary school had required him to read the books before class started. Snape snorted. In that case, I think it would be best if you paired up with Miss Granger, who appears desperate to share her knowledge. He looked up at the rest of the class. Everybody else, pair up as well. We're going to get right into it. We will start by brewing the sleeping draught. He tapped the blackboard with his wand, revealing a set of instructions. Work as teams. One partner preparing the ingredients, the other maintaining the potion. As everybody sat frozen, like mice before a snake, he added, well, get to it. Harry got up and made his way to the front of the class. I guess we're working together. Hermione just nodded. I guess so. I'll go get the ingredients. It felt like some sort of weird punishment that Snape had dreamed up, forcing him to work with the girl who everybody in the class, both Gryffindor and Slytherin, found annoying. When she came back she handed them over to Harry. Can you start preparing these, and I'll get the cauldron going? She paused and bit her lip. For the record, I think Professor Snape was being a little mean, asking all those questions right away. Not that she would have minded answering them, but after 6 miserable years in primary school her mother had finally managed to drill int over that she needed to be more considerate of others, and Harry clearly had not enjoyed being put on the spot. Thanks. The rest of the class went surprisingly well. Once they started working, I only stopped talking and concentrated on the procedure with a focus THTLE scary. They decided that Harry would prepare the ingredients, since Hermione had never cooked before in her life. Instead she meticulously followed the instructions on how often to stir the cauldron, down to counting the strokes, which made Harry roll his eyes. That sort of thing never mattered when you were cooking. But the end result was okay. They got top marks for a potion that Snape had accepted as being adequate, and certainly better than Longbottom and Weasley's effort, which Snape deemed as only useful for putting down a rabid dog. After class Harry had a free period. He didn't want to start on his homework already, and he had no interest in hanging out with his housemates, so he asked one of the older students for directions to the library. The library in Little Whining had been right on the way home from school, and had been Harry's refuge. He would spend countless hours reading fantasy. Last year, he would even sometimes go there after dinner. But as he wandered the Hogwarts library he discovered that, to his immense disappointment, it didn't have a fiction section. Ma'am, do you have any books on Harry Potter? Harry asked the librarian, trying to make the best of the situation. At least I'll know what everybody else was talking about. And maybe he could learn about the wizarding world in general. The librarian directed him towards a shelf of recent history. He scanned through the titles on the spines before settling on a book about the British Wizarding War of the 70s. It had a chapter at the end dedicated to Harry Potter. There was no physical description given, as apparently nobody had seen the chap since he was less than a year old, but it did say that Harry Potter had a lightning bolt scar on his forehead and that he had been sent by Dumbledore to live in America with his relatives. Harry rubbed his forehead. He used to have a mark on his forehead. It had slowly gone away. But even last year you could still see a faint line. Maybe I am that Har-R-Y Potter. That was kind of cool. But all the more reason to not let his housemates know his background. With a sigh, he made his way to the back of the library, in search of something worth reading. The history books had been painfully dry and dull. As he passed an abandoned study coral, he noticed that the previous user hadn't put their books away, leaving out a tome labeled, The Power of Purity, Harnessing Your Inner Unicorn, as well as a thin volume titled, Working with Goblin Steel. Those looked pretty fantastical, so Harry sat down and picked up the second of those. He soon discovered that he couldn't understand half of what was written there, so he just flipped through it looking at the diagrams and reading the captions. Afterwards, he picked up the unicorn book. That was surprisingly more legible, though some of what it said sounded absurd. Harry wasn't certain if it was all true or not, but it made for a fun read. Not that he would want anybody to see him reading something with a title like that, but the few people already in the library gave him a wide berth once they saw the green trim on his robes. UHD. The rest of the classes progressed in much the same fashion. For Transfiguration, the Slytherins shared a class with the Ravenclaws. The class was taught by McGonagall, who in her own way was as intimidating as Snape. But at least this time the two classes weren't forced to work together, so Harry took a spot towards the back, solidly in the pack of Slytherins. He ended up orking next to a pair of quiet girls who he hadn't noticed before in the common room. Hey, they're the real Slytherins, as opposed to Draco and his cohort. There is nothing subtle about that prima donna. As the class was winding down, Harry had managed to transform his toothpick into a brown-colored nail. He tested it. It was definitely metal. The two girls next to him were still hard at work, with little to show for it. Nails have a head that looks more like a needle, Harry commented. The blonde just gave him a dirty look for stating the obvious. Harry shrugged. Sorry, just trying to be helpful. I'm Harry. The blonde tilted her head so that her hair fell forwards to obscure her face and continued to ignore him, but her friend gave him a smile and replied with false cheer that was sharp enough to cut. I'm Tracy. But I need to concentrate now, so can you not talk to us? Thanks. Harry shrugged and went back to putting the finishing touches onto his nail. It slowly changed color until it looked like it was made out of bronze, and then shifted to a slightly rusty-looking steel just as the class bell rang. Harry smiled. Except for Terry Boots, the golden boy of Ravenclaw, nobody had done better. Not that he was competitive, well, not publicly competitive, but he couldn't get into trouble with Vernon over what he thought in the privacy of his own head. As he exited the class he almost bumped into Hermione, heading in the opposite direction. Oh, Harry, I wanted to talk to you. Can you help me with something? Hagrid, he's the groundskeeper, and he seems very nice. Invited me to come to his cottage for some cookies, and I was hoping you could come with me. Harry paused as he tried to recall who Hagrid was. He's the really big guy, right? Are you too scared to go visit him by yourself? Some Gryffindor she was. I'm not scared, Hermione replied defensively, but I don't know him at all, so it would be awkward to just visit him, out of the blue. And you think it won't be awkward for me? Ah, if you don't want to go, just say so. Slytherins. She turned and started to stomp off. If she had anybody else to ask, she wouldn't have bothered with Harry. But all of the girls in her house are vapid and mean. And the boys were boys. I'll go. Harry called after her. After dinner. Hermione's face lit up. Sure. And thanks. She darted into the Transfiguration classroom. UHD. That evening Harry made his way to the side entrance of the castle, the one that faced the Quidditch pitch. Oh, good. There you are. I was wondering if you were going to get cold feet. Hermione tried to cover up her nervousness. She had never visited anybody before. In primary school, her school friends had been just that, acquaintances she knew in school. None of them had been close enough to socialize outside of school hours. And her parents both had careers, so what little time they had with her was spent shuttling her to extracurriculars, not on arranging play dates. Harry shrugged. Sorry I'm late. I had to get a scarf. It's chilly out there. In all honesty, he had been thinking of ditching. He didn't have much experience with friends either. And he didn't even know Hagrid. But he felt guilty lying to Hermione. She was so sincere and nice. Well, not necessarily nice, as in kind, but nice, as in innocent. It would be like kicking a puppy. So he ended up coming like he had promised. They made their way outside and took a left at the Quidditch pitch. Until they were halfway to the Forbidden Forest. Blimey, there really is a lot of grounds for him to keep. I wonder if he has to mow all the grass by himself. Every summer his step-parents made him mow the grass and it was an awful lot of work. There's a charm for that. Really, you know that for a fact. Hermione rolled her eyes. It's Occam's razor, Harry. Mowing grass is an unrewarding, time-consuming task, so it stands to reason that every society that values RT Grass will invent some sort of labor-saving device to do the work for them. Hermione pronounced all this in her Little Miss Know-It-All voice, the once that disqualified her from being the other. Kind of nice, as they approached the front door of the cottage. I guess this society doesn't value short grass. Harry poked at the bushy hair that sprang in every direction from Hermione's head. Oh, you're one to talk, Hermione retorted, trying not to feel hurt. Everybody thinks my hair is ugly. My hair has mind of its own. I can trim it or comb it, but in a couple of hours it will look exactly the same. My step-dad even why. The following morning it was back to normal. He knocked on the thick oak plank that was the front door of Hagrid's hut. Come in, come in. Hagrid pulled open the door. Oh, Hermione. Nice to see you. Don't mind Fang, he's a little pussy cat. As a matter of fact, Fang was not a pussy cat, he was a wolfhound, and a large one at that. But he didn't seem aggressive. He sniffed Hermione's armpits before laying back down and thumping his tail rhythmically against the floor. Harry eyed the huge dog that was almost as tall as he was before self-consciously slipping by it. Taking a stool at the rough-hewn table. The stool was built to Hagrid proportions, so when he sat down his feet dangled, not quite touching the floor. Here, have some of me rock cakes. Hagrid brought out a plate of cookies that looked like they had been baked too long and poured each of them a cup of tea. It's nice to have some students come out this way, the grounds are beautiful in the fall. But most everybody stays cooped up in the castle except in the last few weeks of the school year. It is rather chilly up here in Scotland, Hermione defended as she took a sip and a dainty bite. Her teeth did not penetrate into the cookie at all. Harry saw her expression and smirked. He surreptitiously dipped his cookie into the tea and left it there, covering it with his hand so that Hagrid wouldn't see. They chatted for a bit. Or more like Hermione and Hagrid chatted. Harry didn't really have a gift for small talk and didn't know what to say after the first few minutes. But it was nice listening to the two of them. Hagrid turned out to be a very gently person and Hermione actually was nice when she tried to be. Surprisingly, even the rock cakes were pretty good, if you let them soak long enough in hot tea. Harry was experimenting to see what was the exact optimal amount of time when Hermione finally said, "We should be getting back, it's going to be curfew soon." She petted Fang one last time and they slipped out. I didn't know you were a dog person, Harry commented on how Fang had spent all the time at Hermione's side. I'm not really, but those rock cakes were awful, so I slipped mine to Fang. He liked them. Yeah, Hagrid baked them too long. Oh, as if you could do better. Hermione snapped. As soon the words were out of her mouth, she immediately felt guilty. This is why I never had friends as a kid. My step-parents had me doing the cooking for the past 2 years. And if I was going to be stuck in the kitchen, I figured that I might as well make something that I actually liked. So, cookies, Harry replied with a smile. It was nice how Hermione didn't judge him. The other Slytherins would have given him grief for doing house elf work. That explains potions. The two preteens went their separate ways once inside the castle. It had been the nicest evening Harry could remember ever having. Chapter end. I have the next chapter written, I just need to edit it. I have a question. Do you prefer chapters this length or twice this length? I intentionally split these 2 chapters apart because I assumed that folks performed bite-sized chapters. Chapter -5. Hogwarts Year 1, Part 2. The following day was the first flying lesson. And it was with the Gryffindors, again. Unsurprisingly, Draco and Ron Weasley started arguing. As soon as they laid eyes on each other. Even once Madame Hooch called the class to order, they continued whispering jibes at each other whenever her back was turned, causing their friends to snicker when one of them scored a point. Harry rolled his eyes. Why couldn't they have class with the Hufflepuffs? Why was it always the Gryffindors? Finally, Madame Hooch had everybody squared away, in the proper stance. With their hand out correctly. Okay class, everybody say, up, up, rang out a cacophony of voices. Harry's broom quivered for a moment and then leapt up, smacking into the palm of his hand. Just like it was supposed to. OWW. Seamus collapsed to the ground, his hands over his crotch. Mr. Finnegan, I told you to have the broom leap into your hand, not up between your legs. When Seamus didn't respond except to groan, Madame Hooch sighed. I am going to take Mr. Finnegan to the nurse. I will be back in 2 minutes. Nobody touched their brooms during that time. The beefy women CKED up Seamus like a sack of potatoes and carried him off at a quick pace. Hey, Longbottom, you're not supposed to be touching your broom. Draco called out. I'm not, replied Neville, turning to glance down at his broom, which wasn't there. Hey, where is, whop? A broom whacked into his rear. Hey, give that back, Ron roared, stepping up to defend his housemate from Draco. Or, what, Ronnykins? Draco tried to imitate Mrs. Weasley's voice. Ron looked like he was about to launch himself at the Slytherin, but a couple of his friends held him back. Harry surreptitiously edged away, not wanting to be caught in the altercation. Both Ron and Draco were dunderheads. He didn't understand how he had thought he could be friends with either one. UHD. Harry was sitting at his usual spot in the library, reading another fantastical, yet non-fiction, book, Flame Alchemy, which was about all the different sorts of techniques that the author had tried for transfiguring fire. They had all failed, but the author was not daunted by his lack of success or repeated injuries, which he had photographed and included in the book for some odd reason, when another first year sat down opposite him. What are you reading, Dursley? It was Theo, not. Harry shrugged. A little of this, a little of that. What's up? Some of the guys have noticed that you don't socialize with the rest of the house. I don't want to be telling you what to do, but they are starting to talk, saying that you aren't loyal to the house. I'm just telling you, because I don't want you to get into any trouble. Not looked uncomfortable. Like he had been drafted into delivering the message. Harry shrugged nervously. I'm not much of a people person, I like being on my own. Especially when the alternative was trying to suck up to the likes of Draco or Zambini. Look, I get that. Zambini can be an ass. But thing is, not paused, thinking, Draco has a wizarding duel with Weasley tonight. If you help him out with that, we'll be square. Harry nodded slowly. What do I have to do? You just have to get Filch's attention and get him to head for the trophy room at midnight. Harry nodded. I can do that. So, Draco's plan for his duel was to get Ron into trouble. Which was fair. Ron could be a pompous ass, so there were times even Harry wanted him to just shut up. And Draco was a Slytherin, not a Gryffindor. So if Ron thought that Draco would fight and square, he was more of an idiot than, no, he was just as much of an idiot as he appeared. I'm going to have a busy evening. Harry put his book down and pulled out his homework, as Not patted his back, good man, and walked off. UHD. That night, Harry slipped stealthily over towards Filch's office and hid behind one of the ubiquitous suits of armor as he waited for the appointed time. He kept glancing at his watch every few minutes. 10:59, 11:04. Harry had arrived early, in case he had to search for the caretaker, but he could hear him moving about his office, humming something off-key. 11:24, meow. A loud yowl sounded by his foot as Filch's cat approached his hiding spot. Harry quickly pulled out the piece of chicken he had stashed in High's pocket for just this purpose during dinner and tossed it towards her. He had at least another 10 minutes to wait before drawing the caretaker out of his office. Meow. Mrs. Norris wasn't placated by the food. If a cat could sneer, she would be sneering at Harry's paltry attempt at bribery. What's going on out there, Mrs. Norris? Did you find a truant? Child. Filch's voice echoed from his office, followed by the sound of the door opening and the approach of footsteps. It was too early. To keep to Draco's schedule, Harry would have to lead him on a wild goose chase around the castle before heading. And then, Harry sighed. This is so stupid. Who's there? Filch called out as he swept his lantern across the darkened hallway. It's me, sir. Harry stepped out into the light. I like cats, so I came to see if I could play with Mrs. Norris. Filch scowled. A likely story. That will be a detention. And don't think I won't remember, Mr. Dursley. Now get back to your dorm. He turned to his cat. Come along, Mrs. Norris. I bet he's here to distract us, so we'll set out on our rounds and catch his cohorts. And even if he wasn't, how dare he play with Mrs. Norris? Mrs. Norris was his and his alone. UHD. The following morning, as Harry came down to breakfast, Draco sat down next to him. So what happened last night? Why didn't you get Filch to the trophy room? He demanded. Harry shrugged, embarrassed. He caught me. Draco looked exasperated. He's 100 years old. How did you let the old wreck catch you? His cat found me. Draco snagged a glass of pumpkin juice and shook his head, tersely. You're useless. He got up and went back to sit down next to Nott. Harry smiled. Now he won't try to rope me into any more of his schemes. UHD. Later, as Harry was leaving the hall for his first class, Ron came up to him. I hear you got a detention for trying to feed Filch's cat. That's a pretty stupid thing to do. Ron wasn't certain how Harry fit in with his rivalry with Draco. On the one hand, he was a Slytherin, but on the other, he had never obviously supported Draco, and they had gotten along pretty well on the train ride up. You should be happy. It was supposed to be you. Wait, what do you mean? Ron frowned, trying to puzzle that statement out. The wizarding duel last night. It was a setup. Draco had no intention of showing up. He was going to set Filch on you. If I hadn't distracted him, he would have caught you and given you the detention. Harry decided to gloss over his role in all this. Wait, you mean, shish, don't say anything, or I'll get into trouble with Draco. Ron nodded, as he slowly put the pieces together. Okay, and thanks. So does that mean, he began, maybe he had an ally in Slytherin. He began to smile. It means that you owe me. Oh, right, okay. Ron's grand, half-conceived plans came tumbling down. UHD. That afternoon, after lunch, was potions again. It wasn't Harry's favorite class, but watching Snape verbally use the Gryffindors was entertaining, though terribly, terribly wrong. He made sure not to smile. And it wasn't hard, as long as Draco or Ron didn't knock something over during their feud. Last class, Weasley's cauldron had spewed vile-smelling purple goop all over Draco as the Slytherin had been passing by. Ron swore that it was because Draco dropped something into it, but Snape docked him 10 points on the assumption that he had messed something up. Both were reasonable assumptions, though of course Snape always took the Slytherin's side. I hate this class, Hermione muttered under her breath, making Harry look up. They didn't usually talk as they worked. It's all this fighting all the time. I hate it, she explained, seeing his curious look. Yeah, I guess it would be better if our two houses got along. Though it would be much more boring. Oh, speaking of, I hear I have you to thank for Ron not getting a detention. Just doing my part for inter-house unity, Harry made a saw-looting motion with his paring knife as he lied through his teeth. Hey, careful, you almost sprayed me, sorry. So, you spend a lot of time in the library. I saw you there when I was researching a paper for Transfiguration. Harry was puzzled what brought out this chatty side of Hermione. Her usual two modes were either silent or full-on lecture. Yeah, everything here is so different that it doesn't matter what book I pick up, it's all interesting. Oh, me too. I love reading about the history of charms. We can compare books sometime. Hermione, the fire is getting too high. Sorry. She quickly changed her attention to their work. The rest of the class passed in more normal silence. But as class ended, she asked, "Are you going to the library now?" "No, defense," with Professor Stutter. "Harry, don't tease Professor Quirrell. It's not his fault that he has a speech disability." Harry gave her a sidelong look. "How about this? I'll stop teasing him if he starts teaching us." Hermione opened her mouth and then closed it without saying anything. Honestly, she picked up her book bag. "I'll be at the library an hour before dinner," Harry called after her, by way of apology. UHD. Meeting up in the library before dinner became a regular event for them. Usually they did homework, or sometimes read for fun. They rarely talked, though when they did it was Hermione who initiated it. "You know, I still don't have any friends in Gryffindor," she sighed, putting her book down as she overshared. She had tried to make friends. She had several times approached Parvati and explained mistakes that she was making in charms, and she had helped. Lavender with grammatical errors in her paper that girl couldn't even spell. But it was just like primary school all over again. And to make it worse, that Ron Weasley had started teasing her for no reason. If she didn't have Harry to talk to, she would have ended up like Moaning Myrtle, crying in the bathroom. Not that she would ever admit it. I sometimes think that I should have asked the hat to put me into Ravenclaw. You can do that, you know, if you really want to go to a particular house, it will let you. Why, you think they would have accepted you there? Harry sneered. Why would they not? Ravenclaw is the house of the inquisitive. I think I would have fit in better there. Harry opened his mouth before pausing. He had originally intended his comment as an insult, but he found he couldn't bring himself to be that cruel. They're all nerds there. I don't know if you remember from Muggle school, but nerds don't have the best social graces. I have transfiguration with them, and they don't really talk to each other. Not even the girls. Maybe they're just studious, and you can be studious in that same way in Gryffindor just as easily. And not miss out on anything. You know, you're pretty smart for a Slytherin. Harry shrugged. The hat did offer to put me into Ravenclaw. But I hadn't yet realized how much of an asshat Draco was. So I asked for Slytherin. Aren't you sorry now? Chortled Hermione, forgetting to chide Harry for his language. Actually, no, I like it here, because you can be studious in Slytherin just as easily as Ravenclaw. 10 points to the smartest Gryffindor. UHD. Oh, excuse me, Professor Sprout. Harry apologized as he almost walked into the herbology professor as he entered the greenhouse for class. Pomona watched as Harry Dursley made his way to workstation towards the back of the class area. As usual, he came in alone, and sat away from his peers. Poor boy, she knew half-bloods didn't do well socially in Slytherin, and Snape was almost as emotionally stunted as Flitwick who, despite being friendly and cheerful, was still goblin enough to only care about academic performance, so he never checked on his charge's well-being. She sighed. She knew what it was like to go through school without any friends, but as a professor there wasn't much she could do. But she still felt obligated to help. She had been the one to introduce him to the wizarding world, after all. I'll talk to Albus. Maybe he can arrange something for over the summer. Now she had to concentrate. She always hated covering wand-related material. Okay, children, pick up your wands. Today we will be covering the Severing Charm. UHD. Fall slipped into winter, and before Harry knew it, it was winter break. When Harry learned that he could stay at Hogwarts instead of going home for the holiday, he seized the opportunity to avoid his family. Waking up on Christmas morning, Harry was surprised to find 3 presents at the foot of his bed. The Dursleys almost never gave him a present, and when they did it was some cast-offs from Dudless to find it was chocolate from Hermione. There was a note saying that she had asked one of the older students to pick it up for her from Hogsmeade. Harry smiled. He had guessed that she might get him something. Good thing I got her that self-inking quill. It wouldn't do to be indebted to her. The next had no card. Inside the box was a cloak, which Harry quickly realized would render him invisible. He was incredibly grateful that none of the other first-year Slytherin boys had stayed in school over break, because this was not something he wanted them or anybody else to know that he possessed. And the last was a self-inking quill, like he got Hermione. Except with a fancier box. The note had a tiny scribble in one corner, saying, "From your friend," but the rest of the parchment was suspiciously blank. Harry tried several of the secret revealing charms that he had read about, but the rest of the page remained blank. He put it away with a shrug, in case there was some secret message that he hadn't figured out how to decode yet. Meals were quiet affairs during the break as there were few students left at the school, and Dumbledore encouraged them to all sit at the same table. Think of it as an opportunity to get to know people you wouldn't normally meet, away from the pressures of the school. His eyes twinkled. He seemed to be looking specifically at Harry as he spoke. Harry wasn't terribly interested in meeting older students from other houses. Fortunately, they shared the same disinclination to socialize with a Slytherin firstie. Instead, Harry spent the rest of the vacation week exploring Hogwarts. Wandering down the rarely traveled corridors. He even snuck into the third-floor corridor that Dumbledore had warned them to stay away from, but here was nothing interesting there. But it was in a basement-level room, not far from the Slytherin dorms, that he found a curious mirror. When he looked into it he did not see his own reflection. Or, not only his own. He saw himself surrounded by a group of friends. They were all talking cheerfully, and they all seemed to be happy to be with Harry. Not that Hermione wasn't a friend, but she was a study partner. She liked him because of what he could do, not because of who he was. The mirror was very gratifying to watch, like the happily ever after from the last pages of a novel. Harry spent all afternoon watching it, and barely managed to drag himself to dinner. The following morning, as soon as he woke up, he felt an itch to watch the mirror some more. No, Harry locked himself in his room and revised his charms work, going over a LL of the spells that he had learned in the first half of the year. Anything that felt as good as that mirror was suspicious. Life wasn't like that. Life was about keeping your head down and working hard to avoid trouble. Not being miserable was the best a normal person could hope for. He spent the rest of the week the same way, reviewing spells when he wasn't at meals or asleep. By the time the rest of the students came back, he had forgotten about the mirror. UHD. At the end of the first week of the second term, Terry approached Harry after Transfiguration class. "Your Flintifors is pretty good." Harry's desk was littered with matchboxes. In addition to the rock provided by McGonagall as raw material, he had tried the Flintifors spell on a spare quill, the inkwell, and even a lock hair. All of them had been transfigured into little wooden boxes. Harry shrugged. "I read ahead in the textbook. Yeah, I noticed you spend a lot of time working in the library. Do you mind if I join you? We can share ideas for the Transfiguration paper." McGonagall had assigned them 2 feet of parchment, due by the end of next week. "Sure, as long as you're quiet. It's a library." Terry looked at him in horror, as if he had grown a second head. UHD. That evening after dinner, Harry and Hermione were at their usual table, halfway into the stacks, when Terry came up. "Hey, mind if we join you?" Padma Patil was also with him, holding her textbooks clutched to her chest with one hand like a shield and her book bag in the other. Hermione shot Harry a questioning look. "Oh, yeah, I forgot to ask you. Terry wanted to study with us." Hermione smiled. "Sure, pull up a chair." As the two sat down, she asked Padma, "So you're Parvati's twin sister?" Padma rolled her eyes. "Don't say that. Twins implies that we are the same. And we're nothing alike. I inherited all the good genes, and she inherited the good genes." She made a motion as if pulling on a pair of pants. Terry giggled at the joke, though Hermione only managed a bemused smile as she glanced at Harry, who shrugged as if to say, "What can you do? They're Ravenclaws. Not all twins are identical. Many are fraternal." "They're not fraternal. They're fratricidal," Terry interrupted. When Padma shot him an offended look, he added, "You complain about her all the time. Parvati is kind of an airhead, but she's nice." Hermione tried to play peacemaker. "You wouldn't understand unless you had to grow up with her." Padma made a dismissive gesture. "Have you finished the history of magic homework yet? It's dreadfully dull." "Shish." He changed the topic to something more interesting. UHD. A few weeks later, the foursome, the library gang, as Harry came to call them, were working quietly as usual when suddenly Padma put her book down and leaned over towards Harry. "You need to do something about Malfoy." She growled angrily. "Did you see what he did in Transfiguration today? Ravenclaws had double transfigurations with Slytherins. Even the Gryffindors were talking about it." Hermione nodded, even though she, like the rest of Gryffindor, hadn't even been there. As a matter of fact, everybody in the class had seen Draco release the birds that he had transfigured with the Avifors spell and then chase them all over the classroom, causing them to panic so that it took McGonagall 10 minutes to finate incitatum them. The Doctor, Ako's cronies, i.e. most of the Slytherins, thought it was hilarious, but McGonagall was furious. Unfortunately, it had happened while her back was turned, and Draco claimed that he hadn't been the one to cast the spell, and that he had just been chasing after them to catch them. "What makes you think I have any control over that Ponce? His daddy owns half the school. Sometimes, I hate Slytherins. Present company excluded." Parvati vented. "This is blatant corruption. Maybe after we graduate, we can get the ministry to pass some reforms," Hermione mused. Parvati just snorted. She wasn't going to spend her life tilting at windmills. "Yeah, good luck with that, Don Quixote." Hermione drooped, looking hurt. She glanced to Terry for support, but he just kept working on his homework. When she looked up at Harry, he replied with a shrug, "If you think that's bad, you should see him when there are only Slytherins around." He holds court in the common room like he's some sort of king. Nobody Setually likes him, except maybe Crabbe and Goyle, but nobody says anything. They all are worried if they say anything against him now then they won't be able to get a job once they graduate. That's true for the 7th years. But what about the younger students? Slytherins aren't like Gryffindors, we're always planning ahead. Even the first years talk about what they will do after Hogwarts. Huh, you make the snakes sound surprisingly studious. Padma interrupted. Harry shrugged again. When it comes to certain things, we are. Other times. Meh. Though in Harry's case, it was intent. He had learned from an early age not to stand out, so he put in extra effort so that his grades would always come in the middle of the class. The Dursleys' greatest desire was to be average, after all. While he didn't share that goal, he had learned how to navigate it. Not that Gryffindors are any different. The Weasley twins have to be geniuses at potions to make their skiving snack boxes and stuff. But I bet their grades don't show that. UHD. The rest of the year passed in a like manner. Harry learned a lot in charms and TRN potions and history of magic, and almost nothing in Dapahne. NSE against the dark arts except what he read on his own from the textbook. The only excitement happened towards the end of April, when he had just returned from the library. He was putting his bag down in the corner of the Slytherin common room reserved for first years. It was towards the back, and didn't have any of the nice couches when Malfoy charged in. Guess what I found? Hagrid, the half-troll groundskeeper, is keeping a dragon in his cottage. Wait until that little monster sets it on fire. I bet he's going to get sacked. Then, Harry did a U-turn and immediately left the common room, using the commotion as everybody converged on Draco for a distraction. It was almost curfew, so as soon as he stepped out into the hallway he swept the cloak over himself and jogged for Hagrid's hut. He didn't particularly like Hagrid, but Hermione had a soft spot for the giant thick-headed man. If he warned him, Hagrid would owe him, Hermione would maybe owe him, and Draco would be stymied. It was a win-win-win. He was just turning into the corridor leading to the side gate when he literally slammed into Hermione coming the other way, sending them both staggering back. Wards and the cloak sliding to the ground. Harry, where did you come from? She looked around in surprise. This corridor was poorly lit, so the fact that half of Harry's body appeared to be missing was not immediately noticeable. Harry quickly stepped away from the cloak. Hagrid is in big trouble, he whispered urgently as he quickly rolled up the cloak and shoved it into his pocket. As that, Hermione's gaze trailed to the garment that Harry was too casually shoving into a bulging pants pocket. Malfoy knows about his dragon. He's going around telling everybody. That little Malfoy must have followed me. We need to convince Hagrid to get rid of the egg. You think? Harry turned and jogged for the door. Hermione sighed. Don't give me that, Dursley. I tried. But he's stubborn, and refuses to acknowledge that dragons are dangerous. He might not be scared of dragons, but I bet he's scared of irate parent. Especially rich, entitled ones. They arrived at the cottage to find Hagrid excited and anxious at the same time. The egg, she's hatching. How do you know that it's a girl dragon? Hermione couldn't help asking. Despite the gravity of the situation, her natural curiosity muscled its way to the front of her thoughts. Because of the swirls on the egg. See, right there, and going over to, Hagrid made a sappy face as he watched the egg crack some more. Hagrid, I know you love animals. And I understand that you think you can keep the dragon from causing any trouble, but if the students tell their parents about it, the parents are going to get very worried. They might even pull their kids out of school. They wouldn't do that, Hagrid replied without taking his eyes off of the egg. They don't know you like we do, Harry continued. They will just say that there is a dragon on the school grounds. They won't understand that you can take care of it. Harry maneuvered the conversation around Hagrid's pride in his ability to take care of animals. But, Hagrid pondered. He wanted to say that Dumbledore would explain it all to them, but he knew how cruel and judgmental some people could be. He went to school with some of the current children's parents, after all. We'll just have to keep them from learning about Norbert. Norbert? Hermione asked, nonplussed. Yes, that's her name. Hagrid, the students already know. Harry plowed on. Malfoy saw the egg and is telling everybody. By morning the school board will know about it. Hagrid put his head into his huge hands. So what now? Now we go ask Dumbledore to find someplace where the dragon can go and stay safely. Hagrid considered before nodding. Dumbledore is a great man. He will know. And once the egg hatches, in about an hour, it will be safe to move her. He sighed in resignation. Okay, go tell the headmaster. As Hermione and Harry ran towards the castle, Hermione asked, "What time is it?" Harry glanced at his watch. "You're right, it's after curfew. We'll have to sneak up to Dumbledore's office." Hermione was scandalized at the idea of breaking the rules. Maybe Hagrid is a bad influence on me, but it was in the name of helping a friend, so what could you do? She looked over as Harry pulled something out of his pocket. "Is that an invisibility cloak? I knew I saw you wearing one." "Yes, it's an invisibility cloak." "No, you didn't see me wearing it." Harry swept it over the both of them. "This will let us sneak past the prefects and Filch. And please don't tell anybody that I have it. Only if you promise not to break any rules or otherwise do anything bad with it." "Hermione, I'm a Slytherin." Harry sighed in exasperation. Why would she think she could trust his promise? After a moment, Hermione added, "You're right. But you only break minor rules, to help your friends, so guess it's okay. We aren't having the same conversation." Harry opened his mouth and then closed it without saying anything. But maybe that's for the best. Now I can honestly say that I warned her. They had to walk close together so that the cloak would cover both of them, and it was a little awkward, but they finally made it to the gargoyle guarding the stairs to the headmaster's office. Hermione stepped out from underneath the cloak and knocked. "Professor Dumbledore." "Headmaster, Hagrid is in trouble." After several repetitions, the gargoyle swung aside, letting them spill into Dumbledore's office, where they took turns recounting Hagrid's troubles, sometimes talking over each other in their excitement. Dear, this is definitely a situation that I need to deal with before it blows up into something unfortunate." Dumbledore smiled at the two children. He was mildly surprised to see Harry there with Hermione, but pleased. Pomona was worried over nothing. His plans for Harry had all turned out for the best. He was talented that way. "I will see to it that the dragon has a place to go where it will be safe and well cared for." Yes, I know just the person to call. UHD. The following morning, Harry was exhausted as he stumbled down to breakfast. Thankfully, Hagrid's problem was resolved, but he had gone to bed very late. He had waited up with Hermione until Ron Weasley's older brother flew over to help take away the dragon. And then it had taken another half-hour to set up the port key to take Charlie and the dragon to wherever the dragon he was so tired by that point that hadn't really been paying attention. And then Hermione had insisted that they have tea with Hagrid while he cried himself out, and had that ever been awkward? "Just wait until my dad gets here," Draco chortled. "Oh, what's going on?" Harry asked groggily as he poured himself some black tea. "That half-breed, Hagrid, is going to get fired today for keeping a dangerous animal." Harry nodded and then slid 2 pieces of toast onto his plate before slumping down to chew his way through breakfast. "Let me know how that goes." UHD. After all the excitement was over and Draco had been humiliated, the semester drew to a close and Harry had to suffer through the end-of-year exams. Without Dudley around, he didn't know if he needed to keep his grades average. But he discovered that he didn't have as much of a choice as he had thought. The tests were harder than he expected, and he muddled through only with difficulty. Next year, more studying, and less fun reading. As Harry was riding back to London on the Hogwarts Express, he sat in a compartment with the rest of the library gang, with his feet up on the opposite bench and a book in front of his face. To all appearances at ease. Or at least pretending to be. Instead he was thinking about Hogwarts. Despite Draco, the lack of fantasy books and some truly awful teachers, Quirrell didn't even stay to administer the final. He disappeared to enjoy his year, and he wasn't looking forwards to spending the summer with the Dursleys. But it wasn't just that. He liked magic, as in really liked it. The more he learned, the more cool things he discovered. And the other kids were actually nice without a Dudley to incite them against him. He looked up at his companions in the compartment. All of them were reading and ignoring each other, but in a comfortable sort of way. Terry whispered something to Padma and then turned to Harry and Hermione. Hey guys, the train's almost to London. So we're going to go say goodbye to some of our housemates. We'll see you next year. After they left, Hermione glanced up at Harry and bit her lip, like she was thinking hard on something. Harry, yeah, he glanced up. It's nothing. She quickly looked back to her book. So how was your first year with Harry? Albus asked as he joined Severus in the potions classroom. Snape's face automatically pulled into a sneer before relaxing back into his typical RBF. It was surprisingly tolerable. He did not participate in any hooliganism or petty social one-upmanship. He was studious and quiet, and his potions turned out surprisingly well, though that could in part be that he partnered with Granger. Despite his fears, that boy might actually be no worse than any other child his age, tolerably unpleasant, but with a solid chance of growing into a functional adult. Chapter -4. Hogwarts Year 2. Summer was a chore, literally. As soon as he was back at number 4 Privet Lane, Petunia put Harry to work. And this was the year she decided to redo the yard. So in addition to the usual mowing and fertilizing, Harry spent hours digging holes for her new hydrangeas. And he had to prune back the current bushes to make space for them. That included getting rid of the overgrown rhododendron bush that Petunia had come to hate as it grew bigger than she had expected. Hey, Dudley, you want to come help take out the roots from the old rhododendron? Harry asked one July afternoon as he came in to get some water. It was hot, and he had been working all morning. He mopped off the sweat with his shirt before tying it back around his waist. He might not have realized it, but all of that yard work had given him some muscle. He wasn't going to win any bodybuilding contests, but he wasn't a hollow-chested geek either. No, Mom said that was your job, Dudley replied without looking up from his TV show, shoving another pretzel into his mouth. Harry just shook his head. As much as he hated the constant chores, he could never sit around doing nothing like Dudley. Working hard had been ingrained into him. Oh, and Dad says that you're not allowed to invite any of your weird school friends over to our house, Dudley added, shoveling another pair of pretzels in. Do you even have any friends? Harry shrugged. My friends are none of your business. Though honestly, Dudley was right. He didn't really have anybody who was a close friend. He had the library gang, but they never really talked, and there was Ron, who owed him a favor, so that was almost the same thing. Maybe I show LD try making some friends in Slytherin. He had watched his housemates for a year, and he had gotten a sense of who they were. Adrian Pusey, a second year, didn't seem to be too bad. Maybe I'll try talking to him. Harry finished his drink and went back outside to pry out the roots with his shovel. It was tiring work, and there was more to come. UHD. Finally, as summer wound to a close, the RS Lays dropped Harry off outside Diagon Alley with his school supply list, 5 quid and instructions to be back outside the Leaky Cauldron promptly at 5 p.m. Harry entered the Wizarding World through the pub, nodding to Tom on his way before heading over to Gringotts, because £5 wouldn't come close to cover his school supplies. After the awesome cart ride, he returned to Diagon Alley with AP. Ouch full of galleons to spend as he wandered the shops. It was early still, and not having anything better to do, Harry set off for Flourish and Blots. He would browse there and then pick up the rest of the supplies after lunch. There a huge crowd milling outside of the store. Some were standing in line, while others were just trying to peer inside. They didn't appear to be angry. Thankfully, Harry wouldn't put it past some wizards to burn books. Having spent a year around the likes of Crabbe and Goyle, he had a fairly low opinion of magical folks. What is this all about? RRY asked the closest witch. There appeared to be a lot more women than men in this crowd. Gilderoy Lockhart is going to be signing his newest book at noon. The middle-aged witch squealed like a teenager. Harry rolled his eyes. Yup. They are all idiots. He didn't know who this Lockhart chap was, but nobody was worth betting this exited over. These people seemed to be positively giddy. Being that happy wasn't normal. He was just pushing past the crowd, deciding to forego the bookstore until later when he saw 2 grown men get into a fist fight. Wow. Just wow. UHD. Harry ended up heading OV. To quality Quidditch supplies and buying a Quidditch magazine there just to kill some time. He then swung by Fortescue's and ordered a chocolate swamp and slowly ate it at one of the outdoor tables as he flipped through the magazine, actually taking the time to read the articles instead of just looking at the pictures of the racing brooms. "Oh, Harry, I didn't know you were going to be here today." Harry looked up to see Ron approaching, a red-headed girl about their age in tow. "Yeah, I'm supposed to get my school supplies, but I'm hiding out over here until the zoo in front of the bookstore dies down. I can't get to half the stores on that side of the street." Well, he could, but Harry never liked crowds, so it wasn't worth the aggravation. "Oh, yeah, that was a mess. I don't see what's so great about Lockhart." "Ow, Jinny." Ron grabbed his ankle, where his sister had kicked him. "You were supposed to buy me an ice cream. Stop talking and get me one." "But Harry is my friend. And I'm your sister. And you told Mother that you would get me a cherry peanut dribble." Harry watched in amusement. "I guess I'm not the only one with sibling problems. Though she didn't look as horrible as Dudley." Ron gave a long-suffering sigh. "I'll see you at school, Dursley." Jinny cast one last glance over her shoulder at Harry before following her brother into the store. UHD. The actual trip back to Hogwarts was fairly uneventful. Vernon again dropped him off early at the train station, leaving Harry to fend for himself for 2 hours. When the train finally pulled into the station, Harry found a compartment way in the back that was probably not going to get crowded. He was right. The only student who made his way back there was a dejected-looking Neville Longbottom, who spent the whole trip playing with his pet frog. It wasn't until he made it to the castle, in a cool horseless carriage, that he had to deal with his Slytherin housemates. UHD. Harry looked around the Great Hall as the first years were being sorted. It was nice to be back. He even listened with bemused tolerance as Draco bragged about his summer vacation. "He's such an ass," Harry smiled. Classes were all pretty, much like last year. Potions with Gryffindors, Transfiguration with the Ravenclaws, History of Magic with the dead guy. And same as last year, Dada was a complete clusterfuck. The evening after his first so-called defense against the dark arts class, which was more about Lockhart's ego than actual defense, Harry slumped into a chair at his usual table in the library. Lockhart is an idiot. He's worse than Quirrell, and that's not an easy feat. Harry hated attention-seeking narcissists. It's what annoyed him the most about Malfoy as well. "Harry, he's a world-renowned wizard." Hermione leapt. To Lockhart's defense, she was the only other one of the gang there so far. "I read his books over the summer, and he has accomplished so much." Harry rolled his eye. He had spent his life with the Dursleys. If there was on a mile away, it was liars. He's an idiot, and if you believe him, you are one too. He was too tired to explain why he was so certain, and partly he couldn't explain. It was a survival instinct trained into him by his home life, but that buffoon reeked of fraud. Hermione just glared at him and didn't say anything. When Terry came a few minutes later, she made a point of talking to him and ignoring Harry. UHD. The other big change was Quidditch. As a second year, Harry was eligible for the team. Tryouts were on Wednesday evening, and Harry joined Pusey and the other Slytherins as they excitedly spilled out onto the Quidditch pitch. "I didn't know you were into Quidditch," Pusey commented. "I've never played, but I like flying, so I figure it's worth trying." All the other boys were completely nuts for Quidditch, so Harry figured it had something going for it. There are 2 opening on the team, Chaser and Seeker. Flint had all the students trying out Flyaroo. ND the Quidditch pitch while the beaters lobbed the bludger back and forth across their path. The first 2, Theodore Nott and Goyle, barely managed to avoid getting hit. They wobbled badly as they dodged. Next was Harry's turn, and he confidently zipped through, followed by Draco, who for once in his life actually measured up to his boasts and was a decent flyer. The rest struggled to get through, and Crabbe even got hit in the head, though he claimed he was okay, that it hadn't hurt at all. "Malfoy, Dursley," Flint roared, "you're on the team. The rest of you losers, get lost." He motioned the 2 second years over to him. "Look that way, and wait for my command." He pointed back to the castle. "I'm going to release the snitch. The one who catches it gets Seeker, the other gets Chaser." He tossed the little golden ball into the air and counted to 5. "Okay, go." Harry and Draco took off. Harry immediately went high, to have a better vantage point, while Draco made lazy circles around the periphery of the pitch, searching. 10 minutes went by, and both boys made false starts, darting for the snitch as it fluttered by in the distance before losing sight of it a few moments later. Then suddenly Harry saw it. It was hovering calmly on the opposite side of the pitch from Draco. Harry leaned into his broom and dove for it. By the time Draco realized that Harry had seen something, Harry already had the snitch. Dursley, you're Seeker. Draco, you get Chaser. But if you ever have to play Seeker, don't make stupid loops like that. You had your back to some half of the pitch all the time. That's why you lost. That's not fair. I didn't know. Draco retorted. And I don't care, Flint replied, grabbing his gear to go inside. As the 2 second years put their brooms away, Draco added as an aside. I always played Chaser at home. Seeker isn't a real position anyways, you're not actually playing as part of the team. And you don't even have one for pickup games, like the ones I played at home. Draco paused, as he realized that Harry was going to be his teammate from here on out, and it might behoove him to be nice, which he actually did know how to do. He was just out of practice. He patted Harry on the shoulder awkwardly, but it will be a good fit for a loner like you. Congratulations on making the team, both of you, Adrian welcomed them as they walked out of the broom shed. Come on, I have some butterbeers stashed in my trunk, we should celebrate. The rest of the team joined in and threw a party in the common room for Draco and Harry, bringing out snacks. Butterbeers and even a bottle of fire whiskey for the upper years. Gemma, the 6th year prefect, policed it to make sure. As Harry was tilting his butterbeer back, somebody whispered, "Time to kill, so hungry, for so long. I smell blood, I smell blood." Harry choked on his butterbeer, coughing it up as it went down the wrong way. What was that? What was what? You guys didn't hear the weird voice. Pusey, did you spike the butterbeers with something? One of the other chasers demanded half seriously. What, do you think I'm one of the Weasley twins? Everybody cracked up, ignoring Harry's puzzled expression. With a shrug, Harry went back to drinking his butterbeer. It's Hogwarts. Anything could happen. UHD. The following day, Harry had potions first thing in the morning. Maybe, if I grab some snacks from dinner the night before, I can skip breakfast and go straight to potions next time. Harry mused. It seemed like a waste not to take advantage of the potions classroom being almost next door to their dorm. There must be some way he could use that fact to sleep late. The trick was not missing breakfast in the process. Oh, hi Hermione. Harry sat down next to the lone Gryffindor. Like always, they were among the first students to arrive. But instead of replying, she concentrated on setting up her notebook and pen for class. Whatever, Harry didn't know what was going on in her head. And he didn't really care. Girls always had some sort of drama, real or imagined. Everything okay in Gryffindor Tower? He asked despite himself. Everything's fine, Hermione replied grudgingly. Harry shrugged. I tried. And concentrated on the potions class. Despite the silent treatment, they still worked well during class, and their potion even managed to earn a grimace of approval from Snape. UHD. Dada was a huge waste of time again. Lockhart had them reading one of his books, the one about fighting the Wagga werewolves, and discussing it. Harry didn't say anything, but he'd read a book on werewolves last year. And a lot of what Lockhart had done was either wrong or very, very risky. The week went by, and finally it was Thursday, the first Quidditch practice. Harry walked down to the pitch, not certain how to feel. Up until now, he had spent his life trying to stay in the shadows. But now he would be on the Quidditch team. If the team won, everybody would make a big deal out of them. Out of him, and he had to admit, that sounded kind of cool. But on the other hand, Harry shrugged. He would deal with it after they won a match. As Harry walked out of the changing room, Flint called out, Dursley. You're on the reserve team. What? Harry stopped confused. Flint turned to the assembled team and announced, Draco is going to be the Seeker. Cassius Warrington is going to be our third chaser. Quote, Hey, are these our brooms? Asked Pusey pulling out a Nimbus 2001. Yeah, we got some new brooms. Harry's eyes narrowed and he turned towards Flint, is that why I got cut from the team? Flint just shrugged lethargically. Warrington's dad bought the team new brooms, so I had to give him a spot. And I was the one who was bumped. Flint hawked a loogie off to one side and shrugged again. I couldn't cut Draco. I'm going to need a job once I graduate, and his father is a vindictive son of a bitch. He said it matter-of-factly, without looking embarrassed. Yeah, well, you need a new reserve seeker as well. Harry turned on his heels and stormed back into the castle, not even bothering to get changed. He grabbed a book and sat in the library reading. When Madame Pants kicked him out because of curfew, he staggered back to the dorms, with no memory of what he had been reading. Why am I so angry? He wasn't certain why he was so hurt, wasn't avoiding the limelight what he wanted. But he still found himself surreptitiously dabbing at his eyes as he marched back to bed. UHD. Things quickly settled back to normal. Like last year, Harry spent much of his free time reading in the library, though it's usually just him and the two Ravenclaws, as Hermione has stopped coming. Most days, when Harry asked her about it in potions, she said it was just easier to study in her common room. Nothing untoward happens until the day of the Halloween feast. As the students were leaving the Great Hall, somebody yells out, "Get one of the professors." Harry pushes forward to see Mrs. Norris. Filch's cat, hanging from a torch bracket, petrified, and next to her a threatening message written in what looked like blood on the wall, reading, "Thos been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware." Malfoy, seeing an opportunity to claim more of the limelight, stepped forward and whirled to face the other students. "Enemies of the heir, beware. You'll be next, mudbloods." He hammed it up, getting as much attention as he could. Several of his hangers-on giggled. "Okay, that's enough of that. Everybody should go to your common rooms." Albus Dumbledore took charge, calming the students and chivying them off to their respective dorms under the supervision of their prefects and heads of house. UHD. The following afternoon, Hermione was back in the library. "Harry, can you help me research what petrified Mrs. Norris?" she asked, not quite looking at him. Harry looks up. "You don't think it's a spell?" It could be a spell, but it's not one that Professor Flitwick or McGonagall have heard of. I asked them earlier today. It might be some sort of magical monster." Harry nodded, resisting tolling his eyes at the word, monster. "That was just so. Muggle. Makes sense. Let's go start in the creatures section." Once they are out of earshot of the other two, Hermione whispers, "Do you think it's Malfoy's doing?" Ron claims that it is. She sounded nervous. Harry rolled his eyes. "Ron thinks everything bad is Draco's fault. That Ponce is in our classes. If you don't know a spell that will do that, Draco doesn't either." He decided not to comment on Hermione's sudden willingness to talk to him, because obviously their friendship was based on being useful to each other, so it sort of made sense. "Yes, but I heard that pureblood families have secret spells that they don't share with anybody else." "I'm sure they do. But you heard Dumbledore. Whatever that spell was, it's way above what a second year could cast. And besides, didn't you say had you thought it was caused by a creature? But what if Draco was the one who released it?" Harry sighed. "When I get back to the dorms I'll spy on the little shit, okay?" He was so tired of her melodrama. He wasn't certain why he was even helping her. "Harry, language." Hermione looked shocked. Harry sighed again and handed her a book. "You start with this one." And he pulled another for himself to skim. "For the record, I am still angry with you, she comments. "Okay." Harry wasn't certain how to respond. What is she angry about? Hermione sighed in exasperation. Harry was thick as a brick sometimes. They didn't find anything. It's getting late. Terry and Padma had already left, as had most of the other students in the library. It was just a few minutes before curfew. Hermione looked awkwardly. "Can I ask you a favor? It's kind of creepy being out on your own right now. Can you walk with me to the Gryffindor dorms?" "Sure, but you'll owe me, Granger." Now it was Hermione's turn to roll her eyes. "Let's go." Now it was Harry's turn to be exasperated. Sometimes he despaired at Hermione's inability to understand social rules, such as equivalent exchange. UHD. Over the next week, Harry and Hermione fell into a comfortable pattern. They would start the evening with Padma and Terry, working on homework, but afterwards they would spend an hour or so prowling the stacks, looking for clues. Though they didn't find much. That all came to an end several weeks later, when Colin is petrified. The next afternoon during Transfiguration, Terry approached Harry. "Hey, Harry. I think Padma and I will be studying in the Ravenclaw common room from now on. It's not safe walking around on our own." And that evening, as Harry was leaving the Great Hall after dinner, Hermione came up. Harry, I don't feel comfortable walking all the way down to the library on my own. I'm going to skip on our study sessions for a little while." She looks down at her hands, as if she is ashamed. Harry nods. "Yeah, you should be careful. You too." She paused for a moment awkwardly before rushing off. Harry obstinately headed down to the library on his own, though he followed close behind a group of fifth-year Hufflepuffs heading in the same general direction. But studying in the library by himself was surprisingly lonely after having gotten used to sharing the table with 3 other people. As Harry returned to the Slytherin dorms from the library, Adrian cornered him. "Harry, you shouldn't be walking around on your own. The other houses are all blaming Slytherin, so who knows what they will do if they catch you." He casts a dirty glance at Malfoy, who was chatting with Nott, oblivious to the damage he had done. "You should walk around with a buddy. I'll be fine. I have friends in other houses. So they aren't going to attack me." And he had an invisibility cloak, which he was using whenever he was walking alone. He wasn't an idiot. "Harry, you're too trusting. I don't understand how you ended up in Slytherin." UHD. Things progressed this way until Christmas break. Harry again stayed at the school. He was the only Slytherin to do so. A couple of Ravenclaws and Gryffindors stayed as well. But nobody he knew and alternated between reading about random creatures in the library. Why hadn't he done this before? This was almost as good as Barlow's Guide to Extraterrestrials. No, it was better. And practicing spells. He found it amazingly gratifying to see his pen transform into a walking stick insect. There was no ambiguity as to whether he was doing it right or not. And the same was true of the other spells he worked on. Harry tried casting them faster, pretending it was a race, and other times, he tried casting them slower, to see how long he could stretch a single spell out and still have it work. At breakfast the morning after the other students returned from the holiday, Lockhart stood up. "May I have your attention?" He beamed at the crowd of students, basking in their gazes. "In these trying times, I feel that we need something more to occupy our attention, to distract us from the horrors that stalk the halls." Several of the first years glanced nervously at each other. "So I have decided to restart a tradition, a practice that we had when I was a student here at dear old Hogwarts, a dueling club. Everybody is invited. It will foster inter-house unity. And you will learn the skills required to defend yourselves, like I did when I was trapped by ghouls in their burrow." He jabbed his finger into the air for emphasis. Several of the girls oohed. "And as a special treat, on the first day of class, I will give a demonstration of dueling. So come one, come all." As expected, almost the entire school showed up for the first meeting of the Dueling Club to see Lockhart duel, some because they expected him to be very talented, and other, like Harry, because they expected him to fail spectacularly. It had to be held in the Great Hall, as there wasn't any other space large enough. "Why haven't we had a dueling club up until now?" Draco groused. "My father says that every proper gentleman should know how to duel." "Definitely," Zambini agreed. "My mother hired a dueling tutor for me from when I turned 9. Harry got distracted by Draco and Zambini's discussion, one-upmanship that he lost track of what the Dada professor was doing until he announced. "And now, Professor Snape will assist me in my demonstration duel. I will endeavor to take it easy on him, so as not to embarrass him in public." Lockhart smiled his autogenic smile before turning back to the Slytherin head of house. "Take your position, Severus. Ready, set, duel." He brought up his wand with a theatrical flourish, only to drop it again as Snape's quick first spell sent him flying. Several Slytherins snickered as at the same time most of the female population of Hogwarts gasped in horror. "Well, that was invigorating." Lockhart stood up and brushed himself off. "Professor Snape caught me before I was in my guard position. Anyways, let's have some students take a go at it. How about?" He looked around. "Ron Weasley and Draco Malfoy, come on up." Harry glanced over at Ron, who mounted the stage with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. He stepped over to Adrian. Do you think Ron has ever UBT it?" Dueling is a rich man's sport. The plebs play Quidditch, Adrian replied, somehow ignoring that he himself was on the Quidditch team. Harry nodded. That was what he thought also. So what will we learn by watching two second-years who don't know what they are doing? Duel each other. It'll be no better than a schoolyard fight. Just then Draco cast a spell that created a king cobra. Just as it materialized, Ron waved his wand wildly, somehow sending the serpent flying to land a few feet from where Harry was standing. Ouch! That hurt, it hissed, before rearing up so that it faced the scared students menacingly. What are you meat sacks looking at? The first one that laughs at me gets eaten. Get back. Harry grabbed Pusey and the Slytherin girl next to him and pulled them away from the snake. It sounds angry. No shit. Adrian took an extra step back. Before the snake could decide if it was going to attack, Professor Snape dispelled it. No, I think. Harry stopped. There was no advantage to telling Adrian that he could understand snake speak. I need to research this. I think that is enough of this foolishness. Professor Lockhart will announce when the next meeting of Dueling Club is at a later time. Snape glowered at everybody, or maybe that was his way of expressing concern for the students. It was always difficult to tell with him. UHD. Professor Lockhart. Harry approached the defense teacher the following day after class. When will the next meeting of the Dueling Club be? I am not certain. I will have to look at my schedule. Gilderoy's smile was sickly. He clearly was hoping that everybody forget the fiasco that was yesterday. All of the following week, Harry checked the announcement board in the Great Hall and in the Slytherin Common Room, but there was nothing. That evening, Y called together a couple of the second years and a few others who he figured might listen to him and held an impromptu meeting in the back of the Common Room. I don't think that Lockhart is going to have a dueling club. So I was thinking we could organize our own. Oh, and who's going to run it? We could ask Professor Snape. He seemed to know what he was doing. Yeah, he humiliated Lockhart. I don't know. I got Quidditch, Adrian prevaricated. Me too, and I'm too advanced to be in a club with you neophytes, added Draco before walking out, which caused Nott and his two thugs to follow his lead. Harry looked around anxiously to see if any of the remaining students were interested. Every time I stick my neck out, this happens. I should just stay quiet. Hey, I'll join, Zambini replied lightly from here he was perched on the back of a sofa. I can always use the practice. Zambini was the sort who liked doing stuff that was already good at, so that he could impress everybody else. If you can make it so that it doesn't conflict with Quidditch, I'll come to at least some of the meetings, Adrian added, not wanting Harry's idea to fail. Count us in as well, added a female voice from the edge of their group. Harry looked up to see Tracy and Daphne. Harry nodded. Okay, I'll ask Snape tomorrow morning about being our advisor. UHD. So, Professor, can you sponsor our club? Snape stared at Harry with an odd expression, like he had just bitten into an apple and discovered half a worm. His lip twitched up into a sour frown and then back to the half a worm before he finally gave an exasperated sigh. Very well, I will file the paperwork. We will meet at 7:30 on Tuesday evenings. Do not be late. The first meeting of the Dueling Club had just 6 Slytherins, and Hay met in an unused classroom on the 3rd floor. The desks had all been removed, and the only thing of note was a trapdoor in one corner. In addition to Harry, Zambini, Adrian and the girls, the only other Slytherin to come was a first year by the name of Sebastian Rosier. At precisely 7:30 Snape swept in. I do not have time for running club activities, he announced without preamble, therefore I will cover the basics today. And then you will practice them on your own. I will be available for consultation if you require them, but don't make me regret volunteering to help you. He scowled at the Slytherins, who all beamed at the glowing enthusiasm that their head of house was showing for this endeavor. Very well, let's start with the rituals, the bows and salutes. A duel is not a fight. In a fight, there are no rituals or rules. You will learn both, but always use the correct one in its appropriate setting. After a quick introduction, Snape then spent an hour demonstrating various combinations and drills. For this exercise, it doesn't matter what spell you cast. The key component is to step correctly as you cast it. Harry alternated between jotting down notes and trying out the maneuvers. When the hour was up, Snape swept out of the room abruptly, not pausing for any questions. Harry was mentally exhausted. Did everybody else get that? Yeah, I got it all, Zambini replied casually. Then write it down. I'm not going to forget. Zambini, don't be an ass. Write it down so I can see if my notes are correct. Harry turned to the others. You heard Snape. He wants us to run the club on our own. So that goes for the rest of you. We all need to write down what we saw and compare notes. I didn't sign up for yet another class, Tracy grumbled quietly. It's only this one time, Harry reassured her. Before adding, why did you sign up? I didn't think you were into dueling. In defense, Tracy spent most the time looking bored, even in those few classes when low. Seacart actually imparted useful information instead of polishing his own wand, as Adrian described it. Tracy blushed and whispered quietly, Zambini's hot. And it had been Daphne who had volunteered the two of them to join. But she wasn't going to admit that. Harry sighed in exasperation, glancing over at Daphne to see if she was equally exasperated by such a dumb reason, but she just shrugged and gave him a bashful smile. UHD. But that was the end of normalcy at the school. The following day Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly headless Nick were found petrified, with yet another ominous Ms. Sage scrawled on the wall by their bodies. Rumors spread through the school like wildfire, most of them blaming Slytherins for the attacks. Soon, Slytherins were being ostracized even more than usual, and everybody was giving them angry looks. The younger Slytherins began walking to class in groups. UHD. Ron, can I talk to you for a minute? It was a week later and Harry had decided enough was enough. He was waiting in the shadows outside the Great Hall after lunch. Unsurprisingly, Ron had been one of the last to leave, and now both of them would be late to their next class. But this was important. Oh, hey, Harry. What do you need? Quote, the petrifications. It's not Slytherins doing it, we're as worried about it as everybody else. Draco doesn't appear to be scared. He's talking up the attacks. Almost like he's taking pride in them. Ron retorts angrily. Draco's an idiot. He's talking like that because he's terrified, and the only way he knows how to deal with it is by making everybody else even more scared. I don't know. Harry sighed and rubbed a hand through his hair. I do, though. I have classes with that doofus. He's nowhere near smart enough to pull something like this off. And if, by some miracle, he did do it, he would be bragging about it all day every day. He's about as subtle as a punch in the nose. I guess. Ron turns to go, figuring the conversation was done. Ron. Harry put a hand on his shoulder and spoke intently. Get the Gryffindors to lay off of the Slytherins. You owe me for last year. Ron opened his mouth and squinted in thought as he tried to figure out what Harry was talking about. Ah, yeah, I guess. But I'm nobody important. I don't have any influence. Ron stopped and considered his options. Harry did seem like a good bloke, despite being a Slytherin. I'll talk to my brothers and maybe they can talk to some of the guys and we'll see what we can do. Clearly terms of debts and transactional relationships. I'll owe you one. Harry patted his shoulder and turned to go. Ron shook his head in bemusement at the weird way Slytherins thought as he walked towards the Charms classroom. After that the harassment abated, and after a few more weeks Hogwarts slowly drifted back to an almost normal, because there was only so much you could worry about at one time. But the tension never fully faded. By April the library gang started studying together again sometimes. Though it seemed forced, Terry especially made a big show of citing with Harry, as if to make a political statement that he didn't hold him responsible for what had transpired. UHD. Do you guys hear anything? Harry asked. He was in his favorite place, the table halfway back in the stacks of the library, studying with the two Ravenclaws. It sounds like somebody is muttering to themselves angrily. Terry cocks his head to listen. No, nothing. Are you certain it's not stress? Yeah, a lot of students are having stress-related problems recently. One of the girls in my dorm has been throwing up everything she eats, Padma added. Maybe you should go see Madame Pomfrey. Harry just shrugged. Whatever it was, it's gone now. By the start of May, the Ravenclaws stopped coming to the library again. Hey, I haven't seen you in the library lately, Harry commented nonchalantly to Terry after Transfiguration. Yeah, I've been studying in the common room. It would be awkward with Padma there. She's stopped coming as well. Did you two have a fight or something? Or something? Terry shrugged awkwardly. In that case maybe I'll come by this afternoon. I gotta go. I'm late for charms. Harry nodded, not really understanding what the big deal was over some little fight, as Terry rushed to join the group of Ravenclaws walking together to their next class. The Slytherin common room was no less tense than anywhere else, though some of the Slytherins put on a show of not being concerned, or maybe some were foolish enough not to be. Draco was giving a almost nightly sermon on pureblood superiority, and a growing number of Slytherins listened to him. Harry figured it gave them comfort, but listening to idiocy wasn't something he found soothing. He hunkered down and avoided making waves. He avoided both his housemates and everybody else as much as he could, drawing on his old habits from when he felt threatened back in primary school. He spent as much time as possible in the library, the one place that he truly felt safe. Harry started up from his potions essay to see Ron running into the library, drawing Madame Pance's ire. I need your help. Something happened to Jinny. She's been acting weird all year, and now she's disappeared in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. I followed her there, and when she didn't come out after a half hour, I looked inside. And she was gone. Ron wasn't keeping his voice down, but the library was almost empty, so there was nobody to shush him. Can you come help search for her? I don't know who to ask. Ron paused and added self-consciously, you said you would owe me. Harry nodded. Let's go. He left his books behind as he ran after Ron. End chapter. I don't want to rehash all of Harry's Hogwarts career, but I do want to show how this Harry is different from canon, so I will have a couple more chapters of backstory. Let me know if I am going too fast. I will probably not cover all 7 years. I currently plan to go through year 4 before returning to the present. Chapter -3. Hogwarts Year 3, Part 1. Summer break started out the same as last year. Vernon did his best to pretend that Harry didn't exist while Petunia piled on the chores, and both of them freaked out at the slightest mention of magic. He ended up propping a chair up against his doorknob for privacy and working on his homework late in the evenings, when it was too dark for gardening and he was mostly left to his own devices. Hey, Harry. Dudley knocked on his door one evening. Harry carefully rolled up his charms essay, it was the last one of his summer work, and opened up the door. What do you need, Dudley? Dudley came in and sat down awkwardly on Harry's bed. I need some advice, and I don't know who else to ask. One of Harry's eyebrows quirked up in curiosity as he waited for Dudley to continue. This whole experience was surreal. Last summer Dudley had avoided him just like his father. So their last real interaction was 2 years ago, when Dudley and his gang regularly chased after him, trying to beat him up. Dudley sighed in defeat as he realized that Harry wouldn't be able to help him unless he explained the problem. There's this girl I like in one of my classes, but I don't know how to ask her out. Harry's other eyebrow joined its partner in climbing for the sky. This Dudley is asking me for dating advice. He's asking me for dating advice. Dudley, I don't have a girlfriend, so I don't really know. But you're smart, and I can't ask anybody at my school. They would never let me live it down. Harry sat down at his desk chair and put his head into his hands. Okay, let's take this from the top. What sort of things does she like? Harry spent the next half hour drawing out details from Dudley about his crush, who seemed like a remarkably normal girl. Look, I am not an expert, but I think you should write her a letter over the summer. If she replies, then ask if she wants to get together. And give her your phone number to call, to organize it. But what do I write? Dudley looked lost. Dude, I'm not ghost writing your love letter. Do ghosts do that sort of thing? Harry put his head back into his hands. Just tell her about what you've been doing these last 2 weeks since school ended. I've been watching the telly. Okay, so tell her that. And then tell her that one of the characters on your show reminded you of her. I mostly watch football, Dudley replied morosely. I saw you watching that. Dave's World, I think it was. Right about that. Dudley thought about it, looking like he had just been assigned extra homework. Thanks, Harry. He got up and lumbered out to his room. That was, Harry shook his head, that just happened, didn't it? So getting a letter from Ron inviting him to stay at his house for a week was both a surprise and a relief. Mr. Weasley, call me Arthur, picked him up the following Sunday and drove him out to the countryside. My wife is dying to meet you, Harry. We're all so grateful for what you did for Jinny. Harry shrugged awkwardly, not certain how to respond. He had never had to deal with gratitude before. It was a completely foreign experience. Under the circumstances, it felt wrong to tell Mr. Weasley, Arthur, that he owed him a debt. How would he even phrase that? We all owe you a huge debt of gratitude. Oh, okay, that would work. You're welcome, Mr. Arthur. Someday I'll take you up on it. Arthur smiled good-naturedly at the awkward almost teen. In the meantime, you'll meet almost the entire family. Charlie, my second oldest, is home for a week. Arthur segued into telling Harry about how Charlie worked with dragons, and then went on to talk about Bill and his adventures. Harry didn't know how to make him stop without being rude, so by the time Harry arrived at the Burrow, he felt like he had known the family for ages. When they got out of the car, they were greeted by a familiar stocky redhead. Oh, hey, you're the kid who had the dragon at Hogwarts. I'm Charlie. What dragon? You never told me about that. Ron spilled out of the door, followed by the twins and Molly Weasley, who enveloped him in a smothering hug. You saved my poor Ginevra. I don't know how I can ever thank you, but you can always come over. Our home is your home. It was the strangest experience in Harry's life. It was like something out of a book. Is she faking it? In Harry's experience, people didn't emote like that. You did people favors, and they did you favors back. There was none of this sappy stuff. This was like something out of a bad TV show. Harry muttered self-consciously, deflecting. He's the one who figured out that something was going on with Jinny. If not for him, I wouldn't have even gone down there. What was it like? Was it really the Chamber of Secrets? Fred or maybe George asked. Ron never said much about what was at the bottom. As Harry walked into the house, surrounded by a cloud of red-haired Weasleys, Jinny walked over and stuck out her hand. When Harry took it, she gave it a firm shake. Thank you for saving my life, she pronounced seriously. After a moment, she added, but you're still no Harry Potter. Jinny. Molly looked outraged, but her daughter was already heading back into the kitchen. Dinner is ready in 5. She called out before her mother could get to scolding. You also cook? Harry asked, a little surprised. With that many siblings, he figured the older ones would be in charge of helping Molly. Do you see any other girls in the family? Jinny replied dismissively. Harry closed his mouth, deciding not to mention that he also did the cooking at the Dursleys. But he did stay a moment in the kitchen to watch how a magical kitchen operated. Stop watching me, it's weird, Jinny blurted out as she blushed. If you want to help you can go set the table with Ron. At dinner that evening, Y sat next to Ron and watched the battle over the mashed potatoes that was being waged at the far end of the table between Fred and Jinny. Nobody was stopping it as it escalated, since Molly was getting something from the kitchen and Arthur was in the zone, talking about his work. In the misuse of Muggle artifacts, we don't usually get called for emergency cases. But today, just as I was about to go get some lunch, we got word from the Orrs that they had arrested a woman by the name of Irma Jenkins for using a vanishing cabinet to try to kill her husband's lover. Both Fred and Ginny's attention pivoted to their father. This was juicer than any spuds. They asked me to go see if the poor woman was actually dead or not. Was she? Percy asked. He had actually been paying close attention to what his father had been saying for the whole time. I don't know, but she's as good as. Mr. Jenkins had the vanishing cabinet in his private study, and it was linked to one that was in the young lady's house. And he was using it to sneak her in at night, but Irma found out and modified the cabinet so that when the doxy slipped inside to return home, she disappeared between here and there. He held up his hands to demonstrate. Here and there. And now she is nowhere. Just as Arthur was finishing, Molly walked in. Arthur, what are you telling the children? This is not the sort of thing for young ears. Especially not at the dining table. She scowled down the table at her brood, who quickly hunkered down and went back to their normal behaviors, so as not to draw their mother's ire. Plop of potatoes landed against Harry's water glass. Fred, you know better than that. Molly snapped. I'm George, mother dearest. I know which of my sons is which, Fred. Harry looked in confusio. And to see Jinny acting the model of good behavior. I'm almost certain she was the one who actually flipped the potatoes. The organized chaos of the red-headed clan was more than a little overwhelming. Harry did his best to avoid getting caught up in it. It turned out that the only way to do so was to spend every free moment outside, playing Quidditch or just flying. Fortunately, all the Weasleys were very athletic, including Jinny. As the week came to a close, Harry found himself racing Ron through an obstacle course that the twins had put together. You know, I'm glad you're not on the Slytherin Quidditch team. Ron quipped. If you were, we'd never be able to beat them. Thanks, I guess. Harry never knew how to respond to most comments that the Weasleys made. They didn't criticize or demand anything from him. At least not at the level he was used to. It was like they didn't care about him. In the end he was happy to return to the Dursleys for the rest of the summer. UHD. Soon enough, it was fall, and the start of third year. Harry now felt like an old hand. He would nod a dignified hello to his acquaintances from the library gang, as he made his way down the length of the train. Maybe chat with his friends, i.e. Adrian, he only had the one, and then make his way to sit in back by himself as usual. Or so he planned. He strode self-confidently onto the Hogwarts Express, only to find that nobody was paying any attention to him. They were all talking, whispering, really, in small groups. Sirius Black escaped, and they say he was sighted in London. Do you think Hogwarts will be safe? Dummy. If he's in London, then how is he going to get all the way to Scotland? He doesn't have a wand. He could steal one. Harry finally made his way to the same back compartment as last year. Except this year, Ron and the two Weasley twins spilled into it as the train pulled out. Woo, we just made it. One of the twins collapsed onto the bench opposite Harry as the OT. Her twin put his trunk onto the overhead rack. Yeah, Jinny took forever to get ready, Ron groused. Hey, don't try to pin this on Jinny. You're the one who didn't get up the first 3 times, Mom T. Read to wake you. She finally had to use an Aguamendi spell to hose you out of bed. Whatever, Ron muttered, looking embarrassed. Hey, I'm going to go hunt down the trolley lady, announced one of the twins. Do you want anything? Harry, it's on us. I don't think she's out yet, it's too early. Harry replied, still a little bewildered at both the chaos and the fact that the Weasleys had apparently sought his company again. The twin shrugged, yeah, but if you sweet-talk her a little, she'll sell you stuff even before she takes the cart out of the storage room. Sometime later, as Harry and the Weasleys were gorging on the large assortment of snacks that Fred had purchased, Harry asked, how come you guys are so free with money? I thought your family was frugal, which was code speak for dirt poor. The twins exchanged a glance before George. Harry was almost certain it was George, said, we have a little side business, Weasley Wizarding Wheezes, the best gags and joke items you can buy, so we have a little extra cash. Though we mostly are putting it back into our business. Harry nodded, silently scolding himself. That would teach him to not judge a book by its cover. UHD. Riding to Hogwarts with the Weasleys had been fun at the start, but by halfway through their non-stop chatter began to feel like sandpaper being rubbed over his nerves. When they finally arrived, Harry was glad to be free of them and made a quick dash for one of the horseless carriages while they stopped to talk with a couple of girls, their Quidditch teammates. Harry was just relaxing in the gloomy, if well-upholstered, interior when Hermione slipped in and coloroportused the carriage door. I know who you are. I know who I am too. And nice to see you too. Harry huffed in annoyance. Hermione had barely spoken to him last year. First she got all pissy over something he said about Lockhart, and then after Christmas break she almost never came to the library because everybody was too scared of the petrifications. And now she was acting like they were the closest of friends, though part of his ire was fatigue from all the social interactions with the Weasleys. You're Harry Potter. You see, Harry Potter was supposed to be our age, but he didn't show up at Hogwarts our year or the following year, yet there have not been any reports of anything untoward happening to him. So QED, he must be here under an assumed name. And he must be here as either a Muggleborn or half-blood, because all of the purebloods know each other since childhood, which left a very small pool of potential candidates. And I did a little research, and you match the description of James Potter, his father, so there is a non-zero chance that you are. Or maybe he left the country and is going to school in America. Harry interrupted her verbal deluge. A big deal about it. Maybe not at first, but it's been a couple of years, plenty of time for them to figure it out. He might not be as big a celebrity there, but somebody would have told somebody else and then they would have realized what it means and told a reporter. Nobody can keep their mouth shut that long. You're telling me, Harry sighed. You're right, anything to get her to stop talking. I'm right about the American press, or about you being Harry Potter. The second, Harry muttered. Really? Hermione beamed. I did. And think you would admit to it so easily. I'm not really hiding my identity, I just don't want people to make a fuss over me. And it wasn't that difficult either, wizards are completely lacking in common sense. So nobody other than you has managed to put 2 and 2 together. But that said, can you keep it to yourself? I have seen how bonkers wizards get over Harry Potter. Harry made air quotes as he said his name. So I want to avoid it. And some of the other Slytherins would hassle him, but he wasn't going to admit that. Especially not to a girl. Okay, but in return, I'm going to want a favor. Harry nodded. That seems fair. What do you have in mind? In Slytherin, everybody exchanged favors all the time. It was the house currency. Well, Hermione took a deep breath and continued quickly. I want you to get Ron to ask me out to Hogsmeade. Wait, though he spent all of his time teasing you. Harry's brain hurt at the very idea. Despite currently hiding from the red-headed clan, he had enjoyed hanging out with Ron and the other Weasleys over the summer, but Harry knew that he wasn't typical. Having grown up with the Dursleys, he was more thick-skinned than a rhino. All of the Weasleys' kids were brash, verging on rude, though Fred and George covered it up with humor. And Ron's insecurities made him the worst of the bunch. Some of the stuff that came out of his mouth was only a slight degree better than what Draco spewed. He's not so bad once you get to know him. And he's funny and he comes through when it's important, like last year with his sister. Harry sighed. He had asked Ron not to tell anybody that he had helped. The teachers and his family obviously knew, but nobody else. He didn't want the other students hassling him. And now it came back to, well, not bite him, but certainly to annoy him. Fine, I'll talk to him when we get to the castle. Because Hermione was right, Ron did have a good side, if you were willing to spend the time searching for it. No, you can't just tell him. You have to get him to do it off his own volition. Harry boggled. What? Is this Hermione? I have common sense, Granger. The smartest witch of her generation. Harry's mouth flopped open and closed a couple of times with no sound coming out. I guess I can try. Thank you. You're a prince. Hermione gave Harry a quick hug, which didn't help Harry's situation any. He had seen the girls hug each other when they were happy or excited, but this was the first time any girl had ever hugged him, and his brain spent the rest of trip up to the castle rebooting. Maybe this huggy emoji stuff actually is normal. UHD. Albus put the Daily Prophet down and rubbed his forehead. It was the first day of class and he already had a headache. The headline blared, Sirius Black spotted in Bibury. All of the Cotswolds on high alert. And the story below the fold was a follow-on, titled, Is Harry Potter Hiding Out on the Cotswolds? Intrepid reporter treks to investigate. Both stories were typical of the Prophet, sensational, but light on facts. Such as the fact that Harry Potter was nowhere near the Cotswolds. Which of course meant that there was no reason for Sirius to go to Bibury. Unless he was just trying to hide, but a village where everybody knew everybody else by name was not the ideal local for such an endeavor. Not even a Dementor-maddened wizard would be so foolish. Albus feared that he would be coming to Hogwarts. But there was little he could do without giving away Harry's true identity, which would ruin the poor boy's childhood. And he had worked so hard to let him have a normal one. Children should have a chance to be children. He would just have to trust that Sirius Black still didn't know where Harry actually was. But then, why did he escape now? Albus took one of his lemon candies and popped it into his mouth. The sour taste always helped him focus. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Harry has been at the school for over 2 years now, after all. The alternative was unappealing. He really didn't want the ministry meddling in his school in their ham-handed way. I will see about refreshing the wards, and ask the portraits too. Keep an extra careful lookout for intruders. UHD. Harry looked at the list of optional classes. As a third year, he had to choose 3 electives. Arithmancy and ancient runes were obvious choices. He would have called them no-brainers. But he felt that that appellation should be reserved for Muggle studies. But the third one had been hard to pick. He had finally decided on Care of Magical Crete. It sounded like more fun than divinating, and he felt he deserved one fun class in his schedule. As luck would have it, that also provided Harry his first chance to talk to Ron, as Slytherins had that class with the Gryffindors. Welcome to Care of Magical Creatures, Hagrid began. Class was meeting outside, in a field near Hagrid's hut. Standing off to one side was a creature that was half eagle and half horse. It was as tall as Hagrid, with a sharp beak and beady little eyes that viewed everything smaller than it as prey. Or maybe Harry was just projecting. That monster was bloody intimidating. It looked like it could rip him apart for a snack if he pissed it off. This year I'll be teaching ya about some wonderful creatures. None of this flobberworm stuff. We will be learning to treat with real animals. So that's why we'll be starting with hippogriffs. Hagrid gestured to the animal stand watching him. Now, remember, hippogriffs are proud creatures, so you need to show them respect if you want to approach them. Like this. Hagrid swept a bow. The eagle-headed monster dipped its front end in turn. And only after you greet him can you approach Buckbeak. That's his name, ya see. And pet him if you'd like. Hagrid gently rubbed the side of Buckbeak's neck. How am I supposed to get Ron to ask Hermione out on his own? Harry watched Ron messing around with one of the Thayer Gryffindors when Hagrid wasn't looking. His head is so thick that nothing short of pickaxe will get through. Anybody want to come and give it a try? Hagrid looks expectantly at the students. Anybody. Harry tentatively approached the monster and bowed like Hagrid had demonstrated. Please don't kill me, please don't kill me. But as he stood back up, the hippogriff ignored him, instead glaring past him at the other students. Harry carefully reached out and stroked its shoulder. Wow. It's big. Harry came up to its chest, but it towered another 2 feet above him. And its avian eyes showed no emotion. I bet it's wondering whether I would make a full meal or not. Harry walked back, making his way to where Ron was standing. That was cool. Did you see? It bowed when you did. Ron must not have been paying attention when Hagrid demonstrated. What do you think of Hermione? Harry asked. I don't know. She's a girl. Ron tried to shrug nonchalantly. Well, at the welcome feast. I was sitting facing the Gryffindor table. He wasn't, but Ron wouldn't remember, and I saw her glancing at you a bunch of times. I think she likes you. Are you sure? Ron asked hopefully. On the one hand, Harry was a good guy, but on the other, he was a Slytherin, and this could all be a mean prank. On the third hand, he was really hoping it was true. Harry shrugged. I wouldn't lie. You invited me to your house. It was a lifesaver. Without that, I would never have been able to get my summer work done. No need to mention how emotionally confusing he had found the experience. Or the fact that UNLDY done most of his summer homework right at the start of summer. Ow. Harry turned to see Draco stagger back from the hippogriff holding his arm. That monster attacked me. It's vicious. Harry and Hagrid both converged on the injured boy. The arm didn't look too bad. I can take him to the nurse, Harry volunteered. If Hagrid took him, it would be like the first year flying lesson all over again. And Draco wasn't so badly hurt. The arm was barely bleeding. All Harry needed to do was walk him over and he would score brownie points with Hagrid, Madame Pomfrey and May. Be even Draco, though he wouldn't place any bets on that. The Malfoy heir was so stuck up that he treated any help as his due. Wait until I tell me father, Draco pronounced as they walked off. Why are you going to tell your father? Because Hagrid is an incompetent teacher. He shouldn't have brought a dangerous creature like a hippogriff to class. That half-breed is a menace to all students. Harry hemmed to himself as they walked. Whatever. But my father would expect me to take care of my problems on my own. As if Vernon would ever lift a hand to help him. It must be nice to have a father who actually cared about you. I am taking care of him on my own. The Slytherin way. Draco sounded defensive. Harry just shrugged. He liked Hagrid, and he didn't want to see him get into trouble. But there was no arguing with Draco. His little entitled ego would never let him admit he was wrong. He just wished Draco would grow up already. Life wasn't about getting handed everything you wanted. UHD. The rest of Harry's classes went much better. Both of his other 2 electives were interesting. Arithmancy especially was challenging. It was a small class made up of all different houses. In addition to Harry, it had Terry, Padma, Michael Corner and Sue Lee from Ravenclaw, Ernie from Hufflepuff and Hermione and Dean Thomas from Gryffindor. Draco was in the class for 1 day, but dropped it when he saw the amount of homework that Professor Vector assigned. Professor Lupin took over the Dada position, and he was the best Dada professor that they had as yet by far. He wasn't an exciting lecturer, but he really knew the material and he quickly brought the class up to grade level, or at least those that paid attention. Today, we will be covering dark creatures. The Boggart specifically. Since this monster calls up our worst fears, I have conjured a privacy partition, and you will be going one at a time. Professor Lupin gestured to the far side of the class before continuing on to explain how to cast the Ridiculous Charm. This is an example of how your mental state can affect your spell casting. Another example that you will see in your 6th year is the Patronus Charm, where you need to bring up your happiest memory to cast it. Who wants to go first? Mr. Malfoy. Remus took his position at the edge of the partition, so that he would be ready to assist in case he was needed and so that he could keep an eye on the rest of the class, so they wouldn't get into trouble as they waited their turn. Draco stepped up to the Boggart's wardrobe. The rest of the class cool. See his shadowed outline on the curtain, but the shape that the Boggart took didn't show up on the bespelled partition. He stood, frozen, for almost a minute before he managed to cast the spell. As Mr. Malfoy demonstrated, it can be very difficult to think of the right spell when you are under pressure. This is true in any defense situation. Who's next? When nobody volunteered, he turned to one of the girls who was chatting with her friends and had clearly not been paying attention to his admittedly dull explanation. Miss Parkinson, if you will. Pansy approached the wardrobe. A moment later, she shrieked and rushed back out. You can try again at the end of class, but in the meantime, please practice the ridiculous spell as I have instructed. I'll take my turn. Harry approached. He was kind of curious to see what his greatest fear was. As he stepped behind the partition, Remus leaned over and whispered, "If you don't feel comfortable doing this, Harry, you don't have to." Harry shrugged. "I think I can handle it." He adjusted his grip on his wand and took a step closer to the bureau holding the Boggart. The door flew open and Vernon leapt out, holding a wand and snarling as the tip glowed green. Ridiculous," Harry pronounced without hesitation. Vernon immediately shoved the wand up his nose and started dancing an Irish jig. "That was impressive, Harry. You corralled your fears very quickly." Lupin wasn't certain what the original image had been, but it looked like a composite of a poorly remembered Voldemort with some other person. "If you ever want to talk about it." "Thanks, Professor. But maybe later." Harry wasn't comfortable with this ratty-looking man. He seemed nice, but Petunia had beaten neatness into him, and ever since scruffiness had made him ill at ease, he felt a little of that with the Weasleys as well, who despite being incredibly nice people were not always as neat as his stepmother's doctrine required. UHD. Harry had a TCK tome on the table in front of him as he was seated in his usual table in the library. "What are you researching?" Hermione sat down next to him. Harry glanced up in surprise. What with all the weirdness last year? He had forgotten what it was like to have another person at his study table, though with Dudley and Hermione and everybody talking about dating, this year was shaping to have its own, slightly less dangerous weirdness. "I'm looking up the Patronus Charm. Professor Lupin mentioned it in class, and I was thinking we could work on it at the Dueling Club. Isn't that a 6th-year charm? And it only works against dark creatures, so it won't be of any use in a duel." Harry shrugged. "We sometimes do spells that are not for duels but that just seem kind of fun." Well, which he thought of as fun, as he was the de facto leader of the club. "Why, you want to join?" Hermione med, but didn't agree. "Snape is still the faculty advisor." "Yes, but he's less of a jerk there than in class." You're really not selling this. After a pause she added, I'm not really the sporty type, and also, all of the other kids in the Dueling Club are Slytherins, so I won't know anybody there. And as much as she didn't want to have a bias against them, Slytherins also made her uncomfortable. Suit yourself. Harry frowned. Maybe I can get Terry to join. And I can ask him to bring along a few buddies. Terry was a popular guy. If he joined, some students from other houses would join as well, to hang out with the cool kids. Hermione settled into her seat and unfolded the daily prop. Het that she had snagged from the shelf. Classes had just started, so she still had time for some light reading. Did you have a chance to talk to Ron yet? She asked nonchalantly, hiding behind her newspaper. Yeah, I did. What did you say? She demanded, lowering her paper a smidge so she could see Harry over the top. Harry considered. She had explicitly told him to not tell Ron that she was interested in him. But that's kind of what he did. And he didn't want her to be pissed at him again this year. Oh, look, they are sending the Dementors out to look for Sirius Black. He pointed to the front page story on her Daily Prophet. Hermione turned her newspaper around and put it flat on the table. That's dumb. Dementors are no good at searching. And they are incredibly dangerous to have wandering about. They should put them as guards, around Hogwarts. Why here? Because it's obvious that Sirius Black will be coming here, to finish the job. He tried to kill you all those years ago. Shish, Harry hissed as he glanced to see if anybody had overheard. Don't talk about that. Not that it was a big deal if other people knew. But people like Draco would make a nuisance of themselves if they found out. And how would he even know that I'm at Hogwarts? You're the only one who has figured out about me. Maybe he saw a photo of you and recognized you. You do look just all. Hermione whispered this time. She had forgotten that keeping his identity secret was a big deal for Harry. How much time did you spend researching me before you guessed? Harry asked, causing Hermione to color slightly. Besides, I am pretty certain that Azkaban doesn't allow alumni newsletters for their inmates. You're right, Hermione giggled, and even if they did, I can't see Dumbledore's ending one to somebody as sketchy as Sirius Black. They ended up chatting about Dementors before they returned to Reading. Harry was mildly surprised that Hermione was so easy to distract. Or maybe he was just too embarrassed to continue asking about Ron. UHD. I take it you children wish to continue the Dueling Club. The way Snape said, children, it sounded like a swear word. It was late Wednesday afternoon, right before dinner. Yeah, that's why we're here, Zambini replied with a cocky smile. The group was still very small, but they had added a couple of students, specifically Terry, Ernie Macmillan and Jinny Weasley, bringing their total of non-Slytherin students to 3 out of 9. Harry examined the group. With Jinny here, he had a good chance of enticing Hermione into joining. Harry glanced over at Zambini, who was acting like the biggest fish in a small pond, as usual. I hope he doesn't hassle Jinny too much. At least Draco wasn't part of the club. Very well, let's start with a review. To see how much you forgot over the summer, Snape put them through basic drills, casting Expelliarmus and Stupefy, and blocking with Protega. Harry casually shuffled over to the Gryffindor girl. I'm glad you came. It'll be great to have all 4 houses in the club, he whispered while the other students were all paying attention to Snape. Ow, Harry started as a stinging hex impacted on him. What was that for? He turned, expecting to see Zambini. But to his surprise it was Daphne, her usual stoic expression marred by a small frown. Weren't you paying attention? We're supposed to practice blocking with Protega, she replied in her usual cool fashion. Harry sighed and took up a fighting stance facing her. Greengrass wasn't malicious, but she could never read the room. Hee-haw. Dee never seen her actually talking with anybody, not even Tracy, who was glued to her side most of the day, but then out of the blue she would say something to him, as if they were best friends. And go back to ignoring him along with everybody else. That's another one that I don't understand how she was sorted into Slytherin. Unsurprisingly, many students had lost some skills over the summer. Harry had made a point of practicing every day while he was staying at the Weasleys, and Jinny had joined him for a spar several times. Therefore it was no surprise that both were among the best in the group. What was surprising was that the wallflower Daphne had also improved significantly. Dursley, Greengrass and Weasley. Snape paused and said the last name with his trademark sneer. You appear to have the drill down, he grudgingly admitted. Try expanding on it. On the attack, vary your spells, and try transitioning from spell to spell, so that you cast faster. And on the defense, try dodging instead of blocking. As Snape turned to assist the others, he added, just don't come running to me if you manage to injure each other. What's his problem? Whispered Jinny. Why does he hate me so much? He doesn't hate you. That was his happy sneer, not his angry sneer, Harry corrected. What? Jinny glanced at Daphne for confirmation, and the quiet girl nodded. But it looks the same as all of his other expressions. Quote, and that is why you are not in Slytherin, Daphne smirked haughtily. Oh, you want some of this? Jinny took up a dueling pose and waited for Daphne to get ready before opening up with a stream of hexes. The trio took turns sparring with each other, with the third observing and critiquing. Here, Harry's extra research came to the fore, as he had a much broader range of spells than the other two. Some of them were a little too advanced for him and didn't come off right when he cast them, but his opponents never knew what to expect, forcing them to LD whenever they didn't recognize his spell. After the third time it happened, Jinny got so frustrated she saturated him with bad bogey hexes. She still ended up getting knocked out of the dueling ring by his mini twister. But Harry had to run to the bathroom and flush his face with water afterwards. Even Daphne cracked a smile. That was adequate. Snape had his happy sneer on. Until the class get into full swing and the grading gets too heavy, I will help with the club. It sounded like he was making an excuse for enjoying teaching the club. Professor, Harry asked, can we go over the Patronus spell? We might as well. It is a fascinating spell that touches upon the mind arts, as you need to control your emotions to cast it. He began lecturing before he caught himself and eyed Jinny suspiciously, like she might snitch to the other houses that he could actually teach. The spell is Expecto Patronum. You need to be in a happy state. Practice it on you own. He stalked off in swirl of his cloak-like robes. About half the club stayed behind to practice the charm. On the third try, Jinny was able to produce a fine golden mist, but that was the only success in the group, and even Jinny couldn't replicate it. Harry grew increasingly frustrated as he got no results. He was used to being one of the best in the club, but a little second year had him beat. Watching his continued failures, Jinny smirked, adding, you Slytherins just can't relax enough. You need to stop worrying and planning and just feel the happiness. Thanks, Harry nodded, before grudgingly adding, you did pretty good during the dueling. It hurt to admit it, but fair was fair. She gave him a pointer, so he had to reciprocate with something positive. Thanks, Jinny replied with cautious surprise. This was Harry, but when they were at school, he was still a Slytherin, and they weren't known for publicly praising Gryffindors. Don't take this the wrong way. I'm glad to have more members, especially non-Slytherins. But why are you here? I would have taken you more for a Quidditch girl. The Weasleys were all crazy for the sport. Jinny eyes him for a moment before grudgingly admitting, I want to be an Auror when I graduate. When Harry just nodded like this was the most normal thing in the world, and didn't say a word about the Aurors being no place for girls, she added, can you keep a secret? At Harry's nod she continued, everybody knows that Harry Potter has disappeared from the wizarding world. Nobody know where he is, or if he is still alive. Maybe he was kidnapped. Maybe he was killed. But I am going to be the one to find out what happened to him. Harry nodded with his best serious expression, good luck with that. Jinny sighed in frustration, I knew you wouldn't understand. But at least he didn't tease her about wanting to be an Auror, the way Ron did. UHD. The next weekend was Hogsmeade weekend. Thankfully, Petunia had agreed to sign his permission slip in exchange for Harry cooking dinner every day in August, so he was able to go. Harry rode down to the village in a carriage with Adrian Pusey. The two of them got along well enough, though they weren't close friends. But that was the norm for Slytherins. Unfortunately, once they got to the village, Adrian wanted to spend all of his time looking at racing brooms. Harry hung out with him for a little while, chatting about the various display models in the Quidditch shop, but since he wasn't on the Quidditch team he eventually got bored and headed off on his own. Harry wasn't certain what he wanted to do next, and honestly, going around by himself didn't sound like so much fun, but he had earned the right, so therefore he was going to make use of it, otherwise all that cooking would have been a waste. He started out at the candy shop, Honeydukes. The store was crowded with younger students and he had to push and shove his way in to get to the front. Once at up on chocolates of all different kinds. He wasn't planning on eating all of it, but he figured he could trade some of it for favors after his more impetuous classmates, i.e. Ron, finished theirs. As he was leaving, he saw the aforementioned Gryffindor approaching, tentatively holding hands with Hermione. Harry rolled his eyes and smirked, turning to head in the opposite direction. Mission accomplished. Now it was up to Ron to not screw up. He stopped by the Three Broomsticks to grab a sandwich before heading over to Scrivener's, where he perused their small selection of books in the hopes of finding something interesting. All of the stores had clusters of other students clogging up the aisles except in Scrivener's, where they mostly stayed at the front, where the novelty quills and writing supplies were. But there wasn't anybody that Harry was friends with among them. Not that he really had friends. Feeling melancholy, Harry left and took a turn down a narrow alley that ran to a more residential part of the village. It was much emptier, and there was even a large black dog nosing through the garbage. "Here, boy." Harry crouched down and pulled out the remainder of his sandwich. The portions at the Three Broomsticks were quite generous. And he hadn't really been hungry. The dog looked at him with an odd tilt to its head before approaching him. As he held out the food, it carefully took it and wolfed it down before approaching him and licking his hand. "Sorry, boy." Harry glanced at the dog's rear, to confirm that he had the gender correct. "I don't have any more." He tentatively reached out to pet the dog's head. After a moment, the dog turned and ran off at full speed, heading for a dilapidated house at the outskirts of the village. I guess it does have an owner." Harry turned back to head for the castle. He decided to walk, as it was a nice day and that way it wouldn't be a complete waste of an outing. He figured that once he got back, he could split the afternoon between reading in the library and working on the Patronus. Because there was no way that he was going to let some second-year Gryffindor girl beat him at Dada. Not that he would ever say that out loud, for so many conflicting reasons. UHD, Harry, we were looking all over for you. Pusey ran into the library. It's almost curfew and Harry had gotten sucked into the book he was reading, Untraditional Traditions, Using Magical Creatures in Defense. It was very well written, though most of what the author recommended was completely impractical unless you had a castle to defend. "What's up? Did I miss dinner?" Harry had a sneaking suspicion that he had. Again, and he hadn't gotten around to practicing the Patronus. "Yes, you missed dinner. And somebody attacked the portrait leading to the Gryffindor dorms. They think it might be Sirius Black." Harry rolled his eyes. Given the lack of common sense your typical wizard portrayed, their wild guesses didn't mean much. "So what's this got to do with us? We're Slytherins." "Yeah, but Dumbledore decided that for safety, all of the students will sleep in the Great Hall tonight. All 4 houses. We'll be sleeping on top of each other. It would be the sleepover from hell." Pusey colored before shaking his head. "Never mind, I've been listening to Draco too much." "No, they are expanding it to fit everybody easily." When Harry got to the hall, it was like a pajama party on a massive scale. Not that Harry had ever been to any pajama parties as a child or to any parties. The Dursleys were strict and unloving parents. But he knew what to expect. He was therefore somewhat surprised how well the professors managed to rein in the chaos. "Everybody, please prepare for bed. We will search the castle from top to bottom while you sleep and we will find Sirius Black, if it is indeed him," Minerva McGonagall pronounced. She spoke with calm authority, which helped ease the anxiety of many of the students. Nevertheless, some of the first years still looked visibly nervous, especially among the Gryffindors. "Everybody, please stay in the area that you are assigned." McGonagall pointed out the marked-off spaces. Harry saw that the third-year Slytherin were in a cluster at the end of a row of other Slytherin boys. As he sat down on a sleeping bag and waited for his turn to use the bathroom to brush his teeth, he glanced at the other students around him. To one side of them were the second-year Slytherin boys, and on the other was a clear path to walk to the bathrooms, and on the other side of that were the Slytherin girls. They were chatting animatedly, and some were casting nervous glances at the boys, while others just looking nervous in general. As the Slytherins all finally settled into their spots in their conjured sleeping bags, Snape strode in, speaking just loudly enough so that the Slytherin boys could hear him. "I do not want any of you leaving your spot except to go to the bathroom. I have set alarm wards around the entire hall, set to go off if any of the boys enters the girls' area, and I will be sorely disappointed if one of you triggers them." After giving the boys an intimidating glower, he storms off in a swirl of his robes. "He has to have a special charm for that," Theo muttered admiringly. "Duh, it's called Raven's Wing. It makes any cloth ripple," Harry muttered as he snuggled into his bed. "Where did you learn that?" Goyle asked incredulously. "Library. It's amazing what you can learn if you can read." Even Draco snorted in amusement at that, as the lights dimmed for sleep, leaving just a faint glow coming from the marked walkways. Harry heard Zambini whisper, "The girls are just 10 feet that way, and all the teachers are out searching. I bet I could counter the alarm ward." "Why, who do you plan to sneak over and visit?" Pusey whispered. "Well," Zambini prevaricated, "I know who I would go visit. Pansy's hot for me," Draco announced, a little too loudly. "Shish, go to sleep," one of the Slytherin prefects hissed. Zambini waited for the prefect to roll over before continuing in a whisper, "Who says it has to be a Slytherin girl? I am in high demand." Harry rolled over and put a pillow over his head. He wasn't interested in Zambini and Malfoy arguing who was more popular with the girls. Harry knew that whoever came in first, it wouldn't be him. UHD. Harry woke up in the middle of the nig. HT because his arm was stuck under something. As he came more fully awake, he realized that it was because somebody had rolled out of their spot and over onto his sleeping bag. And he also realized that he needed to go to the Jakes. Whoever it was, they were draped halfway across him, trapping his arm under them. He pushed the wanker off and staggered down to the bathroom. He was still half asleep, so it was only when he sat down that he realized that the person hadn't been in a sleeping bag, and that they had had long hair. Harry started awake. He quickly washed his hands and rushed back to see who it was that he had been snuggled up to in his sleep, but his area was empty, as it should be. After he lay down, he felt around. Was it his imagination, or was there a warm spot off to one side? And the corner of his pillow had a floral scent. "I'll figure this out tomorrow morning." Despite his attempt to pass the incident off as nothing important, it took him a very long time to fall back asleep. End. Any guesses? Also, any other comments, reviews are also welcome. If I know people are reading my story, it motivates me to write more. Chapter -2. Hogwarts Year 3, Part 2. The following day, Harry kept stealing glances at all of the girls, trying to see if any were acting differently. But it seemed like all of the girls were acting differently this year. It was weird, and as if that wasn't enough, Professor Dumbledore announced at dinner the following evening that the Ministry was going to station Dementors at the edge of Hogwarts. The Minister has agreed to keep them out of Hogwarts proper, so there will be no danger to the students, but please take care when leaving the grounds. "I've seen a Dementor ONC see a trial," Crabbe commented. "They are super creepy." The talk of the Dementors made everybody nervous, supercharging the usual drama. Or maybe it was just third year. But whatever the cause, Harry did his best to stay out of the way, especially when it came to Draco and Ron, the mouth. The two seemed unable to pass a single meal without trading barbs and snide comments, shouted between the tables. Draco had always been arrogant, sometimes amusingly so, in Harry's opinion. But Ron had gotten to be nearly as bad since he had started dating Hermione, to the point that the Slytherins had given him his new nickname. He wouldn't ever shut up. It was like his ego had gotten a turbocharger. Instead, Harry used his free time to read in the library or work on material for use in Dueling Club, which had turned into a three-way competition between him and the two girls. UHD. At the end of December, Snape had decided to hold a small demonstration for the club. If one didn't know better, one would think he was proud of the club's accomplishments. "This will not be a full tournament, as I do not wish to take too much time, and the club members are still lacking in stamina. We may have a full tournament at the end of the school year, if there is interest," Snape pronounced as he stalked in front of the assembled students. "For today, each pair of opponents will engage in a single 5-point match." Most of the student body had assembled in the Great Hall to watch. If any of you feel inspired to join after watching, Snape scowled at the prospect of more work, please see Harry Dursley. Phileas joined Snape on the edge of the dueling stage to help officiate. The first match was Harry versus QC. Oh man, you'll go easy on me. The other Slytherin asked. Not a chance, Harry smiled. Remember, this duel will be a best of 5. Standard rules. Nothing that causes injury, Snape commanded. Bo, on my mark, begin. Harry and QC both fired off disarming charms at the same time, but Harry threw himself sideways at the same time as he cast, letting the spell coming at him slide by. QC instead tried to cast a shield to block Harry's spell, but by then it was too late and it clipped him in the arm. Point. Dursley. Positions. Begin. Flitwick snapped, grinning vulpinely as he watched. This time, they circled each other more cautiously before QC snapped off a stunner. Harry cast a weak Protega, turning sideways so that when the spell shattered, the Stupefy missed him by a hair. When QC saw that his first spell hadn't hit, he quickly cast another one before Harry could recover and launch his own attack. But Harry just kept casting weak defensive spells. Soon QC was sweating and his wand work was faltering. He cast another stunner, but his wand motion was slow, and the spell took longer to leave his wand. Harry sighed, stepped the underpowered stunner and cast another disarming charm. Point. Dursley. Positions. Begin. QC was still breathing hard, so Harry quickly banished something from his hand at him. QCS. Creamed shrilly and clawed at his face as the spider landed on his nose. Expelliarmus. Dursley wins. A small smile escaped Snape's typically sour visage. Though using creatures in dueling is a little unorthodox, it is not forbidden. And in a real fight, you can and should use any advantage you can seize. As Harry went to sit down, Jinny and Daphne were called up. This will be interesting. The two girls had diametrically opposite styles. Unfortunately, Harry wouldn't be able to duel either one of them, as Snape didn't think they could handle more than a single duel each. He's such a prima donna. He's worried that we won't look good enough to impress the audience if we get tired. Daphne carefully took a dueling stance, minimizing her exposure to Jinny so that she could easily BL off any incoming spell with a flick of her wand. Before she could get her first spell off, Jinny opened up with a storm of spells, alternating simple primary school jinxes with stunners. The flood of spells came so fast that Daphne didn't have time to respond to everything. And at that speed, she couldn't tell the harmless jinxes from the more dangerous stunners. After 2 minutes of this, a tripping jinx clipped her leg, sending her sprawling, and Jinny followed up with a disarming spell. The rest of the match went the same way. Towards the end, Daphne managed to find her rhythm, but she still lost 4-1. As Jinny strode off the dueling floor tiredly, Harry stuck out his hand for a fist bump. Good job, Weasley. Jinny gave him a fierce grin. Having grown up with a full Quidditch team of older brothers, she was competitiveness personified. UHD. Later that week, as the students made their way down to Hogsmeade to go home for the winter break, Harry walked with them even though, as always, he was staying at school. There was nothing waiting for him at home. As he entered the courtyard leading to the main entrance, he spotted a distinctive mane of red hair coming out of the corridor to the Gryffindor Tower. He stopped and casually drifted over to intercept Jinny, who was walking with a blonde girl in Ravenclaw robes. Hey, Jinny, good aggression on the dueling floor. You did. Don't call me by my first name in public, Dursley, she almost snarled. We're not friends. She turned so that she could pretend that she didn't see him. The blonde cast a puzzled glance as Harry matched his pace to theirs. Harry smirked. Every time. Jinny was friendly, if competitive, in Dueling Club, but as soon as they stepped outside of that, she pretended she didn't know him. And the the extent she would go to was sometimes absurd. Which is why Harry went out of his way to greet her. He always got a kick out of her annoyed expression. It was one of the few times he broke his other say ironclad rule to keep a low profile and keep out of the limelight. But as they approached the carriages that would take the students down to the train station, Harry spotted Terry and turned to shish him a Merry Christmas when something snagged his sleeve. Harry turned to see Jinny at the foot of the carriage steps. Her friend was already inside. Hey, thanks for training with me. And for not pulling your punks when we spar. She let go of his sleeve and almost teleported into the carriage. Huh, that was odd. Harry shrugged before turning. Hey, Terry, I hear you're going to Spain for the holiday. He went on to chat with the Ravenclaw. UHD. Harry planned to spend winter break practicing all of the spells that he had discovered in the library, the ones that he didn't want his housemates or anyone else to know about. He got up a little late on Christmas morning. Sleeping in was not something he ever got to do at home or during the school year, so it was his once-a-year present to himself. At the foot of his bed was a small pile of presents, as usual, though it had grown since first year. Now, in addition to the chocolates from Hermione and Ron, he got a sweater from Mrs. Weasley. A daily planner from Terry and shot glass from Pusey. This last was because of a joke that the two of them had shared, that they should turn Draco's bragging in the common room into a drinking game. But in addition to all those expected gifts there was a large broom-shaped bundle. Harry unwrapped that carefully. It was a firebolt, one of the fastest, maybe the fastest. He would have to ask Pusey, brooms ever made. Wow. Harry checked all over, including rummaging through the wrapping paper, but there was no card. With a shrug, he opened his trunk and started putting the presents in when he came across a folded-up parchment that had been sitting there. It was the almost blank note that he had gotten with his now favorite self-inking quill in first year. He had put it into his trunk planning to ask the other students about it when they came back from break, but he had forgotten. He examined it again. It was a little more worn, but still as blank as ever. But since then, he had learned the revealing charm. Apparicium. He tapped the parchment. Words appeared in the same "Han, your friend," scribbled at the bottom. Hi, Harry, I know you'll probably never read this, but I just needed to say that I really like you. We don't really know each other, but you've always been very nice to me, and I will always remain your one and only admirer. From your friend, Har. Why flipped the paper over to see if there was anything on the other side. There wasn't. That's kind of nice, I guess. But he still had no idea who it was from. Harry tried to think back on whether NY girls had been acting funny around him first year after the winter break, but it was too long ago. WL. Whoever it was is probably over the IR crush. He tossed the parchment back into his trunk and grabbed the firebolt to go try it out. He flew halfway down the pitch before he drifted off into thought, trying to recall which girls he had interacted with first year. It couldn't be Hermione. She gave me chocolates that year. And he didn't really know any other girls back then. Or now, really. Well, it could have been Padma. No, I'm pretty certain that she had a crush on Terry that year. With an exasperated sigh he kicked his broom back into motion. He ended up spending much of the time that he had been planning on practicing his spells flying instead. On the last day of the break, Remus came up to Harry after breakfast. Harry, we should talk. He led them to his office. Harry Potter, I was friends with your father. I'm sorry, I should have told you before, but I didn't know how to broach the topic. Harry nodded, not saying anything. Let me tell you the story of your parents. They were brilliant, brave and loving people. After nearly 2 hours, Remus started to wind down. I'm sorry I wasn't a bigger part of your life up to now, but Professor Dumbledore didn't tell anybody where you were. I only learned when I became a professor and saw the resemblance. He paused before adding self-consciously. And I have some health problems that made it difficult for me to search for you. It's okay, Professor. I'm happy. My life is not perfect, but not so bad. Harry stood up and awkwardly patted Professor Lupin's back, trying to figure out how to act like a mature adult in this sort of situation. UHD. When the Hogwarts Express brought the students back for the spring semester, Harry lounged nonchalantly by the main entrance, glancing to see if any of the girl would react strangely. Hey, Harry, what are doing standing here? Adrian Pusey came up. Nothing. Just enjoying the view. Adrian chortled, subtly nodding his head towards a 6th year Ravenclaw girl. Yeah, I can tell. But you should wait until summer. The view is better. Not like that, you prat. What? You were looking at the guys. Quote, okay, get your wand, I'm going to hex you into next week. Harry took up a dueling stance. Pusey paled until his complexion matched his name. No fighting. Flitwick rushed over. We weren't fighting, Professor. We were just going to practice for Dueling Club. Flitwick just gave the pair a toothy grin that reminded everybody of his goblin ancestry. Not in public and not without a protective ward, you're not. Yes, sir. UHD. The spring semester passed uneventfully for Harry. Arithmancy and ancient runes were fun, though quite challenging, Harry found. He didn't have as much free time as in the previous years. Now, when he was in the library, he was mostly doing school work, and he was there all the way up to curfew more than once a week. But at Leah's tea he wasn't alone. Terry and Hermione were there with him most days. The library gang didn't really talk much, and Harry didn't think that they really counted as friends, but it was nice having somebody else to work with. And a couple of times when he got stumped he would ask one or the other for help. Except today, Hermione looked beside herself. She was alternating between 3 different textbooks. Are you okay? I have a test in arithmancy, Muggle studies and charms today. Wait, Harry tried to recall the schedule from the beginning of the year. Doesn't Muggle studies meet at the same time as ancient runes? Hermione was in that class with him. Hermione looked up guiltily. I got special dispensation from the headmaster to take them both. I don't think a special dispensation will help with the rules of space and time, Terry scoffed. I'm not supposed to talk about it, she replied, muttering into her textbook. I suppose they don't want all the other students asking for private tutoring as well. Harry guessed, before giving her a reassuring smile, I guess Dumbledore really thinks you're special. As Hermione blushed and tried to formulate an answer, Terry interjected. Or maybe this is actually a regular occurrence, but we don't know about it because everybody who gets the special treatment is instructed not to talk about it. Good point. There was a reason Terry was in Ravenclaw. Harry rubbed his chin in thought. Is there some way we can determine if that is the case? The 2 boys digressed into a discussion, letting Hermione return to her studying and stressing. Neither one had came up with a solution before they decided to go back to work. UHD. Jinny ducked out of the way of the miniature ice storm, keeping it in her peripheral vision as she kept her main attention focused just behind Harry, like Snape had taught them. Which is when he cast an overpowered Lumos, momentarily blinding her. Jinny tried to duck, assuming that Harry would cast a follow-up spell. But her legs turned to rubber, sending her to the ground. I yield. The end of the year was fast approaching, and Harry had asked Snape to run an unofficial mini-tournament, just or the Dueling Club like he had promised. Snape hemmed and hawed, saying it would be too much work, and that Harry and the others should focus on their classwork instead, but finally he gave in. Harry had agreed with Snape that with everybody busy studying for the end-of-year exams, most students wouldn't have time to come watch, so the club shouldn't bother advertising the tournament. But he had made the point that the club members had been sitting and studying for what felt like forever, and they needed some exercise to help them focus. The tournament had been going for an hour, and had finished the semifinal round, Harry versus Jinny, and the rest of the Dueling Club was watching. That was great. You almost had me a couple of times. Harry came over and gave her a hand up as her legs were still wobbly from the jelly legs jinx. She hobbled towards the spectator seats, leaning heavily on Harry. Snape nodded. Neither of you did anything stupid. He turned to the rest of the club. I also want to call your attention to what Dursley did in the duel just now. It was a very nice combination of spells. Snape took a moment before the final matchup to point out how Harry had used a visual effect to distract Jinny and to let Harry catch his breath, as he was fighting in the final as well. Daphne was standing with Tracy, as usual. Her face hardened at the way Jinny continued to hold on to Harry's arm to support herself as Snape talked. Her nostrils flared. Are you okay? Do you want to sit down for a spell? Harry asked solicitously. No, I'm fine. She let go of his arm self-consciously and stepped away. Last match for today will be Dursley versus Greengrass, Snape finally announced. Harry was just turning to take his dueling stance when the first bludgeoner flew at his face. He barely ducked out of the way, retaliating with a disarming charm, but Daphne didn't give him a chance to catch his bearings, pummeling him with spell after spell in a manner that was more typical of Jinny than the usually calculating ice princess. And the winner is Greengrass. UHD. It was late May and Harry was almost finished revising for the Charms final in the library with Terry when Ron ran in. "Harry, Hermione is driving me mental." Harry looked up, puzzled. Why was this his problem? But he couldn't say that to the Gryffindor. The Weasley was too useful. Before he could puzzle out a polite way to let Ron know that he should deal with his drama wand without looking up. "So break up with her." "No, I don't mean in that way. It's Buckbeak. Hermione is cheating on you with Buckbeak." Terry asked, faking confusion. "Maybe you should start at the beginning." Harry took pity on the Gryffindor. His brain was like a two-stroke lawnmower engine. It wasn't very powerful, and you could smell fumes when it was struggling. "Yeah, Buckbeak is the hippogriff that Hagrid introduced us to at the beginning of Care of Magic Creatures. After Draco claimed that it injured him, it was put on trial. And it has been sentenced to death." "Wait, they put an animal on trial?" Harry was incredulous at the stupidity of the wizarding world. Or maybe they put Hagrid on trial for raising a dangerous creature. "I didn't pay attention to that part. The important thing that Hermione is really upset. She's been spending hours the last couple of days trying to find some way to save Buckbeak. Can you help?" "No." Terry still hadn't bothered to look up from his work. Harry sighed. "Let me think about it. But if I manage to pull this off, you owe me big." "Deal. And so will Hermione." "Yeah, that's fine. Thanks, Harry, you're the best." Harry walked off, relaxed in the knowledge that Harry would deal with the problem. Weasley is a fucking moron. If his girlfriend finds out that he just indebted her to a Slytherin, she will cut his balls off. Terry rarely swore, but this occasion deserved it. He at least understood how Harry operated. Harry was a decent bloke, but he never did anything for free. Everything was a matter of a trade, even if it was for a nominal amount. "Yup. Don't tell her unless I'm there. I want to watch." Harry put his homework aside and pulled out a sheet of parchment to start brainstorming ideas. UHD. The next time Harry saw Hermione was in potions class, 2 days later. As they set up their workstation for the class, Hermione cleared her throat self-consciously. "Harry, Ron told me that you volunteered to help save Buckbeak." "Thank you. It means a lot to me." "Don't thank me yet." Harry considered whether to let her know that the help wasn't going to be free. He frowned pensively. "I'll let it slide. It isn't fair to take advantage of Hermione just because Ron's an idiot. Beside Ron owing him was plenty. I am going to need your help brainstorming ideas. We can get together after dinner." "It's a plan." "No, not yet, but it will be." Harry smiled. UHD. That evening, the two went down to Hagrid's hut. Hermione wanted to get some additional information from the teacher to help plan. "Is there any way to appeal the sentence?" she asked the morose half-giant. "No, I already tried, but they said it was a clear-cut case. They wouldn't even listen to me." Hagrid dabbed at his eyes with a handkerchief the size of a tablecloth. "What if we faked his death?" Hermione looked at Harry in bemusement. There certainly was an advantage to having a Slytherin helping. But Hagrid just shook his head again. "No, they will want to see the body. And they may want to take it away to dispose of properly." "What about hippogriff herds? Are there any wild ones around here?" Hermione sat quietly watching Harry with an odd smile on her face, taking small sips of her tea. She had no idea where Harry was going with this line of questioning, which was a unique experience. Usually, if she didn't know the answer, she at least understood the question. "Hippogriff don't live around here," Hagrid replied. "They spend most of the year in the Mediterranean, Greece and other warm places like that, before migrating to Canada for the summer, where they mate. A few herds do stop over in Scotland for a week or two. That's where I got Buckbeak. His wing was injured and he wasn't able to follow with herd last fall. As a matter of fact, they should be coming back north soon." "Do you know when?" asked Harry, scenting a plan. "Not exactly. They show up on the far side of the lake, near where it meets the Forbidden Forest. It should be some time in the next few weeks, though." "Thanks, Hagrid. This might work." As they walked back towards the castle, Hermione asked, "So you're planning to reunite Buckbeak with his herd and have him escape with them? But how will you know when they are here?" "It's pretty easy. I'll spend part of the evening flying around. Now that the weather was turning nice, he had already been planning to spend some time flying his new firebolt, so it actually wouldn't be any trouble at all. Not that he would tell Hermione that. Impulsively, Hermione hugged him. "Thank you. I know it's a big sacrifice, and you don't owe me anything, so I really appreciate it." Harry nodded, smiling awkwardly, not certain what to do with his hands. He usually didn't like being touched, but this had been surprisingly nice. "Well, maybe you owe me," he finally replied as Hermione let him go. "What do you mean?" "When Ron asked me to help, he promised that you would owe me a favor." "Why that?" "Not that I mind owing you, but he had no right." Hermione fumed. She stomped towards the castle. "Hey, it's okay. I didn't take him up on the offer," Harry lied. "You don't owe me anything," he yelled after her. "It's the principle of the matter." As Harry watched Hermione storm away, he shook his head in confusion. "Why did I do that?" "It was just mean. All it did was make Hermione angry with Ron." Harry had no problem with sowing discord, but only if he stood to profit. But this had been pointless. UHD. For the next 2 weeks, Harry spent an hour flying every evening. "Hey, you going flying again?" Pusey asked. "Yeah, it helps clear my head after all the studying. I'll join you." Pusey went to grab his broom. The two spent the next hour racing each other around trees, and playing follow the leader, where the leader would try to lose the follower. When it was Harry's turn, he flew nape of the earth at full speed before pulling up into a vertical climb. On the way up, he finally spotted it, the herd of hippogriffs. "Damn, we should have kept you on the team," Pusey said once he finally caught up. Pusey prided himself on being a good flyer. But Harry was a natural. Meanwhile, Harry was trying to think of some way to ditch Pusey so he could go get Buckbeak and led him over to the herd when he spotted a disturbance. At the far side of the Hogwarts grounds, a giant dog was dragging Ron into a hole under the Whomping Willow. Without getting whomped. "Hey, do you see that?" Harry pointed. "That looks like a Grim dragging a student." Pusey's eyes weren't as sharp as Harry's, but what he saw didn't look good. "Go get a teacher," Harry yelled and dove after Ron, racing across the sky at the fastest speed the firebolt could go. He arrived in time to swoop in through the narrow opening under the tree before the Whomping Willow reactivated. Harry lay down flat on the broom to avoid hitting the walls of the narrow passage, but that made the broom go faster, so by the time he reached the far end of the tunnel he had to do a herbst turn to avoid splattering himself against the inside of the cottage. He still slid into a wall with his side, slamming his leg hard enough that he wasn't certain if it would support him. As he reoriented himself, he saw Ron laying unconscious on the floor as a ragged bum dug through his pockets. The bum stood up, looking at Harry with a stunned expression. "James." He was holding a struggling rat in a death grip with his left hand. "No, I'm Harry," Harry replied, hovering his broom as he dug out his wand. "What are you doing with Ron?" "Who?" "The boy, there." Harry pointed quickly with his wand before bringing it back to bear on the man. "Nothing. I was looking for Peter, here. He's the one who betrayed James and Lily. Those are your parents, right?" "Yeah, but how can a rat?" Harry began in confusion. Sirius Black threw the rat as hard as he could at the wall and shouted, "Finate incitatum," at it, jabbing a wand that he had drawn so fast that Harry hadn't seen where it came from. Harry was just deciding if he should stun Black when the rat turned into a middle-aged man sprawled at the base of the wallist, getting to his hands and knees groggily when Sirius lunged and grabbed him by the throat, completely ignoring Harry and the wand trained on him as well as his own wand. How could you betray them? They were our friends." He threatened to kill me," Peter whined. "He said that he wouldn't hurt them, that he would just needed to kill Harry. I figured they could have another kid afterwards." "Why, you?" Sirius shook him viciously, like a dog shaking a rat, but he lacked the physical strength to actually choke him. "Ron, are you in there?" It was Hermione's voice calling from up the tunnel. Peter used that distraction to turn into a rat and scurry for a crack in the wall. Stupefy. Harry's stunner hit him before he made it. Harry glanced at Sirius and then back to the rat. He didn't have time for questions. Making a snap decision that would have made a Gryffindor proud, he turned coldly to the escaped convict. Kill him and run, I'll delay Hermione." Quote. Sirius nodded and transformed into a dog. With one bite he ended the rat before going out through a broken window. Over here, Hermione, Harry called out as he landed next to Ron. Ron, is he okay? Hermione came out of the tunnel and saw her unconscious boyfriend. I don't know, but he's breathing. He has a broken leg and he bumped his head, but he's got a pretty thick head. Harry tried to give a reassuring smile. You stay with him while I go get help. What about Sirius Black? Was that him? Yeah, it was, but he wasn't interested in Ron. He took his rat and ran off. There was no way he could explain what had happened. I don't know what that was about, but he was running hard. I don't think he's going to come back. Harry NTED his broom and flew out the same window Sirius had jumped through and raced for the castle. End. And the girl drama increases. As always, feedback is appreciated. Chapter -1. Hogwarts Year 4. As Harry stepped out of the Ford Anglia at the Burrow, Fred jumped out of the driver's seat. Make sure you tell Mum that my driving was perfect. Apparently getting to drive the family car was a rare occurrence. And one that Weasley twins at least appreciated. The Weasleys had again invited him to come stay with them over the summer break, this time for almost the entire summer. At first, Petunia had been conflicted about having him gone, as she appreciated the free labor, but Vernon was excited at the prospect of having the freak out of the house as much as possible. They compromised by having Harry work on all of Petunia's projects for the first 2 weeks of summer vacation. Harry ended up carting all the trash out of the attic as Petunia went on a cleaning spree. She then, over Dudley's protests, turned her attention to Dudley's room, though Harry rescued Dudley's porn mags, slipping them back to him when Petunia was not looking. As Harry and the twins walked down the path from the barn to the main house, Jinny poked her head out of the kitchen door. Oh, it's you, she snorted. Maybe we should make you an honorary Weasley given how often you're here. She ducked back inside. Harry glanced at the Weasley twins in confusion. Actually, said the closer one, that's not a bad idea. We'll talk to Mum about it, the other finished. As he walked inside, Ron came out of the living room. Jinny said, "Oh, great to see you, Harry." He gave Harry an awkward back pat hug thing. "I'm glad you came. Come on, Hermione's also here." As Ron led the way up the stairs, he whispered, "You gotta help me. She's still upset that Buckbeak was executed. She's making everybody's life a misery." Harry walked into Ginny's room where Hermione had her homework out. But she was instead morosely reading Hogwarts, a history, her comfort book. "Hey, Hermione, it's your favorite Slytherin," Ron pronounced. "Sit down, both of you." Harry closed the door behind him, taking control of the conversation before Ron could say anything dumb. "I didn't have time to tell you back at the end of the school year, but Sirius Black didn't kill my parents. And I don't think he's guilty of the other stuff he's accused of either." "Wait, what?" Quote, "Yeah, he never got a fair trial." Harry went on to relate what he had seen and heard in the Shrieking Shack, as well as what he was able to research in the last few days before end of term. "And you believe him?" Ron looked incredulous. Why else would Peter Scabbers admit to it otherwise? And why would he have spent the past decade living as a rat? Harry asked. "That means that I had." Ron looked aghast as the realization that he had been sharing his life with a middle-aged man, who was probably a pervert with a thing for teenage boys. "That means a huge injustice was perpetrated." Hermione was standing, a fire in her eyes. "We need to write to Dumbledore." "No, we'll talk to Dumbledore in person, that will be more effective. We'll write to the Minister of Magic. And we'll get Dumbledore to sign it." Harry hid a smirk. He knew moral outrage would cheer Hermione right up. "Hey." Jinny pushed the door open. "Mom says that you're not allowed to close the door when you have boys up here." She glowered at Hermione, since it was her room, before transferring it to Ron. As her brother, it was always also his fault. She then turned to Harry. "Come on down, Mom wants to say hi." She almost pulled him out of the room and swung the door shut behind her. "Let the two of them have some time, they're dating," she hissed at him as they descended down to the kitchen. As they started down the stairs, Ron self-consciously pushed the door part way open again. The summer passed quickly. Hermione went back home after a couple of more days, but Rye enjoyed playing Quidditch or just flying with Ron and the twins and practicing dueling with Jinny. UHD. Hey, it's summer. You should sleep in sometimes. Maybe we can switch to starting after 10. Jin. NY groused as she went through the dueling exercises with Harry. It gets too hot in the middle of the day. Besides, nobody is forcing you to train with me every morning. As if I'm going to let you get ahead of me. Harry nodded. So you still want to be an Auror? He left the part about finding Harry Potter unsaid, though it made his lips curl up as he restrained a giggle. And so what if I am? Jinny crossed her arms defensively. Harry paused. He could tease her but, well, you need good grades for that as well. Have you finished your summer homework? Arg, don't remind me. Well, I'm done with mine. Do you want me to help you? Jinny scowled at him before finally grumbling. If I get stumped, I guess. But I should at least try it on my own first. A moment later, she added, thanks, as she looked to see what Harry's response would be out of the corner of her eye. I bet Ron could help you out just as well, Harry replied dismissively. His help wasn't valuable enough to bother trading for. But his thoughts were interrupted by Jinny bursting out laughing. Ron, if Hermione didn't correct his homework and loan him her notes all the time, he would be getting all trolls. What were you saying about me? Ron strolled over to their area behind the barn. Nothing, Harry quickly replied. You want to practice some Dada with us? You know, maybe I will. Ron didn't want to practice schoolwork over summer vacation. But Harry and Jinny seemed to be having fun, so maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Half an hour later, Ron was levered himself off of the ground for the third time. What have you done to my sister? He demanded of Harry. You turned her into a monster. It's not my fault you can't keep up with a girl who's a year younger than you. Jinny stuck her tongue out at her brother. They had just finished their third duel. Ron just sighed. I'm going to go get some lunch. Dad says that we should pack up for the Quidditch World Cup after dinner, so you want to spend the afternoon flying? Sure, I'm done with my summer homework, so it works for me. Arg, don't remind me. Ron threw his hands into the air as he beat a retreat for the house. UHD. Hello, my master. Let us be over a man tied in the middle of a ritual circle as a clump of ominous mist hovers on one side. Everything else was cast in shadows. There are no landmarks or any discernible features. Thunder rumbled, and there was a flash of light from the wizard. When the smoke cleared, a small homunculus hissed, a beginning. Yes, but we have yet a long way to go. UHD. Harry woke up with a start, and it took him a few minutes to remember where he was. He was sharing a room with Ron at the Burrow. He vaguely remembered having a nightmare, something dark and ominous, but he couldn't recall any of the detail. Nevertheless, he spent the following day vaguely anxious as the Weasleys took him to shop for school supplies, along with Ron and their other children, but he put it down to the chaos at the Quidditch World Cup last week. He had heard Vernon talking about football hooligans before, but according to Ron the same wasn't typical for Quidditch matches. Which is probably why Arthur had them all go shopping as a group. The Weasley parents were still worried. But Mom, why do I need dress robes? Ron whined. The school supplies list specifies that you need 2 pairs of school robes and 1 set of dress robes. Molly was not one to dispute the Hogwarts school supplies list. She had complete trust in Albus and the school board. Even though sending her children to Hogwarts stretched the family finances and her 2 youngest almost died there, she never questioned her choice of school, because her children deserved the best. Harry, dear, let's start with you, she gestured to the owl cove where one of the shop clerks was waiting to measure Harry. That would give her some time to dig through the bargain rack. After a exhaustingly boring half hour, Harry had his robes. Oh, dear, these are very expensive. Molly's mouth pressed into a line as she looked at the price of the 2 sets she had finally been able to find for the twins. Harry's trust fund covered Harry's robes, but it wouldn't pay for her son's. Ron. You're about the same build as Bill. I think we have a pair of his old dress robes at home that you can borrow. It's not like dress robes went out of style. And Bill never wore them after that time they went to Melinda Pruitt's wedding 10 years ago. UHD. Harry was half listening to Dumbledore at the welcome feast as the headmaster made the usual start-of-year announcements. When he suddenly went off script. I would like to announce that this year we will be hosting the Triwizarding Tournament, a storied competition between the 3 top schools in Wizarding Europe. The students from the other schools will arrive after Halloween. He continued talking some more after that, but Harry tuned him out. A contest. He turned to Pusey. Hey, do you think we could have a dueling club contest with the other schools? Pusey shrugged. I guess. But you'd have to get other students interested in the club. Right now nobody really knows about it. That evening, Harry wrote up a poster inviting other students to come join the dueling club, and proclaiming that they would have a contest with the other schools. Though it was less of a poster, and more of a half-page note scrawled in Harry's best handwriting, which he duplicated with a spell and went on to tack up on all the notice boards. He was just putting one in the Great Hall when Draco came up behind him. Keep dreaming, Dursley, he scoffed. You're a 4th year, you think you can organize a tournament. Do you have a problem with age, Mr. Malfoy? A grizzled old man, Moody, the Dada professor, demanded as he approached. He's too young to do something so complicated. Draco sneered. As that's so, in that case, as somebody who is a little older, he scowled at Draco, I will assist. Moody turned to Harry. Who's your current advisor? Professor Snape. Moody nodded. I will speak to him, and see if he will let me assist with the club. A dueling club is the best possible extracurricular, and it should be available to as many students as possible, he pronounced vehemently before stomping off. Draco rolled his eyes at the theatricality of it, and even Harry had to smirk. Look, if you manage to get this off the ground, I'll sign up so I can wipe your ass all over the floor. Draco gave Harry a slap on the back as he swaggered over to join his twin goons. UHD. That evening, at dinner, Harry brought another handful of his club announcements. He was just considering if he should ask Ron to put one up in the Gryffindor dorms when a glossy flyer landed on the table in front of him. What's this? He looked up to see Hermione standing with a stack of them in one hand, and a box of button in the other. SPEW. No thanks. Don't be a child, Harry. I get enough of that from Ron. It's the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. Did you know that enslaved elves make our meals every day here at Hogwarts? She asked belligerently. Yes, and they like it, Draco interrupted. Elves become morose and miserable if you don't work them hard. Spoken like every slave owner ever. Hermione hissed in anger. Hermione, I know how it sounds, but elves aren't human, Harry interrupted. And is that any reason to treat them like slaves? No, that's not what I mean. Harry had read about house elves. They were a manifestation of family magic. They weren't born or reared. They just showed up in homes that had been occupied by the same family long enough. He was actually a little surprised that the Weasleys' Burrow didn't have one. Harry looked up at Hermione's face. She's not going to listen. Speaking of clubs, I am trying to expand the dueling club to the entire school. I was hoping you would put up my announcement up in the Gryffindor dorms, and come try it out as well. He glanced at his crabbed little note, which paled in comparison to the professional-looking flyers that Hermione held. Harry, it's not the same thing. Spew is far more important than a club. It's not even close. She turned to leave. I'll take a button if you do. She turned back to glare at him before her expression softened slightly. Fine. UHD. After dinner, Harry went to his usual spot in the library and grabbed some books off of the shelves. It was too early to have much homework as yet. He was just sitting down when Hermione arrived, and dropped into the seat opposite him, and began as she looked down at her hands. Oh, incidentally, you said you would look into how help Sirius. Harry interrupted during the ensuing awkward pause. Sorry, I forgot. I just got so upset about the way house elves are treated. We can try seeing if we can find anything. Her voice faded out as she gestured tentatively at the books around them. No, it's okay. Harry was resigned to Sirius being a fugitive. It's not like there was anything a 4th-year student could do. I understand you're upset about the elves, but that's going to be a huge, monumental task to improve their welfare. Because they don't want better treatment. Maybe you should put it aside until after you graduate. Then, you can join the ministry and legislate changes. And maybe he sue. LD get her to use that clout to help Sirius also. There was no way that he was going to be some high-power ministry official. He knew himself. He lacked the drive for that. But trading favors with somebody who was, that he could do. He would just have to make sure to be extra nice to Hermione in the interim, but that wasn't a big ask. I don't think I could do that. Don't sell yourself short. You're the sort that gets stuff done. Oh, I guess. Hermione blushed and looked back down at her hands. So now you can help me recruit for Dueling Club. Prat. Hermione whacked him in the arm. ND, I was just about to apologize to you for being abrupt during dinner. At that time she had forgotten that everything with Harry had to be a trade. He hadn't been making light of her efforts, that had been him trying to be nice. In his own weird way. Harry waved it away as if it was nothing. After all, the Durleys were far worse to him on a good day. But we door about scheduling a tournament. Let's go. No. We have Dueling Club in a half hour. We'll do it after breakfast tomorrow. Are you going to make me go to that? Harry pointed to the spew button proudly pinned to his chest. Fine. UHD. When Harry and Hermione arrived at Dueling Club, they were surprised to see Moody in place of Snape. Apparently the Dada professor had managed to convince the sour Slytherin housemaster to let him run some of the sessions. Snape had agreed to the trade because he didn't want anybody to discover that Dueling Club was the only thing that brought a sliver of joy to his bitter, unhappy life. Is this everybody? Moody looked over the dozen or so students. Okay. First off, the rules of dueling. He holds up the rule book. Forget them. In real life, if you get into a fight, you don't want it to be a fair fight. You want it to be in a beating, with you handing out the pain. Apparently Moody was planning to run the Dueling Club as an advanced seminar for his Dada class. UHD. The FOLO. Wing morning as breakfast was finishing up, Harry went up to the head table, Professor Dumbledore. About the Triwizarding tournament, can we add a dueling competition? You know, between the Hogwarts Dueling Club and the other schools. Dumbledore considered for a moment. I am sorry, but I am going to have to say no. There are already too many distractions from the academic schedule with the tournament. But you can invite any of the visiting students who wish to join your club, and then have an internal contest like you had last year. Okay. Harry was disappointed, but maybe if he got enough people interested, he could change Dumbledore's mind. UHD. Harry was just walking out of potions the following day when Tracy Davis darted over to him. Hey, what's up with you and Granger? Why? Oh, you brought her to Dueling Club the other day, and today. She nodded back to the potions classroom. What do you mean? We're potions partners. Tracy rolled her eyes. Yeah, for like 4 years. She's dating Weasley. Harry gave Tracy an exasperated look. We're working together because Snape assigned us to be partners back in first year, and I've seen no reason to switch. She's smart. Is this because she's a Gryffindor? No. Tracy walked silently next to Harry for a moment before continuing. I want to ask a favor. Can you ask Daphne out for Hogsmeade weekend? The first one of the year was in a week. Harry stopped in the middle of the corridor, forcing a pair of second years to navigate around them. Wait, what? Why? Did she ask you to ask me? Harry's brain tried to catch up with his mouth. Well, no, but she likes you. Tracy shrugged awkwardly. She likes you a lot, and has for a long time, but she's really, really shy. Harry didn't know either girl very well, which was not a surprise, as he kept to himself and mostly socialized with students from other houses. Not that he considered them friends either, they were acquaintances he exchanged favors with. He didn't have friends, but he had noticed that the two Slytherin girls didn't interact with anybody else either. It had earned Daphne the moniker, the Ice Queen. Okay, I'll ask her out. He didn't like being pressured into doing things, but he had to admit the idea of going on a date with the rather attractive blonde was appealing. Tracy nodded with a smile. Great. She's probably already at lunch. She picked up her pace. When Harry arrived at the Great Hall, he quietly sat down at his usual spot at the periphery of the fourth-year Slytherins, where he could watch their hijinks without really being involved. There she was. Daphne was sitting at the far end of the table, on the other side of a pair of third-year Slytherin girls who were chatting away. She was been reading a book as she ate, which she put away as Tracy sat down next to her. Tracy glanced over at Harry and gestured subtly at Daphne. Harry nodded and swallowed the lump in his throat. What am I supposed to do? I'm a Slytherin, not a Gryffindor. He turned back to his food, but kept one eye on Greengrass. He watched as she finished up her salad and got up to go to her next class. Harry wolfed the rest of his food and stood up to follow her, before turning to grab his napkin and wipe his mouth. But by the time he got to the exit from the hall, Daphne had already disappeared. Over the course of the following week, Harry watched Daphne whenever they were at meals or in class, but never quite worked up the nerve to talk to her, until it was Friday night. Tracy approached him in the Slytherin common room as Harry returned from the library. Look, are you going to ask her? Hogsmeade is tomorrow. Yes, Harry replied self-consciously. Tracy gave a sigh. Look, she already went to the dorms. I'll go tell her. She paused. Or do you want me to send her down so you can ask her yourself? No, this is better, Harry mumbled, blushing. Tracy gave another exasperated sigh. The two of you are killing me. I'll have her meet you at the main gate. UHD. The following morning, Harry dressed in his best clothes. Most of his clothing was from thrift stores. Petunia wasn't going to spend good money for the likes of him. But some of it was fairly stylish nonetheless. Or at least he thought so. Harry made his way to the Hogwarts entrance, trying to walk with confidence. While there were a number of students walking through, the only person who was waiting was Tracy. Hi, where's Greengrass? You should call her Daphne. And she went on ahead. But, I don't think I was that late. Harry glanced at his watch. He was about 5 minutes late. But was she that sensitive? You're not, Tracy reassured him. Daphne just got here very early, and she got nervous waiting. Come on, I'll take you to her. The two of them rode down to the village in awkward silence. Tracy led Harry to the 3 broomsticks. I would have expected her to be here. Did she tell you where she would be waiting? Well, no, but I figured, where else would she wait? Harry shrugged. He rarely came down to Hogsmeade. It wasn't much fun going on his own. I don't know either. Well, let's wander around, and we're certain to bump into her. At first, Harry found it a little awkward. Here he was, walking around with a girl that he really didn't know. But Tracy managed to fill the awkward silence with conversation, describing the places they were passing. And asking Harry questions as well. As the morning turned to afternoon, Harry said, let's grab some lunch. That's a good thought, but I'll pay for my own, though. Don't worry, I know this isn't a date. Harry ordered a sandwich and a butterbeer at the 3 broomsticks. There was still no sight of Daphne. You know, you're very easy to get along with. I'm surprised you aren't. Harry paused, not certain how to finish that statement without being rude. More popular. Tracy finished for him, without taking offense. I'm a half-blood, she shrugged. Harry nodded his understanding. It was Slytherin. So why don't you make friends with people in other houses? Because I'm Slytherin. Who would want to hang out with a Slytherin except another snake? Hey, don't put yourself down. I think a lot of people would like you once they got to know you. Why don't you come with me to the library? There's a number of us that meet there for a study group. It has Gryffindors and Ravenclaws. Well, 1 Gryffindor and 1 Ravenclaw, but the way he said it sounded better. A study group. Tracy frowned. That's not really my thing. She couldn't imagine how awkward that would be. At least she knew how to behave around Slytherins. But nerds, they were a completely foreign species. Or you could try making friends in Dueling Club. Ginny's not a Slytherin. Seriously, you haven't noticed? Tracy snorted in disbelief. Noticed what? Tracy opened her mouth to reply and then froze, before stuttering out, that she's there just to blast some snakes into the ground. She's not there to make friends with Slytherins. Except maybe one specific Slytherin. Harry quirked an eyebrow. Ginny's no help to her. She is just kind of competitive. Kind of. She's like the Hermione of the Dueling Club. Harry didn't know how to respond to that. He never had any problems with Hermione either. He sighed. I think we should get going. I guess Daphne is not going to show. Yeah, I'll talk to her when we get back. UHD. The following day, Harry wasn't certain what to say to Daphne. Heck, he wasn't even certain what had happened. Had she gotten cold feet? Was the whole thing a prank? Had she just forgotten? He could ask, but then what if she just laughed at him? Harry decided that the best options was to pretend that nothing had happened. Fortunately, at break fast that day Dumbledore announced that the other schools would be arriving that Friday afternoon, so all week that was all that anybody talked about, and Harry quickly forget the fiasco of the Hogsmeade weekend, though it hadn't been a complete bust. Tracy had seen to that. But he didn't know how he was supposed to behave around her now either. UHD. Harry lined up on the edge of the Slytherin contingent as they stood on the lawn in between the castle and the lake, waiting for the other two schools to arrive. "Why aren't we down at the train station?" asked one boy. "Maybe they are coming across in the boats. Like the first years." That was pretty awesome. Others had actually paid attention to Dumbledore's explanation and were craning their necks looking for any sign of the flying carriage that Bobaddens was supposed to arrive in, though an equal number were chatting with each other and ignoring the proceedings entirely. Draco in particular was making an ass of himself, telling everyone all about his date with Pansy the previous week. "But I wasn't the only one getting lucky. I saw our resident wallflower with a girl as well." He turned to Harry. "So, Dursley, did you score with Davis?" He waggled his eyebrows suggestively. Draco was speaking loudly enough so that Harry could see Tracy, who was standing near the other end of the line, flush red. Harry gave a theatrical sigh. "Draco, not all of us need to create exaggerated tales of our sexual prowess to bolster our flagging egos." He might not know what to say to Daphne or Tracy, but he had no problem putting Draco in his place. Now it was Draco's turn to flush red, but in anger. "So, that means you and Davis are an item?" Theo interrupted. "What? No, we're not dating," Harry replied panickedly, but just at the moment the Bobaddens carriage landed, distracting everybody, and saving him from needing to reply, disaster was narrowly averted. The students murmured as they watched the huge headmistress disembark, followed by the students, all of whom were dressed much too lightly for the Scottish fall. And then everybody fell silent. It was like the sound was cut off with a knife. Harry turned to say, "A stunningly beautiful 7th-year girl exit the carriage." Most of the boys and some of the girls' eyes were glued to her. It was like Harry was a metal filing, and she was a magnet. He had to force himself to stand still and not do something foolish. The fact that he was still recovering from Theo's question helped him maintain his composure. But other boys were less fortunate or less strong-willed. Draco stepped forward a moment behind Ron Weasley. The redhead walked right up to the girl and stuttered an introduction as he made an awkward bow. UHD. "I can't believe Ron did that." Hermione fumed. She was sitting with Terry and Harry in the library, ostensibly studying. But in reality the two boys had been listening to Hermione vent for the past half hour. "You know it wasn't on purpose. You heard the headmaster. She's a Quartervila," Harry replied. Terry had his nose buried in his textbook, pretending to be studying so that he wouldn't be sucked into this discussion. There was no way he was going to deal with this sort of drama when it wasn't his girlfriend. Not that Terry had a girlfriend. Not since Padma. "You didn't make a fool of yourself." "I almost did. I am just a little slower than Ron." "Why am I defending Ron? He's an idiot, but his family was always really nice to him over the summers. Just give him a second chance." Hermione gave another annoyed sigh, but finally seemed to be mollified. "For now. UHD. Hurry up, or all the good seat will be gone." Pusey led the way into the stands, with Harry and Terry following after. It was 3 weeks later, and time for the first task with a capital T. Harry was as excited as everybody else to see the three champions compete. The Ministry had expanded the bleacher seats around the Quidditch pitch, and they were now filled with what felt like half of Wizarding England, though it was actually just the family and friends of the students. The Quidditch World Cup had been much larger. Pusey wasn't certain what to make of Terry. He was a Ravenclaw, but he seemed friendly, and he wasn't some brainiac nerd. "Oh, well, Harry has a weird taste in friends." They settled into the seats reserved for students. "Your parents don't mind you not sitting with them?" Harry asked Terry. "Nah, as long as I have dinner with them, they're fine." Actually, his father had explicitly told him that hanging out with friends was more important than spending every minute with family. Poor Ron has to be sticking charmed to his family for the duration. Harry snickered. not displaying much sympathy. Ron Weasley. How do you know him? QC only knew the Gryffindors through the lens of their rivalry in potions and Dada. Though that might also be in part that he only hung out with the other members of the Slytherin Quidditch team. If they weren't all also sticking charmed to their families for the duration of the task, that's where he would be now as well, instead of sitting with the nerd patrol. I don't, but his girlfriend is in our study group. Harry paused before adding, you'd have met her if you came to Dueling Club more often. Just then Hermione came storming down the stairs and slid onto the bench next to Harry. Budge over. I'm watching with you guys. The crowd broke into loud cheers as Ludo Bagman took the stage. I would like to welcome all of you to the Triwizarding Tournament, a contest that brings the preeminent schools in Europe together in harmony for culture exchange and friendship. His amplified voice echoed through the stadium as he went on with his spiel. Harry turned to Hermione. Is everything okay? Yes, I'll tell you later. She gave a long-suffering sigh. I was sitting with Ron, but he spent the whole time talking to his brothers. I get that he hasn't seen Charlie since the summer, but it seems like he only remembers that I'm there when he wants help with his homework. Like last night, I edited his potions paper, and then I just wanted to talk, but he went off to play chess with Dean. Harry nodded along. Shit. I shouldn't have asked. I need to remember this for next time. He gently patted Hermione's back. She pulled out a handkerchief and surreptitiously dabbed at her face. Can you tell me later? I think Cedric is coming out of the tent. Cedric received loud cheers from the Hogwarts contingent. He was too nervous to respond, instead concentrating on the dragon that he had to face off against. Suddenly, a rock on the far side of the dragon shook itself into a large dog that started barking loudly at the dragon. As the dragon instinctively lunged towards it, Cedric disillusioned and silenced himself. Then, the silent fuzzy patch that was the Hogwarts champion darted for the pile of eggs. The dragon was busy trying to roast the yapping canine, so it did not realize that there was a second intruder until Cedric had grabbed the prize egg. He was almost off of the field before the dragon finally spotted him and sent a gust of flame at his rear. But he managed to leap to the goal line, where the safety team extinguished the flames and checked him over. That was well done, Ludo pronounced. Let's see what scores our judges give to the HPGW Arts champion. It's 6 from Headmaster Karkaroff, 8 and 8. I think getting caught by Thaf Flame cost him some points, as well as his pants. Next, let's see Fleur Delacour. A switch. Ingspell replaced the Swedish short snout dragon with a common Welsh green and a new set of eggs. As Fleur stepped out of the tent, the whole crowd broke into cheers and howls, even many audience members from the other schools cheered and whistled. That's disgusting, huffed Hermione as she crossed her arms across her chest. Harry shrugged as he felt impelled to defend his gender. She's an attractive woman, not you two. Hermione looked in shock at her friend. What? I'm not going to do anything, but there is nothing wrong with a guy appreciating an attractive girl. I appreciate a lot of girls. Harry blurted defensively. Oh, so you look at a lot of girls. Hermione turned and demanded. Not like that. Not like what? So you appreciate other girls differently than her. That's not what I meant. I meant that I like seeing pretty girls, but I'm not like Draco. I'm not going to go talking trash about them or objectifying them or anything. It's just normal guy stuff. So which girls do you like looking at? Hermione asked, trying to suppress an amused smile at her friend's complete panic. Maybe I can set you up with her. Harry blushed crimson and turned back to the competition. Oh, look, she put the dragon to sleep. He tried to change the topic. Fleur was walking calmly towards the eggs when the dragon gave a loud snore, shooting a gout of fire out of its left nostril, setting her robes ablaze. In a panic, Fleur disappeared her robes before she could get injured, leaving her in nothing but her halter top and short shorts. Hermione's mouth fell open, scandalized. The entire crowd fell silent. She glanced around. Almost all of the male gaze was locked onto the quarter villa. Except Harry, who had turned his head sideways, and put his hand up the side of his head to shield his eyes. See, I'm not staring, he insisted as he focused all of his attention on Hermione to keep from sneaking a peek. Hermione looked away, blushing slightly from the intense attention. She then kept glancing between Harry and the competition. Okay, You can look now, she finally said. As they listened to Ludo announce the scores, she added, and Harry. Thanks. Harry sighed. He had no idea what she was thanking him for. But he had apparently dodged a bullet. Victor went third, and his approach was the classic conjunctivitis curse, followed by a fast run to snatch up the egg. He remained uninjured and earned first place. After the task was done and they were getting up to head down from the stands, Pusey turned to Terry and asked, "Are they always like that?" Terry sighed. "No, it's been getting worse the last month. I wish they would get a clue." UHD. Victor walked into the Dueling Club room. "Is this Dueling Club?" he asked, holding up one of Harry's signs. "Yes, come on in. All are welcome." Harry quickly greeted him before he changed his mind. Today Snape was running the club, so there was no one else who would try to make him feel welcome. Abe, with a celebrity here, we'll get some more members." As Harry led him in, Victor glanced around the room, scowling. He was disappointed to see that there were no students older than 5th year in the room. The club had gotten a handful of new students to join up, but they were all younger years. And almost all Slytherins. "So, let's see what you already know." Harry started Victor on some of the basic drills, before progressing to a couple of short spars between the two of them. Victor was good, but not exceptional. His strength was traditional dueling, but when it came to the freestyle fighting that Moody had been teaching them, he was no better than Harry. UHD. The following day, at the end of potions, Snape dropped a bombshell on the combined class of Gryffindors and Slytherins. "In honor of the Triwizarding Tournament, we will be holding a Yule Ball for all students in 4th year and above. Dress robes will be worn, and the ball will start at 8 o'clock on Christmas Day, finishing at midnight in the Great Hall." He glared at the students, for once saving most of his attention for the Slytherins. "This will be an important chance for you to display your social decorum. Any who do not behave in a fashion becoming of their house will earn my extreme displeasure." He turned to focus on the Gryffindors before adding, "That means no drunken buffoonery." As he dismissed the class, it exploded into a susurration of gossiping as all the girls immediately started brainstorming what they would wear, and some, who they wanted to go with, though obviously proper pureblood witches would need to wait for the boy to ask them. Tracy made a beeline for where Harry and Hermione were putting away their papers. "Hey, Dursley," she slipped in between Hermione and Harry. "Now is your chance. Go ask Daphne to the Yule Ball." "You like Daphne?" Hermione asked, looking surprised. "No, well, maybe. I don't. Tracy says that Daphne likes me." Hermione nodded. "Do you want me go over and chat with her?" "I can find out," Hermione volunteered. Harry was so serious all the time. He needed to loosen up, and that was something, coming from her. Going on a date would be good for him. "Do you even know her?" "No, she doesn't. This is Granger just sticking her nose in, like usual." Tracy scowled, pushing her way in front of Hermione again. "Hey, that's not nice." Harry began. "Sorry." She didn't sound sorry. She also continued blocking off Hermione. Hermione scowled. She hated girls like Tracy, all fake and manipulative. The stereotypical Slytherin. Girls like her had made primary school a living hell. She glanced over at Harry, who gave a little shrug as if to say, "What can you do? You just have to accept it." Hermione turned and yanked her book bag onto her shoulder. "I'll see you later, Harry." She was no good at these sort of games. After Hermione left, Harry turned back to Tracy. "You know, I've been thinking. Are you certain that it's Daphne who is interested in me? Because the only one who's approached me is you. And that Hogsmeade date, I spent the whole time with you." "What are you implying, Dursley?" Tracy crossed her arms defensively. Harry, med, for a moment before blurting out, "Tracy, would you like to go to the Yule Ball with me?" "What? You should be asking Daphne." Tracy brain froze. This was not part of her plan. And have her be a no-show again, except now it would be in front of everybody. "No thank you. She won't do that." "So you claim. I bet she's not even interested." "No, but," Tracy looked between Harry and Daphne. Except Daphne had already left. But Harry was still standing, looking at her, and he was kind of good-looking and, "Okay, fine." Tracy deflated. "If you don't want to do, then don't go." Harry tried not to sound disappointed. No, it's not that. It's just. Tracy shrugged, trying to find some way out of the maze that she found herself in. She was supposed to be Daphne's best friend. But Harry had asked her. And she was a Slytherin. And Snape had almost explicitly told them that they were supposed to be disingenuous about betting a date for Yule. You sound about as excited as Goyle when he has to cut flobberworms in potions. That was a very specific example. You're not right next to him all class, listening to him complain. Tracy sighed and smiled. Come on, let's go get some lunch, as she walked out of the classroom. Tracy turned back to Harry, and you better wear dress robes. Nice ones. UHD. The following day was awash in gossip about who was taking who to the dance. Nobody was paying any attention in class. By the time Dueling Club came around, Moody took one look at the students and scowled. You're in no state to duel today. But before the students decided if they were glad or not that club was cancelled, Moody continued. Which is why you're going to practice defending yourselves from a real attacker. A real attacker won't wait for you to be ready. You have to be able to defend yourself no matter what state you are in. He stepped onto the dueling FD, one at a time, starting with Zambini. The following 30 minutes were alternately exhilarating and terrifying depending on whether you were watching or dueling. Don't fight fair. Come at me with everything you got. Moody roared. Nobody lasted longer than a minute, not even Victor, and the duels only lasted that long because Moody went easy on them. Okay, you sorry lot. Now you can bugger off. Same time next week, and you better be ready for actual dueling. As the head of the club, Harry stayed behind to put the chairs in. Desks back in the classroom when Daphne walked up to him. You want to take a turn before we leave? Sure, why not? Of all the club members, Harry wasn't surprised that Daphne had wanted to get an actual bout in. She liked dueling almost as much as he did. Daphne was a careful duelist, usually taking a moment to exchange a few light jinxes to asses her opponent before deciding how to attack. Stupefy, Expelliarmus, Bombarda, but not today. She threw herself into the bout with the most aggressive spells that she knew, her blonde hair whipping about as she forced spell after spell out of her wand, pushing Harry on to the defensive. I guess she wanted to try some of what Moody was teaching us. Harry smiled. That meant he could go all out as well. He transfigured the floor, causing Daphne to stagger, and he followed up with a flashy fire spell that was intended as a distraction before casting a stunner. But Daphne simply rolled out of the way as soon as she saw the flame. Damn, Ha versus EI got unpredictable, and she continued with a barrage of Bombarda and Reducto spells, pushing herself to cast faster so that sweat matted her hair and she was gasping out the spells. Whoa, ease up, Harry called out as he dodged the spells. Several smashed through protective wards on the classroom and out into the corridor outside. We don't want to hurt passers-by. Daphne used his Momentar. Wide distraction to hit him with an Expelliarmus, sending him sprawling to the floor and his wand flying to her hand. That was pretty goo. Harry began when Daphne returned his wand by mashing it into his chest. You better treat Tracy well, or I'm going to make you suffer, she hissed before turning and running, out the door. Harry slowly got up off of the floor. What's gotten into her? He wasn't certain what that had been about. I should ta LK to her and find out. I don't want her to get upset with me for no reason. But Daphne avoided him in their classes, which wasn't difficult to do. They had never interacted much before, and Harry couldn't work up the courage to just walk up to her out of the blue. I'll talk to her in next Dueling Club. Harry always found it easier to talk to people there. The setting was informal, and since everybody took turns sparring with each other, they would be forced together by the vagaries the club. Except she skipped the last TWO Dueling Club meetings before the holidays. That would have been concerning to Harry, except that he had learned something horrifying. There would be dancing at the Yule Ball, and not just any dancing, but formal dancing with specific dances that you had to memorize. The day before the ball, Harry pulled Pusey over in the common room. Do you think Tracy will want to dance? Why are you asking me? Wait, you're going with Tracy. Why didn't you say something? I thought you were going to be hanging out with the losers. He nodded subtly towards Goyle and Crabbe, neither of whom had a date, but who were planning to go anyways. As if, I'd rather hide in the library. No, She asked me, sort of. Or she was going to ask and I asked first. Or something. It's complicated. The question is, will she expect me to dance? Because I don't know how to dance. Pusey shrugged. Well, it's too late to learn. You're screwed, Dursley. Harry's shoulders slumped and he sagged onto a chair. You think she's going to want to dance? Duh. All girls like dancing. UHD. When the night of the Yule Ball arrived, Harry waited in the Slytherin common room nervously, adjusting his dress robes. They were stiff and scratchy, though the stiff part was intentional. They did look nice, though he was too nervous to care. He glanced at his watch. He wasn't late, so where was? Hey. Harry looked up to see Tracy. Oh, wow, you look good. Tracy had cut her shoulder-length hair and permed it into a pixie-cut cloud around her head. And she wore an off-the-shoulder dress, which was rather risque for wizarding society. You sound surprised. No. Actually, Harry was surprised. Tracy never struck him as the sort to worry about clothes. She never dressed ostentatiously, and never competed with Pansy and her clique over fashion. But Harry wasn't dumb. He knew the right answer. Tracy relaxed, smiling for the first time in what seemed like weeks. Come on. Close your mouth before you catch a fly and let's get going. We don't want to be late. They made their way into the Great Hall, which had been expanded and magically reconfigured. Harry spotted Hermione. She was already out on the dance floor, dancing with Victor Crumb. Ooh, Ron's going to be pissed. Harry nodded towards the couple. Why? He wanted to go with Crumb too. Tracy asked nonchalantly, causing Harry to choke on his laughter. What? You had to be deaf or dead not to hear Ron fanboying about the greatest seeker of our generation. She added air quotes. Huh, I never knew that you were evil, Harry smirked. Harry, I'm Slytherin. We're all evil. She paused. And you better get with the program. You're falling behind. She gestured to the other Slytherin couples around them, with the boys doing their best to act like proper gentlemen. As they had been trained. Yes, ma'am. Harry continued looking around. You want me to get you some punch? Sure, unless you see the Weasley twins anywhere near the punch bowl. I don't trust them not to spike it with something. Harry looked around. They're sitting with their Quidditch teammates. He pointed to the other side of the room, where the redhead pair were flirting with the two chaser girls. Oh, that's okay. Where do you want to sit? You don't want to join Daphne. Tracy gave Harry a look like he was stupid. She didn't come. Why don't we go sit with Pusey? The Slytherin boy had brought Hestia as his date, and he was floundering badly as the impassive girl wasn't responding to any of his conversational sallies. Okay, I'll meet you there once I get you some punch. Harry was pretty certain that Fred and George had already spiked it or had somebody do it for them. They were tricky that way, but he was looking forwards to discovering what effect it would have on Tracy. Because she was right. Slytherins were evil, and he was a Slytherin. UHD. Why is the room spinning? Tracy asked as Harry led her off of the dance floor some time later. Surprisingly, Harry had enjoyed dancing. Despite not really knowing what to do, he had just followed what the other guys did. With his exceptional reflexes, he managed to keep up. The couple even stayed on the floor for a slow dance which had mostly consisted of Tracy leaning on him, as she was already starting to feel unsteady. I expect the punch was spiked. Oh God, am I drunk? Tracy blanched, horrified. I doubt it, at least if it's the work of the twins, Finate Incitatum. He pronounced. Oh, that is better. Those ponces must have slipped a potion into the punch before it was even brought out. Harry shrugged. They're good at what they do best. And what they do best is cause trouble. You want to go outside and get some fresh air to help clear your head. Sure. As they walked out, Harry casually put an arm around Tracy. The area outside the Great Hall had a warming charm cast on it, and there were other couples strolling around the courtyard. Or not strolling. They pass. A fifth-year couple locked at the lips as they pressed into the shadows. And they were not the only ones. As her eyes locked onto the couples making out, Tracy began to hyperventilate. I need to go. She pushed Harry's arm off and when Harry followed, she was nowhere to be seen. Harry spent the next half-hour wandering the crowd, trying to find his date before giving up and heading back to the dorms. UHD. So what happened, Davis? Harry asked coldly as he sat down opposite Tracy at breakfast the following morning. Don't talk to me, Dursley. She continued eating her breakfast, refusing to look up and letting her hair, grown back to its usual length overnight, obscure her face. Harry looked around in confusion. The great hall was back to its normal setup, and with all of the younger students already gone, it was almost empty. With a sigh, he picked up his plate and moved over to sit with Pusey. I don't get girls. Who the fuck does? Pusey growled out. It didn't go well. I have no idea. She literally didn't talk to me all night. Well, I guess that's a fail. But she was the one who asked me out. Harry patted his friend on the back. Tell me about it. You want to hear about? Adrian looked up, surprised. No, Harry quickly interrupted. I meant that colloquially, meaning that I had the same sort of experience. Pusey nodded. Girls. Tracy didn't speak to Harry for the rest of the year. UHD. Harry spent the winter break at Hogwarts again. To keep his mind off of the disaster that had been the Yule Ball, he spent every morning on dueling practice, and taking some time to fly in the afternoon. He had finished his homework the first day. Except, dueling practice was mostly him practicing casting blasting hexes at the vaguely humanoid mannequins. He didn't do the exercises that Snape had taught them or even the less structured free casting that Moody encouraged. Instead, he blasted away with the same spells over and over until he couldn't do any more. He had just slumped to the floor, exhausted, when he realized there was somebody else in the room. Your technique could use some work, Snape scowled. He reparo-ed the targets and then edit to cast a blasting curse at the closest one before turning to Harry. Don't swing your elbow when casting, and keep your wrist motion smaller. He pointed out several other minor errors Harry made in his posture. This will let you flow from one curse to the next more easily. Harry nodded morosely from where he was slumped on the floor. Get up, Dursley. I'm not talking because I like the sound of my voice. As Harry stood back up, Snape added, would like me to transfigure the mannequin to resemble anybody in particular. No, sir, that won't be necessary. Then get started, you lazy boy. Harry stated, casting the way Snape had mentioned. It was easier. Now do that for another hour. If you're going to vent your spleen, you might as well get some benefit out of it. Snape turned in a swirl of his robes and strode off. What an odd man, but it had felt oddly nice to have somebody put into words what he was feeling and simply accept it. Harry spent the last few days of break revising his homework and practicing properly. When the spring semester began, he felt refreshed and ready to face whatever the world would bring him. UHD. The second task was fast approaching, and the excitement in the school was building again, annoyingly, and Harry was getting tired of hiding out in the library all the time. This came as a shock to him. He had gone to the library as soon as he had finished eating lunch, so as to avoid the unending circular discussions about what the next task would be. None of the students knew, yet they were all incessantly speculating. Hermione and Terry were ill with their housemates in the Great Hall, eating. Harry picked up a book and glanced through the table of contents. It looks boring. Maybe if he snuck into the restricted section. He glanced up towards where Madame Pants was seated behind her desk. Not worth it. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him. He would go down to the Chamber of Secrets. He could practice dueling drills or explore or maybe even do some flying stunts. And nobody would bother him. He had just grabbed his broom from his dorm and was heading back to the third floor when he almost walked into Ginny Weasley. And where are you going in such a hurry? She asked, eyeing his broom. I was going to go explore the Chamber of Secrets. Want to come? Ginny froze. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. I want to see the place where I almost died. Now it was Harry's turn to blanch. Oh, no, I didn't. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. No, I'm serious, Ginny interrupted his meltdown. Let's go. As the Y walked up to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, Harry added, can you keep a secret? Both about where the entrance is, and about how I get into it. Sure, no problem, Ginny smirked. All boys were embarrassed to be seen entering a girl's bathroom. But when Harry hissed at the sink and it lifted up into the ceiling, her smirk slid off her face. You're a Parseltongue. Yes, and everybody makes a stupid big deal about it every time they find out, so that's why I want you to keep it a secret. Jinny smiled warmly. Of course. You can rely on me. Okay, hop on. Harry mounted his broom, and the pair of T-Hem flew down the slide into the chamber. Harry led the way to the bronze doors and into the main chamber. It was empty. He had been halfway expecting the dead basilisk to still be there, but it was gone. As were all the discarded snake skins. Dumbledore must have cleaned the place up. Where was I when you came here 2 years ago? Jinny asked in a small voice. I think it was here. Harry walked over to the spot. And the shade of Voldemort was hovering over you there. Are you certain it was him? Harry shrugged. So it claimed. If there are more things like that diary around, I'm going to find them and burn them. Quote, technically, I didn't burn it. I stabbed it with a basilisk fang. Whatever, dork, Jinny smiled. You said that it came out of that statue's mouth. Do you think we can get inside? Ew. It's going to be full of snake poo. It wouldn't have pooped where slept. That would be dumb. Besides, I don't think it ate anything for the past 800 years. Fine, I'll Wingardium Leviosa you up. And you see if you can get it open. They spent the next hour trying to get the mouth open, with limited success. One time Harry managed to spell it partway open, enough so that he could peer in. But it then snapped shut again. Well, that was frustrating. I know, but I have class, so I gotta go. Harry mounted his broom, and this time, without the distraction of the unknown. He was much more aware of the feminine form pressed into his back as Jinny climbed on behind him. I actually kind of had fun. We should do this again sometime, Jinny admitted as they flew back up the slides. But don't tell anybody about it. Duh. UHD. The second task came and went. It was extremely disappointing. The ministry had handed out omnoculars, but Harry hadn't been able to figure out how to get them to focus right, so all he saw was murky water as he watched the lake from the section of bleachers reserved for students. A few times he had managed to get them set right and he had caught glimpses of the various champions, but then they would swim out of range and he would have to fiddle with the knobs again. Harry had been hoping to at least spend some time afterwards SSING with the omnoculars so that he could learn how to use them, but they were transfigured and they had turned back into a cardboard box shortly after the task was finished. Harry was back in the library, leafing through a book on omnoculars with Terry. Do you think we can transfigure something into a pear? We would have to take it in several stages. Terry rubbed his chin pensively. There were a lot of parts. Why do you even want omnoculars? Hermione asked as she joined the duo. Beccasu omnoculars are cool, Terry answered immediately, flipping the page so Hermione couldn't see what he had been reading. Some models could see through clothing. But he wasn't going to say that in front of a girl. Boys, Hermione rolled her eyes, but she sat down next to Harry and turned the it as well. Within moments she was lost in thought. Harry poked her in the ribs. I thought you didn't want omnoculars. I don't. But I like the challenge. And keep your hands to yourself. Yeah, or LL send her Quidditch player boyfriend after you. Hermione gave Terry an annoyed look. Victor and I are not dating. He just needed a date for the Yule Ball, and he was too shy to ask anybody. We're just friends. At least you're friends, sighed Harry. What's that supposed to mean? Ever since the ball, Tracy acts like I'm not there. Which honestly, is not much different from how she treated me before the ball, but... Harry let his sentence trail away. So why did you ask her out? Harry stopped. You know, I don't want to think about this anymore. It's done. Hermione patted Harry's arm. That's very mature of you, Harry. Yeah, I'm done with girls. Or not, Terry snickered. UHD. The rest of the school year passed uneventfully, the only other excitement happening during the third task. Monsieur Delacour, Fleur's father, was apparently a prominent member of the French ministry, and when he came to Hogwarts to watch his daughter compete, some whack job attacked him, owing paint all over his robes as he headed towards the Quidditch pitch before flying off on a broom. Harry wasn't there when it happened, but he was curious how a real horror investigation would go, so he threw his invisibility cloak over himself and snuck in behind the police line. What he saw did not impress him greatly. The cordoned-off area was packed with British oars talking to French oars. Everybody was trying to look impressive, which meant that they were all standing around not doing anything. Nobody seemed to have any clues or any idea on how to find them. From listening in on their conversation, Harry got the impression that none of them were particularly smart. Except there was one young man quietly working in the background. Harry watched as he cast diagnostic charms on the paint and inspected footprints. Finally he walked over to one of the French oars. "Senior Oar Guillaume, I think I have enough to cast a point me spell at the culprit." "Good work, Unspeakable Carmichael." Harry had heard of unspeakables before, but he had never known what they did. It actually seemed quite interesting. As Harry watched the champions race through the maze, he kept thinking about the unspeakable. "I'll have to ask Moody what the requirements are. He wouldn't mind doing that sort of thing after he graduated from school." He put it out of his mind and watched the rest of the contest. Which was the best of the three, not least because Cedric won handily. Afterwards, Harry was not able to find Moody. He went to ask Snape, "Do you know where Professor Moody is? I will look into it." At dinner that night, Dumbledore announced, "I have disheartening news. I have to announce that Professor Moody has gone missing. In his place, Professor Snape will be administering the DADA final exams." End. Okay, that was the easy part. This is the last of the prequel chapters. Next will be a time skip 7 years forwards, to just after Chapter 0 feet, and the start of the main story. And that will take more time to create. Especially since the votes are in and it looks like everybody wants a Harry-Daphne pairing, which will be incredibly hard to write, since currently they are locked in a dysfunctional relationship. With neither realizing how messed up it is and by extension, they are. I am going to do the best I can to turn it around, but I'm not certain if I will succeed. If it really sucks, I may instead ship Harry with somebody else. Chapter 1. After Hogwarts. 7 years later. Harry cast a diagnostic spell on the blood spattered onto the nightclub wall as the French oars detained a very confused young man with a wand dangling, half forgotten, in his hand. They were in Wizarding Paris, in the entertainment district. A woman pulled her shawl tighter around her as she stood among a small group of scantily clad young people who were watching them from the other side of the barrier ward the oars had set up. Most had just spilled out of the nightclub to see what all the hubbub was about. "The spell that killed Alon did indeed come from Roger Smith's wand," Harry reported, gesturing to the man the oars were detaining. Roger Smith was his missing UK tourist. He had last been seen nearly a week ago. For someone accused of murder, he was taking everything very calmly. Or maybe he was in shock. "What was the nature of your dispute with Alon?" the oarer asked in stiff school book English as he expertly whisked the wand out of Roger's hand. "I keep telling you, I don't know any Alon. And I don't have any dispute. I have no idea how I got here. One moment I was leaving my pub after dinner, and the next I'm here, covered in blood." Roger's calm demeanor slid precipitously towards panic, and rightly so, as he was the prime suspect in a murder. The French oars did not take kindly to Englishmen murdering their citizens. Apparently the calm had actually been shock. Unobtrusively, Harry began casting some additional diagnostic spells on Roger as well. "So you were romantically involved with Alon?" The oarer made a notation in his little notepad. "What? No, I'm no poof. Excuse me, do you object to me taking a sample of your blood?" Harry asked at the same time as the oarer said, "I will need to see your memories of the past hour." "What? Yeah, sure." Roger looked around in confusion as the oarer extracted a wisp of memory for later viewing, in a pensive, as Harry gave twirl of his wand and tiny rivulet of blood burst from Roger's finger and flew into a proffered vial. Harry turned to the oarers. "I think my work here is done. I will let you know if I find anything new." The oarer heading up the investigation gave a perfunctory nod. As far as he was concerned, this was an open and shut case. And he didn't particularly British law enforcement meddling. They had their own forensic specialists working the case as well. Harry apparated to the hotel room that he was staying at and checked his watch. He still had an hour before going over to Daphne's, if he wanted to take her up on her offer of dinner. Obviously, they couldn't go out to eat. And while her elf was a decent cook, the point of the visit wasn't the food. Harry sighed. It was all very tiresomely repetitive. Have a light dinner, great sex and then an argument. He set his alarm so he wouldn't be late. In the meantime, Harry unshrunk his trunk and walked down into it. Inside, there was a compact study with a small potions worktable and a sleeping bag in the corner, for emergencies. He quickly set his usual array of 5 potions cooking, and put a drop of Roger's blood into each one. He would have results by morning, telling him if there was anything in the blood that didn't belong, such as drugs, potions, or enchantments. Anything to explain why a British citizen disappeared for a week before showing up at a crime scene, to all appearances framed, not that the French Aurors were going to believe that they were French. But that was in the morning, and there was no reason to waste time. Maybe it was because of the way the Dursleys had raised him, but Harry was as good at his job as he was bad at life, not that he would ever acknowledge either of those facts. Harry apparated to the French ministry and requested the file on M. Alon from the Aurors. It technically wasn't any of his business, as law enforcement was handling the case. But you didn't get far in this job by minding your business. The clerk examined his letter of authorization, stating that he was assisting the Aurors, and tapped his wand on a huge filing cabinet that ran the length of the room. A moment later a thin sheaf of papers flew out from deep inside. I'm sorry, we don't have much. He worked for the ministry, at a low-level position in the imports division. Was he a pure blood? It is against the law to keep records of such things here in France. The clerk huffed. Harry shrugged and nodded to show that Hesking again, sotto voice, was he. Off the record, yes, he was from a very prestigious family that dated back to before the Reign of Terror. Despite what the French claimed, they cared about blood purity almost as much as the British, if not more. They just presented it differently. And blood status had become a growing source of friction in recent years, both in Britain and in France. UHD. After collecting what limited information he could, Harry returned home to check on the potions before heading out to meet Daphne. The first 2 looked normal, but the third had changed to a dark green, and the 5th one turned into a thick glop. Hat's odd. He had never seen his test potions react this fast. There was clearly some foreign magical material in Roger's blood, but it wasn't anything that Harry had seen before. A potion strong enough to cause such an intense reaction in his tests should have killed Roger. Daphne would just have to wait. It wouldn't be the first time. But it's not like he was her first priority either, as clearly her social standing was far more important to her, so Harry figured it was be okay. He grabbed his coat and apparated to the French ministry again, to see if he could cajole French authorities into letting him talk to the prisoner. UHD. Absolutely not, the senior Auror on duty replied, fixing Harry with a sneer. I might consider it if you were from the British Aurors, but you are a nothing, a forensic mage. Quote. Harry sighed. Very disappointing. The sneer was a 6 out of 10 on the Snape scale. Very well. Harry turned and walked away. As soon as he turned the corner and was out of sight, he whipped his invisibility cloak over himself and pivoted on his heels, walking silently past the Auror on duty and into the detention block. Roger was in a cell most of the way down the corridor. As Harry approached, he noticed that one of the prisoners across the way was watching Royer with amusement. Apparently entertainment was hard to come by in here. He cast a quick confundo through a gap in his cloak on the possible witness before stupefying Roger. He then slipped into the cell and used a simple mirror illusion to make the cell appear to be empty. It wouldn't work on close observation, but the only potential witness was now trying to count his toes and failing. Oh, I need to take my socks off first. Harry rolled his eyes as he silenced the prison cell prevent sound from escaping and removed his cloak, enervate. Fow. Why are you here? Roger replied, trying to understand what had just happened. What was the last thing that you remember before waking up on the street? With a dead man in front of you. I told you people, all I remember was going to a pub. And what drug did you take? Harry asked. I didn't take anything, but Roger's guilty start gave the lie to his words. Imperio. Harry cast the illegal spell on Roger. What did you ingest at your pub? He wouldn't normally escalate this fast to unforgivables, but anybody who took illicit drugs was lower than the mud on his shoes as far as Harry was concerned. And besides, it was clear that Roger had no resistance to mind control magics. I bought a Loa pill from a man. He said it would fill me with a great spirit, and that I would be able to look down on he world, as from a great height. What was this man's name? Where do I find him? He called himself Louis Beaucourt, and he gave direction to the pub, which was in a gentrifying district on the outskirts of Paris that had recently become popular with young people, both muggle and magical. Finite incitatum. Royer started. That was illegal. Aurors can't force a confession with the Imperio curse. His eyes were huge and he was clearly on the verge of panic again. As I was just recently reminded, I'm not an Auror. Oblivate. Harry kept it weak, so it would only remove a few minutes of memories. He then swept his cloak back over himself and let himself out. I would never have made it as A.G. Gryffindor. Now, the correct legal procedure, if Harry cared about such things, would be for him to contact his French Auror liaison and get a warrant out for this M. Beaucourt. But Harry wasn't an Auror, he was an unspeakable. Everybody knew that some unspeakables, the best of the already elite fraternity, did research on new or dangerous magics, while other, more prosaic ones, helped Aurors identify spells that already been cast. But what almost nobody was aware of was that there was a third kind of unspeakable. Harry's job wasn't to invent magic or identify spells. It wasn't even to protect England's laws, like the Aurors he often partnered with. It was to protect Wizarding England. By any means necessary. Once outside the ministry wards, Harry apparated to the pub. UHD. Harry sipped his tankard of German ale. He had earlier disappeared the alcohol from it, a nifty trick when on a stakeout. Finding M. Beaucourt was not very difficult. The dreadlocked man in the worn Muggle army surplus jacket appeared to spend all of his time at the pub. He looked like every stereotype of a marijuana dealer from every bad movie that Harry had ever seen. The room was dark, with the only lights over the bar, and it was packed with small tables surrounded by metal stools. The ambiance was all Mad Dog 2020. Harry wasn't certain if Louis had worked out some arrangement with the owner, or the establishment simply didn't care what he did here, as he was clearly bringing in customers. The problem was who approached him at his chosen table near the fire exit door. Or to be precise, who didn't approach him. Over the past 2 days Harry had observed multiple people, mostly young men, come up to him nervously. Some were clean-cut, others disheveled, but none had the arrogant swagger of other drug dealers. They were all M. Beaucourt's customers, and M. Beaucourt never left to rendezvous with his supplier, or even to go to bed. Over the several days Harry had watched, as the bar hit closing time, M. Beaucourt would relocate to outside, where he would smoke one final cigarette before eventually climbing up onto the roof and going to sleep there under a rain-repelling charm. So instead, on the third morning, Harry opted off at the Auror office and tipped them off about some of what he had seen before continuing on his way to the pub, whistling a jaunty tune. He even stopped to pick up a newspaper. Today, he wasn't going to be hiding under his cloak, so he needed something as cover. He took a spot at a table on the same side of the pub as his target and put his feet up on the stool opposite as he opened up the newspaper. And now he waited. Here we go. He smiled as 2 large men dressed in Muggle leather jackets and jeans, with military-style caps on their heads, came inside. They were either 2 gay guys cruising the wrong bar or a pair of Aurors trying to dress Muggle. Harry surreptitiously put his feet down and palmed his wand behind the paper. It was clear which Louise thought they were. As they approached his table he tensed up, and as one reached for him, Louise threw the napkin holder at his face and ran for the fire exit. As the fire alarm blared, distracting everybody, Harry cast a mild confundo on the Aurors and slammed through them, knocking one to the ground as he followed the drug dealer out the back. This way, he yelled, pulling M. Beaucourt into a side street and then a maze of alleys before climbing up the fire escape and into an empty apartment through a window that he had unlocked earlier that day. The 2 Aurors came stumbling out of the intersection a moment later. They looked around before one of them pointed further down the same side alley and they continued running. As they ran past, below their window, Harry and his new friend crouched down so even if the Aurors looked up they wouldn't see them. Harry considered using an Imperio on his companion, but there were a surprising number of ways of defeating that spell, ranging from a strong will to some potions. It wasn't worth the risk. Thank you for the help, M. Boggart eyed him suspiciously. Harry shrugged. I don't like to say your name was. Didn't. Louis eyed him some more while he waited for the Aurors to lose interest in him. Harry pulled out a deck of cards and raised an eyebrow, offering to play a game, but his companion shook his head, instead continuing to watch the street. After a half hour the Aurors still hadn't returned. Louis pulled out a cheap-looking wand and cast a disillusionment spell on himself. It wasn't terribly good, but it would suffice on the dark street, especially from a distance. Well, my friend, this is where we part ways. Enjoy your stay in Paris. He slipped out onto the fire escape and then up to the roof. Harry wrapped himself in his cloak and pulled out his firebolt. Gently drifting out the window and following M. Boggart from above, he took the piece of shoelace that he had surreptitiously snipped off of the fugitive's shoe and used it to cast a simple, point me, spell. In case he lost sight of the drug dealer in the dark. One of the things his unspeakable training had stressed was that something will always go wrong, and usually at the worst possible moment. So you must always have a contingency plan. Louis was making good time across the rooftops, using a leaping spell to cross from one to the next. He never paused until he was a good 4 blocks away. Then, from the lee of the neighboring building, he activated a portkey and disappeared. Harry swore and lifted up into the sky and immediately began swooping through the sky in a large circle, holding tight to his cloak so it wouldn't blow off. As he flew, the shoelace slowly began to pivot. Harry smiled ferally. You're not getting away that easily, you bastard, and followed the direction of the shoelace. An hour later, he was outside a tiny third-floor room fronting onto a stinking alley in a slum at the very edge of the city. This was a completely muggle neighborhood, which was evinced by the stink wafting up from the trash dump between the buildings. Wizarding folk would have disappeared their trash. A pair of winos sat next to a dumpster underneath the window, chatting quietly. From across the street Harry casts a warning spell onto the stoop and settled onto a second-floor fire escape, which had a good view of his target. A strong breeze gusted through, making Harry shiver. He cast a warming charm on himself and settled into wait. I should have brought some coffee. He hadn't had much sleep the past few nights, and he was running on fumes. He chugged another pepper-up potion. It probably did a better job of waking him up than the coffee would have, but it tasted far more vile. Maybe Jacobs is right. I should work with a partner. But who would he work with? The few other unspeakables in his line of work that he had met were all assholes, though from what he had heard, the opinion was mutual. And hiring civilians could go wrong in so many different and interesting ways. And Harry didn't want to be the cautionary tale that future unspeakables discussed by the water cooler. If I had some school buddies that I trusted, it might be a different story. Thankfully, he didn't have to spend another night out in the elements. An hour later the warning charm woke Harry from a half-doze. He turned to see a tough-looking Eastern European man entering through the same door as M. Boggart. Harry waited. Sure enough, a few minutes later the thug walked back out. As he did, Harry drifted his broom back into the air and followed after him. He silently dropped down to street level and lifted up his invisibility cloak just enough to cast a small, precise cutting curse to liberate a scrap of the man's shirt collar before floating back up. Casting another, point me, spell using the scrap. This time, he didn't need it. Midnight found Harry floating outside a shipping company warehouse. He was tired and out of pepper-up potions, but in this line of work you couldn't stop once you had a lead. Harry circled the building. He was near the docks, and all the buildings here were warehouses or office buildings for shipping-related companies. Next door was Ace Logistics, Barron's Insurance, and a trucking company with a sign so worn that he couldn't make out the name. Harry returned to the back of the building. Next to the two large D-ers of the loading bay, a wizard dressed as a muggle leaned nonchalantly against the brick facade, as if he just happens to be there for no reason at all. Not that anybody with sense would be fooled. This wasn't a neighborhood for hanging out in after dark. He must be Muggle Bo RN, he's dressed normally. The disguise was ruined by the fact that he kept twirling his wand between his fingers, like a gunfighter spinning with his 6-shooter. Harry gave whoever had come up with this disguised sentry an A for effort before casually drifting his firebolt through an open second floor window. It was one of those that swung in, so he had to make sharp turn to avoid knocking into it. Inside, the warehouse was mostly empty, with just a handful of pallets loaded with cardboard boxes by the main doors. In the back of the giant room there was a man sitting behind a desk, working through shipping invoices. The thug Harry had been following was leaning against a filing cabinet next to him. Harry drifted closer, so he could hear what they were saying. Luis was almost caught. He doesn't know if the Aurors were looking for him, or if it was a random sweep, but we need to be extra careful next Thursday. Just in case they know something, the thug commented as he opened a can of Coke. The other man nodded. I'll hire some local muscle. He was speaking English, and with an upper-class British accent. And I'll have the boys dock in pool, it's easier there. Before Harry could hear anything more, another man runs up. Boss, the ward's tripped, somebody is in here. Harry swore his breath as all three men pulled out their wands. An oppressive feel slammed down on him as well. Somebody must have triggered anti-apparition wards. Good ones. I don't need this right now. RRY was no Gryffindor. He raced back out the same window he had come in through, but he clipped it on the way out, causing it to slam shut after him. As soon as he was free of the ward, Harry apparated back to his hotel room in Calais. UHD. Here's my report. Harry handed Jacobs a stack of parchment as he walked into the magical weather office. The middle-aged man grunted as he flipped through it. Tell me what it says. Harry resisted the impulse to sigh. So why did I write this, then? His boss hated reading reports, even though he insisted that Harry write them up. In detail, we have a drug smuggler, probably with connections to somebody in authority, bringing in a shipment of something on Thursday to Pool. Illicit drugs were a rare vice in the wizarding world, but it was a growing problem. Since most were imported, the ministry deemed it an external threat, and roped the unspeakables into dealing with it. Especially since this was the same drug dealer who was supplying mind-controlling Loa pills in France. Not that Harry had any proof that was what was being smuggled. Jacob snorted. That's vague as shit. Are you even certain it's going to be this week? Harry grit his teeth. No, but it's all I got. And he clearly is connected. The wards they used were Auror grade. Jacobs pulled out a cigar and stuck it into his mouth. He kept the cigar in his desk for times when he needed to think. He never lit it, just gumming the end for a bit before putting it back. I'll get you somebody from the Auror's office to go to the docks in Pool. But don't expect much. I certainly don't. Harry nodded. That was fair. Harry took a public flow to the building down the block from the flat he stayed at when he was in England. He wouldn't call it a home, as all it had was a bedroom and a bare-bones kitchen. And wards. So many wards that even the goblins would be impressed. Harry staggered up the stairs and unlocked the door before flicking the lights on in the kitchen. He pulled open the refrigerator. Empty. Right. He staggered into the bedroom and flopped down. He knew he wouldn't. It was too much trouble when he didn't actually live in the apartment. Not that he lived anywhere. Apartments were just a place to sleep when he wasn't working. Seconds later he was asleep. UHD. Harry woke up, mid-morning, and staggered into the kitchen. Thank Merlin I still have coffee. He mixed up some instant and grimaced at the taste. Another reason to visit Daphne. He took another sip, and his brain kicked into gear. Oh, shit. He remembered he had never told Daphne that he wasn't coming. She would be pissed, in a passive-aggressive fashion. That woman needs therapy. He sighed, and I need to get her a present as an apology. He finished his coffee and headed out into Diagon Alley. A few minutes later found him in Weasley Wizarding Wheezes. Hey George, how's business? Harry leaned on the counter. This time of day the store was pretty empty. Oh, pretty good. End of the school year is always pretty busy. George didn't ask how Harry could tell him apart from his twin. He had outgrown those sort of shenanigans. Which said something, given that he was the co-owner of a joke shop. Harry looked around the store. Really? He peered under a counter. So where are you hiding the customers? George laughed. It's already July, Harry. You really are off of the school schedule I was talking about last month. Are you coming to the monthly dinner this Saturday? Molly tried to keep the family together by hosting a dinner for everybody once a month. And Harry was invited as an honorary Weasley, though he always felt awkward going. The debt they had with him had long ago been repaid, and without that he wasn't certain what his relationship was supposed to be to the Weasley family, and more importantly, how he was supposed to act around them. Sorry, no, that's why I came by. I'll be on a business trip, and I'm not certain how long it will run. You're worse than Bill. Hey, I'll have you know that my business trips are real. Harry retorted. Bill was working for Gringotts, and was now one of their top curse breakers. He would often be called out for projects at different locations across Europe. So are Bill's. It's okay, though, Percy will also be out this week, as he has some conference in France to attend to, so it will just be the Weasley Wizarding Wheezes crew. Harry nodded. So Jinny is still on the outs. George shrugged. None of the Weasleys felt comfortable talking about the red-headed black sheep. After some more chit-chat, Harry continued on to the jewelry store to buy a small silver chain for Daphne. He couldn't afford much on his salary, but that was okay, as she couldn't wear it anywhere except in private anyways. Harry didn't dwell on how messed up their relationship was. As a matter of fact, he did his best to avoid introspection altogether, as when he dwelled on his life he didn't much like what he saw. A mediocre mage in a dead-end job who hadn't accomplished anything significant, and wasn't likely to at any time in the future. The Dursleys had drilled into him that his only value was when he was being useful. And in his opinion, he wasn't particularly. Any other wizard could do his job just as well. Maybe better. Growing up, the only things that had made him stand out were that he was cheaper than hiring a lawn service, and that he could cook as well. And in the adult world, neither of those two skills were valued much. Harry took a deep sigh. Today was Wednesday, so he old pop over to Calais in the evening and then still make it for the investigation the following day. UHD. So what are we looking for? Senior Auror Tonks asked as she greeted Harry a few blocks from the docks, in Poole. It was Thursday evening, but her shift had just started, so she was chipper and full of energy. Harry on the other hand looked knackered, like he's already had a long day at the office. I bet he spends all day in some basement lab. A little fresh air will do him good. The department got wind that there was a drug smuggling operation working out of the docks here. Got wind how? She asked. She hadn't heard anything through the Auror grapevine, so whatever it was must not have come in through official channels. I am not at liberty to say. Tonks sighed. I figured. He Department of Mysteries had a collection of prophecies. Every few months one of their unspeakables would make a make-big to-do in the back corridors of Ministry because they thought that they had one solved. They were usually wrong. Tonks glanced at her watch before looking around. They were standing in a quiet alley between two warehouses. And I assume that you don't know exactly where the smugglers are. At Harry's apologetic shrug, she sighed and muttered under her breath, working with the Dom is always a shit show, before adding at a normal volume, I figured as much. My partner is setting up a ward to detect magical activity. Ah, speak of the devil. Junior Auror Weasley, this is unspeakable Dursley. You seem to be speaking to him just fine. And probably swearing also, knowing you. Jinny smirked smugly. Hi, Jinny, it's been a while. Jinny just rolled her eyes at him, but smiled to take the sting out. Okay, here's the drill. The ward will detect any active spell use, but if the bad boys don't use their wands, or if they're asleep or some shit like that, then it'll get nothing. So we go warehouse by warehouse, casting detection charms. Weasley, you got the attuned blockers. Jinny handed Harry and Tonks small leather straps that stuck magically to the back of their wands, dangling off of the back like a decoration. These will prevent the ward from detecting your casting. But for shit's sake, keep your power down, otherwise you'll burn them out. Okay, we'll split up and each take one row. Weasley, you take the civilian. Auror Tonks, that's against regulations, Jinny protested. Not that she usually cared about the rules, but she was an Auror now. We're grown-ups here, Weasley. I'll be one row over if anything happens. Not that it would. This wasn't her first assignment with an unspeakable. She didn't know how the Department of Mysteries had gotten its information for this case, though she had her suspicions, but it was probably just as lousy as usual, and they knew it. If they had thought that they would find something, there would be a whole squad of Aurors, not just her and a trainee. Well, Weasley wasn't a trainee anymore. And at the rate she was going, she would make senior Auror in another year. The woman was smart, she had drive, and she was damn good with a wand. If something did happen, she would keep Dursley safe. As Harry and Jinny made their way down the row of giant warehouses, Harry broke the silence. We might need to check some of the small docks off to the side as well. There's no guarantee that they are using the main pier. Jinny nodded as she cast her first Revelare spell and swept it across the closest section of building. Harry did the same on the other side. They were halfway down the row when Jinny asked, "Are you still seeing Hermione?" "What?" Harry stopped, and recast the detection spell because he had lost his concentration. "What makes you think we're dating?" "You mean other than the fact that you were thick as thieves in Hogwarts?" "We were both studious and liked books. Besides, Hogwarts was a long time ago. We are just friends." Jinny made a skeptical noise. "I was working detail for the Oxford graduation. I saw you there with her. You still looked pretty chummy." "What? You're starting to sound jealous. And paranoid, but that was a good thing." "Maybe I am. I invited you to that dueling gym I found 2 months ago. And you never got back to me." Shit. Harry's face fell as he racked his brain for an excuse. After a prolonged pause he replied, "Yeah. I'm sorry. I forgot all about that. I didn't write it down, and things got busy at work." "Oh, yeah, so busy, running samples through potions. That's so exciting it must have distracted you." But before Harry could say anything, Jinny forced a smile. "You must be so happy that you were Sir Wise Snape would have never let you pass your potions owl." She knew that she could be abrasive when she was annoyed, and working with Tonks wasn't making that any better, so she put in an extra effort to be nice. She didn't want to scare off yet another guy. "My job isn't all potions." "That's right, sometimes you get tea. Oh, explain your results to a hot Aurors like me." Now it was Harry's turn to roll his eyes. They reached the end of the row, to find Tonks already there. She pointed to the vast web of small piers and boat slips off to the side of the commercial docks. "I was hoping it would be easy. Let's start walking." These smaller piers fronted onto either residences or small shops, so the three of them targeted the boats themselves with detection spells, sometimes crossing the street to examine buildings that might be used for storage. "Okay, how about we go to that gym this weekend?" Harry finally broke the silence. "What, you two going on a date? Don't you wish, Tonks? It's at Bailey's. I want to see if Harry has kept up with his dueling skills." Jinny turned back to Harry. "She's been trying to set me up since I've been partnered with her. But her taste in men is awful, which is probably why she's still single herself." "Shish." Harry crouched down and held up a hand. The pub they had been approaching had just disgorged a group of men speaking in a foreign language. A quick charm informed Harry that it was Albanian. The two Aurors pressed up against the building, and Harry disillusioned himself as he did the same. "My information says that Albanians could be involved." Daphne had said something about her husband being in Albania. It wasn't too much of a stretch to assume that he might be hiring local help there as well. They followed the four men. They were clearly inebriated, but not to the point of being staggering drunk. They walked several blocks down the marina before running down a pier where a mid-sized boat was docked all by its lonesome. They climbed the gangway and disappeared inside. "Can we search that without a warrant?" Harry whispered. Tonks nodded. "It's not a house. Stupefy anybody you see, and they won't even know we were there." She silenced her feet and led the way up the metal ramp, not making a sound. An hour later, they had nothing. "The boat has a hold big enough for cargo. If it's small and valuable." Harry justified himself. "Yes, but there's nothing there currently. It's clearly a commercial boat. I doubt these Albanians have authorization to dock here." Jinny countered, defending Harry. "If these are your smugglers, we could get them deported. I hate to say it, but anything we do will just tip off their boss without accomplishing anything. I think we let our respective departments know to keep an eye on things and then let them go about their business once the stupefy wears off." Tonks nodded. "Okay. I'll tell my boss, you tell yours. And I'll see you on Sunday. 2 p.m. Don't be late." Jinny stretched. It was getting on towards dawn. It's a date. Dawn. Get Tonks' hopes up, Dursley, Jinny teased. UHD. That Saturday, Harry ed up with Hermione and Terry for lunch at the Leaky Cauldron. It wasn't the best place to eat, but it was a fixture of their teenage years whenever they visited Diagon Alley. To 4 years since graduation, Terry toasted. Speak for yourself. My most recent graduation was 2 weeks ago. Hermione corrected primly. She was holding her mug of ale with her pinking sticking out, like a high society lady drinking champagne. As she took a swig, Harry snorted in amusement at her self-deprecating humor. Other people might mistake Hermione for being humorless, much like one of her textbooks, but Harry enjoyed her dry wit. So, at the graduation I had to run before I got around to asking, do you know what you are doing next? I was considering working for a consulting company, the pay they were offering was quite something, but I decided to go into civil service. Wow. Harry was impressed. The consulting job would probably have paid twice, no, maybe 5 times, what the ministry did. That's a real Gryffindor. He was humbled with her dedication to her beliefs. He wasn't certain if he would have made the same choice. Not that I had many options. There's not much call for sneaky bastards that like to fight dirty. He smiled, silently adding, and don't have family connections. Single quote. Hermione blushed and gave a self-conscious shrug. I was offered a position in the Department of Records in the ministry. It's kind of a wizarding mix of the Census Bureau and a university sociology department. Oh, so like you will be seeing if the purebloods are right and the Muggle-born are taking over. Terry commented sarcastically. Harry quirked an eyebrow but didn't say anything. Terry didn't used to be interested in politics. Hermione rolled her eyes. There isn't some miraculous surge of Muggle-born. We are just doing a better job of finding Muggle-born and integrating them into our society. And the fact that many purebloods are having 1 child per family isn't helping. Except the Weasleys. Pretty soon all purebloods would have red hair. But she didn't say that part as it would be rude. Though when she caught Harry's eye, he was clearly thinking the same thing. This is better, Terry scoffed, interrupting her train of thought. There are so many horror stories about Muggle-born not being able to get a job or being passed over for promotion. And when they bring complaints to the ministry, nothing happens. And lately there have even rumors of Muggle-born disappearing and the Aurors doing nothing. I haven't heard anything about that. Do you have specifics that you can share? Harry asked. I'm not in law enforcement, but I have connections. That last was a lie on several levels. Harry was just as bad at making friends now as he had been back in school. Maybe more. So the only friends he had were the tiny handful that he had made back at Hogwarts. Terry paused, before admitting sheepishly, oh, it's just something I heard, rumors. He took a bite of his sandwich to cover up his embarrassment. Harry turned to Hermione. Is this something you can look into, at your new job? Maybe. I think I will have a lot of flexibility as to what I work on. I will be starting as an independent analyst. Quote, wow, Harry repeated before raising his glass, to the library gang, we might all still be pathetically single, but at least we're making strides in our careers. Terry didn't raise his glass, actually. Hermione turned and asked shrewdly, so, what's her name? Quote, Catherine, she's Muggle-born, which is why you are suddenly interested in Muggle-born issues. You guys pretty serious? Harry asked. Yeah, it kind of happened pretty quick. She works at the law office down the hall from where I am. Well, good for you. Harry and Hermione listened as Terry revealed the whole history. Harry's love life was a mess, and he wasn't certain how to change it, so he appreciated a simple romance like Terry's. He then turned to Hermione. So, where's that competitive spirit that we have come to know and love? You need to step up your game. Shows what you know. Maybe I do have a boyfriend. Hermione paused, before jabbing a fork at Harry. Or maybe I'll ask you out. Before looking down at her salad quickly to cover up the blush that spread across her cheeks as she got flustered. She wasn't one of those girls that liked talking about feelings, Lavender or Parvati. Whenever that sort of conversation would start up, she would pull out a book and tune it out. You couldn't even ask Ron out. That was in 3rd year. That was like 9 years ago. Hermione replied. This conversation had moved so far out of her comfort zone that she couldn't even find it with a telescope. I've changed. Terry and Harry exchanged a look. No, she hadn't. Anyway, anybody want to order dessert? I see Tom heading this way. Terry interrupted, rescuing Hermione. Though he cast a sideways glance at Harry, how dense is he? I thought forensics required you to be observant. I guess he's only good with potions. S him out, he's going to be a virgin forever. He cast a speculative glance at his friend. UHD. The following day, Harry met Jinny at Bailey's, the gym she had recommended. It was actually underneath a Muggle Atlas gym. You walked into the sauna and out into Bailey's. The gym consisted of a walkway that led down to 3 alleys, narrow rooms that were 30 feet wide and 200 feet long. You could see into them part way as the first 30 feet didn't have a separate ceiling, and instead relied on wards to protect observers on the walkway from stray spells. There was also a stack of optional equipment at the back of the walkway. One of the alleys was in use by 2 men working on formal dueling. Jinny was waiting for him at the stairs leading down to an empty alley. So, you ready? Yeah, let's see what they taught you in Auror Academy. As they descended into alley, Harry could feel the wards tingling over them. They were powerful, but not very subtle, probably to save cost. The walls were natural granite, to help absorb the spells as well, but even still there were a few pockmarks on them. Ready, go. Unlike their neighbors in the other alley, Harry and Jinny fought freestyle, where anything short of lethal spells was acceptable. Jinny as usual opened up with a flurry of spells. She was as aggressive as ever. But Harry met them head-on. More exactly, he didn't meet them head-on. He dodged or deflected them with small taps of his wands as he responded with his own stream of spells, chaining them together like a professional. 5 minutes later, he scored the first point. Where did you learn to chain spells like that? I don't remember you doing that back in Dueling Club. Jinny asked as he helped her up. She had learned to cast like that in Auror Academy. But even most Aurors never got very good at it. Not like Harry. Oh, here and there. You know I like dueling. So have you gotten any leads from the stakeout in pool? Nothing. The Albanians left and haven't been back. I set up some wards to alert us, but otherwise we aren't going to do anything. The department is too short-handed. There had been more budget cuts this year, which Minister Leach had promised were the last. Of course, that was what he had promised last year as well. Do you know what they were supposedly smuggling? Jinny offered Harry a water bottle as they took a short break. Dueling was exhausting. Thanks. He took a sip before continuing. This is completely off the record, as my boss would have my head if he found out I talked about it. But the word is that it's some sort of drug that makes people do things. Jinny rolled her eyes. Harry, you are so innocent sometimes. That's how all drugs work. They make you do things that you normally wouldn't. That's why people take them. Don't be a prat, Weasley. I didn't mean it like that. I meant it makes you do specific things that are out of character. Still doesn't seem that different than pixie dust. But I'll keep my ears open in the staff room, see if I can get some leads. Jinny figured Harry could use all the help he could get. She wasn't certain what his job was, but it seemed like he was just a glorified gopher for the eggheads in the dom. Getting a solid collar to his name would maybe let him get out form under their thumb. Maybe even a transfer to the Aurors. Thanks, Jin. You're the best. Harry leaned over and absent-mindedly put an arm around her shoulders, giving her a quick hug. Jinny stopped dead for a moment. Hey, enough rest. Let's start round 2. In the end, they went for 6 rounds. Harry won 4, and Jinny got 2. It was supposed to be 5 rounds, and Harry had claimed victory after his 3rd win, but Jinny had insisted on 1 more round, so that she could tie the match up at 3-all and then maybe force Harry to fight 1 more bout after that, so she could eke out a victory. Because she had more in common with Hermione than either girl realized. Unfortunately, that hadn't worked out, and now both duelists were exhausted. You've really improved since Hogwarts, Jin. Harry slumped to sit down next to Jinny as they both gasped for breath. Of course I have. You doof. I'm an Auror. What do you think they teach us in Auror Academy? How to eat donuts. Jinny punched him in the shoulder. Ow. Yeah, and they teach us how to throw a punch too. What I'm surprised with is how much better you got. I was always better. Don't make me hurt you, Dursley. Harry shrugged. He didn't say that he would have done even better. Except there was nothing in the alley to transfigure, so he had to stick with charms and curses only. So have you heard that Zambini is trying for the professional dueling circuit? Yeah, that sounds like him. Dueling was a rich man's sport. You spent 6 months training, fought a handful of bouts, and then went back to laying on the beach for 6 months before starting the cycle all over again. They sat and talked about dueling and Quidditch and other forgettable stuff before Harry glanced at his watch. I should get going. I still have a bunch of reports to write up. Harry was just a boo. To get up when he paused and turned back to Jinny. How come you never go to your parents' family dinners? I'm an Auror. With the amount of overtime I get, I don't have time. Harry nodded. Yeah, that's the same reason I give them when they ask me. But actually, I don't go because I don't know how to act around them. Gunny nodded thoughtfully. In my case, it's the opposite. My mother doesn't know how to deal with me being an Auror, and not a housewife. She's so out of step with the times, it's like she thinks it's still the 70s. Jinny sighed. She keeps pressuring me to get married. She even invites some random guys to meet me when I do show up to what's supposed to be just a family dinner. She pushed up off of the ground before turning to give Harry a hand up. As they head up the stairs to their respective changing rooms, Jinny called out, "Hey, Harry, ask Zambini if he knows anything about the smuggling. His family has connections in those circles." Meaning that Hi's mother was suspected in the poisoning 7 of her husbands, so he might know about magic drugs. Okay, I'm back, and hopefully I will be posting once a week. I know where I'm going, though any comments or recommendations are still appreciated. Chapter 2. Daphne sat, carefully poised, at her writing desk as she penned an invitation to her next dinner party, as per Alex's instructions. She wasn't certain if he was still in the mansion or if he had gone off to Merlin knows where again, and she didn't really care. Other than these carefully orchestrated dinner parties, she almost never saw him anyway. And it was always awkward when she did, as they had nothing to say to each other. I wonder what Harry is up to. She paused to daydream for a moment, imagining him at her side, hands reaching down into her dressing gown. Daydreams were pretty much all she had. The mansion was a gilded cage that she dared not leave, and she did not truly enjoy the company of the women in her social circle. So she rarely invited them over for tea. And when she did, it was always awkward, as they were insipid little women that enjoyed twittering on about nothing at all. She frowned, realizing that her distraction had allowed ink to pool in one spot on the letter, ruining her perfect calligraphy. Daphne frowned, as the deep well of anger inside her bubbled up, straining to escape her tight control. She banished the letter across the room and pulled out another sheet of paper. Is this what I spent 7 years learning magecraft at Hogwarts for? And where is Harry, anyways? It's been over a week with no word. For a forensic mage, Harry seemed to be awfully busy. But she would never ask him about it. Daphne was raised to be a proper pureblood trophy wife, and she had it drilled into her that you never question your man. A pureblood lady accepted whatever she was given. Fuck. Ink had dripped onto the new paper as well. Daphne vanished another ruined letter. UHD. Harry walked out of the Alien Portkey Tethys was his first time being this far south, and he had not been ready for the Mediterranean heat. How can Sirius handle this sort of thing every day? Why? Not that he was here to see his dog father, as he referred to himself. Sirius wasn't in Italy. He was living on a small Caribbean island, brewing craft rums and running around the beach in his dog form. I guess you can get used to anything. Harry quickly cast several cooling charms on himself before his shirt glued itself to him with sweat, making him look like a day laborer, and pulled out the directions that he had scribbled to the dueling studio. That doesn't look like it's too far of a walk. He set out into the scenic old city, which was a substantial tourist attraction. Even in the heat of the day, there were plenty of tourists wandering. Looking at the architecture, a couple passed Harry. The guy was saying something in a language that Harry didn't know, and the woman was gazing lovingly at him. He scowled. Daphne and I never do anything like that. They never went out into public, for fear of being seen. Harry squinted, trying to make out the street signs. The sun was just too bright. At the first street vendor he saw, he purchased a straw hat. It made him look like a dork, but he needed something, anything, to keep the sun out of his eyes. His British upbringing had not prepared him for the intense summer of southern Europe. An hour later, he was in a sun-bleached building that, from the outside, looked to have seen better days, with the stone front worn and the painted trim long bleached to a faded pastel. But the inside was all clean and airy with vaulting ceilings that should not have fit into the modest structure. Up on the second floor where the studio was located, there were frescoes along the walls and marble paneling around the doorways. One ornate set of double doors led into the actual dueling hall from the dueling studio's foyer. Unlike the pits that Harry and Jinny had practiced in, this was a spacious room large enough to accommodate multiple people practicing at the same time under the supervision of an instructor, much more like the Dueling Club at Hogwarts. There were movable wards set up in between the groups to prevent the duelists from accidentally hitting the spectators or other students. Harry paused and watched. At one end of the hall there was an older teen guiding a group of 5 12-year-old boys through the basics of dueling, while at the other end an older man was drilling Zambini as the young duelist repeated the same series of spells at the target. Harry sat and waited, watching both alternately. Finally, after a half hour, Zambini took a break. As he came over to grab some water from the pitcher on a table by the back, he spotted the visitor. "Harry, what a surprise to see you. And how are things in the dreary north?" His expression made it clear that he wasn't really interested. "Quite good. Draco is now working for his father, in theory at least. But the newspapers keep reporting him spending all his time at various parties, with a new witch draped on his arm every week. And why should I care what the nouveau riche ferret is doing? It's not like he's much better than the Weasleys. He has to work for a living." Zambini sneered at Harry, making it clear that his general disdain included Harry as well. "Yes, well, so much for chit-chat." Harry sighed. "If you don't care about the answer, you need to stop asking the question. Or get better at faking it, like you know, a Slytherin." But of course Harry didn't say any of that. Instead he smiled. "I know that your family are expert on exotic potions. I am working in forensics for the ministry, and I am in over my head." Harry smiled insouciantly, doing his best to appear hapless. "I was hoping you could help. Do you know anything about one that works like an imperious spell?" "Harry, I hope you're not bringing up that horrible gossip about Mother." "I will not tolerate it," Zambini replied coldly, fingering his wand. "I don't care what you do, or how many husbands your mother takes. That's her business. I just want your expertise. I know nothing of such things. And neither does Mother. I have been living at the family estates. We are the most highly respected family here in Lecce, and you would do well to remember that." Zambini pivoted on his 2's and strode off back to his instructor. Harry shrugged. He's protesting too much. But Zambini had always overreacted when people questioned him. Back in Hogwarts, everybody blamed it on his Italian heritage. But now Harry suspected it was just because he was an asshole. He turned to watch the kids' class. They were fairly good, for their age. He noticed several parents sitting against the wall, watching as well. Much to his surprise, it was mostly fathers. And the language they were speaking wasn't Italian. But that was okay. He didn't know Italian either. Harry tapped the band of his watch, which contained his translation charm, and slowly dialed it through the languages it had stored before he got a match. With a genial smile, he turned to one of 3 burly men sitting together. "I'm impressed. I wasn't that good when I was their age. Yeah, we have been bringing out boys here for a year now. It is one of the most prestigious studios within 100 miles. And in these uncertain times, we want them to be ready." Harry focused his full attention on the speaker. There was something in his tone that set off alarm bells in Harry's head. His clothes and overall fitness spoke to wealth. But he didn't seem like he was cut from the same elitist cloth as Zambini. "I'm guessing you portkeyed here. Where are you from?" "We're from Tepelin, that's in Albania. It used to be a nice place," added a second. "But now we have mudbloods moving in. And there are half-breeds in the forests," the first rumbled. "Last year, several people were attacked. That's why we decided to enroll our sons here. To learn how to protect themselves." Harry smiled and nodded, glancing at the kids being instructed in formal dueling. "That's not how I would teach somebody to defend themselves." "Well, that is very proactive of you. UHD. Something's going on in Albania, Harry stated as he handed his report over to Jacobs. It sounds like somebody is stirring up strife between the purebloods and Muggle-born. His boss read through the summary page, or maybe there are actual problems. This is Albania, it's not England. Go find out if this is for real, and if it will pose problems for us. RRY decided not to bring up that even England had its share of problems with discrimination. What's my budget? Whatever is reasonable, Dursley. Use your common sense. So portkeys, room and board. Do I get anything for bribes? Harry wasn't put off by his boss's brusque manner. After all, he had roomed with Zambini for 7 years. If you need to bribe somebody, bring it to me so I can authorize it. Harry nodded. So it was the usual. At least the drinks would be free. UHD. Harry took a sip of his ale and grimaced. He didn't know if it had originally been any good, but once he had vanished the alcohol, it tasted like piss. He was sitting in a busy wizarding bar in a working class part of Dapahne, listening in on conversations flowing around him. A nifty spell they taught the unspeakables. Let him hear specific conversations more clearly, and he was tuning it from one table to the next without leaving his bar stool. It was a day later, and he was at work in Albania. That sounds promising. He cut the spell and walked over to a table where 3 men about his age had been grousing about Muggle-born. I couldn't help overhearing, and I couldn't agree more. This coddling of the mudbloods has to stop. He was using a new translation charm that he had picked up on his visit to the Department of Mysteries. It was a high-end one tuned to Albanian, so that nobody could tell that he wasn't a native speaker. It even made his lip motions match the spoken words. And it had the added bonus that it changed his voice. That along with a couple of spells on his hair and him from a causal glance. Pull up a seat. Quote, thanks. Harry turned to the waitress. Hun, can you bring us another round, on me? Good man. The first speaker slapped Harry on the back. He had clearly already had a few. I'm Besnick. That's Hans. And I'm Skander, interrupted the last, clearly not happy to have been left for last. Or maybe he was always unhappy. He had a perpetual frown etched into his face. It gave him an sulky, intense look, the sort that women found attractive until he opened his mouth for the first time. Harry spent the rest of the evening drinking and chatting. It meant that there weren't many Muggle-born in Dapahne, but there were rumors circulating that some rich Muggle-born were buying up property in town, and that anybody who didn't sell was being roughed up. As the night wore on, the bartender finally announced that he was closing up. Come on. Besnick staggered up a little unsteadily. I know a place that's open all night. I don't know. I have work tomorrow, replied one of the others. But they nevertheless left the bar as a group, with Harry mixed in. I heard that some folks are getting together to create a self-defense group, Hans volunteered. I got an invitation from a buddy at work. Is this open to anybody? Harry asked. Yeah, he gave me the address. Hans was just racking his brain to remember when Harry saw a glint of light out of the corner of his eye. Protega. He cast an overpowered shield as he pulled Hans behind him. Die pureblood scum. A feminine voice yelled in English as more cutting spells rained down on the group. As Besnick and the others scrambled for cover and tried to find their wands, Harry quickly went on the offensive. The witch attacking them was standing on the other side of the street, making no attempt to hide. The witch's dueling skills were negligible, and it is a matter of moments to stun her. Is she alive? We should kill the bitch. Hans had grown quieter and quieter as the night had progressed, and he consumed more and more alcohol, but now that silence had blossomed into a furious rage. Skander nodded, belatedly drawing his wand. Harry made a quick assessment. You're drunk. Go get the oars and I'll keep watch here. No, we need to send a message to the mudbloods. This can't be tolerated. Hans pointed his wand at the unconscious woman. His face was red from the blood pounding through it as he clenched his wand so tightly in his fist that whatever spell he cast fizzled out. Stupefy, Harry knocked him unconscious as well, before turning to the other two, of whom only Besnick appeared marginally sober. New plan. Get him home so he can sleep it off. I'll take her to the oars. He mobilicorpused the woman so she was floating at waist height like an Art Nouveau lunch counter. He took hold of her and after a moment of concentration apparated. It was always tricky side alonging an unconscious person, but his destination was not the local or station but back to his hotel room. Once there, he inspected his captive under better light. She was a middle-aged woman, dressed professionally, but her clothes were disheveled, as if she had been too distracted to pay attention to them for some time. A small sniff told him that she also hadn't bathed for a while. She had a small purse slung under her arm, to all appearances forgotten. Harry reached in and was placed. Sonly surprised to discover it was an expanding purse, and that it was full. He riffled through it, finding a folder with a pair of identical resumes for a woman named Helen O'Connor and a parchment describing a job as a nursing aide in Italy. All were written in English. Incarcerus. Once the taupes had her secured, Harry revived the woman. "What are you doing in Albania?" he asked. It was at times like this that it would be really useful to know legilimency, since he wasn't going to use an imperious curse on her. Not because he would have felt guilty using it on an innocent woman, he would have. But that wouldn't have stopped him, but because who knew how it would interact with whatever compulsion she was already under. It could kill her. "Let me go. I have to kill them." She didn't seem particularly upset as she announced her intentions. "Kill who?" "Purebloods." "Why?" "Let me go. I have to kill them." She repeated in the same tone of voice. "Where are you from?" He tried one more time. "Let me go. I have to kill them." Harry nodded, stupefied. She would have one heck of a headache from the repeated stunners, but he wasn't going to take any chances. He used his wand to withdraw a sample of her blood, which he kept floating in the air as he opened his trunk and descended into his laboratory. This is going to be a long night. He started a series of potions brewing, adding a little of her blood to each. An hour later, 4 out of the 5 potions were changing color from clear to green. Harry started adding little bits of ingredients first to one then to the other, taking notes each time. It was several hours before he had gotten one of the potions to return back to clear. Harry blinked blearily as he looked at the potion. It was indeed what was called in the industry, water white. Meaning as clear as good water. I should get some sleep. But that really wasn't an option to Harry's sleep-addled mind. He didn't want to leave the woman in the state she was in any longer than necessary. And there was no way he could take her through a portkey terminal in the condition that she was in. Harry swigged a wide-eye potion and then got started making up a full strength antidote potion using his notes on the ingredients required to make the test sample return to its original state. By the time he staggered back up out of his trunk, it was already late morning. "This will probably taste nasty. But luckily, you're stunned, so you don't have to worry about it," Harry muttered before giggling. "Oh, I think I need another wide eye." Instead he made his way over to the stunned Helen O'Connor and administered his concoction to his captive. As soon as it was down her throat, she began to twitch and spasm, and her head started to swell up like a balloon. "Oh, shit, that wasn't supposed to happen." Harry immediately started casting whatever spells he could to stabilize her, preventing her head from exploding or her heart from seizing. An hour later, she was breathing regularly and all of her features were back to normal. That was dumb, Harry admitted to himself. He shouldn't have taken such risks. The woman had almost died because he didn't know what he had done wrong. But what else was I supposed to do? He was too tired to think up an alternative. Harry put on his unspeakable's robe and enervated Helen. Where?" she asked, slurring slightly. "What's your name?" "Way me tied up." She jerked weakly at the ropes. Harry dispelled them. "You were acting under the Imperious curse, so I had to make sure that you were back to your regular self." "Are you an Auror?" Helen sat up slowly. "I am an unspeakable." "What was the last thing you remember?" It turned out that she had come across an ad in the Daily Prophet for a nursing position with a wealthy Italian family, and had taken a portkey there for an interview. And that was the last thing she remembered. "I think we should go speak to the British Aurors." "My things. They're at my room in Lecce." Harry managed to convince her to leave that for the Aurors to retrieve, and he took the 2 of them to the portkey terminal in Rome. UHD. While Helen was being attended to by a Medowitch in the Auror department, Harry went down to the dom. "That was quick," his boss quipped. "I usually don't see you for a week when I send you." He stopped. "You look like shit. Is everything okay?" "Yeah, I think I have a woman who was give one of the loa pills, like the man in France. Once the Medowitch gives her a clean bill of health, you can send somebody up to question her. She's with the Aurors. Both victims were British, and Muggle-born. There are rumors that Muggle-born have been disappearing. This could be related. Jacob's hen was the last time you slept. 12 hours. Number 24 hour ago. More. Merlin, Dursley, you keep going like that, you're going to make mistakes. Next time, get some backup. I'd rather you waste a couple of expensive international portkeys than you end up dead. Or worse yet, lose a lead. Yes, sir, Harry replied, which actually meant, no sir. Unspeakables didn't socialize much with each other, so he didn't know any of them. Except by reputation. RRY didn't even trust most of his friends. There was no way that he would trust an almost stranger. Go get some sleep, before you do something stupid. Jacobs repeated. Harry nodded. He considered port-keying to Daphne's. But he wouldn't get much rest there. And there was the slim chance that her husband would be in. He knew he should never visit her except when he had all his wits about him. I guess I'll have to go home. He took the protracted route required to get into his tiny apartment. As he staggered into the almost bare apartment, he froze. The lights were on. Before he could even draw his wand, he saw Hermione. Oh. I didn't mean to intrude. I was just returning your warming bracelet, she replied quickly, holding it up like a talisman to ward off harm. The one you gave me at graduation. Oh, right, I keyed her to the wards. He waved it away. It's okay. I was just surprised a little. Wasn't expecting to see anybody here. The last word ended in a huge yawn. Sorry. Long day. I'm exhausted. I'm going to crash as soon as you leave. Hermione nodded before examining Harry. When was the last time you ate? This morning, if you count beer. Hermione gave Harry a concerned look. It's almost dinner time. I'm going to make you something to eat. It's fine. No, it's not. You have cooked for me plenty of times. The least I can do is make you an omelet. Cooking wasn't her forte, but you couldn't go wrong with an omelet. And besides, she needed something quick because Harry did look exhausted. But he would sleep better on a full stomach. She opened his refrigerator. It was empty. Except for an expired bottle of Tabasco sauce. She cast a concerned glance at Harry. Has he been eating at a pub LL this time? Not only was that unhealthy, it was out of character. Here, let's flow to my place. I don't know my way around your kitchen. Harry didn't point out that there was nothing to navigate around, as he hadn't been food shopping in over a month. He nodded as Hermione sighed along him to her flat from the alley outside his building as he didn't actually have a flow. Harry sank down into a chair and watched Hermione work, a small smile on his face. Daphne would never do something like this. Not that she wasn't supportive. She was, within the boundaries of their relationship, but cooking was not something she ever did. That was what house elves were for. So, you still oppose the idea of having house elves? Hermione sighed. I understand why they do what they do better now, but I'm still never going to have a personal house elf. Even if there is a lone house elf in desperate need of a home to bond to keep from wasting away. Hermione turned to give Harry a look that asked, seriously? You're going there? I would do. What Hogwarts does, tie their employment to an institution instead of a person. That's the thing. Purebloods don't think of their families as persons, but as an institution. And that's why they make such horrible parents. For them, children a product, not someone to love. Other than the Weasleys, she didn't know any pureblood kids that weren't in desperate need of a therapist. Tell me about it, sighed Harry. Oh, are you pining after a pureblood girl? Hermione asked with a little too much cheer. Shit, I'm tired, Harry snorted. No, remember Tracy Davis, from school? Her father is a nouveau riche arriviste. And he arranged a marriage for her with some minor nobleman who was 10 years older than her. That's terrible. What does Tracy think of this? Take a guess. She's run off to America. And didn't leave her parents a forwarding address. She's now living with a Muggle musician in Denver. Arranged marriage's a horrid custom. Hermione added the mushrooms and cheese to the omelet. I didn't know you were so close to her. Harry smiled through gritted teeth. Merlin be damned fond of information today. He never shared personal information. Not with anybody. I'm not, but you know us Slytherins. We always keep tabs on each other. Hermione slid the finished omelet onto a plate and set it in front of him. Harry, drop the act. You might have everybody else fooled, but I know you. You're not as cold-hearted and aloof as you try to pretend. You're one of the kindest people I know. Harry almost choked on his omelet, as at the same time a blush spread all the way up to his ears. He took a drink to clear his throat. Thanks, he muttered, I'll try to live up to your expectations. So, have you found out anything about the Muggle disappearances? Harry asked, to change the topic. Yeah, I found the information pretty easily. It's not a secret, it's just that nobody filed the reports properly, so the Aurors are treating each one as a separate missing persons case. But if you take them in aggregate, 15 Muggle-born have disappeared in the past 6 months without any trace, and they don't match the profile of a typical disappearance. Urso S. Hacklebolt, the Auror I consulted, claimed. He said that he's going to look into it, now that I brought it to his attention. Hermione waved her wand and a file folder floated into Harry's hand, who made his way over to Hermione's couch and spread it over the coffee table. Good for him. And thank you for collecting all this. This may end up saving lives. Now it was Hermione's turn to blush. Quote, I just found a failure in the reporting system. Exactly. Except Harry wasn't certain that it was a simple failure. The missing people were all too similar. Most were young, career-oriented, not close with family. He closed his eyes to consider the links between them. When Hermione turned around from cleaning the dishes, Harry was asleep, the report resting on his chest. She put the papers away and carefully draped a blanket over him, so as not to wake him. She didn't notice the indulgent smile on her face as she did. UHD. Harry, wake up. Harry woke up to find a worried Hermione shaking his shoulder. What? Did I fall asleep on your couch? Sorry about that. Harry slurred sheepishly. That's not important. There is something going on in Diagon Alley. Hermione's apartment was on a side street that abutted Wizarding England's center. The Ministry had provided it to her as a part of her pay package. No, Harry wasn't jealous. Much. Harry grabbed his wand and a glass of water to help wake up before joining Hermione at the door. I heard yelling and I went to take a look. I didn't come very close, but it appears to be a riot in the making. As they exited the building, they could hear the noise. At the far end of the street there was a group of people yelling angrily at the shop across the street. When they arrived, Aurors were already on the scene, trying to disperse the crowd of 20 to 30 people. Down with purebloods. Muggle-borns rule. Rah! Yelled the crowd, chanting loudly but with an odd lack of passion. Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance. Relations between purebloods and Muggle-born were bad as it was. This would be like spilling kerosene onto a fire. Okay, you lot, sod off, or we're going to start stunning you, and Auror drew his wand. Down with purebloods. Muggle-borns rule. Rah! Stupefy. As soon as the first rioter dropped, the rest started apparating away. Within moments all except a half-dozen people were gone, and those remainders looked confusedly at each other before quickly melting into the surrounding alleyways. Harry walked over to the Aurors processing their sole prisoner, who was incarcerated and awoken. I am with the Department of Mysteries. He showed his warrant card. Do you need any assistance? No, mate. The Auror restraining the prisoner TTY cut and dried. They probably had too much to drink. Though this sort of behavior is more of a Quidditch season sort of thing. He pulled the rioter upright. Come on lad. You're going to be sleeping it off at your own special hotel room, in the DMLE, all paid for courtesy of pureblood taxes. If you don't make an ass of yourself, you'll be out in the morning. Harry took a close look at the prisoner, so that he could recall him inoffensive later. Those weren't regular rioters. Hermione volunteered when Harry returned to her side. That was organized. Somebody is trying to stir up class warfare. It's worse than that. I need to take a look at something back in your apartment. When they returned, Harry raced to the couch and started flipping through the missing person reports. I think this is it. Samuel Delaney. Missing for 3 weeks. He held up the paper, with a small photo paper clipped to it. It was a picture of the man that the Aurors had just arrested. What do you think it means? It means nothing good. I need to go. Thanks for dinner. Or breakfast, or whatever it was. Harry was distracted, trying to decide his next step, and not paying attention to what was coming out of his mouth. He felt like he was trying to put together a puzzle while missing most of the pieces. Nothing fit together, but there was definitely something going on. Something big, and bad. Hermione rolled her eyes. Next time, let's arrange it ahead of time. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Harry gave a distracted wave as he stepped out into the hall to apparate away. So call me, you prat. Harry disappeared with a slight susurration. His apparition was always quiet. Hermione was too distracted by everything to consider why a forensic technician would need to know how to apparate silently. UHD. Jinny, wake up. Jinny started awake as somebody pounded on her apartment door. A moment later the door jerked open on its own as a bathrobe-clad Ginevra Weasley was pointing her wand at Harry from halfway across her room. What the hell are you doing pounding on my door in the middle of the night? You stupid git, I just got off shift and I need my beauty rest. She yelled, closing the distance so she could wave her finger in Harry's face once she realized who had disturbing her sleep. You're plenty beautiful the way you are, Jin, and I need your help. Harry spoke quickly. If he didn't cut her off, Jinny would talk herself into a towering rage. Wait, what? Quote, I need to speak to a rioter who was just picked up by the Aurors. I think they stuck him in the drunk tank. So, go ask whoever's on duty. I don't trust whoever is on duty. I trust you. Jinny blushed before muttering. Damn paranoid Slytherin, she considered. I really did just get off shift, Dursley. I'm not your personal errand girl. Please, I'll owe you for this. Jinny considered. Fine, but you just talk to him. No funny business. Not a problem. Harry nodded, spreading his hands to show that he was trustworthy. They arrived at the ministry half an hour later, with Jinny still grumbling. Taking advantage of helpless maidens in their scanty off time. Despite the serious situation, Harry couldn't help replying, You're not a helpless maiden, Jinny. You're probably one of the two most dangerous women I know. Jinny perked up. Who's the other one? Harry gave her a mysterious smile. Now that would be telling. After that, they had to stop bantering as Jinny signed them INTO the DMLE and then led the way to the cell holding drunks and other minor offenders. It was a large, bare room with cushioning charms cast on the walls and the floor. Through the bars they could say, two older gentlemen resting on the floor, snoring. Both looked to have been there for some time, as they were deeply asleep or perhaps deeply inebriated. Hello, I would like to speak to the wizard who was just brought in. She said to the guard on duty. Sorry, we haven't had anybody come in since the afternoon, it's been really quiet. He was arrested for rioting, Harry interrupted. Nope, nobody. We had a woman in for shoplifting earlier, but she just paid the fine for accidental use of magic and was released before dinner time. Thanks, Kenny. Harry turned to Jinny. Could they still be processing him? I'll check. You sit tight at my desk. Don't touch anything. She led Harry over to her desk. As a junior Auror, she didn't warrant her own office, instead sharing it with 3 others, 2 of whom were out on patrol right now, and the last was a large woman busy filling out a report, holding a quill awkwardly with a hand the size of an anvil. Harry sat and waited, trying to come up with possible scenarios. Jinny came back a half hour later. There is no record of an arrest. Jinny was scowling, hoping that Harry would tell her that it was a practical joke, or that it wasn't a big deal or something. Anything to pull her away from the edge of the abyss that she found herself standing on. Then she could yell at Harry for being a stupid git and go back to sleep. This is getting worse and worse. Harry almost whispered. Jinny, I hate to ask this of you, but I was serious that I don't know who to trust. Can you do some digging and find out who the arresting officer was? Harry was kicking himself for paying so much attention to the rioter that he barely glanced at the arresting Auror. Merlin, damn it, Dursley. I knew you were going to say that, Jinny sighed. She wasn't angry with Harry. Because he was right. She was pissed with the world for dumping what was starting to look like a massive corruption scandal in her lap. And there was no way she could turn and look the other way. That's not the way her parents raised her. I'll look into it, but only on one condition. You come as my escort to the Ministry Llama's night ball. Harry nodded immediately. Okay. This was work, so there was no question about going if that was the trade Jinny wanted in exchange for her help. But there was still a slight twinge of guilt. Well, it's not like Daphne cares about what I do when we aren't together. For all I know, she has a string of other lovers. That didn't make him feel any better. But he was doing it for England. Great. Jinny smiled. I'll go tell Tonks that I have a date. Chapter 3. Harry, get your gear, the Aurors called. Harry was in the magical weather office, or so the nameplate on the door said. It was actually the Department of Mysteries Oversight Office. Reading some of the recent findings from the Dom Research Division. He still enjoyed learning about new magics, though he didn't have much time for it anymore. But at least when he was in the office he had a ready source for the latest news on all the innovative new magics on hand, even if the reports were not the most accessible, as they assumed that you had been steeped in the same research as the writer until it was coming out your eyeballs. What's the situation? Harry grabbed his sampling kit. Leave that, his boss waved at the kit, you'll be assisting with magical disasters. We have a bloke who somehow made his house carnivorous. Harry quirked any eyebrow. I'm not exactly trained for that. Nobody else is either. So far the Aurors have managed to contain it to a large farm field. The house. Jacobs held out a portkey without any additional explanation. Shit. Harry ran to the Aurors' portkey room and activated it. Harry landed in Burling, or so the unspeakable in charge told him, but all he saw was generic rolling fields and hedge rows. And a small Tudor house chasing a pair of Aurors who were fleeing in terror across the rolling fields. What do you need me to do? We have a mage circle set up that should freeze it back into shape. The unspeakable pointed to the glowing pattern burned into the grass between 5 ward stones. But we need you to lure the house onto it. And they couldn't get an Auror to do this. Right. Harry ran towards the house, but the building ignored him, instead digging through the wall that one of the Aurors had conjured to hide behind. Hey! Harry sent a blasting curse. It bounced off the houses as warded, the Auror called out as he used a blasting hex of his own to deflect the Fr. Aunt door before it could bite his head off. Of course it is. Harry quickly tried to think of any esoteric spells that he knew of that might be of use, but he was drawing a blank. This was a unique situation. Get it to come this way. The head of the unspeakable team called out again, using a sonorous charm, in case Harry had forgotten why he was out here in the middle of nowhere with a ravening house. Harry sighed before scooping up a handful of dirt and transfiguring it into a swarm of termites. He then banished them gently towards the house, where they landed on what must, on the inside, be the living room. And nothing happened. Harry stood and watched. Come on, work, damn it. Still nothing. Meanwhile, the Auror was getting desperate as the house broke through part of the wall. He rolled off to one side to avoid getting bitten. Harry rubbed his chin in thought, racking his brain for any new magic he might have read about that would help in this situation. A little help here, yelled the Auror. Harry held up a hand to show that he had heard him as he continued to ponder what to do. Suddenly, the house paused and scratched at its living room with a hind paw, like a dog. And it pivoted and glared at Harry before pouncing towards him. Run. This way, yelled the unspeakable. What do think I'm doing, you useless prick? Harry ran as fast as he could, diving past the ward trap just in time. As he rolled back to his feet, the house was just a house. Harry sighed. Just another day in the office. After lunch, Harry was back in the Department of Mysteries, getting ready to do his actual job. Which meant filling out a requisition form, in triplicate, but with different color inks each time, to pick up a high-end translation charm from the research group. I wish we had a character like Q. From James Bond. Unfortunately for Harry, all of the researchers were serious and prosaic. Sometimes too much so. UHD. The following day, Harry woke up late. After going through his usual exercise regiment, he sent a Patronus to Jinny telling her that he would be out of the country for work for the week and to send a note by Flo to number 4 Privet Drive if she discovered anything. He had installed a dead drop Flo at the house where he grew up. Nobody could come through, not least because the Dursleys had blocked up the fireplace back when they bought the house, but you could leave things there. He then took an international portkey back to Italy. Harry walked down the street, spell leading him towards the address that was on the job offer that he had found in Helen O'Connor's purse. The spell led him into the depths of Wizarding Lecce, where the streets were lined with old family compounds. These were buildings that doubled both as family mansions and places of business, with most dating back 400 years or more. These weren't the classic Italian country villas, instead being built more like the fortified domiciles of the Florentine plutocrats. The building he found himself in front of was one of those sort, a 4-story block of a building in a sea of other 4-story buildings, but with a tower on one corner rising an additional 2 stories above everybody else. "Hello," he called out through his translation spell as he knocked on the door. "May I speak with Michelozzo?" A house elf dressed in what at first glance appeared to be a toga but was actually a towel popped into being. "I am sorry, sir. There is nobody by that name here. You may have the wrong address." "What is your name?" Harry asked genially. "Pauzzo, sir." The elf bobbed his head nervously. "Thank you for taking the time to meet with me, Pauzzo. I am with a job placement agency, and I was informed that an elderly gentleman who was looking for a Medowitch assistant lived here. I may have gotten the name wrong, but if he is interested, I can get him a couple of resumes by the end of business today." "I am really sorry, sir, but I don't think we have anybody like that here." The elf was clearly not used to being talked to so politely, and was slightly confused as to how to respond. He usually either let people in immediately, or turned them away. Never did they actually talk to him. He did his best to emulate how he had seen his master behave. What is your family business? Even if you don't need a Medowitch, I have plenty of other resumes in my back pocket. I can get you people to fill any vacant position you may have." Harry exuded confidence, and a certainty that he could fix any problems that Pauzzo might have. "We are an import express ort company and don't need any help. We have plenty of very fine people working here. Why, we even have people coming to work here from all over." "Oh, really? Just Italians?" "Because I can get people from other parts of the world as well." "Oh, no," Pauzzo replied proudly. "As a matter of fact, we had several gentlemen from the Caribbean here last week, helping out with potions." Harry sighed disappointedly. "It sounds like you have a very successful family that you are working for, Pauzzo. Thank you taking the time to speak to me." Pauzzo swelled in pride from the compliment, gaining an extra 2 inches. "Yes, my family is very industrious, and they provide many dirty cauldrons for me to clean." Harry waved cheerfully and strode away, apparating moments later to the Italian Orr's office. An hour later, Harry was back at the same spot, watching from across the street as a team of Orrs raided the building. He was standing next to the Orr in charge, who was directing the operation as his Orrs led a stream of rough-looking men, many clearly foreign, out of the building. "How did you know that the Cosa Magica was running a drug lab here?" The prisoners had all been working on concocting illegal potions. Harry just leaned in. "I'm good at my job." "Very good." The Italian Orr smiled sourly. He didn't like having this Englishman telling him how to do his job. I ally since he had been paid to turn a blind eye to this street and the affluent businesses here. But this had gone over his head to the ICW, and the Italian ministry had told him that he had to carry out the raid. "But I don't need any credit," Harry continued. "Put me down as an anonymous source. As long as my people back home know I was involved, that's enough." The Orrs in charge nodded, somewhat mollified. Everybody needed a couple of good collars to their name in order to get promoted. He started considering the best way to spin this bust to his supervisor, to gain credit without risking retribution from the Cosa Magica. He didn't notice as Harry slipped away. "Do you bring word of Harry Potter?" Lord Voldemort demanded. That was the only acceptable reason for a lowly worm like this to intrude into this parlor. Now his ersatz throne room. "I am sorry, my lord." The nervous-looking young man bowed low as he entered the opulently furnished room, with a pair of rogue Death Eaters standing to one side, waiting for their lord to express his needs. But a messenger just arrived. The Cosa Magica warehouse in Lecce was raided by the Orrs. The figure in front of him wore a robe with the hood pulled up even indoors, so you could only catch glimpses of his face, which was a skeletal death-like figure. His bony hands didn't help the image. Voldemort looked up from the letter that he was writing. "How is that possible? I thought you had arranged for the Orrs to look the other way." He tried to rein in his frustration. He could not afford to antagonize his allies, but it was difficult. He felt the need to hurt somebody as a way of making his displeasure known. Since his return, it had been hard to maintain the charm and charisma that he used to have in his first life. The messenger bobbed his head. We did, but they are simply corrupt, they are not actually loyal to the cause. Somebody must have paid them more to do their job, or applied pressure. Voldemort hissed in displeasure. We need money. Wars are not fair. The man shrugged. That is true. Crucio. Voldemort held the spell for several seconds as the man screamed. I don't need bootlickers. I want answers, not platitudes. Yes, sir. I will go find some answers for you, sir. He pulled himself back to his feet and staggered out of the room. Voldemort sighed. He had needed that. He felt better now. UHD. As the Italian Aurors were finishing up with the arrests, Harry slipped inside. There were too many detection spells being cast for him to risk a disillusionment spell, and even his cloak was likely to not be of much help with the number of Aurors physically searching the premises, but he transfigured his robe into an Auror trench coat and blended in. Did you find the office? He asked one of the Aurors with a clipboard. He had the medallion of a senior Auror, and was likely in charge. Up the steps, on the second floor, came the reply. She didn't even look up. Harry strode up and into the office. Surprisingly, or maybe not so surprisingly, given the rumors about corruption in the Italian Auror force, the office was untouched. Harry quickly cast an aversion charm and started flipping through ledgers. He didn't know how long he had before somebody discovered him, but the ironic thing was that the office, the place that the Aurors should want to investigate the most, was the one place in the mansion that an aversion charm might actually work, as none of the Aurors wanted to come in. One filing cabinet had reams of shipping invoices. He was riffling through those Hen and address caught his eye. It was in Albania. He slowed down and made a closer inspection. There were multiple deliveries, from different businesses in Albania, all in the past few months. And nay of the shipments had come in under the name of Alexander Lestrange. Harry took the entire folder for the past month and shrank it, stuffing it into his pocket. He had just closed the cabinet when the office door opened. Hey! What are you doing here? This is a crime scene. A sharp-eyed Auror realized that he didn't recognize Harry. Another Auror behind him paused on his way past. I am a liaison from the British Auror's office, began Harry. Liaisons aren't allowed into a crime scene without an escort. The Italian Auror glanced at the half-closed cabinet. What did you take? He demanded. The Auror behind him dropped the sack of silverware he had been carrying and reached for his wand. Harry cast a wandless banisher, knocking the sharp-eyed Auror back into the one drawing his wand bef. Auror rushing past them and down the stairs. He darted past startled Aurors. Stop him. As he reached the front door, somebody had gotten their wand out and cast a stunner, which he parried. He then CKED to the side to let another spell fly past him as he cast a bombarda at the asphalt in front of a pair of Aurors standing guard, knocking them off of their feet. As soon as he reached the other of the street and he could feel the edge of the wards, he apparated away. Harry appeared on a beach up to his ankles in water and he immediately apparated again, so fast that any beachgoers that saw him would think that the robed figure had just been a trick of their eyes. This time he appeared on a busy street in magical Rome. He dried his shoes with a charm as he power-walked some distance, before turning into a store and out through an employee entrance, apparating again, now to an alley in Muggle Rome. Let them trace that. The beach would delay them as they would have to oblivate in. Why body who saw them, because unlike Harry, they wouldn't be able to apparate again immediately, as they would have to trace his apparition. Harry transfigured his robe into a worn Muggle sports coat like Remus used to wear, with patches on the elbows, and strolled out of the alley over to an hotel, whistling 50 Ways to Leave, something or other. He wasn't good with lyrics. Never skimp on preparations. UHD. Harry paced as he considered what his next step was. The business records he had stolen showed a connection between the Lecce smuggling operation that had drugged Helen, and possibly others, and Lestrange in Albania. But if the Italian Aurors were as corrupt as Harry suspected, there was a good chance that the Albanians had already been warned and there would be nothing left at that location anymore except an empty warehouse and some traps. But there was a connection to Lestrange. Was it just for the Loa drug, or was there some deeper meaning to it? And what was the purpose of drugging the Muggle-born? I need more information, and the only lead he had was Alex. Daphne will love that. Problem was, he was much better at avoiding him than in seeking him out. Wait. Llama's night. Typically, rich pureblood families didn't bother coming to ministry functions, but Llama's night used to be the traditional start of the harvest, back when England was an agrarian society. Nowadays, it was the start of something connected to that, but far more important, the start of the ministry's tax-writing season. It was amazing who crawled out from under their rock to petition the minister to exclude their pet project from the tax bill. Maybe I'll even get a chance to arrest the bastard, Harry smiled. UHD. Harry spent the next 2 weeks back in England. He took it easy, working a couple of forensic jobs. Once to identify who had cast what spell in an insurance dispute, and another time on a robbery. And he visited some of his Hogwarts friends and not friends. Good morning. Draco will see you in the south sighting room. Crabbe bowed stiffly as he showed Harry into the Malfoys' over-ostentatious residence. He was now working as a majordomo for the Malfoys. Thog. Rumor had it he was still Draco's errand boy in his off hours. Well, technically, it's almost lunchtime. Harry smiled as he followed the silent Crabbe through the maze that was Malfoy Manor. It's good that he found a job that matches his skill set. Harry Dursley, sir. Crabbe bowed again and left. Draco was lazing in a recliner, a silver housecoat over his pajamas and a glass of sherry in one hand. How is business, Draco? Harry took a seat opposite the Malfoy heir. It's been great ever since I joined the company. We have a new partner as Sweden, who exports high-quality furniture. And we have these 2 guys out of America that make wine. Did you know that they made wine there? It's in some place called California. Obviously it's not as good as a quality French wine, but they sell. It's so cheap that we can make a tidy profit. Harry smiled. So you're working hard. Actually, Harry expected that the only work that Draco did was at night. I wonder if I'll see one of his floozies wandering in. No. Crabbe must show them the door at dawn. Tell me about it. It's non-stop. Father insists that I visit all our clients in person. And we have to prepare the mansion for the ministry ball. Harry nodded. It doesn't matter how much work you're assigned. If you delegate it all, it doesn't count. But what he said was, I imagine that will be expensive. Yes, but it will be worth it. The minister remembers who his friends are. Draco smiled and took another sip. Would you care to stay for lunch? I would love to. They continued to chat about nothing of consequence. They weren't really friends, but none of Draco's friends were interested in listening to him talk, so he enjoyed Harry's infrequent visits. When it was time for Harry to leave, Crabbe again showed him to the door. Thank you for your visiting. Crabbe bowed again. And thank you, Victor. Harry smiled, before pronouncing carefully, the sun turns Wittershins. Crabbe's face went slack as he stood attentively. Harry smiled. That is one Hogwarts project that has paid dividends over the years. UHD. Harry was spending a rare day in the office, hanging out in the time room as he chatted with one of the researchers there. He was nodding along as he racked his brain, trying to understand what Cormac was saying when Jacobs came by. Stop bothering Cormac. Don't you have your own work to do? I just finished up the raw on your desk. I can't say for sure, as that's the Auror's job, but the spells that damage the house came from the owner's wand, so it looks like insurance fraud. But Neve, Arthelis. Harry stood up and followed Jacobs back to the magical weather office. You're still going lone wolf. Jacobs growled without preamble. Have you considered seconding Cormac? He's pretty OD with a wand and he has clearance already. Harry was an ass, but he was one of his people, and he didn't want him getting killed. At this rate, you could end up getting somebody killed. Harry thought back to Helen, the Medowitch that he had saved in Albania, and how she almost died. If I had backup, I could have gotten some sleep while they watched her. Then I wouldn't have botched the potions. I'll think about it, sir. Jacobs opened the door into the office, so that's a no. That's all I can ask. UHD. Come Llama's night. Harry knocked on Ginny's door. Her place was a hole-in-the-wall studio up in Nottingham. Without magic it would be a 3-hour commute to London, but with the flow it was just a matter of seconds, though flow powder was getting expensive, as more Zards and witches tried to find someplace to live that wouldn't cost an arm and a leg. You could always apparate, but that wasn't always a wise choice after a long day at work. The risk of splinching went up the more tired you were. This time, Jinny opened the door more calmly, dressed in an elegant Edwardian ball gown, of the sort that had been in fashion in the Muggle world 100 years ago. You look good. Harry paused before adding with a smirk, though I liked your look last time too. What, half asleep? Clutching my wand from across the room. You didn't have a half-asleep vibe. You looked pretty intimidating. Harry paused before adding, make sure you have your wand, and that you can transfigure the dress into something that you can move in. Harry, Jinny asked with an arched eyebrow, I'm going to a ball. Where are you going? Harry sighed and ran a hand through his hair, ruining his attempt at controlling his hair. Other than his usual cursed hair, he was also dressed for the ball. I just have a hunch that something might come up, and I might need help. Jinny opened her mouth to ask before closing it. Harry was a talented duelist, but he wasn't an Auror. What, you're expecting somebody to get rowdy with you? Well, when I arrive with such a beautiful woman on my arm, who could blame them? Jinny rolled her eyes but couldn't completely stop a small smile escaping. Come on, we're already fashionably late. The pair took the flow to the Malfoy estate. For the duration of the party, the Malfoys had lowered the wards over the guest wing, so guests Sue. LD flow in or out without needing to be passed through by a member of the household. This time they were met by a man that Harry didn't recognize, a temporary hire for the occasion. By the time they arrived at the main ballroom, it was already half full, with the musicians playing in the background as people chatted and mingled. Jinny scanned the room. She had bought her dress at a consignment store. It had been one of the few she could afford on her salary, and she was worried that it might be too frumpy. She had never kept up with fashion, and neither had her friends. And she couldn't exactly ask her mother. Besides not wanting to sit through another hour-long lecture on marriage, Molly was the poster child for middle-aged frump. Jinny spotted Lucinda, from accounting. They weren't close, but they would take lunch together sometimes. That dress must have cost her a month's pay. It almost sparkled, and there were sections along the sides of her legs that faded into transparency from certain angles. Jinny wasn't certain that it was tasteful, but it was certainly eye-catching, and Lucinda was unhappily single. Do you want me to get you something to drink? Harry asked, when he noticed that Jinny seemed to want to talk to the slightly pretty girl in the garish dress. Yes, please. As Harry made his way to the bar, he listened into the conversations around him. There was a lot of talk about Muggle-born, and the various protests that had been taking place recently, though the purebloods called them riots. He also kept a weather eye out for the Lestranges, but they didn't appear to be here yet. I hope Alex doesn't decide to skip it. He was technically a citizen of England, though his main home was in France. What if he's changed his citizenship? No, that would have caused a scandal. Daphne would have told me about it. Harry snagged a pair of drinks, as usual removing the alcohol from his before heading back towards Jinny. Harry, this is Lucinda, she's a friend from work. Jinny introduced Harry when he returned. Oh, haven't I seen you around the ministry before? Lucinda leaned in too close, causing Harry to step closer to Jinny. Yes, I work in the Department of Mysteries. Ooh, and unspeakable, she tittered. She clearly had already had a few drinks, and she hadn't spelled hers. No, I just do some small things in the department, like forensics. Harry replied. Jinny took a sip of her drink as she watched the interaction. She would have felt protective of Harry if Lucinda wasn't doing such an awful job at flirting. And she liked the fact that it made Harry keep close to her. As they chatted, Harry finally spotted Alexander Lestrange make his way into the ballroom, Daphne on his arm like an ornament. Both were dressed in the latest Parisian fashions. As they headed towards Theodore Nott and the cluster of businessmen around him, Daphne's eyes caught Harry's, and a scowl formed on her face before she schooled her features back into their usual placid nothingness. After Harry and Jinny had extricated themselves from Lucina, Jinny sighed in relief. I swear, she's usually better than that. She just had too much to drink. Speaking of, I'm going to go powder my nose. As my mother says. The moment Jinny disappeared into the crowd, A hand pressed on Harry's chest, pushing him behind one of the columns at the edge of the room. Daphne dropped her disillusionment. "What are you doing here?" she demanded. "It's a ministry party, and I am an employee. You never come to these. In all the years that you have been working at the Dom, I've never seen you at one. So what's changed?" Daphne wasn't certain she could handle the stress of Alex being in the same room as Harry. It wasn't that she was worried of becoming a widow. Why? Ch was a reasonable concern given Harry's understandable hatred of Alex. They were simply two very separate parts of her life. Alex was part of her responsible, dutiful side. He represented everything that was expected of her, everything that she hated. And Harry was the one bright spot in her life, the one thing that made it all tolerable, and she couldn't bear to think of him getting involved in Alex's world. Or trying to, and getting hurt. Harry shrugged. He considers lying, but he made a point of never lying unless he absolutely had to, especially not to Daphne. "I need to talk to Alex. He's involved with something more than his usual light dug smuggling. It's something political." "What? If I knew, I wouldn't need to talk to him." "Don't do anything to him, the scandal would destroy me." That wasn't the truth. In reality, this pureblood life, where she was controlled by outside forces, whether her father or Alex or strict societal expectations, was the only one she knew, and she was terrified of the freedom of the unknown. But lying to herself was something she had been doing since she was very young, and she was very good at it. Daphne gave a furious look at Harry before leaning in to press a passionate kiss on Harry's lips and swirling off in a cloud of skirts. Harry was just straightening his dress robe when Jinny walked up. "What are you doing, hiding back here?" Going to the bathroom in this dress was a nightmare. There were too many petticoats and layers that she didn't know the names of. And she didn't dare transfigure it, for fear that it wouldn't right after she was done. And she really was hoping to return it to the consignment store after tonight. "I hope she didn't see that." Harry forced a smile. "Just waiting for you." "Hey, isn't that the distaff Lestrange?" Harry pointed to where Alex was chatting with Draco and a pair of his cronies, not Crabbe and Goyle. They didn't qualify as cronies anymore. Ginny's eyes narrowed. "You should keep your distance from that one. He's bad news." There were all sorts of rumors swirling around the department about Alex Lestrange. None of them quite solid enough to be actionable, but the first time he slipped up, they would put him away in Azkaban. But for now, she had to keep her distance, so as not be accused of hounding him when his case inevitably ended up in court. "Harry." Jinny looked over to see her escort heading straight for Lestrange. She had a momentary internal struggle. "I'm not approaching Lestrange, I am following my idiot date." Jinny wasn't the only one watching Harry's approach with horror. Daphne was listening to Pansy natter on about Merlin knows what when she noticed. She quickly raised her glass to her face to hide her expression. But just as Harry got close, Goyle made his way through the crowd and handed Alex a note before leaning in to whisper an explanation. Lestrange looked at the note and nodded. He immediately turned and headed for the guest wing, the part of the mansion with the open flow. Harry followed, making sure that he's not obvious about it. "Harry, what's going on?" Jinny demanded, as they exited the ballroom. "Do you trust me?" Harry heard as he watched Alex walk into one of the private rooms. Ginny's heart begins to bear faster. Yes. Harry stepped into the room after Alex, only to see the flames flaring green as the flow was activated. Alex was nowhere to be seen. Harry immediately threw his own powder into the fire, making it turn blue. Instead and freezing it in place. Or not quite freezing, but the flames now flickered at a glacial pace. "I am investigating a conspiracy, and I think Lestrange just flowed to their headquarters. I can follow him, but I need to go now, before the flames change too much." "But," he paused and bit his lip, "I need backup." "I thought you were a forensic technician." Ginny's mind quickly added up Harry's skill with a wand, his silent apparition, and his regular mysterious absences. "Right, never mind. You can come up with some convincing lie later. How do we keep from being seen?" "You'll have to stay very close to me." Harry put one arm around Ginny's waist and held her tight as he draped his invisibility cloak over them both with the other. It just barely covered the two of them, now together. He threw another powder into the fire and they stepped through. "UHD. You never told my You had an invisibility cloak like this. The two of them were standing side by side in what looked like the lobby of a government building. It was fairly empty at this time of the night, but there were still a handful of people working late, necessitating that they move carefully. Jinny was trying hard to ignore Harry's arm holding her tight against his side. Harry was puzzled. Why is Lestrange in a government building? The note that Crabbe handed him just said, "Come quick. We have a problem." The fact that he had responded so quickly meant that Alex was involved in something dangerous. And knowing Alex, it was probably equally bad for the rest of England. But what is he up to? He can't be smuggling drugs out of an official ministry building. Harry cast a point me spell using a CUFF link that he had taken from Alex's dresser the other day and slowly followed the trace towards Lestrange. That crest. I think we're in the Albanian ministry. Or at least one of their official buildings, Jinny finally whispered. Having gone over the various national crests in her head, she had last seen them in school, but the Albanian one had stuck with her, as it had the stupid little dunce cap on the top. Like the sorting hat but without a brim. Yeah, I know, he must be involved in something more than his usual drug smuggling. Something dangerous. They finally come to an office with a fancy door in the back corner of the building. Everything else in this part of the building was bland storage rooms full of filing cabinets and unused art. As they approached, the door was still partly open and they could hear Alex say, "You called, my lord." Harry caught a glimpse of a heavily robed figure just before the door closed. What now? Harry considered, before replying with a sigh. "We leave. There's nothing we can do here." Harry looked down as Jinny put her arm around his waist. "It's hard to walk so close together. I feel like I am about to trip with every step," Jinny explained, and they didn't dare take the cloak off. Jinny wasn't certain if regular disillusionment would suffice. Albania was not a rich country, but they were paranoid, so they may well have invested in top-rate wards. It took them a good half-hour to creep their way out of the ministry building, but other than the need to constantly walk in lockstep, it was fairly easy. As soon as they were out of sight of the building, Harry whisked the cloak off of the two of them and breathed a sigh of relief. "I guess I didn't need backup. Sorry for ruining your evening." "Don't be. That was the most exciting date I've had in a long time." Jinny shrugged. "I just want to understand what all this means. Lestrange has been on our radar for some time, but this is new." "Is he working with the Albanian ministry?" Jinny asked. It wasn't exactly illegal, but it added to the list of suspicious activities that Lestrange was involved in. If only we could catch him crossing the line, we could put him behind bars. "I don't know who he was meeting with, but that wasn't any Albanian government employee that I ever heard of. He spoke perfect English, and Alex referred to him as, my lord." Jinny started. "I hadn't caught that. If he is calling a foreigner, my lord, that counts as treason." Harry rolled his eyes. "You think we could make that stick? Let's head home. I'll buy you some ice cream to make up for tonight." "Stop feeling guilty, you idiot. Like I said earlier, I trust you. You are one of the good guys, and I'm always willing to help out, even if it turns out to be nothing." "Thanks, but I'm just a lowly forensic technician." Quote, "Harry, unless you're planning to obliviate me, you can stop pretending. I don't know what exactly you do, and I don't want to. No, I'm just saying that if you ever need help again, just call me, okay? I can call in sick to work." Harry gave a small nod. He wasn't certain what to say at first. He was used to the idea that friends were people you traded favors with. This unilateral offer, without any expectations, blew his mind. What is that all about? But Jinny was right. This time it had been nothing, but next time, who knew? "Thanks, I'll take you up on that." Having Jinny along could save somebody's life. Maybe his own. Maybe it's a Weasley thing. They are weirdly selfless. "You still like cherry peanut dribble?" They sat on a bench under a streetlight in Diagon Alley in their fancy clothes and ate an Fortescue ice cream in silence. UHD. Well, that was a bust. Harry was flying above Scotland. After escorting Jinny back to her apartment, he had slipped into a dark mood as he kept reliving the failed mission. He found he did his best thinking when he was on a broom, and he hoped the fresh air would clear his head. He had hoped to nick Alex into leading him to some clues when he had the Imperiode Crab deliver the note, but all that he had accomplished was putting them, whoever them were, on alert that he was onto them. I need to actually get recruited into whatever this conspiracy is. He momentarily considered asking Daphne to invite him the next time Alex had one of his get-togethers with some of his backers, but had would be a bad idea on so many levels. Daphne didn't mention Jinny at the party, but she must have seen her. Harry felt like ice water was dumped into going to be bad the next time I see her. Harry sighed. Everything involving his love life was a disaster. Actually, I don't want to be up here all by myself right now, he announced to nobody. Harry landed and apparated back to Diagon Alley, shrinking his broom as he walked up to Ron's apartment. He hadn't been here since he had helped him move in, almost a year ago, but somebody would have mentioned if he had moved. Ron opened the door after Harry had been knocking for several minutes. Merlin, Harry, do you know what time it is? I was just about to go to bed. Sorry, if it's a bad time, I can come back. Nah, come in. I'll grab a couple of beers, the German kind, not the fake ones they serve at Hogwarts. As Harry plopped down on Ron's ratty couch, the redhead handed him the beer. So, what's eating at you? Ron wasn't the most observant of guys, but he could tell that Harry wasn't his usual composed, overly self-possessed self. I don't know. Actually I do. I love my job, working on my own, but sometimes I feel like nobody notices what I do. Scratch that. I know that nobody notices what I do. That's actually a good thing. But I feel like nobody cares. And the fact that he had probably just screwed up big time made it worse. Jacobs would just tell him to write a report about it. Mate, you need a girlfriend, is what? Ron wasn't an expert, but he had dated 3 witches seriously, which was 3 more than Harry had, as far as he knew. And he knew that job number 1 of a good boyfriend was to support their partner, though he had only learned that after tanking his first 2 relationships. Harry clamped his jaw shut. He had just been about to tell Ron about Daphne. Merlin, he was really losing it. Yeah, maybe I should find a nice, uncomplicated girl, and break up with Daphne before the stress or Daphne killed him. Harry took a draw on his bottle. It had been ages since he had anything with actual alcohol in it. Not that I know any. Ron took a slow sip of his beer. Harry had set him up with Hermione back in Hogwarts, so he could do the same for him. Harry, have you spoken to Hermione lately? I haven't really kept in touch with her, but she was pretty crazy about you back in Hogwarts. And I know she's still single. Hermione had always insisted that he never paid any attention to what other people around him were feeling, but he was pretty certain that he had been able to figure at least this much out. Mind you, it was after they had all graduated, but it had sort of clicked into place, and it explained so much. Harry scoffed. Why does everybody keep saying that? We were just friends. He downed the rest of his beer in one go. And how do you know she's still single? Hermione hadn't mentioned staying in touch with Ron. Their breakup had been quite some time ago. Ron blushed and looked down at the beer bottle in his hands. Back when we were dating, we got matching magical tattoos with our names on it. It was supposed to show how the other was feeling. It never worked right, but the guy we bought it from reassured us that if we're intimate with anybody else, the other person's tattoos would fade away. Ron shrugged and pulled up his sleeve to show a very faint heart with Hermione's name in it. And I've dated a couple of witches since then. I bet that was embarrassing. Harry gestured to the tattoo. Ron rolled his eyes. Tell me about it. I was such a stupid kid. Tell me about it, Harry parroted back. Hey, at least I wasn't as bad a Bill. Ron's oldest brother had had a disastrous relationship with Fleur, who not only was much younger than him but also from a very different background. Her father was a wealthy former member of the French government, and her mother was his trophy wife. She had been way out of his league. Harry nodded. The twins had dragooned him into going to the Burrow last time Bill was in town, to provide moral support. Yeah, last I saw him, he was still wearing that silly leather jacket like own 1950s tough guy. A thought popped into Harry's head. Hey, thanks for the beer and the sanity check. I feel better. As Harry waved and headed for the door, Ron called after him. I'm serious about Hermione, if you need me to. I can probably get her address from somebody. UHD. Harry apparated back home, where he went to the small desk that was pushed off to one side and opened a locked drawer. Taking out an envelope containing a half-dozen hairs, Harry smiled. Sirius was off living on some Caribbean island where the Blacks owned a long-forgotten estate, and only came back to England for Christmas. But several years ago he had gifted Harry several hairs for use in a polyjuice potion. And with a little modification that Harry had learned from one of his unspeakable colleagues. Harry's smile got wider. Alex would never believe Harry Dursley would be interested in his schemes, but Sirius Black Jr. Harry spent the next hour penning a letter of introduction, leaning on everything that he knew of Alexander Lestrange to pique his interest. He went to sleep late and woke up late, still in the clothes he had gone flying in. A quick shower and he was off to number 12 Grimmauld Place. As far as the world knew, it was still owned by Sirius Black, which it was, except Harry had the keys. Inside it remained a half-rotten dump, which is why Harry was paying astronomical rent for a flat the size of a shoebox. Once inside, he summoned a post owl with a gesture of his wand and sat down to wait. Here in the center of London it should only take a couple of minutes for it to arrive. This place really reeks. It smelled of damp rot and mildew. Harry was just considering using a bubble head charm when an owl landed and stuck out its foot. Harry quickly slipped the letter into its holster and sent it off to the Lestrange estate. Now, if Alex traces the owl, he will see it came from the Blacks' home. As soon as the owl had left, Harry pulled the door shut and left as well. Sirius needs to clean that dump up. Not that Harry was volunteering to help. His cleaning days were behind him, ever since he had moved out of his step-family's home. Next stop, Q Division to get a polyjuice potion. Well, it was actually the Dom Research Group. Q Division was Harry's private joke, which he never actually shared with anybody. Maybe Ron is right. I need somebody I can talk about work with. But does it have to be a girlfriend? The Weasleys are abnormally trustworthy. Maybe I can go for beers with one of them. UHD. 2 weeks later, Sirius Black Jr. apparated to the outer gates of the Malfoy estate. Harry had learned that with a slight modification, he could add a hair both from himself and some other person, resulting in a polyjuice potion that blended features from the two individuals. Harry did a final inspection of his appearance with a reflection charm. The magic mirror showed what looked like a 20-something-year-old Sirius Black, except with the signature Potter air. That won't do. Harry dribbled a vial of sleek easy potion onto his head. Hat's better. His hair had settled into the typical black curls, which looked more like an expensive wig than real hair. With a final satisfied look at the reflection, Harry strode up to the gates, which swung open, allowing him to approach Malfoy Manor, and it was a long approach. The Malfoys had a hundred yards worth of immaculately manicured lawn leading up to the front door. This time Vincent Crabbe wasn't on duty, instead it was a sad-looking house elf. Please come this ways, Mr. Lestrange says that you are expected. Harry followed the creature, wondering what had happened to Crabbe. Well, whatever it was, he had it coming. In his last year at Hogwarts, Crabbe had become notorious for hazing the first years. Until Harry had put a stop to it. Harry looked around as the elf led him to a small study this time around. I'm getting to know Malfoy Manor better than my own home. When he entered the room, he didn't recognize everybody there, but those he knew were a who's who of the pureblood elitists. Most men, with just a handful of hard-faced women, such as Electo Caro. As soon as he stepped in, an older man he didn't recognize intercepted him. Hello, I am Corbin Yaxley, and who might you be? Harry gripped the proffered hand tightly, none of that effete dead fish handshake. That Draco and his coterie engaged in. Sirius Black. Yaxley started, but didn't let go of Harry's hand. I would have expected you to be older. You're thinking of my father, Sirius Black Sr. And how is your dad? Yaxley asked, relaxing incrementally. Hiding. His stint in Azkaban has unmanned him. Only 3 people knew that Pettigrew and Sirius had switched, who had been the secret keeper for the Potters all those years ago. And Pettigrew and Voldemort were both dead. So as far the world at large was concerned, Sirius Black had been a follower of Voldemort, and would have fit in just fine with this crowd. Well, I'm glad that you're made from sterner stuff. Let me introduce you to the others. As Yaxley showed him in, he added, where did you grow up? I would have heard of a black scion. I was raised by my mother, Lena, and we lived under her last name. We went back to Hungary after my father was arrested. But now, Harry shrugged, my father isn't using his name, so I see no reason not to reclaim it. Yaxley nodded, half listening as he approached a cluster of people, waiting for a break in the conversation to introduce Sirius Black Jr. 2 hours later, Harry was getting tired from maintaining the deception. He had been taking care to sneak sip from his flask of polyjuice, but he was nevertheless covered in sweat. What he had overheard was not very enlightening. Most of the conversations were either one-upmanship over who had the longest lineage or belly-aching about the ministry and their bias against purebloods. Oh, and diatribes against all Muggle-born. Harry had chatted with everybody present, including Alex Lestrange and Lucius Malfoy, but he still was no closer to understanding what this gathering was about. Maybe it's just social, a support group for super-rich assholes. That would be disappointing, but at least he would have an in with this group, which could prove useful in the future. Harry was just mentally cataloging what he could salvage from this evening's entertainment, when Lucius tapped a glass with his fork. May I have your attention please? I know we are all busy people, so I would like to thank you for making the time to come to my humble soiree. Now, I would like to turn the floor over to my dear friend Alexander Lestrange. This is more promising. Harry ran a hand through his hair as he listened. UHD. Daphne stood watching the spectacle from the door leading to the kitchen, curious what it was all about. As Alex's wife, she was expected to help Narcissa with orchestrating the food and beverages for the event. Though of course Alex had instructed her that she was to remain unseen, so as not to embarrass him. He also hadn't bothered to inform her what the gathering was about. As Alex started to speak, she glanced across the group listening to him when her eye caught on a familiar head of unkempt hair. Her heart jumped and ice poured through her intestines. What is Harry doing here? She had done everything she could to keep Harry from falling into Alex's machination. He was the one thing in her life untainted by everything else. He was too simple and direct. Daphne had no idea how he had managed to survive 7 years in Slytherin. If Alex got his claws into him, he would stand no chance. Daphne stood and watched, heart in her mouth. Not that you could tell from looking at her, she looked like the same Ice Queen as usual. The crowd shifted and she got a better look at the man with the hair. She breathed out in relief. It wasn't Harry. But there was something about him. UHD. Great things are coming, and soon. We need to be ready to take our rightful place in society when they happen. Alex finished up. As the applause died away, Harry made his way over to Alex and shook his hand. That was marvelous. What can I do to help? Harry asked, projecting a burning intensity like he had seen the Carrows do. Alex paused to consider. He did not know this young man, but there was a place in his organization for passionate young men who nobody knew, and nobody would miss. Alex reached into his pocket and handed Harry a galleon. Here, this is a portkey. It can only be activated next tomorrow at 8 p.m. Do so, and I will have work for you. After receiving other well wishes, Alex retreated to the drinks table, where he was surprised to see his wife. I don't trust that man, she hissed, nodding towards the disguised Harry. Why are you out here? I told you not to come out when business is being discussed. Alex replied with disdain. It wasn't like he had married Daphne for her brains. Daphne scowled, debating if she should say anything further, but then nodded, acting the role of the properly cowed wife before retreating back to the kitchen. As always, comments are appreciated. Chapter 4. Harry flipped the galleon that he had gotten from Alex between his fingers. If he wanted to figure out what Lestrange was planning, he had to decode the portkey before nightfall, which is when the creep was expecting him. Harry's dislike of Alex filled both his professional and personal life. Maybe it would just be an interview to feel him out, but Harry doubted it. Drug kingpins like Alex didn't work like that. He would throw Harry right into the deep end both to impress Harry and also to elicit a reaction out of him, so he could judge whether Harry could be trusted. Therefore, Harry deduced that Alex had some plan going on that would take place this evening. Though lack of sleep made it difficult for Harry explain his reasoning. Which is why that morning found Harry in a tiny office in the back of the Department of Mysteries. The owner of the office, one Svi Steigler, was busy peering at the galleon portkey through a jeweler's loupe as it rested on the one clear spot. In the entire room, everywhere else was filled with stacks of papers interspersed with magical devices of all sorts, though most appeared to be tools rather than objects of study. Steigler specialized in magi cryptology, deciphering the spells embedded in things. Yes, this is a pretty standard timed portkey. I can unwind it if you need. Can you make a copy, but without the time restriction? Harry asked. Svi examined it for a moment more. Sure. What do you want it on? Here, Harry handed him a bookmark. He liked bookmarks for portkeys, because you had room to write a label on them for where they were linked to. Will this do? Yes. Come back in an hour. But next time, don't bother me so early in the morning. It was just past 7 a.m. Svi, you haven't left your office in over a month. It doesn't matter what time I come. It's the principle of the matter. Harry sighed. Fine, I'll bring you a coffee. Svi turned back to the portkey and began working. Make it one of those muggle coffees, the big ones. The ones that taste like shit and kick like a horse. UHD. It was actually ready just after 10. Harry took his new pirated portkey and quickly geared up. He wasn't certain where it would take him. But he assumed it would be somewhere in Europe. If he left now, he might arrive at the local lunch time. If he was really lucky, it would be siesta. Harry got dressed in nondescript, loose-fitting clothes that he could easily transfigure as needed and draped his invisibility cloak over himself. And then, here goes nothing. He walked out onto an empty football field near the ministry and activated the portkey. The trip was bumpy. He spun in the air for a full minute before being yanked first sideways and then up off of the ground, which was the reason for the soccer field. He was buffeted by phantom winds as he traveled through the cloudless sky before finally landing just outside a gate in a low villa wall. By the fact that he immediately started to SWE, as if he had apparated into the Hogwarts bread ovens again. It had been a failed at Tart's kitchens in 7th year. He was back in the south of Europe. Harry was mildly disappointed. He had been halfway expecting to land knee-deep in crocodiles or something. He sat down, making sure that the cloak was still firmly around him, and took a couple of minutes to steady himself. Wow, that was rough. Cloning portkeys was never a good idea. But most of what Harry did on a daily basis fell into that category. It got results, and it hadn't killed him yet. Harry stood up and looked up at the building. It looked like a classic Mediterranean villa. Not what I would have expected for a drug factory. But more in keeping with the idea of this being a drug factory were the guards standing on the platform to one side of the gate. That doesn't look like it was part of the original construction. The guards were dressed casually, but looked serious. One had omnoculars that he was looking through at the surrounding countryside while the other was also alert, slowly turning as he scanned the area nearer the wall. Harry had been out in this early afternoon sun just for a few minutes and his shirt was already glued to his body. I'm impressed they are so alert in this heat. Hitch makes me wonder what's inside all the more. Harry cast some detection spells. To his surprise, the wards were pretty minimal. He could easily get through those. Except, Harry swore under his breath. This is what he did every time. He would just go in and keep pushing forward without regard for the SKS until he was in too deep to change anything. I guess I can come back here tomorrow with backup. But there was no way he was getting anybody from the Dom. This was his case. Harry walked 20 minutes away from the villa and made a new portkey for this location because he didn't want to land on the bad guy's doorsteps, and because the pirated one had been vomit-inducing, even for him. And he liked wild rides. Harry's mind suddenly slewed to Daphne. Now is not the time. The new portkey should be gentle enough for other witches or wizards to use. In the meantime, Harry returned to where he had a good view of the villa's front door and settled down to wait. Half of spycraft was waiting. Maybe this isn't Alex's drug factory, and instead he's planning to raid it. That would be more in keeping with how Harry expected drug kingpins worked. Have the new guy show up and throw him straight into a firefight to test his mettle. Nightfall came and nothing happened. A half hour later, a guard came out through the gate and took a glance around, then cast a detection spell. When that didn't show anything, He went back inside. Harry just caught his comment to somebody inside. Nope, nobody showed. Or maybe Alex was just a real loser of a drug kingpin, and didn't know how to do it right. UHD. So let me get this straight, mister, I'm not working for a secret or a department, Jinny scowled at Harry. You want me to come to an off-the-books investigation of a villa, which is not even in England. You know me, I'm not exactly risk-averse. But this seems like it's so deeply against regulations that we'll both end up fired so fast that our heads will be spinning. He won't even have a chance to tell our side of the story. Jinny, shut up and take the unbreakable vow, Harry repeated. He was at Ginny's apartment later that evening. I already told you that I will explain everything if you swear not to repeat it to a soul. He ran his hand through his hair in exasperation. Jinny could be incredibly stubborn, much like her mother. No wonder the two of them don't get along. What? You don't trust me? Jinny retorted. Hurt, Jinny. Harry growled in frustration before adding. I literally can't tell you. You think you're the only one under a vow. Oh, her eyes got big. She pulled out her wand and held it in her palm. I swear on my magic that I will not tell anybody anything that Harry Dursley tells me this evening in my apartment. Harry nodded. Okay. I work for the Department of Mysteries, Office of Oversight. Basically, my job is to spy on foreign individuals and governments that might want to do harm to England. So, you're not an Auror? No, I've never even heard of this Office of Oversight. That's because we are very good at what we do. Harry pulled out his warrant card. Usually it just read, Department of Mysteries, but now it had the full title, Department of Mysteries Office of Oversight. You can see that because of deputized you. That means for the duration of this mission, you're operating under my legal authority. If you do something wrong, I get the blame. Quote, okay. Jinny took a moment to process this. The idea of riding roughshod over the legal process sounded so wrong, but also so cool. If I get to be as good a duelist as you, can I also join Dom? Ooh, first of all, don't call it that. And second of all, you're already a better duelist than almost all of the agents that I have met. The key skill is not dueling, but not telling anybody anything. Would you be okay with lying to your family about what you do for work? Quote ellipsis dot. No. Jinny deflated before grinning. But I'm definitely game for helping you whenever you need. Okay. We'll go tomorrow night. Tonight, Alex might still be waiting for him, and despite what Harry might claim, he didn't trust his acting skills enough to beard the lion in his den, and he wasn't James Bond, because real spies avoiding having to fight their way out of the bad guy's headquarters. He would just have to hope that he didn't miss anything by delaying for a day. I assume it's just going to be us. Yeah, there are only a half-dozen oversight agents, and there is no way I deputizing a squad of strangers. If there was one thing he had learned from Snape, it was that most people were idiots. UHD. The following evening found the two of them back under Harry's cloak. I'm beginning to think you like me holding on tight to you like this, Jinny teased. It certainly has its benefits, Harry replied. Hold tight to me and make sure the invisibility cloak doesn't slip off. That was the problem with the cloak, there was nothing holding it in place. You had to fiddle with it all the time to keep it from slipping. The two of them were back not far from wherever the villa was, mounted on Harry's firebolt with the invisibility cloak draped over them both. Okay, let's go. Harry kicked off. That's some fast flying, Jinny snarked. Shish, Harry hissed as the Y drifted over the landscape at a walking pace. The invisibility cloak doesn't work from underneath, so I'm going to keep us as close to the ground as possible. Harry wasn't used to working with a partner, and he had forgotten to explain everything. Jinny just nodded. A few minutes later, they were within sight of the villa, and the wards were as weak as before. Harry opened a hole through them and drifted right up to the wall. He had to turn the broom sideways so that they were parallel to the wall to fit inside the wards. If this turns out to be another dud, I will die of embarrassment. No, Jinny will kill me. After all the build-up, the sloppy wards were making him nervous. They were just so cheap. The only thing that made it seem like this villa was worth investigating were the guards in the jury-rigged watchtowers. They lifted up and over the wall and down the other side. As they dropped, there was a sensation like his entire body plunged through jello. Jinny urgently tapped him to indicate that something was happening. Harry nodded, just barely stopping himself from swearing. I'm an idiot. There was a second, stronger ward hidden inside. They hovered halfway down the wall, waiting to see if anything would happen. Harry slowly released the breath he had been holding. Thankfully, it seemed like the invisibility cloak had gotten them past the second ward without it activating. Inside, the area was magically expanded, creating enough room to fit 2 low buildings, a small mansion and a sports field of a good size. Harry landed the broom and the slid to the ground. He then pulled the cloak off of them. The would his illusionment charms from here on in, so that they could move faster than a crawl and so that they didn't have to hold tight to each other. That defeated the purpose of bringing a second person. The 2 intruders dashed over to what Harry guessed was the main structure, the mansion. It was a fairly plain 2-story stucco building with a large veranda and some sheds scattered behind it, towards one of the 2 low buildings. They had just gotten to the bushes that ran along the front veranda when the main door opened and several men came out. They were all draped in robes with their hoods pulled up, obscure their features, but as they walked by Harry caught a few words. They were speaking in English. Harry tapped Jinny, indicating the house. As soon as the men had descended the veranda steps, they darted up them, only to almost run into a straggler. Jinny had to stop herself from gasping in surprise when she saw it was Marcus Flint. He pulled the hood of his robe up over his head as he released the door. Harry caught it as it closed, not letting the latch engage. He waited until Marcus was out of sight before pushing it open again. Inside, it was a typical Mediterranean villa, very open and airy, with vases and statuary decorating every flat surface. The central area was a large room that took up both floors, with a balcony ringing the second floor. I think I see a couple of rooms over here. Jinny nodded off to the left, taking the lead. They did a quick sweep through. There were 3 good-sized bedrooms, but there were no personal items in any of them. These must be guest rooms. Harry nodded, opening a wardrobe to find a cloak like the kind that the men had been wearing. There was nothing in the pockets. Let's head upstairs. They had just reached the first room upstairs, another bedroom, though this one looked lived in, when they heard shouts from outside. Both interlopers quickly ducked down by the window. There was some activity on the grounds outside the 2 low buildings. Harry pulled out an omnoculars so he could see in the dark and swore before passing them off to Jinny. The people they had passed were now in front of the 2 low building, and a cadre of men wearing the same sort of robes had spilled out and were lining up like Auror recruits. They look well trained, Jinny commented. Take a look at their faces. Harry whispered. Now it was Ginny's turn to swear. Aren't those Death Eater masks, like from the 70s? The men all bunched up into groups of 4, taking hold of something that one of them was holding out. A moment later they portkeyed up into the sky, one group after the other. We need to get a closer look at what is going on. Jinny nodded. Harry had just exited the room and was heading to the stairs when a house elf stepped out of nowhere. Kush-esht. Oh, shit. Harry fumbled with his translation charm. But before he could say anything, Jinny cast Stupefy. But the elf popped away before the spell could hit him. Shit, run. Harry pulled out his broom. Suddenly the air was filled with a wailing sound, and Harry could feel the oppressive sensation of even more wards slamming down. And his broom dropped to the floor. Damn, they must have learned from last time. Assuming that it was the same group as he had infiltrated before. But that was a safe bet. And it would explain why the wards were so overpowered. Stop playing with your broom handle. We need to get outside the wards. Jinny ran for the stairs. Harry followed a moment after. As they reached the ground floor they could see the remaining Death Eaters running back towards the mansion. Harry darted across the room and peered out of the front window. The guards in the tower had a clear shot at the front door. Out the side. I think there are servants' quarters there. Servants would have their own door outside, so as not to bother their betters. Just as they made it across the main room, Harry heard the back door slam open somewhere behind them. Harry turned into a kitchen. It was empty, but past it was a stair heading down. Jinny pointed. The servants' entrance must be down there. Harry fired a bombarda back the way they had come. Go scout it out. I will hold them here, he ordered, trying to keep up a confident facade. Harry used the wall as cover as he Changed spell fire with the Death Eaters that were now just around the corner, in the main room. I hope most of them TKI'd to wherever they were going. When he had looked out the window, there had been over 100 of them. There was no way he could fight his way out through that press. This is a shit show. In this business, things rarely went according to plan, but usually it was just his neck on the line. Now with Jinny here, she can hold her own. I can't be worrying about her. But he still felt awful for dragging her into this situation. He cast a flame hex blindly and concentrated on the battle. He wasn't even certain how many were attacking him from the other room. He didn't dare look long enough. Harry followed a blasting curse with a transfiguration, turning the end tables into lions. He barely ducked back before several spells impacted on the wall that he was standing behind. Harry quickly cast another reinforcing charm on it, to keep the Death Eaters from simply blasting through. Harry glanced down to the stairs as the sound of an explosion and spellfire resonated up the stairs from below as well. Just in time, he looked back to see a transfigured bird swooping down for him. Harry rolled to the ground as he blasted it. All clear, came Ginny's voice from below. Harry quickly threw himself down the stairs, sealing the top with a block of stone as Death Eaters pelted into the servants' area a moment later. Jinny was standing by a back exit, over the body of a man in a Death Eater mask. Harry quickly pulled the mask up. It wasn't anybody he recognized, but he was young. And wearing a Slytherin tie. He should still be alive, Jinny broke in self-consciously. I don't care, Harry replied. There was the sound of the barricade at the top of the stairs shattering. Go, head for the closest wall. Harry ran out after her before shooting an overpowered reducto into the stairs, shearing them off. There was a pained scream as he apparently also hit somebody coming down as well. He then turned and followed after Jinny, out past an outdoor cook area and into the bushes between the compound's outside wall and the house. As they hunkered down, Harry pulled the invisibility cloak over both of them. They sat and watched several men run by, heading for the main gate. How come we didn't try this in the house? Jinny whispered. They sent the house elf after us. The cloak makes us invisible, but a house elf in its own house has some magical way of finding things. I read a theory that they can hear everything happening inside he house. That's how they know what their master wants at any time. The Death Eaters would have found us. We should hire some elves for the Aurors, Jinny muttered. So now what? Do we wait for them to give up? Harry nodded. Let's give them a couple of hours, and then see if we can sneak over the wall. He wasn't certain if the Death Eaters would give up that soon, but any longer and they would be too stiff to make a break for it. They made themselves at home under the cloak, not casting any spells. A stream of masked and cloaked men burst out of the back door of the mansion, but it was smaller than Harry had feared, just a dozen, and they disappeared around back of one of the sheds. Jinny started. Does your cloak work against smell? No, I just heard dogs. Shit, let's go now. Ari hadn't sworn this much since finishing Oversight Agent basic training. Jinny nodded and they both darted out from under the cloak, relying on their disillusionment to conceal them as they ran for cover behind the sentry tower. On this side of the wall, you could see that the tower was very minimalist. It was made of metal struts supporting a platform with a guard hut seated on it. There they are. A man leading The remaining Death Eaters streamed from other parts of the compound, many casting spells blindly at their almost invisible prey. Harry didn't dare cast any charms back at them, for fear of giving away their position, but he transfigured some rocks into jackals. The two fugitives were halfway to the wall when a cloaked figure landed in front of them. Unlike the others, he wasn't wearing a mask, and Harry could see his skeletal, nose-less face. Hat's the guy from the Albanian ministry. But before he could say a word, the skeletal figure made an intricate gesture with his wand, dispelling their disillusionment. Harry didn't wait for some witty banter. He immediately responded with a blasting hex, followed by a stream of his most power attack spells, interspersed with some transfiguration. The ferocity of the attack caught his enemy off guard. It also caused the pursuing Death Eaters to pause and seek shelter as gouts of flame filled the air and the earth exploded from deflected curses. Jinny threw herself out of the path of a blasting hex and joined in as well, but the figure deflected her spell wandlessly with his offhand. Bastard! The arrogant eye! Indifference of their skeletal opponent to her attack was galling. She channeled her anger into a series of overpowered cutting and piercing spells, forcing Ugly to use his wand to deflect her spells as well as Harry's, putting him on the defensive. But while she was distracted by the duel, a spell from above flashed by, missing her face by inches. Jinny glanced up to see the guards up in the watchtower leaning over to target the area, which fortunately was almost under them, making casting there difficult. Ginny's blasting hex at the goon's head splashed into pretty lights but caused no harm, showing that they were both protected by a strong shielding spell. So instead she cast a quick summoning spell up, yanking one of the guards over the side. As the other guard gaped, trying to process what had happened, she followed up by vanishing the floor under him, causing several of the metal struts to come loose as well. The second guard plunged to his death in a pile of construction debris. Jinny turned back to see Harry engaged in a blistering duel. "You are not bad," quipped their opponent as he sent a wave of rock surging up at Harry. "But not good enough." Harry deflected it, turning it into a series of vines that lunged towards his enemy, restricting his movements as he cast a series of piercing spells. "Come, join me. I could use a wand like yours, and opposing me will just lead to your inevitable doom," cackled the attacked. "I am Lord Voldemort. None can stand before me. Any who oppose me will be swept away like the tide urk." As Voldemort was baiting him, Harry had emulated Ginny's tactic, wordlessly summoning a pieces of steel rebar right through Voldemort's chest. "Go!" Harry yelled, but as he turned around he saw Jinny confronting a pair of Death Eaters who had dared the melee. The first was already collapsing from whatever spell Jinny had hit him with. Harry raised his wand, but this new attacker was too close to Jinny for a curse or a hex. Harry was just starting a transfiguration aimed at his robes when Jinny punched him in the nose and followed it up with a stunner at point-blank range. "That's Alex Lestrange." Harry grabbed the collapsed drug deal, turned Death Eater and pulled him under the bare struts that supported the jury-rigged tower. The remaining Death Eaters were creeping back out from wherever they had taken cover from the wild duel, and were cautiously advancing on the fugitives. "What did that nose-less freak say about Voldemort?" Jinny asked, bemused. "I thought he was dead already." Harry rummaged through Lestrange's pockets. "Here it is. Let's hope he's as paranoid as usual." Harry held up a dinner fork, a portkey. "Hold on to me. I'm going to try to force his escape portkey to activate, and hope that he keyed his personal portkey to pass through the wards." Harry pushed as much magic as he could into the fork as Jinny cast, toppling the guard tower towards the advancing Death Eater. But they dodged out of the way, slowed only momentarily. "Hold tight," Harry grunted as the two of them were suddenly yanked into the air. UHD. The trip was rough. The portkey whirled and slammed them with phantasmal winds as it ricocheted to its destination. Finally, after a half-hour of grasping tight to a piece of cutlery that did its best to buck them off, they crashed through a window and into an opulent study and skimmed to a stop. "Where are we?" Jinny got to her feet unsteadily. Harry tried to get his eyes to focus. He had gotten the worst of it, as he had been the one struggling to keep the portkey from dice ngaging mid-flight and dropping them into the ground at 500 miles an hour. He rubbed blood away from his eyes. "Ow, I must have hit something on the way down. I think," he began, trying to maintain control of the situation as he pushed himself into seated position. But before he could complete his thought, the door slammed open. "Alex." I heard a crash. Daphne stopped, her hand going for her wand. "You're not Alex." Her eyes focused on Harry collapsed on the floor, blood pouring down his face. "Harry." She raced over, ignoring the other woman to crouch down next to her lover. She looked around frantically for anything to stop the bleeding. "Doily," she called, summoning her elf, "get a first aid kit." She pulled out her wand and carefully vanished the blood. "What are you doing here? And why is she here?" When Harry didn't reply quickly enough, she finally looked up at the other person in the room. "What is going on? Why are you here?" We're in a rough spot, and we activated a portkey that we had found." Jinny prevaricated. "Why is she in a panic? She looks more scared for us than of us." Of course she had recognized Daphne, though the former Slytherin had changed some, she had lost weight. And her makeup was pancaked on. "She doesn't look so good." Harry finally replied. I'm fine, Daph. I just hit my head. I'll be the judge of that. Daphne took a tiny bottle of potion from her elf and used a gauze pad to dab it onto Harry's gash. Harry grimaced as the cut writhed closed. Does that hurt? Then next time, don't hit your head. Daphne snarked in a way that was completely out of character for the former Ice Queen. Her honestly worried tone was the only thing that softened the words. Jinny watched the casual intimacy of the interaction with a horrified realization. As Daphne ministered to Harry's injury, there was the sound of the front door opening. Daphne jerked up, her demeanor changing from nurturing to angry in a flash. She vanished the blood from the floor and any furnishings and hissed, "Go. Get out of here now." Before disappearing in a swirl of skirts, "Alex, darling, what brings you home so early?" She cooed gaily. "You and her," Jinny began. No. We need to apparate out of here. I'll side along you." There weren't going to be any destinations that Jinny knew within range of apparition. They disappeared with barely a whisper. Doyle, why carefully packed up the first aid kit and used her magic to repair the window and the vase of flowers that Harry had hit on his way in. With one last glance around the room and a satisfied nod, she too disappeared. Chapter 5. Harry and Jinny popped into being in the alley behind the hotel where Harry stayed whenever he was in Calais and couldn't spend the night at Daphne's. "Where are we?" Jinny asked, taking a step away from Harry. "France." Harry sank against the stone wall and rested. "I need to take a couple of minutes to get myself together." He knew he needed a plan, but his head was still pounding. And combined with the blood loss and magical exhaustion, it was difficult to think. "Take as long as you need." Harry looked up in surprise at Ginny's angry tone. "What? At how you got your information on the drug smuggling?" "By sleeping with the wife of the drug lord. And here I thought you were some sort of cool secret agent." "You're just a gigolo." "I didn't kind of had, not for that." "And are you certain that you didn't give her as much information as she gave you?" "I should take you in as an accessory." Jinny glared at Harry as he sat with his head in his hands before turning away in exasperation. "Fine, you do whatever. I'm done." She wasn't certain if she was angrier with Harry or herself, though there was absolutely no reason that she should be upset at herself. "I trusted him." She whirled and stormed out of the alley. Harry leaned his head back against the cool stone. "Oh, I fucked that up." And the thing was, her accusation wasn't far wrong. He had been taking advantage of Daphne to advance his career. "But why should I feel guilty about that? She knew what I was doing. We were both using each other." Nevertheless, when Jinny had said it, it had sounded wrong. "And I'm a professional. I would never let anything secret leak." Though that meant that he could never be open with Daphne. "But that's the way she likes it." Arg. This was getting him nowhere. Harry forced himself to his feet, and immediately toppled against the wall. "Right, I'm in no shape to go anywhere. I should go get some rest before I report in." But Harry had a record of poor decision-making when tired. He apparated to the alley outside his flat, landing on his face, his entire body burning and his head pounding in waves of pain. "Did I splinch myself?" He ran his hands over his body. 5 minutes later, he was finally able to sit up without too much pain. "Thank Merlin. Nothing is missing." Harry pushed himself up and almost collapsed again, but he pushed through the pain and staggered like a drunk up the street to his building and up into his flat. As soon as he was inside, he maxed out his wards and collapsed into bed. "I was stupid. Again. I should have rented a room in Calais. Why do I keep pushing myself like this?" He knew why. It was because he had to prove that he was useful. The Dursleys had taught him that people would only tolerate him as long as he was useful. And if he wanted to make his own way through the world, he couldn't slack off. He had to always do more than anybody else. But this had been the opposite of useful. That worked well. Now Jinny probably hates me. But he didn't have the energy to think about it now. "I'll report in tomorrow." Not that he had anything useful to report, just a bunch of people dressed up as terrorists from yesteryear all apparating out from what could be a training facility with military precision. Shit. Harry jerked up out of bed and promptly slid to the floor, dry heaving as his head spun. Single quote. Tomorrow. UHD. The following day, Harry flowed over to the ministry foyer. He was Still feeling the effects of the magical exhaustion, and it turns out that the noseless bastard had grazed him with something. As he had a rash all up his left side, and his arm was red and swollen. Harry figured he would drop by St. Mungo's after the ministry, but for now he just swigged a pain relief potion and another for anti-itch and made his way out down into the ministry. Which was off. Isn't it a weekday? It was too empty. There was a knot of people standing by the guard station. As he approached, he recognized some of them. "What are you here for?" asked Draco. He was dressed in his usual dress robes, but the two others with him, Crabbe and an older wizard that he did no, were wearing tactical gear with warded robes, wrist holsters for their wands and the whole 9 yards. Standing off to one side were a half-dozen ministry workers, looking lost as they whispered amongst themselves. "What's going on here? The ministry is locked down due to the unrest last night." Draco drawled superciliously. "Nobody is allowed in or out." Harry quirked an eyebrow. The only unrest that Draco was familiar with was when he spent all night partying. "I work here. I need to go in to do my job," Harry pronounced slowly, as these were concepts that he knew Draco was not familiar with. "Papers." Draco held out his hand as he sneered condescendingly at Harry. Harry handed over his warrant. Why is Draco working security? This didn't make sense, but he would wait until he had reported in to start asking questions. "Forensics, there's not going to be much call for you today." Something in Draco's face shifted, and he added in a softer tone. "I would go home, if I were you. In that case, I won't need to mark you down as present." The hairs on Harry's neck rose. Harry shrugged, acting the part of an underpaid office drone. "Sorry. I don't work, I don't get paid. I'll just check in with my boss. If he says there's nothing for me, then I'll get out of your hair." "Suit yourself." Draco waved him past. Inside, the ministry was silent as a tomb. As he approached the lift, he noticed that one of the potted plants had clearly been hit with some sort of hex and was slowly writhing like a snake trying to strangle itself. UHD. Harry poked his head into misuse of Muggle artifacts. As it was on his way, Arthur. It was empty. This is not good. Something had happened, and he needed to learn what. He didn't trust Draco to be able to wipe his own bum. He needed somebody reliable. Harry palmed his wand, and considered disillusioning himself. But that could draw more attention to him, especially as the Department of Mysteries and some others had wards that suppressed disillusionment. He went down a few more levels and popped out into the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Several middle-aged men stood around the water cooler looking confused and a little scared. "Where is Mackie?" Harry asked as he came up. Robert McEnroe was the department head. He figured if any department would be overlooked as innocuous, it would be games and sports. "They arrested him early this morning," whispered one of the men. The others just nodded and hunched down. "Thanks, Harry." This was getting worse and worse. Harry continued down to the dom as quietly as he could while appear to be walking casually. This wasn't about reporting in anymore but about finding out if any of his people were safe. And securing the department assets. As he walked from the leaf, he breathed a sigh of relief. He heard voices from inside. He pushed the door open, only to be confronted with a baffling sight. A man that he didn't know was directing a work crew as they packed up the hull of prophecies into crates. "What's going on here?" he asked as he approached the group. The man turned to him with a scowl. He was a stooped, gaunt man in his late middle years, but if he stood up he would have been quite tall. "The Muggles staged an insurrection last night, killing the Minister of Magic and several others. Apparently, some of them were trying to break into the Hall of Prophecies. So we are moving them to a safer location." "Who is we?" Harry glanced at the door. It looked unharmed. "A better question is who are you?" A pair of workers paused in loading the boxes and turned to watch the confrontation. Harry didn't recognize any of them, but somebody here must have known the spell to unlock the door to the hall, or there would be spell damage on it. "Is there a problem, Mr. Rookwood?" one asked. Harry smiled insouciantly. "I'm Harry Dursley. I work in forensics and help out with the Weather Bureau." Rookwood glances down at a clipboard and flipped through several pages before nodding. "He's clear." He turned back to Harry, "But it would be best if you kept to your own business. Things are complicated, And you wouldn't want to be mistaken for a complication. Rookwood smiled, revealing a mouth full of yellow, crooked teeth. Harry nodded and walked past, into the lab area and the weather office beyond. The weather office was empty, but on the far side of the lab space, Svi was physically blocking a man trying to move a spinning apparatus that was mounted next to the tank of flying brains. Mr. Malfoy says that we need to borrow this. By what authority is Mr. Malfoy requisitioning it? Harry asked as he approached. We have a process for such things. Harry hated bureaucracy, but he had to be useful at times. Mr. Malfoy says that we need it, the man repeated, as if that explained everything. He was clearly not the sharpest knife in the drawer. Then have Mr. Malfoy send down a team of people to move it correctly, otherwise he will end up with non-functional garbage. Harry had no idea what this device did, but it was clearly in the middle of an experiment, and moving it would waste who knows how many months' worth of work. That's right, if you move the vexation auditor, it won't be aligned anymore. It will take months to set back up. Svi added. The man stopped as he considered. Finally he let go of the device. Fine. I'll go get somebody to help me. But don't you be taking it anywhere. Svi relaxed. The man then turned to Harry. And who are you? I work here, in the weather office. The man snorted. Not for long. Once Mr. Malfoy is minister, he will do away with all you ponces that are wasting taxpayer money on weather magics that barely ever work. Harry watched him leave the room and then he quickly walked over to the weather office door and sliced his palm, rubbing a smear of blood onto the doorknob and then the door. And that is that. There was a slight glow and the door faded, merging into the wood paneling the walls. He went back over to Svi. Where's everybody else? Svi puttering over his device, checking it thoroughly and repeatedly, clearly more to reassure himself than out of any need. He finally glanced up at Harry, looking lost, before turning back to his fidget. Some people broke into the ministry late last night. There weren't many people here, but Mr. Jacobs tried to stop them. They killed him before continuing on. I had been working late again, but I hid in my office when it started. Harry nodded his understanding. Svi was a researcher, not a fighter. And his office was such a mess that you could easily hide several people in there and nobody would be the wiser. This morning, these others arrived and started going through everything. They didn't belong, so I stayed hidden. But when they started messing with the experiment, I had to do something. Harry nodded. Rookwood and the others probably assumed that Svi had arrived for work in the morning. Otherwise, who know what they would have done to him? Harry took a moment to process. His boss was dead. Well, that sucks, but now wasn't the time to mourn him. Do you know if the attackers last night were Muggle-born? I don't know. I don't think so. They were wearing masks and cloaks like the Death Eaters back in the troubles of the 70s. But I haven't talked to anybody. I've been here the whole time. I'm scared to leave. They might not let me back in, and who knows what they will do with my research. He peered over Harry's shoulder as some people approached the laboratory door, but then relaxed when they went past. Good man. Harry slapped his back. Keep an eye on what they take, but don't confront them. I don't want you getting hurt. As long as we know what's missing, we can recover it. Harry wasn't certain if anything that had come out of his mouth was true, but it was what Svi needed to hear right now. Harry walked out, trying to look like he belonged. As he did, he saw the noseless freak from yesterday exit from the lift and walk over to speak with Rookwood, none the worse for wear. Harry quickly changed direction, going into the veil room. What the fuck was that? There was no healing spell on Earth that could heal 2 feet of steel rebar through the heart. Fortunately, there was nobody in the strange amphitheater. It was empty and creepy, so there was little reason for anybody not researching the veil to linger there. I need to warn Jinny. Harry walked as fast he could without drawing attention over to the fire stairs and raced up those 2 at a time. Up to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. As he approached the large open room that served as the Auror's shared office, there was none of the chaos here that he had seen in the Dom. There were about half the number of people that Harry would have expected, but everything appeared orderly, with people going about their usual tasks. Harry walked past without breaking his stride or even looking at the office too long. He hadn't recognized any of the people sitting behind the Auror desks, Or more precisely, he hadn't recognized them as Aurors. There were a number of people he recognized. Zed as family members of his Slytherin schoolmates, all cadet members of prominent pureblood families. UHD. Harry made his way back to the Ministry foyer, making a show of checking out with Draco Before. Reapparating to Ginny's apartment and pounding on her door. Nothing. Jinny. It's an emergency. Let me in or I'll Alahomar the lock. Silence. Harry swore under his breath. Don't kill me for breaking and entering. He magicked the door open. Her apartment was empty. Her dark cloths from last night were dumped in a pile at the foot of the bed, and her drawer of unmentionables was hanging part way open. Drooling bras halfway down its front. Looks normal. Harry sat down on the bed and tried to think. He wasn't certain what he should do. Worse, he didn't even have a clue as to what had happened in England in the past 24 hours. And he was still so tired that it hurt to think. Where does she keep her coffee? He knew Jinny drank coffee. He went to rummage in her kitchen area. Unlike the bedroom, this area was kept spotlessly neat. There was the coffee, but where is the coffee machine? Does she have a charm for making coffee? Harry sighed in exasperation and dumped some grounds into a mug and filled it with hot water. He took a sip. This works. He had to strain the gritty bits out with his teeth, but at least his brain was starting to return to normal. Now where does she keep her first aid kit? He started rummaging through her closets. He knew he was trespassing, but he didn't really care. His side was itching abominably, and he didn't dare go to St. Mungo's until he knew what was going on. It's not paranoia if they really are out to get you, Harry smirked at his own dark humor. Aha, it turns out Jinny was well prepared. Probably it was a synergy of Molly's attitude with Auror training, but she had an entire medicine bag ready to go in the back of her closet. Harry rummaged through until he found a likely-looking ointment and rubbed it onto his rash. After that, he downed another anti-inflammatory potion for his arm. The itching stopped. He leaned back against the wall, sipping his coffee to get the taste of potion out of his mouth, when a delivery owl flapped up to the window and dropped a newspaper, which magically dropped inside and onto Ginny's nightstand. Harry unrolled the Daily Prophet. Muggles attempt coup. Blared the headline. Follow. Ed by Minister Pro Temp Malfoy takes charge. The story was a conspiracy-laden jingoistic puff piece that praised Lucius Malfoy for seizing control of the government and weeding out the conspirators, as he attempted to maintain order. The story ended by reassuring the readers, there is nothing to worry about, go about your business as normal. The ministry will be open for the usual hours starting on Thursday. Harry tossed the paper into the trash. Well, now I know. It had been a coup attempt. A successful one. Harry had always known that Draco's dad was ambitious and without any scruples. But this was more than he would have expected. And how does Alex and his criminal enterprise factor into this? It had to be the noseless freak, Voldemort, who was at the center of it. Harry knew that Alex reported to him. And the coup plotters appeared to as well. Is he the real deal? I thought he was dead. It was hard to guess. Nobody in the wizarding world talked about Voldemort or the troubles from the 70s. Harry needed more information. I should ask Sirius. The problem was that his dog father was living off the grid in the Caribbean. He didn't have a flow or an owl post address. Last Harry had heard, he was shacking up with some muggle woman half his age. Though that could have just been Sire wasn't the most reliable of news sources. Never mind. Who else? Harry Pack. At the length of Ginny's apartment, it only had the one room beside the bedroom. Professor Lupin. What little he knew about the troubles was from that one awkward, stilted conversation with Professor Lupin back in third year. But I can pick his brain now. Harry walked to her Flo and threw some powder into it. Professor Remus Lupin, he announced, hoping that Flo would magically know who he was talking about. One advantage of using somebody else's Flo, if anybody was watching the network, nobody would know that it was him contacting the werewolf professor. A green fire flared up. Bingo. Harry stuck his head through. Professor Lupin. Hello, Remus. He called out. No answer. Harry tried to push through, but Remus' Flo was locked to entry, and Harry didn't know where he lived, so he couldn't apparate there. But he did know where the Burrow was. Maybe Jinny went to her parents'. Harry went back outside and apparated to the Weasleys' home. Out of habit, he apparated silently. Why? Was why the two rough-looking men with red arm bands didn't notice him as they lounged outside the Burrow's front door. "Hey, where did you come from?" called out the short skinny one. He looked like a chicken that had been dipped in grease. Harry quickly slouched, making himself appear shorter and older as he approached them with a slight limp. "I was just coming up the road. Is Arthur around? I usually play cribbage with him on Wednesdays." Harry hoped that it was a Wednesday. He thought it was, but with the way everything was topsy-turvy, he wouldn't be surprised to discover that he had missed a day, sleeping. "Nah, nobody's here." This was from the other goon. He had a mustache that was larger than his head, and which was clearly his pride and joy. "Oh," Harry paused, pretending confusion. "He usually tells me when he's not going to be available. Do you know when he'll be back?" The two just eyed him. "Beat it, Pops, or we'll take you in for trespassing." Harry knew he could take the both of them easily. But leaving a trail of broken bodies behind him wouldn't be very subtle. He ventured a weak smile, as if intimidated, and hobbled back up the road. As soon as he was out of sight, he apparated away. That evening, Harry dressed in a ratty jacket and lightened his hair with a charm before taking a walk down to Diagon Alley. In the past, he found that the folks there were more willing to talk than proper British wizards. The atmosphere in the Pig and Whistle pub was tense. Harry bought a pint and settled onto a centrally located bar stool, leaning drunkenly onto the table. "I wish I had the listening device like in Albania." But even without it, he soon learned that the night before there had been a running street battle between the Aurors and people dressed in dark robes and masks. And it had not gone well for the Aurors. Apparently Street Mungo's was overflowing with those few that had survived. Or so the story went. He wasn't certain how much of it was embellished. On the one hand, the locals always liked to hear stories of Aurors being brought low, but on the other, such a sudden sea change was bad for business, and scared people don't have time for goofing around, telling tales. As Harry nursed his beer and listened, he picked up a few other tidbits from the buzz of conversation, but little else useful, other than that fact that the guys with he red armbands were part of the new Department of Public Safety, and they had been quickly deputized to enforce the new curfew and to help the Aurors maintain civil order, arresting anybody who was CTing suspiciously or expressing Muggle views. Harry sat in the bar for another hour, right up to curfew, considering how to reach some of the other oversight agents. Unsurprisingly, given how secretive they all were, none of them knew each other's contact information, and they were all experts on not being found. As the bar emptied, Harry apparated to Hermione's building. "Hermione, are you there?" "It's me, Harry." The door opened a crack and a wand poked out. "If you're Harry Dursley, where was the first place that we talked?" Harry paused. "Potions, I guess." The door opened all the way and Hermione pulled him in. She immediately locked the door again and reactivated her ward. "I'm glad you're taking security seriously," Harry began when Hermione suddenly pulled him in for a hug. "Do you have any idea what's going on? When I went to work, the ministry was sealed up, nobody was saying anything, and the prophet is running anti-Muggle propaganda. It's like the world turned upside down overnight. I am bloody terrified." Harry felt awful. "Right. I forgot that Hermione started a job in the ministry. I should have checked on her as well." As compensation, he returned her hug, rubbing her back gently, causing Hermione to squeeze him harder momentarily before stepping back and dropping into a seat at her eat-in kitchen table. "I don't know. I think the purebloods have staged a coup." "Yeah, I got that." But hearing somebody else say it helped center her, she wasn't going insane. "But why now?" She shot back up out of her chair. She was too agitated to sit, and started making 2 cups of tea. "I think Voldemort is back." "Back? What do you mean back?" "He died 20 years ago, when he tried to murder you." "Apparently not. And he's not so easy to kill. I thought that I had done for him again last night. But he was as good as new this morning." Hermione wasn't certain what to make of that statement. It was so patently absurd, so instead she ignored it, taking a good look at Harry instead. "Harry, when was the last time you slept? This is turning it a routine every time I see you," Harry quipped. "Actually, I slept last night. I slept a good 10 hours. Quote, and you can obviously use more. You're swaying on your feet. You push yourself too hard. Somebody has to." "Sit." She placed one of the cups of tea in front of Harry. "I'll make supper." It was still midday, but for Harry, she was determined that it would be the last meal of the day. "Then you can crash here. My place is safer." Maybe, but I'll feel safer if you're here. Even though I'm swaying on my feet. I remember you were one of the best duelists back in school. That's enough to give me some peace of mind." And he was Harry. He might have some weird ways of thinking, probably from his awful step-parents. But he was the most honorable, helpful person she had ever met. He was a rock to cling to in troubled times. "Fine, but after tonight, we both shack up at my apartment." Hermione blanched. "Don't say it like that, Pratt." Half an hour later, Harry was asleep. He had insisted on taking the sofa. Hermione quietly turned down the lights. Despite everything, for the first time all day, why she felt like things might turn out okay. Chapter 6. The following morning, Harry woke up when the cushioning charm he had cast on the sofa wore off and the hardwood arm started to dig into his feet. It was just after 6 a.m., so there was no point in going back to sleep. He stretched and looked around Hermione's tiny apartment. Well, at least it beats sleeping in a tent. He had just finished making omelets when Hermione walked out of the bedroom, still in her nightgown. "You didn't have to make breakfast," she complained sleepily. "I know, but I wanted to. I haven't had a fully stocked kitchen to work with in forever." It was a joy, and honestly, I'm not certain what else I can do. Hermione nodded. There was a good chance that as Muggle-born, they were both going to be out of a job now. "I can just see you as a short-order cook," she quipped awkwardly. "Hey, don't scoff, that's what I did as a kid." There was a story there, but Hermione didn't ask. "So, what are you going to do?" Harry shrugged. "I need to fix this." Just like that, Hermione felt the same way. She wasn't certain what two low-ranked civil servants could do, but she wasn't one to give up without trying. And somebody had to do something. If not for their own sakes, then for that of 80% of the wizard and Muggle-born. "Well, I doubt it will be simple, but at least I can do what I can. But first I need to know more about what's going on." "What more is there to know? The purebloods have been complaining about Muggle-born for years. Even back in school there was a tension between the two. So now they decided to do something about it." Harry nodded. "But why now? The pureblood population is small, and despite their complaints, rich. What's their motive for doing something so drastic? And why are they dressing up as Death Eaters? And having a guy calling himself Voldemort as their ringleader? Is he the real deal, or just some copycat? We need to ask somebody who knows more about the troubles in 70s. But the only people I trust to give me the straight information are missing or unavailable." He told Hermione about his attempts to contact Remus and the Weasleys. "We should go to Hogwarts," Hermione posited. "If nothing else, it would be a safe space, and there would be other like-minded people there." "Right. Dumbledore has a history with Voldemort, he will know." That was a better option than one he had thought of, asking Daphne if she knew anything. He desperately wanted to keep Daphne from getting tangled up in his work. Partly for her safety, but mostly because it felt wrong to get her involved. He was supposed to be protecting people, not vice versa. And as Jinny had pointed out, he had already relied too heavily on her for his investigations. "Except he's not there." "Excuse me?" Harry asked, shocked. Dumbledore was a fixture of Hogwarts. The idea that he wasn't there was inconceivable. "I thought he stayed there even over the summers." "Maybe he used to, but last year was his last. He retired in June." "Don't you read the alumni newsletter?" "There's an alumni newsletter." "Yes. Apparently even prisoners in Azkaban get a copy, so why don't you?" Hermione quipped, ending Harry of their discussion back in third year. Harry rubbed the back of his head. "Because my apartment is warded more heavily than Gringotts." Hermione sighed. "Harry, sometimes you come across as a paranoid loon. You're a forensic technician. Why do you live in a fortress?" "About that, get your wand. I need you to swear an unbreakable oath." 10 minutes later. "You're a fucking secret agent," Hermione shrieked. "Language." "Hermione," Harry chided weakly. Mostly because he didn't know what else to say. This wasn't how it had went when he had outed himself to Jinny. "No, there's a time for swearing, and this is definitely it." When you find out your best friend from school has been lying to you for the past 4 years. Best friend. Harry racked his brain. Do her memories of Hogwarts not match mine? Before dismissing it as irrelevant. It didn't matter what their relationship had been back then. He had to deal with a pissed off and hurt. Maybe he wasn't really good at this sort of thing, Hermione, right now. Is that what you're getting hung up on? You're not going to deny that you lied to me. Harry held up his hands in defeat. The eggs are getting cold. You might as well eat while I talk. He sat down at Hermione's dining table. I'm sorry for not telling you, but you have to understand that that's the definition of the job. Not telling people things. Harry. Wah. Ited for Hermione to yell or storm out or something. She was clearly hurt and not handling the revelation well. Now it was Hermione's turn to sigh. She sat down and took a bite of the omelet. This is good. She worked her way through breakfast in silence. Once she was done, she wiped her mouth and looked back up at Harry. Well, I'm deputized, so no more secrets. We're a team now. That's all. You're not angry. Of course I'm angry, but that doesn't change the fact that you were in the right. And it explains so much. An unexpected warmth spread through Harry's chest. This casual acceptance. It was a new experience, and so was the warmth. Okay, so we'll go to Hogwarts and ask McGonagall what she knows. Harry paused. Is she a reliable sort? I personally don't trust Snape. He will tell us whatever he thinks is best for us instead of the truth. Wow, your opinion of your housemaster is higher than I expected. Hermione smiled weakly. Harry shrugged. Meh, he has his good points. UHD. After breakfast, they flowed to Hogsmeade. This brings back memories. Hermione looked around at the storefronts as they walked past from the public flow. Not for me. I never came down to Hogsmeade that much. There was nothing to do. But where else was there to go on dates? Yeah. The less said about my dating experiences at Hogwarts, the better. Honestly, that still held true today. They were just about to pass the last row of shops when a clod of mud landed on Harry's leg. What? He turned, drawing his wand, just in time to deflect several more clods heading their way. A cluster of townsfolk were watching them with dead eyes from the steps on the flower shop. Pureblood go home, one of them intoned. They must be under the effects of zombie. Harry turned to approach them, but they scattered and disappeared inside as soon as he did. Harry, we don't have time for this. Hermione grabbed Harry's arm. Harry frowned. If he caught one of the mud flingers, he could get proof tea. Hat they were drugged, and then he would present the evidence to whom, exactly? Harry sighed and let Hermione direct him back up towards the castle. Do you think we'll still have jobs when the ministry reopens? If the pureblood supremacists have taken over, do you want to be working for the ministry? Harry sighed again. He had been doing a lot of that lately. No. It's just, thanks for being my moral compass, Hermione. Earlier, he had been furious at Voldemort and his Death Eaters for taking over, but he had spent his whole life getting along with people he really didn't like, so once the anger faded, it was hard not to go crawling back to the safe ministry job. Even though he knew it was wrong. UHD. What can I do for you? McGonagall looked like she had aged 10 years since Harry had last seen her. Though she didn't look any less severe. She met them in the headmaster's office, which was bare of Albus knickknacks but had not yet taken on her particular tone, though there were several large boxes of journals and books pushed off to one side. The one personal touch was a small statuette of a black cat with its back arched that was set on one of the almost bare shelves. Y and Hermione took turns relating what they had seen at the ministry, causing the headmistress to blanch. When Harry described the incident in Hogsmeade, she replied, "That I know about. These sort of confrontations between Muggles and purebloods have become common in the past year. They have been happening sporadically in all the areas that are more removed from the heart of magical society in London. I think at least some of the perpetrators have been dosed with a drug that acts like the Imperio spell. That would have been useful to know before." Hermione paused. All this happened. Harry shrugged. I'm not in law enforcement. I don't know why it wasn't investigated more thoroughly. I do, or at least I have my suspicions, McGonagall added. Recently, Malfoy and his ilk have taken too much sway over the ministry. And they must have steered the DMLE away from looking into it. I imagine it was in preparation for this coup. She paused, her lips pursed in thought. I will try to contact Albus. But he went on a trip to Scandinavia and I do not know when his mail will reach him. I will try to call together some of those that fought Voldemort's blood purists in the 70s, but I am concerned that many won't come. I lack the stature of Dumbledore to draw people together, and we have all grown older and more settled in the intervening years. Actually, can you tell us more about what exactly happened during those times? I know Voldemort had a gang called the Death Eaters, but what did they do? Who were they? Why don't you take a seat? This will take a while, McGonagall. LL pointed to a section of the office that had three and a low table, suitable for less formal discussions. I think a good place to start is the prophecy. She had an elf bring up some tea and biscuits. In the summer of 1981, Sybil Trelawney made a prophecy in front of Albus. McGonagall pulled out a scrap of parchment from inside her desk. Albus left his for me when he stepped down. She be gone to read. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. She took a sip of her tea to fortify herself before continuing. Voldemort took that to mean Harry Potter. She glanced at Harry before glancing self-consciously at Hermione. She wasn't good at keeping secrets before continuing, and that is what set him to the confrontation where he was killed. The fact that these new Death Eaters are raiding the Hall of Prophecies gives credence to this being the original Voldemort. He was always obsessed with it. But how could he have survived all these years? And why come back now? I don't know, but he might have been waiting for Dumbledore to retire. Albus was always the one person he feared. Bullies are like that, Harry nodded. They only come out when there is nobody who can stand up to them. At that moment, there was a pounding on the office door. Ministry, open up in the name of the Department of Public Safety. Bellowed a voice, causing the headmistress' eyebrows to furrow. She gestured to Magic open the door. What can I help you gentlemen with? Two pureblood wizards who looked like the sort who had never attended Hogwarts came barging in, followed by an Auror. The two slope-browed goons had the armbands with the DPS logo proudly displayed over their robes. We are looking for the school records for all boys enrolled from 1990 to 1999, pronounced one of them. I am sorry, that is private. I can't just hand the personal details of my students over to you. We are from the ministry. You have to do as we say. The other bellowed, leaning in to be intimidating. The Auror looked embarrassed at this behavior. The answer is still no, young man. The ministry must follow the law, like anybody else. This answer clearly stymied him, as he furrowed his brow in confusion, but his partner jumped in. The ministry is the law. Whatever we do is by expo facto the law. That is, ipso facto, and no it is not. The headmistress replied serenely, channeling her inner Dumbledore. As one goon argued with the headmistress, the other glanced at Hermione and then down at his clipboard and flipped through several pages before glancing back at her and pronouncing, Hermione Granger. You are wanted for questioning for sedition in regards to your Muggle-born integration project. As the Auror glanced in momentary confusion at the lackey, Harry pulled out his wand. Stupefy. The first stunner hit the Auror. As he dropped, Harry then sent another stunner at the DPS arguing with McGonagall. The third, the one who had called for arresting Hermione, had just enough time to draw his wand, but uggling his clipboard slowed him, so that was all he had time to do before Harry's third stunner him as well. We should better go. Here, use the office flow. McGonagall threw a handful of powder in. I'll have to revive the DPS goons after you leave. Thinking quickly, Harry pronounced, leaky cauldron, and the two young rebels spilled into the half-empty pub. Before anybody could take notice of them, they walked purposefully out the back. Hermione was just about to open the gate into Diagon Alley when Harry held up his hand. I think a little disguise is in order first. Harry changed the color of their hair. Take off your robe. You're wearing Muggle clothes under that, right? When she did, He cast a mild shrinking charm, making Hermione's blouse much more form-fitting. "What are you doing?" she squeaked. "It's just for the walk back to my apartment. This way nobody will look at our faces." He grabbed her arm and pulled her through into magical London. "Right now, nobody has raised the alarm. So we just need to keep people from remembering us after we pass. I feel like I'm going to be pretty noticeable," hissed Hermione. "Wizards are a lot more conservative than Muggles. And Harry's apartment was a good half-hour walk away. And you think they can positively identify you from your bra size? I'm going to punch you when we get home." Hermione kept walking casually, trying to avoid crossing her arms over her chest or doing anything else to draw attention to herself. Such as hitting Harry, Hermione had always been self-conscious of her body, and the tight clothing accentuated her soft middle. "I should go to the gym. Right after I kill Harry." Once they were in the magical fortress that Harry called home, she collapsed into a chair, quickly dispelling the changes. "I can't. That was the most insane thing I have ever done." She was grateful that Harry hadn't made any comments about her appearance. Though given that it was all his fault, I would then be justified in committing Harry's side. Harry gave her a glass of water to calm her down. "Sorry, I don't have anything stronger." "That's okay. I probably shouldn't be drinking right now." She slugged down the water. "We're going to need to go into hiding. Or at least you do. I can get you out of the country." Harry rubbed his face. He was still running on fumes. He would get Hermione to France. She could hide out in the Muggle world while he came back, did some digging. "No, you two, didn't you hear them? They are looking for records of Harry Potter. And before you say something stupid, I am not running away and leaving you to face this all by yourself." Hermione was still coming to terms with the enormity of the changes to her life, but some concepts were starting to gel. And one of him that Harry Dursley, no Harry Potter, was going to be a major part of it from here on out. Oh, Harry replayed the goon's request in his head and put two and two together. "We'll need supplies and information." Harry stood back up. "That I know where to get." Harry paused. Hermione was now part of this whether he wanted or not. As much as he wanted to keep her somewhere safe, his options in that respect were limited. Besides, he could use an ally, and she was the only game in town. "Alex Lestrange is heavily involved with Voldemort. You wait here while I go scope out his place. How will you know what to look for?" Hermione didn't ask how Harry was planning to get in. He was a spy. He clearly had specialized skills. "I have my ways. Wait for me here, I'll be back by dinner time." UHD. Harry portkeyed back to France. Again. After everything that had happened, he felt awkward relying on Daphne for information, but she was still his best source for whatever was going on, seeing her husband was one of the chief conspirators. But when he arrived there, the Lestrange house was sealed up and it didn't look like anybody was in residence. Maybe Alex decided to move back to England, or maybe Voldemort was requiring his followers to do so. Well, only one way to find out. Harry pressed up to the wall so that he was inside the privacy wards and conjured a couple of overripe tomatoes. Splat! He lobbed them gently at the window, just hard enough to leave a tomato mess smeared across it. Then he leaned back and waited. It was only a couple of minutes before Doily the Ho's elf opened the window and leaned out with a soapy wash rag. "Hello, Doily," Harry greeted the little house elf. The house elf turned around to peer at him. He was never certain where he stood with her. Having heard many of Hermione's opinions on non-human rights, he always tried to be polite when he visited, but she remained stoic and expressionless when interacting with him, as if he was an expected but unpleasant or a moment's consideration. Doily turned back to her work. "Master and Mrs. are not here. They are staying at another residence," and asked Doily to put the house away. "Is there any way you can let me in? To get something from the library," Harry ventured. He was pretty confident that he knew what the answer would be. "No, the house is sealed, and the wards are all on." Harry nodded. "Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained, thank you, Doily." He could break in, but that would not be easy, and if anything went wrong, that would close a lot doors for him. Instead, he had another avenue that he could pursue. UHD. Harry walked into his apartment. "I'm going to Italy," he announced, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Hermione had been reading a book. I take it France was a bust? She asked on, causing Harry's carefree smile to sour. Yeah, but there are a lot more leads in Italy that I can work. Though most were not very promising. He was clutching at straws. But he didn't want to admit to that. I was just reading the prophet. The ministry has closed all ports of entry. She pointed to the newspaper. You were careful when you went out to purchase it. Hermione rolled her eyes. I don't think that I'm so high on their wanted list that they are putting out pictures of me, but I did hide my hair under a hat, and used a charm to appear taller. She refused to use her breasts as a distraction, the way Harry had earlier. That was just gross, and she was still not certain if she was angry at Harry for having done so. Didn't that look suspicious? Hermione gave Harry a bemused look. You don't spend a lot of time with women, do you? Half the women I know use a heightening charm when they go out anywhere special. I'm the odd one that I don't. It's the witch's equivalent of high heels. Harry shrugged sheepishly. He couldn't come out and say that he never went out into public with the woman he spent time with the most often. Which in retrospect made for a pretty messed up relationship. If you can't get an international portkey, we're stuck. Harry snorted. That ban is just for show. Most wizards can make a personal portkey to get to France. And from there they can go anywhere in Europe. Hermione gave Harry a look as she put the paper away. Not everybody went to Hogwarts. Most magicals don't. Purebloods often get homeschooled, while Muggle-born go to after-school programs. It's just that most ministry jobs go to Hogwarts graduates, so those of us working there rarely interact with people who aren't. And without a Hogwarts education, you were unlikely to know how to make a portkey. Harry started. That makes sense. The wizarding community was far too large for the tiny number of students at Hogwarts. Anyway, once in France I can buy a portkey to Italy. Because personal portkeys were slow and could only take you so far. Great, let's go. Seeing Harry's skeptical look, Hermione added, you won't be able to opera. Tay out of the UK for something like this, and I want to help. If nothing else I can give you somebody to bounce ideas off of. Harry considered, trying to find some justification for not taking Hermione along. Do you speak Italian? No, but my French is pretty good. Hermione's posture made it clear that her going wasn't a question. Harry considered protesting further, but there was a desperate edge to Hermione's voice. She cut off from her everyday life. He needs something to do. Okay, then it's a plan. He didn't like seeing Hermione looking so lost. Hermione shot up out of the chair and gave Harry a hug. As Harry stood with his arms slightly raised, not certain what to do with them, she leaned up and gave him a quick peck on the lips as well. Before Harry could say anything, Hermione quickly turned away. I guess I shouldn't go back to my apartment to pack, that at least is likely to be watched. I'll buy necessities in Italy. You don't think they will monitor my Gringotts account? She turned back to ask Harry. No. I can't believe I'm actually grateful to the goblins, but the little bastards are so ornery and uncooperative that even the Aurors have never been able to get them to cooperate with a legitimate criminal investigation without several weeks of negotiations. And for something like this, there is no established protocol to smooth out the process. The goblins WILLC it is an invasion of their sovereignty and they will stall any such request for months, possibly years. Great, let's go. UHD. They touched down at the portkey terminal in the magical quarter of Rome. The terminal was a magically expanded courtyard in an old apartment building, of the sort that you could see anywhere in Europe. But once they walked outside, they were just north of the Forum and within view of all of the sights of classical Rome. Wow, too bad we don't have time for sightseeing. Hermione had perked up once they arrived, seeing history all around you like this, but after a moment, she let wishful thinking go. She turned to Harry. We'll need to rent an apartment, and unless we're going to be eating out every day, we should buy some food. And I need some cloths and a toothbrush. The apartment is covered. The Damu has a safe house that we can use. But we should get food, unless you want to live on tin beans. Harry did his best to act like his normal self as well. Despite the strangeness of having Hermione with him on what felt like a mission. And that kiss. It probably didn't mean anything. And it's not like he could tell her about Daphne. Hermione made a face before adding. But won't the Death Eaters come check all of the safe houses out, now that they have all of the Ministry records. But they don't, Harry replied cryptically. Hermione paused and turned to Harry. Explain. I know you like being mysterious, but this is my life now as well. Harry just shrugged. Some things I can't share with anybody. Such as the fact that the Dom.O. office was actually on a separate plane of existence, and that he had sealed the door to it from the Ministry. But trust me when I say that getting into the Oversight Office records is impossible. It will take months of work. Even if they did turn one of the other agents. Hermione nodded, accepting that, adding it to the list of things that they couldn't talk about. Such as the kiss. They spent the rest of the day shopping. Harry purchased an instance camera. Hermione bought light clothes, women's, unmentionables, and they stocked up on food. Even with shrinking charms, Harry ended up carrying a fair number of bags by the time they arrived at the little apartment that was sandwiched between a greengrocer and a laundromat. This is actually not too bad. Hermione examined the one-bedroom apartment. It was musty, but otherwise surprisingly well appointed, with a couch in the dining room, as well as a stylish dining table. Even the kitchen had the basics, though Harry had bought a saucepan just in case when they were food shopping. Well, it doesn't cost any extra to transfigure into nice furniture, and the wizard setting it up was a pureblood. We could just stay here. Hermione looked at Harry questioningly. Witches and wizards can make a living anywhere. Harry shook his head. You can, if you want. But I have to do something about the masked ponces back home. Hermione smiled warmly at Harry. Yeah, I thought that would be your answer. You always try to help everybody. Harry looked away, feeling blood rush to his face. Why am I blushing like a school bee? Oi, just because Hermione says something nice. Maybe it was because she really meant it. Anyway, I'm going to drop by the Zambini estate after we're all set here. Do you think Blaise is involved with all this? Harry shrugged. It's hard to say. He's such an asshole that anything is possible. But his family is involved in potions, and I know that Lestrange was buying from a manufacturer in Lecce. Maybe from more than one. Hermione nodded. So even if the Zambinis aren't involved, chances are that they'll know somebody who is. Exactly. And I'm not going to do anything too fancy go by to visit my old school chum. Hermione rolled her eyes. Like you were friends with him. Did Zambini have any friends? A couple of the younger years sucked up to him, but otherwise no. Which is why I'll be no less believable than anybody else. He will figure I just want something from him. Because Slytherins operate on favors. At Harry's nod, Hermione added, so what do I owe you for getting me away from the Aurors at Hogwarts? Harry stopped. He hadn't even thought about that. Don't worry about it. Just put it on my tab. Hermione smiled and rested her hand on Harry's shoulder as he turned to go. Okay. Stay safe. UHD. Harry adjusted his watch, making sure the translation spell he had picked up was running on. Hearing only, just in case one of the staff dropped something juicy in the background. The Zambini mansion was on a large plot of land right in the middle of the city. But if it wasn't for the space expansion charms, you would still be able to see a busy road just 100 meters away. And the rest of the construction leaned heavily on magic as well. The main house looked like a typical Roman villa, down to a peristyle surrounding a courtyard in the middle, but there were also a pair of interconnected tree houses in that courtyard that towered over the back half of the villa and doubled the building's size. Harry grabbed hold of the knocker, shaped like a satyr ing towards the door while peering back over his shoulder at Harry, and gave the door a solid rap, wincing at the imagery that it evoked. Much to Harry's surprise, Anastasia Zambini opened the door herself. Why hello there, she purred. And who might you be? I'm Harry Dursley. He stuck out his hand to shake, British style. I'm a friend of your son's and I figured I'd pop by, as I was taking a holiday here. I'm sure you are. She waved him in, not concealing her examination of his athletic build. Despite being at least in her 40s, Anastasia was still an attractive woman. Though when Harry glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, the glamour around her cracked a little, showing even more lines on her face than a middle-aged woman should have. Blaise is away, preparing for his next duel. But since you came all this way, let's not let it be in vain. Why don't you stay with us for dinner? She trailed a hand down Harry's back. Oh, I couldn't impose. Harry began. resisting his urge to pull away from the woman. Despite his relationship with Daphne, he was still uncomfortable with this sort of intimate contact. Maybe that's because Daphne goes from 0 to 100% and back again, with nothing in between. Or maybe, despite the insanity that was their relationship, it just felt like he was cheating on her. It's no problem. The elves will take care of everything. She snapped her fingers, and a house elf that had been standing so still that Harry had mistaken him for a statue silently disappeared towards the kitchen. Come, let us rest outside until it is time. She led the way out to the colonnaded patio that ran between the internal courtyard and the house proper. There, she lay down on a divan and took a drink off of the low table, gesturing for Harry to do the same. Harry surreptitiously banished the alcohol from his as he fumbled with the low couch, trying to adjust it to a more perpendicular incline as Anastasia watched him with a bemused smile. How is it? Is it to your taste? Anastasia licked her lips as she continued to watch him with a hungry look. Yes, thank you. Your house is very unique. I am impressed. Harry gestured towards the part that was supported in the trees, attempting to change the topic as he grew increasingly uncomfortable with her direct stare. This was a bad idea. But instead he smiled. Do you need anything special to make the trees grow so large? Oh, no, they have been like this since forever. That part of mansion dates back over 100 years. She waved her hand dismissively. Do you use it a lot? I would think it would be hard to get up there. Don't be silly. Magic. She made a gesture as if being lifted into the air, drawing attention to her well-endowed bosom. Harry smiled and made SMALL talk as he tried to act oblivious to her advances. Finally, when the house elf appeared to announce dinner, Harry announced, "You know, I'm really sorry, but I can't stay. I know I'm being horribly inconsiderate. After all the work you put in, but I hadn't realized that it had grown so late. I have a woman friend waiting for me." He bowed and made his escape. UHD. How could she? Hermione fumed, incensed when Harry recounted the evening. That woman is twice your age. More than that, if you count up her husbands, she has to be in her 60s. At least, I would say I'm shocked, huffed Hermione, but I'm not. I have read about some of the sexual hijinks that purebloods aristocrats get up to it, and it is certainly something, let me tell you. Did you at least find out anything useful? Maybe. Harry decided not to bring up his personal experiences with the sexual hijinks of purebloods aristocrats. Anastasia made it sound like they used the tree houses fairly often, but while some of the windows around the rest of the mansion had open windows or half-drawn curtains, the windows on the tree house all had their windows closed and the curtains drawn tight. He didn't think most people would have noticed something like that from such a distance, but he had always had excellent vision. If he had played school Quidditch, he would have made an excellent seeker. So what? Now you are going to go back and get ourselves invited for an overnight stay, so you can then sneak around after everybody else goes to sleep. Merlin, no. Harry paled. Hermione snickered. And I don't even want to stay there for dinner. Who knows what she will lace the food with? It would probably be something to turn him into a mindless sex maniac. Knowing her reputation, I'm going to have to sneak in the old-fashioned way. He grinned conspiratorially. Under your invisibility cloak. Under my. Harry paused, deflating slightly. Right, I forgot you knew about that. Yes, exactly that. First we need to do a little scouting, so I can get a feel of how their household operates. Just because the invisibility cloak made sneaking easier didn't mean that he should stop practicing good tradecraft when he had the time for it. Because you never knew when things would go wrong. If you're up for it, we can get started now. Harry opened the window and peered around until he spotted a pigeon sitting on a ledge across the narrow lane. Imperio. Harry. Hermione hissed in surprise. It's okay, I'm using it on an animal. Harry didn't mention that he had no problem using it on some people either. Once the pigeon was in the room with them, Harry quickly proceeded to layer several spells onto it, connecting them to the dresser mirror in the bedroom. He then tossed it back out the window, letting it fly free. As it did, the mirror showed everything that it saw. Okay, I sent it the Zambini estate. We can take turns watching. I didn't know you could do that. Hermione gestured at the mirror. Yeah, keep that to yourself. That, S.A. Department of Mysteries. Secret. After a moment, Hermione leaned over and gave Harry a hug. "Thank you for telling me." Harry nodded awkwardly. You want dinner? I was going to cook something." "Yeah, and I'll keep an eye on the mirror while you do." As Harry fried up some fish and a tray of asparagus, his mind kept returning to the changes in Hermione's behavior recently. Is she hinting at something romantic? But it didn't feel like that. No trading of favors driven by lust leading to sex, lots of sex. No secret manipulations. No thing like how his relationship with Daphne was. She's just being nice. If there is no quid pro quo, there is no relationship, romantic or otherwise. We're simply old friends after all. If Hermione was to be believed, he was her closest friend and had been since they were 11. People who are childhood friends don't end up as lovers. It just doesn't H out the fish and fried veggies on a platter and they ate on the bed. Harry sat facing the mirror, almost never taking his eyes off of it, but after a while Hermione got tired of watching the Zambini staff going about their daily routines and Dee pulled out a book to read as she leaned against Harry's side. "She's not doing anything she hasn't done before. It's just that Kiss is making me overthink things." And having spent the afternoon with Anastasia Zambini had put him on edge as well. After an hour, Hermione pronounced muzzily, "I'm going to sleep now," and closed her book. Sorry for casting the spell on the bedroom mirror, I wasn't thinking. I can try to move it into the other room. It's okay. It doesn't bother me. Wake me when you want to go to sleep, and I'll take over watching. I'll take notes." She pressed her back up against Harry. After she fell asleep, Harry drew the blanket up under her chin and went back to watching the mirror, but watching guards walking their rounds didn't occupy the mind. Whatever this is, I am not cheating on Daphne. And that's a weird thing to worry about anyway, since Daphne is cheating on her husband with me. There was no passion here. This was just comfortable. Harry glanced sideways at Hermione's resting face. Though she does look cute when she's sleeping. Chapter 7. Harry pressed his back against the wall, listening, not hearing anything. He turned around and scaled the pitted limestone wall with ease, up onto the roof of the Zambini Manor. He had decided to forego his invisibility cloak, as he would have to do a lot of climbing. Instead he had his best dissolucio. N meant charm running and he kept low to the roof tiles. Besides, there shouldn't be too many people in the back parts of the mansion tonight. Harry had timed his incursion for the night that the Innis were hosting a dinner party. People like the Zambinis hosted a dinner party every week, so it wasn't a long wait. Once on the roof, Harry took a moment to examine the tree houses through his omnoculars set for night vision. Both were still tightly shuttered, though there was some smoke rising from the larger one on the left. Unfortunately, the only way in was up the stairs, the way the magic was set up. You couldn't fly up to it. Moving as quietly as he could on the ceramic roof tiles, Harry lowered himself to the ground and ran around to the back of the staircase. It consisted of individual stair steps floating in midair, spiraling around the tree trunk, with just a rope banister to keep you from falling off. It was exactly as he had seen in his pigeon-eye view onto the bedroom mirror. If I go up that and somebody comes down at the same time, there is no way to avoid bumping into each other. But that was okay. Harry cast a modified sticking charm onto and into his shoes, and instead stepped onto the underside of the stairs. He carefully slid his foot forward. As long as he didn't pull directly away, he could slide it freely along the wood plank. Harry slowly began shuffling up the stairs. It was hard work stepping in reverse to pull himself up with each stair, but it worked without a hitch until he saw a pair of workers dressed in dark, nondescript robes coming down the stairs, each carrying a box that filled their arms. Boy, they were going to bump heads. Harry crouched down and grabbed the step under his feet, scrunching himself up as much as he could. He didn't dare lift his head to see where the workers were, or if they noticed him. Please don't look up. They didn't. Harry heard them walk on by, one of them snorting quietly. Once at the top, Harry carefully pulled himself back onto the stairs normal side up and finaged the sticking charm. After checking that his disillusionment was still good, he stepped into the smaller tree house. Or he was about to. When he heard voices inside, it wasn't as empty as he had thought. Now what? If there was somebody inside, they would see the door opening. Harry glanced around. The tree house had 2 stories, plus a sort of tower that was built onto a higher level of the tree. All the windows were closed, as expected, but the platform that the tree house sat on extended 6 inches past the walls, creating a narrow ledge. Harry carefully shuffled onto it, digging his fingers into the cracks between the shingles that lined the walls to keep from falling off. He shuffled until he reached the rope bridge that ran between the 2 houses. It was short, only 20 feet long, and better yet, the door on the far side was open. Harry darted across, hoping that nobody would step out at the wrong moment. The larger tree house was 3 floors, but the lower 2 had been hollowed out into one giant room that had multiple cauldrons of potion bubbling away over flames that burned without any fuel, and the paddles mixed the liquid all by themselves. And the place stank of potion fumes, which was why the doors were open, to provide a little fresh air for the workers. Harry quickly pulled the top of his shirt up to his nose. Hermione was right. She had been certain that if the Zambinis were making potions on an industrial scale that they would control the process with special wards instead of relying on human workers for everything. Though there were a pair of workers who walked between the rows of cauldrons, but they looked bored and at least one of them was unsteady on his feet. Harry didn't know if it was from the fumes or if he had been sampling the wares, but he looked set to collapse at any moment. Harry pulled out the sketch of the Aberley anti-ward that Hermione had created for him, and he surreptitiously drew it between 2 of the cauldrons. According to Hermione, that should cause the magic controlling the brewing to fail. He didn't really need to sabotage the production. He was just digging for information on Lestrange and how he fit into the Death Eater operation, but Blaise was an ass, so Harry wanted to do something to piss him off. He finished the sketch, but unlike normal, didn't put his magic into it, instead letting it slowly charge from the ambient magic coming off of everything in the room. Satisfied that Zambini would have a little surprise when he went to sell this batch, Harry made his way to the stairs leading up to the top floor, which might have offices and records. "Hey, who's there?" one of the workers called out as he stepped from a gap a few cauldrons over. Harry whipped around and stupefied him before he could say anything further. He then whirled towards where he remembered the other man being and hit him with a stupefy as well. "What?" He slurred but didn't collapse. Whatever he was on was preventing the stupefy from working. He scrabbled at his side, trying to draw his wand. Percutio. Harry cast the piercing hex. Blood spewed from his target's forehead as he collapsed. Shit. Harry levicorpus-ed the 2 bodies into a corner and disillusioned them before running towards the stairs leading upstairs. I hope waking up entangled in the arms of a corpse doesn't traumatize that poor bastard too much. Harry raced out of the room. Not my problem. He Alohomora-ed opened the only door he could see, only to find more stairs leading up. Was there another floor that he had missed? Harry took the steps 2 at a time. He was on a time limit now. Upstairs was an office, but no papers were out, and all of the filing cabinets had magical locks that made the drawer into an immovable part of the cabinet. Harry checked the desk. It was locked too. Not that it would prove to be any challenge. Amateurs never thought things through. Let's start with the fun stuff first. The drawer will have more esoteric things, items that show the owner's personality. Harry lay down under the desk and, holding up the center of the drawer with one hand, used the other to direct a cutting charm that precisely separated the bottom of the drawer from the rest of the desk. Except it wasn't the drawer. It was a thin compartment that had barely enough room for the notebook resting in it. Harry couldn't help grinning. Idiotment in a locked drawer that you can't open ed by normal means. He led through it. It had a list of dates and names, followed by notes or possible other names. A name caught his attention. Helen O'Connor. It was followed by note, Mawoo. It must be some sort of code or shorthand. Harry shrank the journal and slipped it into his pocket, jostling the desk in the process. A short stubby wand fell out of the hole. It must have been resting on the remaining lip. As it fell, Harry instinctively grabbed it. He paused, but nothing bad happened, so he gave it a closer examination. It was the same sort of device as Alex had in his safe. Harry held up the cutout piece of drawer and reparo-ed it back in place. Harry repeated the procedure with the top of the filing cabinet, taking it off like a lid so he could riffle through the papers inside. They were professionally organized, but all they listed were deliveries of ingredients and other semi-legitimate records. There were no customers' records. The few papers that referred to customers just referred to them by a number. Without a master list showing who was who, none of them were useful. So he's not a total idiot. Harry snagged the payroll records. Most of the people WOU.LD small fry. Either petty criminals or laborers who didn't mind shady work if the pay was good. But at least these weren't in code, and maybe one of them would know something. Harry sealed up the filing cabinet as well and quickly made his way to the tree house door. But as he arrived, he saw a guard trudging his way up the stairs. I hope the magic only prevents people from flying up to the tree house, not falling from it. Harry cast a weak Levicorpus spells and stepped off the edge, drifting down like a leaf. It was only as he was drifting down that he realized that several of the GWAR.DS and other staff were having their own party back behind the trees, and he was drifting straight towards their cookout. UHD. Daphne arrived with Alex to the Zambini dinner party. Why am I here? She asked. Or she would have. But she knew. She was there as eye candy, to chat up and distract Zambini and put him in a good mood so that Alex could get better terms from him on whatever deal he was here to negotiate. It would be nice if he actually came out and said it, once. Hey, babe, I need you to seal the deal. It wouldn't change anything that I do, but old it'd kill him to treat me like a real person. When they went inside, the party was worse than she expected. The atmosphere was stiff and formal, even by pureblood standards, and Harry was right when he insisted that most purebloods were born with a stick up their ass. She forced down the small smile that tried to escape at the thought of Harry. This is not the place or the time. Though it was almost never the time. Harry had been visiting less and less frequently. It had been a month since she had last had any time with him. Maybe I should visit him. Though the logistics of that were a nightmare. Nowadays, not only were the paparazzi watching her, but also the Aurors, if Alex was to be believed. What are you smiling at, Daphne? I can call you Daphne, can't I? Daphne looked up to see Blaise standing in front of her, staring at her intensely. They were in the lounge, having some before-dinner cocktails while the elves finished setting up the dining room. The room was half full, as there were another half dozen guests in addition to the Lestranges milling about. Oh, nothing, just lost in my thoughts. This is Blaise Zambini, he is our host tonight, Alex explained unnecessarily. Please keep him entertained. Yes, please do. Blaise continued to stare at her. When the group continued on to the dining room, Blaise was seated next to his mother, opposite Daphne. As they ate, he never took his eyes off of her. Only taking breaks to reply if directly spoken to. Alex spent most of his time talking to Anastasia or trying to. She often deflected him onto other guests, so Daphne felt like a butterfly pinned to piece of cardboard for examination. And his gaze periodically drifted downwards, to her chest, before returning to her face with a smile. Daphne tried to ignore it, making small talk with the woman on her left. But she was too frazzled to even remember her name. As the evening drew to a close, Alex finally turned to the male Zambini, following him out as they retired to the smoking room. Daphne can't hear what he was saying, but his voice was getting louder and his tone more urgent. He's getting desperate. Daphne hoped that he would succeed in whatever it was. She didn't know what he did, and she didn't care, but when he failed he would spend the next week lounging around at home, being depressed, angry and generally insufferable. Finally Alex pronounced loudly, "Done." He reappeared next to Daphne a moment later. "Come." She followed him out, past the smoking room and through a narrow corridor to a back stairs where Blaise was waiting. "Go with him. Do whatever he asks." Daphne's stomach dropped as she gave Alex a questioning look, but he just gave her a little push towards the other man and walked back the other way. She steeled her resolve. "I am a pureblood wife. If this is what my husband needs, then so be it." But she couldn't convince herself. She felt her gorge rising. "We need this deal to keep our standing in society." She actually wasn't certain what the deal was about. But it was yet another little lie she told herself. Zambini took her painfully by the elbow and led her up the stairs and down another narrow corridor. They must be in the servants' section of the house. Halfway along, he turned and slammed her against the wall, pressing hard up against her, kissing her, as one hand made its way up her skirt between her legs. And then he collapsed. Daphne staggered back, still in shock from the assault and confused by what just happened when Harry stepped out of the shadows. "What did you do?" she gasped. "From where I am standing. It appears I prevented you from getting raped. We need Zambini's deal in order to." She stopped. She didn't know why, but she had been telling herself this same thing so often that it was the only thing that came out of her mouth. Instead she ended weakly with, "You shouldn't have done that. You like being molested like that." Harry kept his voice down, but she could hear how angry he was. "You think this is the first time Alex traded my body for a negotiation advantage?" Daphne hissed back, but it had never been like this. She had no words to explain how she was feeling. She was running on autopilot, acting the part of an obedient pureblood wife, despite the horror that was threatening to overwhelm her. "What?" began Harry when he was interrupted by a vibration that flowed up through the floor, followed by a screeching. Harry glanced out the window to see the larger tree house sagging to one side. "Oh, shit, that wasn't just the potions ward. I must have taken out something structural. How much power did that Aberley anti-ward absorb?" That was the last time he used a spell that he didn't fully understand. Daphne grabbed Harry and pulled Harry away from the window as something ghostly darted through it with a screech. More ghostly figures rose from the ruins of the tree house. What went into those potions? He nodded towards the collapsed tree house that had served as a drug factory. "I don't know, but Alex's pet potions master talked about Loa." Harry nodded. He had heard the name before, but he hadn't known if it meant anything. He made a mental note to look it up. Later, suddenly they heard people running, yelling for Zambini. "Go, before they discover you." Daphne pushed Harry towards the exit. A pureblood lady never pushed a man, but all of her upbringing was fracturing under the shock of what had just happened. Harry nodded then paused. "I'm not keyed to the ward." He didn't want to test to see if the wards were still up or if he had accidentally taken those down as well. For all he knew, his little sabotage spell could have broken booby trap. "So I can't apparate out. Do you know the quickest way to the back door?" There was the sound of people running from the front of the house. Daphne pulled open the closest door. It led into a broom closet, before pointing Harry towards the servant stairs. "There, and I'll hide here," only to have Harry yank her after him as he turned for the stairs. "Why? What do you think will happen to you if they find you hiding in a closet with the master of the house unconscious outside? You're going to be in big trouble." Daphne felt ice water run through her veins. Harry was right. "Alex will kill me. He might literally kill me." She nodded and ran after Harry. Once back on the ground floor, Harry reapplied the disillusionment spell to himself and Daphne. As he looked back and forth, trying to determine the best way to go, Daphne grabbed his arm and led him calmly to the front parlor and out the door. Everybody was too busy dealing with the chaos in the back of the house to note a door that opened on its own. "You would make a good thief," Daphne snorted, "as if I would stoop so low." Once outside, Harry led the way to the closest road. The Zambini wards extended almost all the way there. "We're clear. Hold on and I'll side along you. I guess I don't have much choice." It felt like a chapter in her life was ending, and she had no idea what came next. Ever since she had been old enough to understand the concept, she had been preparing to be a proper lady in a pureblood household. Now, she was terrified at the now. Would you rather go back? Harry tried to keep it bottled up, but his anger was growing. He had gone out of his way to rescue Daphne, endangering his mission. And she had the temerity to complain about how he made her life worse. She thinks about as herself. She is the most self-absorbed shallow bitch. I can't believe I was ever in love with her. Daphne sneered, as if there was no going back from this. She grabbed tight to Harry's arm. "UHD, Harry?" Hermione asked as the apartment door opened. "Yeah, everything went great, but there was a complication," Harry replied, walking in, followed by Daphne. Daphne scowled. "So I'm a complication, now?" She took in the small apartment, the sketch of the Zambini estate pinned to one wall, and the lack of personal effects, and shook her head in disgusts. "I should have known you would be working with that new Uggleborn." She changed what she was going to say at the last minute. No matter how tired and angry she was, she wouldn't lose her self-control. So, what are you, working for the Aurors now? You do know that there's no way you'll ever make anything stick to the Zambinis. No, this is about more than a little drug dealing, Hermione snipped. Daphne, do you know what's doing on in England tight now? The winter season is starting shortly, Daphne began hesitantly, referring to the series of parties that ran from October through the start of March. Daphne, there was a coup. Voldemort took over, and he is rounding up all of the Muggle-born and doing Merlin knows what with them. Hermione held up yesterday's Daily Prophet. It talked about how all Muggle-born now had to register with the Ministry and required special permits to travel. What? He's dead. Daphne sat down on the couch in shock. He was killed by that Harry Potter boy. Somebody using his name is very much alive, and appears to be the force behind the new government. And your husband is helping him. Daphne started to laugh. It started as a small giggle before erupting in a full-throated laugh. Harry and Hermione stood watching her in confusion. Harry went to get her a glass of water. Finally Daphne got herself under control. Yeah, that I can believe. He was always a hateful, bigoted son of a bitch. She took the water. It felt good to say that. UHD. Hermione pulled Harry aside. Can we trust her? Yes. She has no political motivations, and at this point, there is no way that she could go back to Alex, so she has no personal connections to Voldemort's side. Hermione scowled, unconvinced, but Harry was the expert here, so she would trust his opinion. I'm going to see if what I took from the drug factory is useful. If it is, it's likely going to be time-sensitive. Harry stated apologetically as he holed up in the bedroom to research the book and wand that he stole. Please don't come in until I let you know that it's safe. I'm going to be setting up some pretty strong wards. The two women looked awkwardly at each other. They had never been friends in Hogwarts. They rarely even crossed paths. Hermione went to the kitchenette and busied herself making tea. Daphne sat down awkwardly onto the arm of the sofa and asked, "So, what are you doing here? Do you think two newly minted ministry employees can topple the government and rescue England from itself?" She asked sarcastically. Daphne was scared, and the only thing keeping her going was anger. It's not a government. It's dictatorship, Hermione corrected, and somebody has to do something. While Harry has been collecting information, I've been trying to get in touch with others like us who would stand up to tyranny. Daphne sneered condescendingly. Why are you here? You know where the door is. Ima, Jine, you have plenty of apartments that you can stay at. Hermione retorted. No, Alex has plenty of apartments. And all of the friends who she could stay with were actually Alex's friends. He never let her out unsupervised. Even if Tracy hadn't moved to America, she wasn't certain if she would have been able to maintain the friendship. Wherever I go, I am going to have to start my life over again, at a much lower rung of society. The way she said, lower, implied, inferior. I might as well do it here, where I have company. Her gaze automatically jumped to the door behind which Harry was working. They sat in an awkward silence as Hermione sipped her tea. So what Voldemort is doing doesn't bother you? She finally asked. No, why should it? I am a pureblood. My position won't be ruined. But you seem to care what Harry thinks, and Harry does care. Daphne was silent for a while before looking down at her hands, which were mangling a napkin. He's a big dummy, she said in an unusually soft voice despite how much the stupid idiot had messed her life over by injecting himself in when he wasn't needed. Or wanted. Daphne felt the anger that she had been repressing for the past hour start to escape and latch onto Harry's role in her fall from grace. He meant well, but did he really? Or was he only thinking of himself? He hadn't even visited in Merlin knows how long. Did he even care about her anymore? So you do still care for him? The quiet voice interrupted the other woman's spiraling emotions. Still, back in third year, when we were all sleeping in the Great Hall. While the professors were searching for Sirius Black, I saw you sleeping next to Harry when I got up to go to the bathroom. Daphne looked down at her hands for a moment before suddenly getting up and walking briskly over to the kitchenette. How do you make hot water for tea? She demanded, not looking at Hermione. Hermione walked over and handed her the kettle. Harry trusts you, but I don't. Why? Because I was a sly and manipulative Slytherin back in Hogwarts. Daphne tamped down on her emotions, hiding her anger under her proper pureblood facade. No, because you're married to Alex Lestrange, who is one of Voldemort's financiers. Hermione pulled out her wand. Swear on your magic that you won't betray us, or I will kick out on the street before Harry can so much as open his mouth. Betray you? That's pretty open-ended. You Gryffindors can be so straight-laced about how you view the world. Daphne gave Hermione another condescending smile. Hermione leveled her wand at the other woman. You purebloods know how to operate a doorknob, right? She nodded towards the front door. Daphne gave a theatrical sigh before glancing at the closed door behind which Harry was still closeted doing who know what. Fine. She slowly withdrew her own WR palm so as not to appear threatening. She recited the oath spell, finishing, I pledge on my magic and my life that I will never betray Harry Dursley. She gave Hermione a challenging glare at the changes she had made. Hermione's eyes got wide at the addition of, and my life, but she scowled at the Harry being the only one covered by the oath. I guess that is acceptable. She took a tin of cookies and went back to the couch, to slowly sip her tea and nibble on a cookie. UHD. Finally, after a tense 2 hours, Harry came out of the other room. I think I have a sense of what we are dealing with. It would help if I had somebody from the Dom research staff to help with that wand device. Hermione shrugged. Sorry, I majored in econ and magical policy at uni. The two women had been trying to pretend that they were ignoring each other. Neither knew what to say. Daphne was an upper-class trophy wife and Hermione was a Muggle-born, university-educated, up-and-coming ministry employee. And both suspected that the other had a thing for Harry. Daphne was about to quip that she didn't keep Harry around for his brains before casting a glance at Hermione and deciding it would be out of place at a time like this. Do either of you know what a Loa is? Harry finally got around to asking. Not exactly, Hermione responded immediately. But I know that it's some sort of magical creature. Some Muggle texts refer to it as a spirit. They are native to the Caribbean. Why do you ask? I think that the drug Alex was distributing has a Loa trapped inside. And when the customer swallows it, the Loa takes control of them. My guess is that the stubby wand is some mechanism for controlling or programming the Loa, but I'm not certain how it all works. Harry then rattled off the diagnostic spells that he had tried, and the results, which were inconclusive at best. Daphne listened to the conversation, trying to call up her Hogwarts education. I was a good student. But for the last 4 years the only thing she had had to think about was planning dinner parties. If she tried to contribute anything to the conversation she would just sound dumb. And if she made one her usual jokes, barbs, at Harry, she would sound like a dumb slut. We need to talk to an expert. Yeah, and I know just the wizard. Pack your bags, ladies, we're going to the Caribbean. In the morning, Hermione countered. Right now, I'm exhausted and want to go to bed. She took a step towards the bedroom before turning to give Harry a pointed look. Were you two sharing a bed? Daphne's response showed that she wasn't as oblivious as she had appeared. That's so cute. I bet you were fully clothed and platonic about it, she fake cooed. Hermione blushed at how spot on her description was. Ah, why don't you two ladies share the bedroom? I'll sleep out here. Harry had desperately been trying to power through the awkwardness, but then Daphne just had to bring the elephant into the room. I don't have time to deal with her drama. UHD. How will we get to Bahamas? We need passports to get in. International portkey. Hermione was eating breakfast. The options were pretty minimal. So it was just toast and a cup of coffee. We never needed passports when we, Alex and I, traveled. When we portkeyed to Italy nobody asked for any sort of identification. Daphne replied haughtily. It had been a long night. She and Hermione hadn't talked once they retreated to the bedroom. Despite the situation, the other woman had fallen right asleep, Daphne had spent half the night laying awake, staring at the dim pattern cast on the ceiling by the streetlight through the curtains, thinking about her situation over and over again without getting anywhere. That's because Italy and England are both part of the EU, sweetie. Hermione replied condescendingly. Daphne blushed in embarrassment, feeling even more useless. She had even been forced to borrow casual clothing from the other woman, which she had had to transfigure, as they hadn't fit right. She was taller and had a smaller chest than the other woman. Hermione was now branded as the other woman in Daphne's mind, and Daphne hated wearing clothing that had been transfigured. They itched. "Don't worry, I got you covered." Harry took out the instant camera that he had bought earlier with Hermione and took a photo of her. After a moment, the camera spat out a photo. Harry gave it an approving look and slid it into a drawer of the desk and gave the handle a twist. He then took a photo of Daphne. When that was ready, Harry pulled open the drawer again, took out a passport that had replaced the first photo, and put Daphne's photo inside instead. "Take a look and see if that is all correct." Harry handed Hermione the passport. "This isn't a normal hotel room." Daphne had not been paying attention when they had arrived here late last night. She had assumed that Harry had brought her to a hotel. But thinking back, this isn't a hotel at all. How does a forensic technician get access to something like this? Are you actually some sort of Auror? When Harry didn't reply, she glanced over at Hermione, who was assiduously studying her nails. Neither one replied. UHD. They arrived in the Bahamas right at lunchtime, though it was early morning Bahamas time. "Let's go get some food while we wait for the old scoundrel." Harry nonchalantly picked a route towards a restaurant that wasn't too crowded. "Though we may have to settle for second breakfast," he added, seeing they hadn't switched over the menu yet. They were just finishing up when a middle-aged man wearing shorts, an unbuttoned Bermuda shirt and flip-flops ambled in. He hadn't had a shave in about a week, and his long wavy hair was tied back with a strip of leather. "Harry." He swept Harry up in a hug. "Sirius, you old dog. How are you doing?" "Not bad. And I see you're not so bad either, hooking up with two pretty ladies." Hermione immediately blushed as Harry sputtered, "It's not like that, Sirius." He had known his godfather would tease him as soon as he saw them, yet he still wasn't ready for it. Daphne just rolled her eyes at the childishness. "This is your contact. He reeks of alcohol. Only the best." Sirius swept her a bow before turning back to Harry. "What's this about Voldemort taking over back home?" "The papers don't have anything about it." It showed how worried he was that Sirius immediately went to business. "We shouldn't talk here. Let's go to your place." Sirius nodded. ND brought out half a coconut husk from his pocket. "Hold on to my nut and we'll take a ride." Hermione cast an appalled look at Harry, who just shrugged. "He's more responsible than he sounds." "He couldn't be any less." Daphne muttered darkly. The whole situation was surreal. It was finally sinking in that her old life was gone, destroyed by Harry in his usual unthinking way. He never considered the consequences of his actions. And now she was stuck in the Americas, where they probably still had red savages and lived in rude huts, sheltering with a drunk gigolo. A moment later they whirled rough the air to land outside a large ramshackle wood shingle house. All of the shingles had been painted different pastel colors, giving it a cheerful feel that went well with the bright sunny day. Quote, "Feel free to go wherever you want in the front half of the house, but stay out of the back. That's where I have my still." "Still?" Daphne asked with trepidation. "I make designer rums. I mostly sell to the locals. But I am thinking of exporting back to merry old England." Sirius' face fell, or I was, before this happened. Inside, the house was pleasantly cool, and after their host had brought them a drink, non-alcoholic, Harry recounted what had happened, leaving out the secret stuff. "That's bad. Really bad." Sirius paused to consider. "I can find you a local obeah man to explain Loa. They are common around here. But I don't really know much about them other than how to keep out of their way." "I'll come with you," Harry volunteered. "Son, you have bags under your eyes so large that they have bags under them. Handle this. I have been corresponding with some others who want to resist the new government." "Can I offer them the use of your house?" Hermione asked. "Assuming they can get out of England." "Sure. It's the least I can do." Once he had left, Hermione turned to Harry. "Can we trust him? He looks too casual." "He's my godfather. I trust him. And, well, from what I know of him, he has always been kind of immature, and the laid-back attitude here has just encouraged him. More like restored him. When he had first escaped from Azkaban, he had been a mess. But he comes through when you need him." "Probably." Harry wasn't certain about that part, but their options were limited. He helped my folks against Voldemort back when I was a baby, he finished lamely before quickly changing the topic. Why don't you ladies each grab one of the guest rooms upstairs? There are plenty, and Sirius doesn't care which ones you take, as long as it's empty. He does have house elf, Luca, but he's pretty busy helping out with Sirius's work, so don't bother him unless you need to. Once the others headed upstairs with their minimal luggage, Harry went out into the back, despite what Sirius had said. It was too early in the day to go to sleep, and what with everything going on these past 2 weeks, he had been slacking off on his training. Part of the backyard had been sectioned off with a strong ward. Setting off a training area, Harry set up the target dummies and began running through his various attack combinations. Mind if I join you? Harry turned to see Daphne standing a safe distance back. Her arms were crossed like she was hugging herself and she was worrying her lower lip. Sure, let's see what you still remember. Daphne took a fighting stance, starting with some basic attack spells. She was rusty from lack of practice, but she improved quickly as her body remembered the movements trained into it at the Dueling Club. That's not bad for me body who hasn't had to fight anything more than a party arrangement in 4 years. Harry quipped as they took a break for water. He was actually quite impressed. She had a lot of natural talent, like he remembered from back when they were in school. Don't laugh, Daphne retorted. I feel so useless like this. I thought I had something, but it turns out I was just a tool for Alex. I didn't even know anything, and the only skills that she had were apparently in the bedroom. And it was all Harry's fault. She knew she shouldn't feel that way, but it was the truth. Everything had been fine before Harry had decided to play Auror and forced her to abandon her life and messed everything up. But what scared her the most was that she didn't know if she should be angry at him for ending her old life, or at herself for needing him to end it for her. Her mood kept whiplashing between extremes, from self-pity to anger to helplessness and back again. Harry snorted at her statement but stopped when he saw that Daphne was actually upset. He had never seen her like this before. She often threw hissy fits, but those were all theatrical, intended to express her displeasure, but they didn't reflect her actual emotions. Harry had never seen her looking so honest. He wasn't certain what to do. He had never had to deal with emotions before. Does she want me to reach out to her? But, with the way that she had been snapping at him all day, he didn't really want to. Or maybe she just wanted him to leave her alone. I think she made it pretty clear that all she wanted from me was a distraction from Alex. And now that he's out of the picture, I'm not needed. But still, you don't have to feel anything. This isn't your fight. You're free. You can go start a new life, doing whatever you want. I can forge you papers for the Bahamas, if you want. But it is yours. The fight. Daphne ignored the second half of Harry's statement. Yes, for more reasons than I can explain. Then let's do another round. She took a fighting stance again. Harry nodded acceptance, not certain what else to say. A half hour later, Daphne was staggering on her feet and Harry called the train session to an end. As Harry snagged the water bottle, he started, "Hey, Daph." He wasn't certain what he wanted to say, but things had changed between them, and not for the better. If I just walk away, I'll never know where we stand. How about we do something crazy, like go for a walk, in public? Harry turned to see Daphne's response, only to see her striding back to the house. She paused with her hand on the doorknob, standing silent for a moment before bursting out. You don't get to say that. You're the reason my life has turned to shit. She slammed the door behind her. Well, that's that. Chapter 8. Harry dove out of the way as the shattering hex slammed through where he had been a moment ago before rolling back to his feet and casting a stream of cutting hexes, one after the other. Sirius wasn't prepared for Harry to retaliate that quickly. He managed to deflect the first two, but the barrage was coming too fast and he was overwhelmed by the others. The hexes slammed into him one after the other. Thuck thuck thuck. Harry dusted himself off and approached his godfather. Are you okay? He was dressed just in a pair of shorts, as even this early in the morning it was quite warm. Yeah, wow, your casting speed is insane. What's insane are these wand condoms that the Yanks came up with. Harry pointed to the golden ring that was sitting on his wand just above his hand. The device turned all spells cast from the wand into phantoms, illusions of themselves. Ugh, don't call it that. Sirius grimaced. I thought you appreciated that sort of joke. Harry helped him to his feet. I usually do, but the guys I drink with, it's wand humor, 24/7. It get old after a while, even for me. Then find a better class of drinking buddies. They are the better class of drinking buddies. They are respectable businessmen and restaurateurs. But the Bahamas aren't like merry old England. There are no purebloods here, or if there are, they don't advertise the fact. Javi, ing a stick up your butt won't win you any friends here. As Harry poured himself a glass of water from the ever-full pitcher seated in a patch of sand, he asked, so how is Daphne? Ever since their blow-up on the first day, she had been avoiding him. That was a week ago now. She asked me to train her in dueling. She's surprisingly good, but most of her spells are schoolgirl hexes. Yeah, Hogwarts is the last place she practiced. Harry downed his glass. It's probably for the best that she practices some, if she's going to be staying with us. Sirius sat down cross-legged and cocked his head at Harry for a moment. Harry, can I ask what's going on between the two of you? I know I'm not one to speak, but you seem to have unresolved issues. Nah, they're resolved. Very resolved. Daphne wanted nothing to do with him. And he was fed up with her attitude as well. If that didn't count as resolved, he didn't know what did. And how come you're not one to speak? I thought you had a girlfriend. Had a girlfriend. She decided to move to the States, and there's no way I'm going there. Them damn Yanks have too many rules. And an extradition treaty with Wizarding England, but that part went unspoken. Another round, Harry asked, taking a fighting stance. A half hour later, both men were covered in sweat as the mid-morning sun poured down on them. Let's call it a day, Hermione. He says that Dumbledore should be arriving around noon. Harry grabbed his shirt off of the ground as he turned to head inside. Bring Daphne a bouquet of rose myrtle. Sirius called, pretending it was an afterthought. Sometimes that'll bring 'em around. Harry snorted. Yeah, you told me that the last time you tried that with your ex, you spent 2 weeks growing your balls back. Rose myrtle was a magical flower, a magical aphrodisiac, to be specific. So you're done with her? Harry shrugged. There's only so much a guy can take. UHD. Albus Dumbledore arrived closer to evening's front door, leading a tired-looking group of expatriate Englishmen. Molly Weasley, Bill Weasley, Sturgis Podmore and Remus Lupin came in just as the residents of Sirius House were getting ready to sit down to dinner. Sorry we're late. We had to go through Ireland, and Remus was delayed in customs because of his condition. Charlie is coming as well once he get his dragons squared away, but as a ministry employee Arthur is too closely watched. He's staying with some friends for now, and the others have decided that they can do more if they stay behind. Molly volunteered the status of the rest of her F. Amelie as she set her suitcase down on the floor and immediately began bustling about officiously, inspected the wards on the house. Actually, you're just in time, Hermione greeted them. Harry is making dinner for everybody today. And it is just about ready. I didn't know that he cooked, Molly replied suspiciously. Cooking was woman's work, and a man was not to be trusted in the kitchen. If you could show me to the kitchen, I'd love to speak to him for a moment before everybody converges onto the dining room, Albus added. Hermione nodded, intrigued, leading the way to the kitchen's Harry was just pulling a casserole from the oven as a house elf, working as a sous chef to him, stirred the soup. Harry, do you mind if we talk for a moment in private? It is about the prophecy. The house elf, seeing the look that Harry gave him, set his pot to stirring itself. I'll go get the drinks, and popped away. Should I go also? Asked Hermione. No, stay, Harry replied. So she knows that I am Harry Potter. Yes. Albus cast a privacy charm, adding self-consciously, I trust everybody here, but just in case. The least time this prophecy had been overheard, it had led to tragedy. The prophecy that you have probably heard is incomplete. There is a second half, that only a handful of people know, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. That means, we know what it means, Headmaster, Harry interrupted. He wasn't a schoolboy who needed to have things explained to him. Hermione added, we already spoke to McGonagall, And she told us the whole prophecy as well. I was hoping she had gotten it wrong. She glanced at Harry to see how he was handling it. I guess you do have to confront him. Dumbledore sighed. King much older than when Harry had last seen him. He was gone for so long that I had hoped that it wouldn't come to this, but I expect it is unavoidable now. Harry shrugged. I dueled him once, in Albania. He is powerful, but not very creative, and even that, I think that whatever happened to him when the killing curse reflected back at him weakened him. Or maybe he just got old. Whatever the case, he wasn't as scary. Powerful as everybody claimed he was. He went on to recount their battle. I would say we're pretty evenly matched. Albus listened to Harry's story. I suspect that you caught him by surprise because he underestimated you. Arrogance was always his weakness. But you can't count on that again. As to what happened to him during the past 2 decades, I believe that he spent them almost dead. But that he used dark magic to tie his soul to this world, so that he could be brought back to life with the proper ritual. Harry paused as he thought back to the books he had read down in the Department of Mysteries. I'm not certain how you would tie the soul to keep it from passing on. The book I read didn't mention it, but I did read of a ritual to restore a soul into a body. It relies on a drive for revenge against a hated enemy, and one of the components required for it is the blood of that enemy. But his strongest opponent is you. Or me, if he knows the prophecy. Without blood from one of us, the restoration will not be as effective. Albus nodded, impressed. It had taken him 2 years after the Quirrell incident to learn of this ritual, which was why he was always so cautious with his blood. I imagine that is why he has been moving slowly, because it took this long to regain his strength. But he is canny, and known may dark rituals. Expect him to have increased his strength the next time you meet. And even if he has not, his knowledge of obscure dark magic is vast. Harry nodded. I know. I have been training every morning with Sirius. He nodded towards the training grounds, where currently Daphne was working drills on her own. Dumbledore nodded, though he doubted that any wizard other than himself would be able to match Voldemort if he wasn't being overconfident. And he didn't have the stamina for a protracted duel anymore. As he looked out to where Harry pointed, he started in surprise. Do you trust her? Albus asked. He didn't want to be constrained by stereotypes. But she had been a Slytherin. Harry paused to consider. Yeah, I do, Hermione interrupted, which doesn't mean that we should. Daphne is very transactional. She may be loyal to Harry because of she paused awkwardly, shared history, as Slytherins, but she is not loyal to the rest of us. Hermione was not certain if her animosity to the other woman was based on fact or jealousy. But she did not like her one bit. Albus nodded his head. That is the Slytherin way. Severus is the same. UHD. As everybody sat down to dinner, it almost felt like they were back in the Burrow, eating Sunday dinner with the Weasleys. How is Jinny? Harry asked Bill, as he passed the casserole. I don't know. She and Ron both disappeared. Mom's statement that they were going to fight against Voldemort is based more her expectations of us than any clear communication from my sister. All I know for a fact is that I spoke to Fred a couple of days ago, and he had a letter from Jinny stating that they were going to hole up in the countryside. He shrugged. The clock at the Burrow still shows them as being okay, though. I understand Jinny going into hiding. She's an Auror. And she's not going to accept this new mockery of a DMLE, but why Ron? Bill gave Harry a puzzled look, because she's family. He went with her to help. Do you think she will be okay? Harry had a hard time visualizing the well-meaning, overly earnest Gryffindor skulking about as a spy or a saboteur. That sort of thing really wasn't in her wheelhouse. Yeah, though she's probably going to end up neck-deep in it. She's always been a fighter. Bill paused before adding, but Mom is still convinced that it will only be us menfolk doing the fighting. UHD. That evening Hermione comes to Harry's room. Harry, with everybody starting to come together, we need to straighten a few things out. She begins nervously. Harry looked up abruptly. Something about her tone set his heart to racing. Is she going to? Living together during that operation in Lecce had been very nice, but relationships weren't built on nice. We need to square away who's in charge. A lot of the old guard will expect Albus to take the reins of the fight against Voldemort again, but this is your battle. The prophecy says so, and you have the training. Albus. He's very wise, and you couldn't ask for a better advisor. But he's too old to lead this new war. When she was a first year, Dumbledore had been the epitome of wizardhood for her, but now that she had had 4 years away from Hogwarts, she could look at him with fresh eyes. His wrinkles didn't make him look grandfatherly anymore. They just made him look old. He looked exhausted, and during their brief conversation in the kitchen, he didn't sound as sharp as he used to. Harry stood up and enveloped Hermione in a hug. Thank you. Having Hermione's unconditional support was like a weight had lifted off of his shoulders. They stood like that for a moment before Hermione lifted her head up and pulled his lips onto hers. As they stood kissing, Harry's hand slipped up under her shirt. Hermione's breath caught for a moment, but before Harry could stop, she quickly whispered, "No, continue." That was the last thing either one of them said for a long time. UHD. Hermione was a world-class wake up feeling calm and happy was rare. She Ned off her alarm spell and stretched. This is not my bed. She sat upright. Oh, right, she was in Harry's room. In Harry's bed, though the man himself had already snuck out. Despite all of the potential complications, that thought still brought a smile to her face. But after a moment she sighed. T.E.M.A. to get cleaned up and face all of those complications. She peered out the window. Yup. Harry was already out in the yard training. Out of the blue, a sudden bolt of panic washed through her. I hope I didn't mess up our friendship. Logically, having sex with somebody you had been ends with since forever should lead to a wonderful romantic relationship, but according some of the books she had read, it could sometimes do the opposite, ending the friendship instead. Her stomach roiled. Well, I'll take it one step at a time. First, breakfast. At least she had been smart and started her contraceptive charms as soon this whole adventure with Harry had started, so that was one thing she didn't need to worry about. UHD. As Hermione walked down the stairs, she could hear Molly's strident voice. No amount of wards are going to keep us safe if we have someone like that here. He's a Lestrange. I have seen her at ministry functions, hanging off of that beastly man's arm. I am a Lestrange in name only, Daphne retorted, and maybe not for much longer. Molly gave her a skeptical look. She was always more mistrustful of women than men. Be that as it may, I don't want her sitting in the background like some spider, listening into our discussions. My bill will be raising the wards. And I don't want her keyed to them. I have perfectly fine wards, Sirius interrupted. Hermione looked around in confusion. She had not had her morning coffee, and her mind was still busy worrying about Harry. For a house. Not for this. My son is the finest warder at Gringotts. He will make this location as secure as a bank, which we will need if we are going to be talking sedition. But no amount of wards will help if we have a Quisling in our midst. Fine, I can tell when I'm not wanted. Daphne gave a pointed glare at Hermione, who was still standing at the base of the stairs, not certain which side to take. Oh, shit, we didn't cast silencing wards on the room last night. Realization dawned on Hermione. Before she could say anything, what could she say? Daphne brushed by her. Before turning around halfway up the stairs. I'll go get my things. And for the record, I am choosing to leave. And almost ran the rest of the way up. Which was when Harry came in from the yard. What? Is Daphne okay? He started up to follow her when Hermione grabbed his arm. Not now. Let her cool off, she whispered, explaining the situation. As Harry turned to face the others, Sturgis spoke up into the silence. Molly's right. She's a Slytherin, and she was married to the enemy. We can't trust her. Well, Sirius interjected, trying to break the tension. How about I give you guys a tour of my still? UHD. Half an hour later, Daphne stormed down the stairs to find Harry reading a newspaper in the front room. Here, he set aside the newspaper and walked up to her, handing her a small envelope. What's this? It's the keys to an apartment that Sirius owns in town. He stays there when he has business. Or when he got too drunk to apparate home. You can stay there, and the money is for groceries and such. Seeing Daphne's skeptical look, he added, it's not charity. I want you to settle in and keep an eye on the town, in case somebody from England shows up. With The level of inbreeding most of the new ministry employees were demonstrating Harry doubted that any of them would think to come undercover. You can report on any would-be spies. You still trust me, Daphne. We were together for 3 years. Of course I do. Daphne stared at Harry long enough to make him nervous before taking a step forwards and quickly brushing her lips against his cheek before heading out the door. Her suitcase floating after her. UHD. Well, all of you know me as Harry Dursley, and you came here at my invitation, so I will get things started. Harry stood up, kicking off the First Order meeting. He could see the surprised look on Albus' face, before he nodded in resignation. They had discussed Harry taking charge, but it wasn't the same as seeing him do it. The room was comfortably full with the Order seated in the sofas or around the little tables scattered haphazardly about. 2 more members, Cedric Diggory and Kingsley, had arrived that morning. We all now why we are here, we are going to restore England to its rightful government, so I won't belabor the point. The first order of business is securing our new home and base of operations. Harry, S.W. EPT, a gesture at the surrounding building. Bill, how are the wards? They wards look good. I sealed up some holes in the ones Sirius already had in place, countering some known exploits, and added a second layer of alarm wards around the grounds, so we will know if anybody apparates or portkeys in within a half-mile of the house. One of the advantages of being far away from other magicals was that you could do such things. Cedric looked confused. I thought Albus would be running things. Albus stood up. It's okay. I am in overall charge, but Harry will by my right hand, taking care of some of the day-to-day routines. As Harry has rightly pointed out, I am getting on in years, and much of the work will require a younger body. And there is nobody I trust more to do this than Harry, for several reasons that I will have to keep private, one of which he had just learned this morning. He had known that the Damu existed of course, but he had not realized that Harry was one of their operatives. He has both a unique motivation and training that make him indispensable. Cedric nodded, uncertainly, but the others were quelled by Albus, reassurances, even Molly. Hermione frowned. This wasn't the unquestionable transition of power that Harry had wanted. Kingsley, do you know anything about the disposition of the Aurors? The large black man stood. Many of those that were employed by the rightful administration have been let go. Specifically, anybody who questioned the legality of the orders from the new head of DLME, Yaxley. And after former Auror Robards was attacked on his way home. Most of them have gone into hiding. Auror Tonks is helping them find places to stay. Harry nodded. That made sense. Nymphadora had worked a lot undercover, so she would have contacts. In general, the atmosphere among the former Aurors is much like the rest of the populace, tense and unhappy. They won't tolerate this tyranny for long. I've had more freedom to walk the streets in the past couple of weeks than you, interjected Bill, and while you're right that people are scared, they aren't quite willing to rise up against the oppression. Too many have heard that Voldemort has returned from the grave, and even his lieutenants have a reputation as monsters. And slowly they will grow accustomed to this new normal. Unless we do something about it. Hermione interrupted angrily. Unless we do something about it. Harry repeated in a measured voice. And from what I am hearing, the whole dictatorship is held up by Voldemort. The new government hasn't shown any particular skill, instead ruling through fear. Remove Voldemort and his top cronies, and it will collapse. But he came back from the dead. Molly interrupted. What's to stop him from doing it again? Harry turned to Dumbledore. Albus. Any theories on how Voldemort survived? Voldemort, or Tom Riddle as he was called when he was a student at Hogwarts, was always a talented student, with a fascination for the dark arts, Albus began. Rambling slightly, he would often press me and the other professors for information on them, and he delved deeply into the restricted section under any pretext he could. But can you guess what specific art did he use? Remus asked. Albus sighed and turned to Bill. The wards are Ying ears. At his nod, he continued, I was hoping not to speak of this, as it is a magic most foul. But I expect Tom used Horcruxes to bind his soul from death. He went on to explain the vile ritual used in creating them. And he made more than one, as we know one was destroyed by Harry in his second year. The diary. Just so. How do we find the others? Asked Hermione as at the same time Kingsley asked, How many did he make? I am afraid I do not know. Tearing even one piece off of your soul is horribly dangerous, so I cannot imagine doing it more times. As to how to find them, I have been considering that puzzle for some time, and while I am no closer than I was, I do know that Tom was always arrogant. He wouldn't use a rock or something innocuous. He would only accept the best to house his soul. It would be something of personal significance to him. I only glanced at Harry to see if he caught that Dumbledore had already known about the Horcruxes and yet never shared information with anybody. But Harry didn't seem perturbed. Harry is just as bad as Dumbledore at not sharing information. She made a mental note to talk to Harry about that. A relationship with secrets couldn't last. She turned back to Dumbledore, who was now rambling about the Sword of Gryffindor. You seem to remember him quite well. Can you provide your pensive memories of Tom, so that we can get a sense of where he might have hidden his Horcruxes? She asked. Ever the scholar, she was already jotting down ideas. Maybe something that he was often seen wearing. That's a good idea. Hermione, you're in charge of that. Harry turned to Sirius, but none of what we do Air will be any good back in England if we don't have a reliable way to get there and back. Can you organize that? Yeah, I know some bootleggers. They have their own international portguys. But it will take a week or two to set everything up. Those guys are not easy to reach. Great. I'll now be working with the same people I was trying to arrest just a few weeks ago. Harry sighed and made a note. I think that's it for now. We still need to find some source of reliable information from the new ministry. He looked around the room, but everybody shook their heads. They didn't know anybody. In that case, I may need to make a trip to England and see if I can find somebody. Tonks or Weasley might have an agent inside. I have a source that used to be close to Voldemort's inner circle. Albus finally admitted. I will try to contact him and see if he is willing to act as a spy again. One of Harry's eyebrows quirked up. As his estimation of the headmaster improved, maybe he's not just an old duffer. Great. But for now, let's break for lunch. UHD. After lunch everybody went off to their own thing. For most that was to finish settling into their new home away from home. Hermione, can I pick your brain for a minuter? Harry asked. Sure. What do you need? Hermione smiled up at her boyfriend. She still wasn't used to the idea. They had been friends for a long time. And Harry had always kept a certain distance within their relationship, but suddenly all those barriers had disappeared. I think we're going about this the wrong way. There's no way we'll be able to find all of the Horcruxes. We don't even know where to start looking, especially if we're going to operate from outside of the country like this. Instead, we need to come up with some way to trap him. Like a genie in a bottle in that Aladdin movie. You saw that. With how strict your step-parents were, I'm surprised they took you. Strict was Hermione's polite way of phrasing it. Maybe after they had been dating for a couple of months, she would feel comfortable saying out loud what they were, emotionally abusive and unloving bastards. They rented it after it came out on VHS, and I watched it when they did. They didn't object to him watching movies, as long as he stayed in the back and didn't make himself known. But they didn't invite you to sit with them, did they? They treated you like an outsider in your own house. Hermione replied, trying to control her temper. She knew she shouldn't criticize Harry's family, but children should be loved and cherished, not treated as servants. When Harry shrugged, Hermione retorted, don't shrug at me. You're not somebody to ignore except when there are chores to do. You are a great person. Harry smiled. I love you too, and kissed her lightly. But we should focus on ways to deal with Voldemort. He sat down and pulled out a pad of paper to doodle on as he deliberated on their options. My thoughts are twofold. 1. We need to find a way to dispose of Voldemort that doesn't involve killing him, and 2. We need to set up an operations base back in England. Because while the Bahamas are a good spot for people to come and strategize and organize support, they are too far away for tactical action, and Dumbledore is muscling in and taking over the operations here. Hermione huffed. You noticed that too. Harry smiled. It's okay. We'll leave him to do what he's best at, organization and fundraising, while we take a small group back to England, to reconnoiter and maybe place some spies in the ministry. And see what other resistance there is to Voldemort, Hermione added. After all, You aren't the only one who's heroic enough to. Stands up to him. She slid over to sit on Harry's lap and kissed him again. They were supposed to stay focused on fighting Voldemort, but it was hard, sitting in the balmy Bahamas evening with her new boyfriend looking so good just inches away. When they broke apart, Harry felt momentarily guilty that he was kissing somebody other than Daphne. But at the same time, this relationship was mind-blowingly different and strange. He couldn't imagine having this sort of conversation with Daphne. They had barely talked at all. But Daphne is also somebody who shouldn't be ignored except when there are jobs for her to do. That evening, Harry apparated to outside the apartment that Daphne was staying at. It was actually a small cottage, a block away from the main entertainment district. He knocked. "It's me, Harry. I brought dinner." Daphne opened the door and glared at him for a moment before stepping aside and letting him in. "Why are you here? I thought you would be spending the evening with your friends." She placed a special emphasis on the last word. Rry opened up the bag he had casting warming charms on and pulled out a pot. "I thought we were friends as well." "Are we? Your little stunt cost me my home and my position in society." Daphne circled back to what had happened at the Zambinis. Partly because it had thrown her world out of kilter, and partly because holding on to that anger was all that kept her from falling to pieces. "Not everything is about you. Here, try some of the chicken tikka masala." Dawn lifted the lid and sniffed. "That smells good. Is this a local dish?" "No, I made it." "How come you never told me that you cooked?" As Daphne said that, it occurred to her that there were many things she didn't know about Harry, despite their relationship. She immediately clamped down on the surge of hurt, like she always did, sealing it up inside. Instead, she went to fetch a pair of bowls. "About the raid on the Zambinis. I know you didn't do it to hurt me, but you did. And everything that happened afterwards was a big shock. I am still processing it." She took a taste. "This is good." They ate in silence. Finally, she spoke. "I feel like I'm not me. No, more like the Daphne that has existed for the past 10 years is dead. And a new Daphne has risen from the ashes, phoenix-like. I have nothing, and I know nothing. No money, no friends, no useful skills. Everything is starting from scratch. I guess it can be liberating, and maybe it will be. But right now it's scary, and I really need to find my footing before I am ready to face the world." It felt good to come out and say all the things that had been bothering her, instead of hiding them inside, like usual. "In that case, nice to meet you, Ursula." Daphne took Harry's hand and shook it. "Nice to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you." "Maybe." He never told me about himself because I never asked. The following day, Sirius arrived at the house just as Harry was coming in from his morning exercises. "Harry, this is Madame Dominique. She knows a lot about the Loa." He led the way to the room that Harry had taken as his own. "We can talk here." Madame Dominique was a tall, dark-skinned woman with a strange cloth hat wrapped around her hair. She had a steely gaze and hands that had been discolored from mixing potions. As Harry explained what he had learned about the zombie drug, she nodded along. "I will see this wand now." Harry passed her the stubby wand device, and watched as she manipulated it. She first rubbed her thumbs over it, before bringing it up to her face and inhaling deeply. She then clasped it between her palms and pronounced some words in a language that Harry did not recognize. Her eyes rolled back in her head and she stood like that for several minutes. "This is a powerful mojo. A powerful evil," she finally exhaled, as she reluctantly returned the wand to Harry. "It is an abomination for controlling Loa. Loa are mischievous by nature. They like riding in people, but they usually only watch. They maybe make host do a prank or two and then they will leave. Forcing them to take total control of a person like you describe, this wand can do it with a simple exertion of the caster's will. But this, false FACE, where the Loa rides a person for weeks, controlling all their actions, it causes injury to both the person and the Loa. But if the Loa is commanded to just make small adjustments to a person's behavior?" Harry asked. Madame Dominique shrugged liquidly. "That is easier on the Loa, as it is in keeping with their nature, but it is still not good." She paused to consider before adding, "There are many ways to control a person: a Mario spell, zombie potion." This is a new one, but no less evil. I thought this was used to make the zombie potion, Hermione interrupted. She had joined the group as they arrived at Harry's and her room. No. The usual process to make a zombie involves 2 potions that take months to brew, and which the victim must be made to drink over a long time. The procedure can take sometimes a year. That is why while creating zombies is frowned upon, it has never been fully banned. It is just too much work for it to be a problem. But this is like making zombies in a factory. She sat down at Harry's desk and took a swig from a hip flask. Her eyes began to twitch and she muttered to herself in an undertone. After a moment she returned to normal. The spirits say that there are 2 of these. She tapped the wand in Harry's hand, and that they were created by a powerful Voden 50 years ago. And before you ask, no, they do not know where the other one is. Thank you for your help, Harry replied. You are welcome. She turned to Sirius, and you owe my brother a crate of the pineapple rum. As they walked her to the door, she added, this wand is bad. You should destroy it. UHD. Meanwhile, in merry old England, 3 teenage girls hurried home from Diagon Alley. School was starting in a week, and this was their last opportunity to hang out together before the younger 2 had to return to Hogwarts for their final year. And with all the changes recently, they were terrified to leave home. The headmistress had written their parents a letter, reassuring them that nothing at the school would change, but everybody knew it was just a matter of time until the ministry cracked down on Hogwarts and started enforcing the anti-Muggle-born directives. Not that the girls were Muggle-born, but they had seen the sort of people who were now patrolling Diagon Alley, checking people's identification papers. Scary men with lascivious eyes that were just looking to abuse their new power. Not that not going was an option. The ministry had also written their parents a letter, making that very clear. One of their family friends had tried to transfer their son to Beauxbatons. The father had been arrested the next day. He was only released after they cancelled their transfer application. Do you think we'll have Hogsmeade weekends? Sally asked Ed as they rushed past the boarded-up storefront which used to be Fortescue's. How can they not? Replied her friend. Here, I'll go up on my own. Her apartment was just 3 doors down, and she didn't want to inconvenience her friends. But as the 3 girls paused, 2 rough-looking men dressed in Muggle business suits stepped out of the shadows. Pureblood filth must die, intoned the first in a monotone, menacing them with a Muggle toaster. You cannot run. You cannot hide, added the second one, pointing an alarm clock at them. Both had the dead eyes of somebody under the influence of zombie. Suddenly there was a pop, and a tall man in wizarding attire appeared. Do not fear, ladies. I will save you, he hissed, raising his wand. He glanced over at the teens and gave them a winning smile. To make sure they got a good look at their savior, before hitting the 2 attackers, with quick Avada Kedavras in succession, killing them both in less than a second. The girls recoiled in horror from the hairless, snake-like face of their rescuer. And when the strange wizard started casting unforgivables, they ran in terror. Chapter 9. We could use the veil in the dom, Harry offered. And how will we get Voldemort to come down there? The only attraction for him in the Department of Mysteries was the prophecy, and you said that he already had the entire prophecy hall cleared out. It was the morning after the contentious First Order meeting, and the 2 young mages were brainstorming ways to dispose of Voldemort without having to find his Horcruxes, which seemed like a slightly less impossible task. I have a list that I came up with last night, after you went to sleep. The top 2 options are, have him kissed by Dementor, or get him to go into a misaligned vanishing cabinet. Hermione volunteered. Hermione was laying crosswise to Harry, resting her head on his side. Harry was not certain if this was okay. He was finding it difficult to concentrate with so much intimate contact. Do you always work late into the night? He asked instead. Hermione shrugged, which felt funny on top of Harry's torso. I can't sleep if I am worrying about something, so it's easier to just get it done. That can't be good for you. You need to get a good night's sleep. Oh, you're one to talk. You almost didn't sleep at all when we were in Italy. But that was when I was working a case. I'll make you a deal. You can tell me when I'm not getting enough sleep if I can do the same for you. Now it was Harry's turn to shrug. Sure, it was nice having somebody worry about him. Odd, but very nice. There was a knock on the door and Bill poked his head in. I just went into town and I picked up the Daily Prophet. Take a look at this. He handed Hermione the newspaper, pointing out an article. The title screamed, Lord Voldemort heroically saves school girls from maddened Muggle-born murder mob. Underneath, there was a photo of Lord Voldemort posing menacingly, though maybe he thought it looked heroic. If this keeps going on, he will eventually build up support for his regime. What do you want to bet that the mob was under mind control? We need to neutralize his supply of Loa pills. Harry sat up as he examined the picture of his nemesis. It was the first time he could get a good look at him. Hermione added, or we need to destroy the other Loa wand. Didn't you say that Alex Lestrange has one? At Harry's nod, Hermione added, I hate to say it, but we need Daphne, she's the only one who might know where they are storing them. Mom is still adamantly against working with her, Bill added. Harry nodded, that's okay, a small group will be better for an operation like this. I am going too. Hermione interrupted, you were just about to say that you would go alone, weren't you? You need to stop trying to yourself. Besides, we may need to decipher wards, I've always been better at arithmancy than you. Bill nods, okay, that makes it easier, Albus has me working on a secure messaging system that we can use across the Atlantic. There was only so far that an owl could fly, and they were fairly easy to intercept if you knew what you were doing. I'll tell the others that you are out scouting. I'll go ask Sirius if he can get us some international portkeys from his smuggler friends. After their conversation last night, Harry really didn't want to go ask Daphne for help. He didn't want their relationship, whatever remained of it, to be just two people using each other. I'll go talk to Daphne, Hermione volunteered, seeing Harry hesitate. Harry looks incredulously at her, okay. UHD. Hermione knocked on Daphne's door, feeling surreal. As she waited, she glanced around. The cottage was set back a bit from the street, behind an overgrown array of semi-tropical bushes. The street itself was busy, full of people going about their regular lives, though possibly at a slightly slower gait than their peers in London. Hello. Daphne opened her door. If she was surprised to see Hermione, she didn't show it. Come in, would you like some tea? She asked, emulating Hermione's mannerisms. If she couldn't be a pureblood lady anymore, she had to be someone. And Hermione was a good role model, she at least knew who she was. The sitting room was tiny but cozy, with fluffy cushions on the couch and a tablecloth that matched the blue curtains draped over the small round table. Did you do this? Hermione asked, looking around. She couldn't imagine Sirius caring about aesthetics. Not if his house, which was decorated in hobo chic, was anything to go by. I transfigured a few things. When I got here, it was very spare, which was an understatement. The only decoration had been a blanket abandoned on the couch, and the fridge was empty. Except for a stale loaf of bread and an expired carton of milk. Honestly, it was how she expected all men to live without a woman in their lives, though having tasted Harry's cooking, she wasn't so certain anymore. But I imagine you didn't come here to discussion my interior decorating skills. You're right, sorry for dropping in like this, but we need your help, to find a certain something that we think Alex is using to control Muggles born at the behest of Voldemort. She added, to explain the urgency. And I care about this why? Hermione had expected this question. Appealing to Daphne's better nature would be a waste of time, which is why she wanted to come instead of Harry. Don't you hate Alex for what he did to you? This will let you hurt him, by taking away something that he values more than he does you. She had thought through how she should make the argument on the way over. Daphne laughed. More than he values me. Sweetheart, Alex valued almost everything more than he did me. And yes, I hate him. I am starting to realize that I have hated him for a long time now. Daphne took a sip of her tea to rein in her anger before she embarrassed herself. Thank you for showing me how to use the teapot. Incidentally, so you will help us. Daphne smiled. You are such a Gryffindor, so pure and simple. Just because I hate Alex doesn't make you my friend. My soul has plenty of room for hatred. There is room for my hatred of Alex, and hatred for my parents, who forced me to marry the bastard. And for my hatred of Zambini for being an obstinate pig, so that Alex Was forced to use my body as a bargaining chip. And I hate Harry for ruining my marriage. And I hate you. Hermione was taken aback at his venomous rant. She almost didn't hear when Daphne added, more quietly, "Are you sleeping with him now?" Quote, "Who? You mean Harry?" Hermione took a moment to collect herself. "We're dating. I guess. They hadn't really discussed it. Do you know I have never been on a date? I hate that as well. I hate the way my whole life has been a single claustrophobic passageway, with only one way to go and no room to breathe." Hermione nodded, trying to think of what to say. She needed to find some way to get this woman on their side, but what she really wanted was to ask what her relationship had been to Harry. "Very well, I'll help you." Hermione blinked as she processed Daphne's statement. "Thank you. You can't imagine how much this means. Not just to me and the rest of the Order of the Phoenix but to all of England." Daphne snorted sardonically. "We will come by with the portkey after lunch." As Hermione made her way out the door she paused and asked over her shoulder, "Did you sleep with Harry?" Her only response was Daphne breaking down into a loud cackling laugh. "UHD, so this is Calais," Hermione commented. Daphne and Harry were clearly very familiar with the city, but this was her first trip to the north of France, the only other time she had visited. The country had been that vacation trip with her parents to the southern coast, and that had been totally different. "My former home is just down that way," Daphne commented. They were all dressed in muggle cloths, and had used cosmetic charms to change hair color. She was pleasantly surprised to discover that muggle fashion wasn't as hideous as she had feared it would be. She could get used to them. They walked in anxious silence up the street to the brownstone that was the Lestrange townhouse. The closer they got, the slower they walked until finally they came to a complete stop. "The wards," Daphne pronounced in confusion. "I'm no longer keyed to them." She tried to take a step towards the house, but couldn't. Hermione surreptitiously drew her wand and cast a diagnostic charm she had memorized just for such an occurrence. "That is not a regular ward. Bill showed me how to overcome the typical commercial wards, but I don't know how to defeat this one, other than brute force." "Yeah, that is probably not a good idea. At least not now." Daphne cancelled the charms, changing her appearance, and pronounced, "Doily." After a protracted moment, there was a pop and the Lestrange house elf appeared in front of them. "What is Miss Daphne calling for?" "Doily, be a dear and let me through the wards," Daphne asked with her best simper. She wasn't certain if it would work on a house elf, but it couldn't hurt to turn up the charm. "Miss Daphne is not the mistress anymore. Master has said that you have been struck off the family tapestry." She looked abashed as she added, "He said you are not to be allowed inside the wards." "That's okay, Doily," Daphne forced out through a fake smile. "I expected as much. But as a favor, can you not tell Alex that I was here?" Doily nodded so energetically that her ears flapped, glad that she was able to do something for her former mistress, before disappearing again. "Well, on to plan B," Harry sighed. "I'll portkey us over into England, and we can set up a base of operations there." "I didn't know we had a plan B," Daphne looked up in surprise. "Though coming all this way on the hope that I could get into the mansion, and then going home does seem kind of dumb, in retrospect." Daphne mentally kicked herself. "I need to wake up and get my head working right. Slytherins always have a plan B." But that was not as easily done. He still wanted nothing more than to hide under a blanket and dwell on all the way that her life had gone wrong in the past month. And the funny part was, she was starting to think that maybe it was all her fault. If she hadn't resisted Zambini's advances, none of this would have happened. "Yeah, we'll scout out some of the other pureblood families and see if they are supporting Voldemort, and if they are, whether they have access to the zombie wand. That's where you come in," Hermione added to Daphne. "You have connections to all of them. You can help us get in." Despite being a Slytherin, Harry had been trying to avoid making it sound so transactional. "We're also going to make contact with some other like-minded folks, and see if we can find a way to dispose of Voldemort." Hermione P.R.'s her lips toe-hat. Harry was confiding so much to a woman of questionable loyalties. "Are you certain that the Ministry hasn't set up any wards to block all personal portkeys into England?" Hermione asked. Harry shrugged. "You mean the war wards?" "Maybe, but I know the back door. Learning how to get into England in a time of war had been one of the first things he was taught when he became an operative. It was a sign of how incompetent the new government was that they clearly didn't even know about the Damu. 10 minutes later, they were inside the foyer of number 12 Grimald Place. "What are you mudbloods doing? Trespassing in the noble house of Black?" Walburga Black shrieked from her portrait. "Help, creature! Dispose of them!" Daphne whipped out her wand and with 3 practiced motions, the painting fell of the wall and face down onto the ground, immediately silencing it. "Wait, how did you do that? Sirius and I tried for hours to get that blasted thing off the wall." Harry looked incredulous. "You just need to know the counter to the sticking charm that they used." Daphne preened before she glanced up to take in the rest of the foyer. "This place is a dump. Why did you bother with the painting when the rest of the house is uninhabitable?" The paint was peeling and there were spots of dry rot on several of the walls. "The house is the way Mistress liked it," hissed a decree pit house elf that appeared from nowhere by Hermione's elbow, sending her eeping in surprise. "Harry, I don't think we can stay here right now," Hermione volunteered. Harry didn't want to admit it, but she was right. "We can try cleaning it." "Creature, can you make us a light supper?" he asked the scowling house elf. Creature gave a desultory nod and disappeared. Daphne peered into the dining room. "It's a little better over here." They propped up the portrait of Walburga against the far wall of the entryway as they got to work dusting and vanishing the dirt and detritus that had accumulated over the last decade. Creature had managed to keep the floor clean, but anything that was above his shoulder height was untouched, probably because age prevented him from comfortably raising his arms that high. They had made their way halfway down the dining room when they hit their first nest of doxies. "Yeah!" Hermione screamed, batting at the cloud of noxious creatures as they swarmed in a cloud, biting at any exposed flesh. "Aero incendio," Daphne immediately pronounced, casting a wave of oven-hot air at the pests, forcing them to flee back into the overstuffed chair that they had taken as their nest. Before they could come back out, Harry transfigured it into a steel ball which shrank to the size of a marble. "Thanks," Hermione nodded to Daphne. "Yeah, we work pretty well as a team, don't we?" Daphne replied, eliciting a smile from Harry as he turned to apply soothing charms to Hermione's bites. Daphne watched them act, muggle, with each other, without the stiff formality. That was the norm in pureblood society, even between married couples. "Is this what I was afraid of all those years?" In retrospect, it was kind of dumb. And seeing Harry and Hermione like this was kind of bittersweet. Harry looks happy. By dinner time, they had the dining room almost inhabitable. Along the way they had cleaned out 2 more doxy nests and a pack of Cornish pixies living in the drapes. "Harry, Hermione is right. We can't stay here. Who knows what else is living upstairs? There could be a ghoul or worse." "Yeah, you're right," Harry grumbled in acknowledgement. "I guess we can stay at my place. But it will be cramped. And it was also a mess." But unlike here, it was his mess, and he didn't want Daphne to see that. "We can at least have dinner here." Creature worked really hard. And it would be rude to have it all go to waste, especially since the surly little guy was making an effort to make them welcome in what he must, after all this time, think of as his home. "That's right. I remember you had a soft spot for house elves back in Hogwarts as well." Daphne replied superciliously. "And what is wrong with treating them with respect? They are thinking creatures, after all." Daphne opened her mouth, but couldn't think of a response that would be appropriate for this particular group. "It's okay. House elves don't expect to be treated like people," Harry came to Daphne's defense. Hermione's mouth opened in outrage at what Harry had said, but before she could say anything, he continued, "But nevertheless you should treat them with respect, and provide them with a comfortable work environment." Now it was Daphne's turn to look outraged. "I would never mistreat my elves." "But have you ever asked them what they actually want? Or do you just assume you know? You should try talking to them, sometimes." Hermione was quick to go on the offensive. Daphne paused, her eyes darting towards Harry. Maybe not just the elves. But before the conversation could become any more uncomfortable, Creature called out, "Dinner is served." The food was simple, but well prepared. "UHD, why do we have to walk to your place?" Daphne groused. In typical English fashion, it had started to rain. She had a charm to keep dry, but she was worried that the puddles would ruin her shoes. They were her favorites, which could change from elegant evening wear to house slippers or to running shoes. They would have cost an average which a month's salary, and they were one of her last connections to her old life. Harry's apartment is unplottable, Hermione answered. As this Becca, use of his mysterious job for the Department of Mysteries, which is clearly not being a forensic technician? Daphne asked archly, to a resounding silence. I thought so. Harry shrugged. I guess it will have to remain a mystery for now. He let them into the building and up to his apartment. It's a little. This is where you live. Daphne looked around the one-bedroom flat. From seeing Rye cook 5-star meals that wouldn't have been out of place at a top restaurant, she had expected something less of a dump. Yeah, it's a dump, Hermione chimed in. I don't understand how he tolerates it. The two women share a look. I'm never home, so it doesn't matter if it's a little small. Harry replied self-consciously. Harry, there is nothing wrong with small. Daphne correct him, this is unfurnished. You have a table, 2 chairs and a bed. That's it. No bureau, no sofa, no nightstand, no pictures or anything on the walls. And heaven forbid you have a plant. Hermione tittered as Daphne tore into her boyfriend. She wasn't wrong. Harry blushed. I can transfigure something into a couch, he muttered. He would have to do something, or they wouldn't all have a place to sleep. No, we're going shopping, Daphne pronounced. Before Harry could protest that they would be spotted by Voldemort's people, he continued, don't muggles have stores for things like that as well? Hermione was impressed with how much Daphne was contributing to their mission. She had been expecting her to be self-absorbed and negative the whole time. She's trying really hard to prove her worth. Yeah, we can do that. Harry paused. I know a place near Little Whining. That's where I grew up, he added as an aside to Daphne. Hello, stepmother. Harry greeted Petunia as she opened the door to number 4 Privet Drive. What are you doing here? Do you know what time it is? It was 7:30 in the evening. What if I had been entertaining guests? The car's not in the driveway and most of the house lights are off. Harry defended himself. I figured that Vernon was working late and you weren't doing anything more pressing than watching the telly. Daphne looked at Hermione in surprise, whispering, is this normal? Hermione shook her head. I don't know, I've never been here before either. And who are those girls behind you? Are they those sort? Petunia asked. She would not have those wizarding people in her house again. Stupefy. Daphne cast in exasperation. Just sit her on the couch and get what you are here for. Seeing Hermione's shocked look, Harry I was just 10 seconds away from stunning her myself. Petunia has never dealt well with surprises, and we don't have time for her. Nonsense. But she's your family. Sometimes, that just makes it worse, Daphne added darkly. Harry cast a weak reducto onto the plastered-over fireplace. He pushed aside the shattered plaster and reached out several thick envelopes, slipping them into an inside coat pocket before repairing the wall. Meanwhile, Hermione examined the pictures on the piano. Why are there no pictures of you? All I see are photos of your step-parents and your cousin. Unless Harry was standing behind him, Dudley occupied enough space for 2 people. Harry just shrugged as he poured a cup of iced tea from the fridge and set it on the end table next to Petunia's hand. Enervate. What? We're just leaving. Here is some tea to calm your nerves. Harry turned and walked out the door. Why you ungrateful? We raised you as our own, and is this how you repay us, breaking into your own home? Ione turned to Daphne as she slammed the door behind her. Okay, I was wrong. She deserved much worse than just being stunned. 2 hours later, they were unshrinking the sleeper sofa and the dresser inside Harry's apartment. It's going to be little tight, but we can make it work. Once we use some expansion charms, we should be okay, Daphne replied. Seeing Harry's look, her face fell. No expansion charms. No, the wards won't allow them. She sighed in exasperation. It's like you insist on doing everything the most difficult way possible. Later that night, with Daphne on the sleeper sofa and the 2 of them in the bedroom, Hermione turned to Harry. I'm sorry, I never knew how awful the Dursleys were. In your defense, I never told you. But I should have guessed. She pulled Harry into a hug. It explains so much. from his lack of understanding of love, to his OCD to his obsessive need to be useful. As Hermione hugged Harry, he couldn't help thinking about how surreal the whole situation was. With Daphne on the other side of the wall. He finally fell asleep, but it was awkward, and he didn't sleep well. UHD. Remember, walk casual, Harry reminded the two witches as EY exited his apartment building the following morning. What does that even mean? Groused Daphne, sleeping on the sofa while Harry and Hermione were presumably having wild sex in his bedroom had fouled her already sour mood. She glanced sideways. Despite the situation, Harry looked relaxed. Of course, if Hermione ever hurt Harry, she would kill the other woman. It means relax your shoulders. And Hermione, don't pull the hat so far down over your face. Daphne had picked out their clothes, and they were dressed in popular pureblood fashion, which to Hermione's eye looked like something out of a 1950s glamour magazine. They made their way to Diagon Alley where they blended in with the sparse crowd. Harry had been planning to pretend to be window shopping, but nobody else was. Audie rushed to their final destination and darted in, like mice. To match the flow they picked up their pace until they arrived at Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes, startling one of the twins who had been leaning, bored against the cash register. What can I do, Harry? Hello George, can we talk here? George looked around quickly. There was nobody else in the store. He cast a warning charm on the door, and a mufflato at the walls. I can't lock up. Voldemort has agent everywhere now, and if my shop is closed up in the middle of the day I'll get reported for something or other. Nobody can keep track of the new regulations. Did Bill contact you? Harry asked. George nodded. All he said is that you needed to meet up with Jinny and Ron. Seeing Harry open his mouth to explain, George quickly held up his hand. I don't want to know anything else. I don't even want to know who the two women with you are. Though the gleam in his eye showed that despite everything, he very much did want to know. Not even a national emergency could stamp out the troublemaker in him. Here, this is a portkey. The activation word is Ron's birth date. It only works on the weekends. Harry looked lost. How am I supposed to remember that? He racked his brain. Molly must have invited him to the Burrow for the most recent one. I've got this, Hermione interrupted. Let's go. You need to buy something. For verisimilitude's sake. Hermione rolled her eyes and purchased a pair of extensible ears and dummy wand before Harry could argue. UHD. Walking through this strange new Diagon Alley, Hermione felt nervous the entire way back home. Only relaxing once they were back inside Harry's apartment. I am starting to appreciate having a home that is a fortress. She collapsed onto the couch. Harry brug. HT a pitcher of water out for the two witches. What are we doing to do for the next 2 days? Daphne asked. It was Thursday, and according to George, their portkey wouldn't activate until Saturday. Quote, we should feel out some purebloods and see how they feel about the coup. Is there anybody that you are close enough to visit without much notice? Harry asked Daphne. Maybe Pansy. Oh, Merlin, no. Daphne recoiled. She's a complete horror. More than she was back in school. I know you don't like her. Began Harry. It's not that I don't like her, it's that she is a manipulative, gossipy little bitch. Hermione snorted at Daphne's protestations. She usually wasn't one for gossip, but the Slytherins had kept to themselves back at school, so it was fascinating to see that they had their own social dynamics. Not that most of the Slytherin girls weren't manipulative, but we at least had friends we relied on. Pansy would sell out anybody, her enemies, her friends, her besties. She would probably even rat out her grandmother's dirty secrets if it would give her an advantage. Nobody liked her. The only reason she had a social circle to hang out with was because she had blackmail material on all of them. And she wasn't shy about letting them know. All the girls were terrified of her. I'm surprised she didn't marry Draco, Hermione quipped, recalling that the two had dated for a while. Daphne, med, in bemusement. She would have eaten him alive. His daddy forced her to back off. Harry smirked. Yeah, that sounds like Draco. Is there anybody else you can try instead? I'll see if I can drop by Hestia's. I heard that she's still living in London, doing something for the Merlin Botanical Gardens. She might be chatty now that her sister's moved out. What happened to the sister? Hermione asked. She vaguely remembered the Caro twins. They were standoffish even by Slytherin standards. She got married last year to Roger Oakby. It was arranged their families. IHEA wrote about it because he works for the ministry, Harry replied. Hopefully, it was working out better than Daphne's marriage. But probably not. Okay, let's try that, he added to Daphne. That evening was just as awkward as the previous one. Even though Hermione cast sound-dampening charms, Harry just went straight to sleep when they went to bed. UHD. Hestia, how are you? Daphne cooed in her best upper-crust pureblood voice. It felt fake. It surprised her how quickly she had gotten out of the habit. I'm doing wonderfully. Come in, I'll have my elf make some sandwiches, Hestia smiled. But the naïve glance she cast out the door as she held it open for Daphne showed that not everything was as fine as she made it out to be. She led the way up to her apartment. It was on the 4th floor, but to make up for that it was very airy. With liberal applications of space expansion charms and windows that let in plenty of sun. But every window was surrounded by a large cluster of plants, to the point that Hestia had to have the lights on in the middle of the day. Are you still working in the gardens? Hestia just nodded. And I brought some of my friends home as well, she gestured to the crowd of plants. Daphne gave an artificial laugh. I guess it's lonely now that Flora isn't here. No, Hestia was never one for many words. Daphne would add anything more. When she didn't, Daphne asked, how are the changes treating you? The new minister isn't cutting your funding. Oh, no, everything is wonderful. I spend so much time among the plants that I haven't noticed any changes. Everything is just like it has always been. Just like it should be. Hestia babbled as she desperately looked to see if her elf was bringing out the sandwiches yet. Let me go check to see what's taking that stupid elf so long. Sit, I'm in no rush, Daphne quickly interjected as she got up. I just came to chat. Daphne racked her brain for what she usually talked about when she had her incipit. Deep pureblood. Friends, over for tea and came up blank. I can't tell her what I've been doing with Harry. And I don't ever want to think about my life with Alex again. I have never been to the gardens. What sort of plants do they have there? Hestia relaxed, giving her guest a detailed, step-by-step description of the exhibits. Daphne smiled and nodded. For the next hour, she tried to tease out tidbits of information. In between descriptions of how luscious various plants looked. UHD. My face hurts. Do you have anything alcoholic? Daphne burst out as she walked into Harry's apartment. Quote, and my head feels like it's going to fall off of my shoulders. She had spent the past hour smiling and nodding at Hestia's vapid conversation. Thank Merlin I'm not with Alex anymore, or that would be my life, for the rest of my life. Harry was in the other room, and Hermione had been working on some notes, so nobody saw Daphne start at the realization. We bought a couple of bottles of beer, if you drink that. Hermione replied as Harry came in fro the bedroom. Instead, Daphne sat down at the kitchen table with a sigh. She is just so insipid. Though that could have described her just a few weeks ago. I wonder if she is hiding who she is as well. Does she even know that she's hiding herself? After a moment, Daphne added, though I think it's because she's scared. She tried to hide it. But whenever I tried to change the subject to anything other than small talk, she would panic. That's a good sign. Not that I don't feel bad for her, but it sounds like Voldemort doesn't have tea. He full support of all of the purebloods. Hermione nodded. I'll put that in. I'm writing a report to send back to Albus. Good work, Daphne started at Hermione's use of her nickname before nodding. She trying to make peace. Daphne wasn't certain if she wanted that. Her feeling about Hermione, Harry and the fact that the two of them were together were all mixed up. She wasn't certain if she was angry, happy or just plain jealous. Finally, Saturday morning arrived. Harry cooked the two ladies a hearty breakfast and they headed out to meet the rebellion. In the alley behind his apartment building, they all took hold of the spoon that George had given them. Hold on. March 1, 1980, Hermione pronounced. They were scooped through the air and flew to the northwest, landing in a forest. Sitting a few yards away was a witch with a wand pointed at them. State your names. UHD. Oh, good. George said that you would be coming. I was starting to get worried. It's so good to see you. Ron gave Harry a hug before following up with one for Hermione. He paused when he saw who the third of trio was and tentatively extended his hand for a shake. Daphne raised an eyebrow, shaking his hand with a condescending sneer. Is this okay? Ron asked, bobbing his head towards the Slytherin woman in what he thought was a subtle fashion. Yes, you can trust Daphne. That's why she's with us. Harry replied. Is Jinny here? Not right now, she's out scouting. And I'm stuck running the camp. It's like she doesn't trust me. He grumbled before forcing himself out of the negative. We have a bunch of folks who oppose Voldemort. Some are Aurors, others are simply Muggle-born who don't want to be registered. Do you have enough supplies? Hermione asked as Ron led the way through the small encampment to his tent. Yeah, Dean had a sporting goods store, so he brought his entire inventory with him when he came. We have more space-expanded tents than we know what to do with. Do you guys need one? No, thanks. Actually, we'll take one, Daphne countered. At Harry's questioning look, she added, it will give us some options. She could set it up in Harry's apartment. It would more than double the amount of space they had. Ron grabbed a tent from a pile behind their commissary and walked over to an empty spot. Here, you trigger it like this. The tent grew to 5 feet tall and 6 feet on a side. Inside it was 4 times as large, if not more. It even had a cot and a table. Ron brought out a warming plate and a teapot from the mess tent. Here, sit. Ron poured them each a cuppa. How are things out here in the woods? Hermione asked. It's surprisingly good, but I've always liked camping out, as long as it's with other people. Ron was very much an extrovert and didn't do well when he was on his own. I've been managing the logistics for the lot of them, making sure we have food and clothing and other necessities. It's not bad at all. Ron took a sip of his tea, but we can't live like this forever. And if we want to go back to our old lives, we need to do something about Voldemort soon. He keeps staging these false flag attacks using Muggle-born. The Ministry claims that there is no trace of the Imperio spell on them, but that's clearly a lie. Hermione exchanges a look with Harry. Yeah, we've read about those. I am surprised that people don't see how staged they are. People are dumb. They won't see things that make them uncomfortable, Daphne cut in. The 4 of them chatted for a bit more before Harry finally turned to business. Do you happen to know where we could find a vanishing cabinet? It doesn't have to be in perfect working order. After they were done with it, it certainly wouldn't be. Ron tilted his head back in thought. I remember Dad talking about one, back when I was a kid. But who knows where it is now? Probably disassembled or something. Vanishing cabinets had been banned since the start of the 20th century, so they were pretty rare. What do you want one for anyways? It's better if you don't know, Harry replied. All I can say is that it is important. Ron looked like he would get stubborn, but then nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. He took a sip of his tea. I seem to remember seeing one in a shop in Nocturne Alley, Borgin and Burke's, I think, back in 6th year. I was following Malfoy because he was acting like a git, and I wanted to see what he was up to. I know Borgin and Burke's, Daphne added quietly. That's exactly the sort of thing that they would be selling. That was 5 years ago. They probably sold it, Hermione countered. That's okay. I'll stop by and find out who they sold it to. Harry, how are you planning to get them to tell you something like that? They aren't going to share their customer information. Hermione asked incredulously. They will when I ask. Harry replied casually. And doesn't that sound menacing? Ron quipped, but when he looked up at Harry's face the smirk slid off his face. Yeah. Right, you do that. The same relaxed expression that made Harry look like an affable ministry drone when he came to dinner at the Burrow looked downright menacing when he was alking about breaking into a shop and doing Merlin knows what to the owner. We could break into the shop and steal their customer list. Hermione brainstormed. Okay, you do that while I talk to Mr. Borgin and Mr. Burks. Harry replied breezily. He's talking about using the unforgivable S, Daphne realized. Harry's combination of charm and menace sent a thrill through her, which was followed a moment later by disgust at herself for getting turned on. And then anger, also at herself. I really don't know Harry, do I? UHD. That evening, They snuck into Borgin and Burke's. Hermione used the oats provided by Bill to take down the ward, and then she and Harry went inside to reconnoiter. Daphne remained unguarded. Oh, see, it's still here. You were worrying about nothing. Harry pointed to an ornately carved walk-in cabinet. It was dusty, but otherwise in good condition. Hermione pursed her lips. You would have used Imperio on them, wouldn't you? She finally asked. Yes, and it wouldn't be the first time. As Hermione recoiled, he added, I serve the crown, by any means necessary. Sometimes, I do things that are no better than what our enemies do. The only difference is I do them in defense of England. I bet that's the same reasoning that the Voldemort's supporters use. Yes, but they are wrong. Seeing her draw back, Harry sighed in frustration. Hermione, I didn't want to do this now. But I also don't like lying to you, which was actually a very odd thing for him. He paused and ran a hand over his face. The difference between me and them is that I only act in support the duly elected Minister of Magic. Not for my own self-aggrandizement. I know that I sometimes do the wrong thing for the right reasons, but it needs to done. And I make sure I never do permanent harm to anybody except in self-defense. Quote, Hermione considered, I guess I'll trust your judgment. She stepped in to give Harry a hug. Which is when the door opened a crack and Daphne called in, would you two hurry up? I see people coming. They had cast repulsion charms on the door, but those would only prevent casual glances from noticing anything. If the people were actively searching, they would see that the door was propped open. The other two leapt apart, draping Harry's invisibility cloak over the cabinet so they could float it out the front door without anybody seeing it. The moment they were outside, they portkeyed to Harry's street. I am going to be away on vacation, so there won't be any update next week. Hopefully I will get back in the groove when I get back. Post lots of reviews to motivate me, winking face. Chapter 10. As if it wasn't crowded enough, we have this thing here now, grumbled Hermione as she made her way to the dining table around the vanishing cabinet. Yeah, we'll have to deal with the inconvenience for now. I think Daphne's idea of setting up the tent is a good idea, the cabinet not going anywhere for some time, not until we get it working right. Yo, you still haven't told me why we need a working vanishing cabinet, Daphne asked. We don't need a working one. We need one that is broken in a very specific way, Harry answered. Seeing that Harry was going to share their plans with the other woman anyways, Hermione explained, we want it to vanish whoever enters, but not have them come out on the other side. Then we get Voldemort inside and poof, he's gone. Why not just kill him? Daphne asked. That's been tried, remember. It didn't take, Harry replied, coasting blithely by the reason why. Daphne nodded introspectively. Sorry, I don't know any artificers who could help. We're planning to ask McGonagall for help. We are. I thought we were just going to sneak into Hogwarts to use the library. Harry looked up in surprise. Harry, McGonagall is trustworthy. And we'll make faster progress if we have help. She's right, Daphne added. I know that as Slytherins we didn't interact much with her, but she was always 100% honest and upfront. And most importantly, she believes in Dumbledore. If we have his endorsement, she will help us. She's going to be watched. She won't be able to come here, Harry replied. As Hermione opened her mouth to argue some more, he held up a finger, though I may have a solution. But first thing, we need to get into Hogwarts. I know one secret way, but it lets out on the grounds. Daphne nodded, agreeing that it was a problem. That castle's walls have so many wards that if we don't come out inside, we're liable to be detected when we cross through. She paused. I never really explored the castle. But I can write Tracy, she would sometimes go wandering. So what did you do all the time, if you weren't sneaking around? You would disappear from the common room by 8 o'clock every night, and nobody would see you until the following day. Daphne rolled her eyes. None of the boys would see me. I preferred to study up in my dorms. Hermione was fascinated to see the interaction between the two Slytherins. She had assumed that having lived together for 7 years and clearly having had some sort of relationship recently, that they would know everything about each other. Especially basic stuff like this. I am surprised that you were so academic back then. What changed? Daphne gave Hermione a cold look. Nothing changed. My family had expectations of me back then, and if I wanted to survive, I had to meet them. Though her family continued to have expectations, and she most definitely wasn't living up to them anymore, well, if Dad wants a Lestrange in the family so badly, he can go marry Alex. If you thought my family was bad, you should know that her father betrothed her to Lestrange when she was 10. And it was an old-fashioned betrothal contract. If she didn't come to the wedding bed, she would have died screaming. Hermione blanched. That's awful. That's why you were always so. Hermione left the statement unfinished. There was no good way to say, cold and emotionless. Instead, she enveloped the other woman in hug. Daphne stood awkwardly for a moment, not certain how to respond before melting into it. And dear old Dad never explained what meant. So I was terrified of even talking to boys until I was 15. She added. She sniffled once, careful to not let anybody hear before adding, and I don't even like studying. Hermione stepped back. Oh, it isn't so bad. Once you get used to it. Or at least, it's fun if you are studying things that interest you. Harry added. That's right. You were always reading weird books that had nothing to do with the actual coursework. Hermione smiled at her boyfriend, remembering the times shared in the library, before glancing at Daphne. It's sad that not everybody had a good experience in school. Well, I am now going to be putting some of that esoteric knowledge to work, because I know which books we need, or at least which part of the restricted section they are going to be in. We just need to get inside the castle. We should ask the Weasley twins. They were pranksters, and they seem to know more about the castle than even the professors. Hermione replied, thinking back to her student years. Harry's face lit up as he heard that. Bingo. UHD. The following morning, Harry walked up to the front of the WWW store, holding 2 wailing Mimi dolls, careful not to set them off, and a package of fly paper. For once, there were other people in the store, so he had to wait until he got to the front of the line. Hey, George. Do you know of any way to get into Hogwarts without being seen? He asked quietly as the twin rang up his purchases. Oh, that's too big. We keep it in the back of the store, George announced loudly before ringing the bell. Summoning Fred, can you show this gentleman the instant swamp? This way. Fred led the way into the back. So, what do you need, Harry? I need to get into Hogwarts without anybody knowing it. Fred eyed Harry speculatively. I guess there is no point in keeping it a secret anymore. He threaded his way through the crowded stock room over to an unused desk pushed off to one side. Here, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, he pronounced, holding up a parchment for Harry to see. This is a map of Hogwarts that shows all the secret passages we know about, as well as the locations of every student. Harry examined it. This is pretty good. And so were the Hogwarts wards. He assumed that the way the map worked was that it tied into the existing monitoring wards that kept track of castle population for the headmaster. He didn't know for a fact that there were such wards, but he had always suspected that something like them existed. You would have to be insane to have a bunch of teenagers running around unsupervised without having some way to spy on them at all times. Even if the other fold be an invasion of privacy, Salazar Slytherin would have had enough sense to sneak something like this in when they weren't looking. Harry pored over the map for several minutes. Yes, that will do. Thank you. This will make a big difference. Big enough that you'll buy a portable swamp. Fred gave Harry his best shit-eating grin. Sorry, it's out of my price range. Harry quickly walked out of the store before Fred could corner him and pressure him into buying more crap. He felt like he was already their best customer this year. UHD. They waited for the weekend to go, on the assumption that McGonagall would have more time available then. They trundled the vanishing cabinet back out of Harry's apartment and carried it down the stairs. Even with lightning charms, it was not a fun job, and hands got pinched against walls and door jambs several times as they maneuvered it around corners. Once outside, Hermione attached a portkey to the cabinet and they all held tight on to it as it flew to the outskirts of Hogsmeade. This way, Harry led the group to the Shrieking Shack. They were all disillusioned, and the cabinet had Harry's cloak draped over it. Once inside, Daphne pulled out a book and sat down to keep watch over the cabinet while the other two went back out and 2 blocks over to the anhole that led through to a secret passage that led out behind the statue of Gregory the Smarmy. Okay, the map shows that the passage is clear. Harry gave the Marauder's map to Hermione so she could make her way to the headmistress's office while he draped the invisibility cloak over himself and headed for the library. As soon as the other two were gone, Daphne put the book away and pulled out the Muggle fashion magazine that she had picked up along the way and hidden in her pocket. What Muggles wore was very risque, but it wasn't necessarily bad. Daphne tried to visualize what she would look like in something that bared her midriff. I can make it work. When Harry returned, she didn't bother hiding the magazine, instead leaving it open on a fashion spread where it would catch his gaze. Harry came back carrying a pair of books borrowed from the restricted section and began setting up a workspace around the cabinet. When his eye caught on the magazine, he gave an amused snort. "Is this yours?" he asked, holding it out to Daphne. "Do you think I would look good in something like that?" Daphne asked. "Daph, you look good in anything," Harry replied absently as he finished drawing the chalk diagram. He immediately regretted it. "I should probably avoid complimenting her when I'm dating somebody else." Before either one could think of anything else to say, Hermione returned as well, leading McGonagall and Flitwick. When Harry heard multiple sets of feet approaching the house, he immediately drew his wand. "It's okay. I am here to help." McGonagall held up her hand. Hermione explained your situation, and I asked Phileas to come as well. He knows more about enchantment than I do. The short professor's eyes gleamed as he took in the cabinet. He made a perfunctory nod to Ari as he immediately set to examining the device. "Do you have a containment ward up already?" At Harry's, "Yes." He swung open the doors and started tracing the tip of his wand over the inside, getting straight to work as his goblin heritage came to the fore. "Your ward is too basic." Phileas starts calling out additions without looking up from his analysis of the cabinet. Harry quickly added sets of runes to the warding diagram on the floor. As he did, Hermione pulled out a notepad. She carefully stayed outside the warding circle as she took notes on everything that Flitwick and Harry did. "I wish I could be of more use," Daphne bemoaned as she stood to one side of the intense bustle. "Enchantment is a specialized skill," Minerva replied, herself standing to one side as she watched. "There is not much I can do either." Phileas is something of an expert. His uncle was a goblin artificer, and he worked in his shop when he was a teenager. Having worked together for decades, the staff all knew each other's histories. "I heard about what happened with Alex. How are you holding up?" "I know when my marriage ended I spent several years blaming myself, agonizing over what I could have done differently. Before I accepted that we were just different people and that there was no way it could have worked out." "Thank you, but I don't blame myself." "Don't you?" McGonagall asked skeptically. "No, I blame Voldemort." Minerva nodded. "That was a healthier approach than many teen girls managed, though I guess Daphne is no longer a teenager." "Hold the door steady while I inscribe the runes," Flitwick pronounced. Harry braced the door with his body, not wanting to cast any magic next to the delicate work that the charms professor was doing. The feverish intensity with which he Ked spoke to Flitwick's need to do something to stop the sweeping tide of bigotry that he saw rising throughout wizarding society. "How are things in the castle?" Hermione asked, half her attention still on the runic array that Phileas was inscribing. "The atmosphere is very tense, but so far we have been allowed to operate as normal." McGonagall looked more careworn than when Hermione last saw her, just a few weeks ago. "I don't know how much longer that will continue, though." The two moderate members of the school board were just replaced with men loyal to Lucius Malfoy, who has been the best voice for making the school pureblood only. "I fear that come the next board meeting, there will be some deeply regrettable changes." "When's that?" Daphne asked. But before Minerva could reply, here was a flash of light from the cabinet, and a greenish phosphorescence extended out, like a tentacle, searching blindly. Fiddlesticks. McGonagall quickly cast spells to contain the whatever it was without damaging anything. "Hermione, draw a second ward. It's poked a hole," Harry called out as he scribbled more runes furiously on the floor. Hermione looked around, finding a package of chalk on the floor, and quickly began a second circle. The work continued in this fashion all afternoon. Daphne kept watch, but nobody approached the decrepit building. Around noon, she cast a hair-changin' charm and transfigured her clothes to match what she had seen in her magazine and went out to the 3 broomsticks to pick up lunch for the group. Finally, by late afternoon, Phileas sat down on the Florin took his, now cold, cup of tea. I think it's done. It should vanish things into the ether now. Harry took a half-eaten ham sandwich and tossed it into the cabinet, shutting the door after. He exchanged a look with Hermione before opening it up again. The cabinet was empty. The wards didn't detect anything crossing them. Hermione leapt to give Harry a hug. We did it. She kissed him. I may not be your professor anymore, but I am still here in the room, McGonagall interrupted primly. She didn't say anything when Daphne hadn't ended the transfiguration on her clothes after she came back with their food. But this sort of behavior was too much. Kids these days. Oh, I don't mind. Young people should be happy, Phileas replied, causing his coworker to roll her eyes. This was kind of fun, actually. I haven't done something like this in years. I used to teach an elective class on enchantment, but there wasn't enough interest. It was seen as more of a trade school sort of class. Flitwick's face fell, as he remembered that in a few more months, he might never be allowed to teach again. We should get back. It will be dinner time soon, and people will be concerned if we miss 2 meals. McGonagall turned to Harry. Good luck. I don't know how you plan to make use of this, but at least you are doing something. Albus would have been very proud of you. She turned to the 2 women. Of all of you, it takes uncommon bravery to stand up to evil. You make Gryffindor proud, even those of you who were sorted into different houses. She followed Flitwick back up the tunnel to the castle. Okay, so now that we have a vanishing cabinet, how do we get Voldemort into it? He isn't going to obligingly step inside. Daphne asked. It's not like we can leave it someplace conspicuous and invite him to play hide and seek. Hermione giggled in amusement, before sobering up as she considered what the next step was. Harry was thinking he could challenge him to a duel. As Daphne glanced incredulously at him, Harry added, Voldemort is still obsessed with the prophecy. The one that made him go kill the Potters. He will come if he's challenged by Harry Potter. Daphne looked skeptical. This was the first time she was hearing the full plan, and it sounded even more far-fetched than before. I thought they had an actual plan. What if he doesn't believe you? Harry Potter hasn't been seen in 20 years. Actually, about that, I'm standing right here. You're Harry Potter? Daphne asked incredulously. And I'm the Queen of Spain. She looked at Hermione's face. Wait, you aren't joking. And you never told me while we were dating. She demanded. Dating wasn't the correct word, but she wasn't comfortable calling their relationship what it was. And you still haven't told me what you do for work. What else did you never tell me? Daphne gave Harry a betrayed look before storming out of the building. She had thought that maybe Harry hadn't opened up to her because she hadn't expressed enough interest in his life, but no, he was just a closed-off, uncaring asshole. She was better off without him. She dropped the transfiguration, letting her cloths ripple down into a normal robe. There was silence, before Hermione asked quietly, so, you and her, she had already known, but to have it thrown in her face like that was still awkward. Yeah, but that's done, now. Harry glanced out the door after Daphne. I should go after her. Can I have a hug? Harry took her into his arms, holding her. They may have dated, but he never opened up to her the way he has with me. Hermione reassured herself. They had just stepped apart when Daphne came back, slamming the door. Don't worry, I hate Voldemort more than I hate you. But once he's gone, don't expect to see me again. UHD. That night, they walked back into the Resistance camp, as Jinny was calling her rebel group. This time, she was there. Harry, I'm glad to see you. Jinny shook NDS with him before giving Hermione a hug and the drug dealer's trophy wife a cold glance. Slut. Ron said you came by when I was away. How is Mom doing? She hadn't been able to talk to her family before going into hiding. So she had only learned that Molly and Bill were in the Bahamas when Ron passed on Harry's news. She's good. Albus is there, helping organize any expatriates into a new order of the Phoenix. I'm not certain what they can do from that far away. Oh, trust me, there's a lot, Harry replied, thinking back to Alex's scattered international operations. Sometimes, having foreign support was useful. Starting with fundraising. Fair point. Why don't you come tell me what you're planning over dinner, such as it is? Jinny awkwardly changed the topic. She knew Harry. He would only be here if he needs something. The man is a user. The whole encampment got together for dinner around a campfire, eating and drinking. The campground was unplottable, and there were enough muggle-repelling wards to ensure that they wouldn't be discovered by accident, so the 30 to 40 people living here had no need to keep quiet. And with the somber mood in the outside world, they felt that they needed some joy. All they need are green tights and they could pass as a remake of Robin Hood and His Merry Men, Hermione muttered to Harry, who gave her an indulgent smile. As Harry went up to get another plate of fried fish, Jinny snagged Hermione's arm. Are you and Harry dating? She asked quietly. Yeah, Hermione answered with a smile. You can't trust him. He was having an affair with Daphne until a couple of months ago, all while investigating her husband for drug smuggling. He's a piece of work. You can't trust him. Hermione yanked her arm out of Ginny's grip. I know about that, and yes, it bothers me. But Harry is a good person. He operates by a different sort code of honor than we Gryffindors do, but he always does what's right. Jinny rolled her eyes. There. He's no talking to her. She's head over heels for him. Why did good women always fall for the bad boys? If she was being completely honest, she would have to include herself in that number, but at least now she knew better. And don't take it out on Daphne, either. She's isn't a bad person, she was just stuck in a really rough situation. Hermione added before Jinny could say anything. Harry returned holding 2 plates. One for him and the other he placed in front of Hermione. So what are you talking about? Harry asked as he settled to the ground. I was just asking what brought you here. Let's eat first. This is something I want your advice on. Yours and Ron's. They ate and watched the activity around the fire. One of the Guineas band produced a guitar and started in on folk songs, and soon several others joined him. Singing. Hermione grabbed Harry's hand. Come on. She pulled him up and started dancing. Soon, several others joined them. Ron sat down next to his sister a moment later, nodding politely to Daphne who was sitting a little ways off, watching the dancing. Jinny scooched over to sit next to the other woman. So why did you swear an unbreakable vow to Harry? Pardon me. Daphne turned in surprise to the redhead. Ron says that you swore an unbreakable vow to Harry to never betray him. And now you even came out here into the woods, and I'm guessing you were never one for roughing it. Daphne nodded. That's a fair question. I guess I had nowhere else to go, at least at first. But now, she paused and looked back towards where the dancers were swirling through a traditional line dance by the fire. Now I want revenge on the people who ruined my life. Alex, my parents and all the purebloods like them. And most especially on Voldemort, who is bringing out all of the worst behavior in them. Pureblood customs don't have to be toxic. Look at your family. As she spoke, her eyes never left the dancers. Jinny sighed in exasperation. She's just as bad, Hermione. Idiots. The both of them. Do you know what Harry is planning? Some. Maybe most of it. But I will let him explain it. UHD. Once the dancing was done, and all 5 of them were in the tent, Harry explained what he needed. How do we challenge Voldemort to a duel? Excuse me, Jinny retorted. You aren't taking any of my people on suicide mission. Sorry, I meant how do we let him know that I want to challenge him to a duel? Is he all right in the head? Ron asked Hermione. Before she could reply, he swiveled back to Harry. Mate, do you have a death wish? Most everybody in the country is trying to keep as far away from that loony as possible. He's bloody scary. I'm not most people, Harry replied simply. We have developed a trap that will take him out, and I can hold him long enough for us to spring it on him. Harry, you're a good duelist, but this is Voldemort we are talking about, Jinny retorted incredulously. The only wizard strong enough to beat him is Dumbledore. And I've dueled with you. You're good, but you're no Dumbledore. That's because those were duels. I am at my best when it's a no-rules battle. I fought him in Albania, and I held my own. As Jinny argued with Harry, Ron looked back over at Hermione. Are you okay with this? Hermione bit her lip and nodded. Well, I'm not okay with it. Jinny slammed her hand onto the table, before pausing. Wait. When did you duel him in Albania? At the compound. Remember the noseless freak? That's Voldemort. That couldn't be. You killed him. No, he's still alive. But I have his measure, now. Ron and Jinny exchanged glances, uncertain. What makes you think that if he does come, he will come alone? Voldemort's power is based on a cult of personality. But the way he's been operating, staying until he was ready to strike, shows that he's cautious. So he can't not fight, but he won't want his followers to see him do so unless he knows he can win easily. Harry paused before adding, and he's probably still not certain if he has regained his full strength, or exactly how strong I am. Do you know which pureblood families are supporting him? Daphne asked, changing the subject. She wasn't certain if Harry wanted to reveal to the Weasleys that he was Harry Potter, but that was where the conversation was headed. And she wanted at least one secret that only she shared with Harry. Maybe we can get one of them to deliver the challenge. The ones you would expect. Jinny ticked off her fingers. Malfoy, Goyle, Crabbe, Nott and Yaxley are his most prominent supporters. There are others, like Lestrange and Caro, that are not part of his inner circle, but we think they are still influential. He also has some less affluent supporters like Dolohov and Rookwood. I could get you a complete list by this evening. Daphne considered. We will never get into Malfoy House. That mansion is too secure, but the Nott family is of more modest means. And I have been there when Alex went. I would have called it slumming, back then, but now, yeah, slummy is still a good word for Nott. I can draw a map of the house. If you can get past the wards, you can get EIT. Her not SR or Theo to deliver your challenge. Hermione nodded. She was excited to be a central part of something so significant, while at the same time she was terrified of what could happen to Harry if they went through with this. This is who he is. He'll be fine. And if he can't help out as best he can, guilt will gnaw away at him. I just wish that his best way of contributing wasn't so dangerous. Okay, let's try Nott. Do you two have any way to communicate with Bill? I would love to have his help getting past the wards. Ron nodded. Yeah, I think so. A couple of Sirius's smuggler Fryan. DS turned a hiking shelter a few minutes from here into an international portkey terminal, and we were planning to send one of our guys to the Bahamas for supplies shortly. The smugglers had claimed that it shouldn't show up on the ministry detection spells as long as they were careful and only sent one person through every so often, but Ron was still hesitant to use it. What kind of supplies? Asked Hermione. Ron looks down at his hands uncomfortably. Finally, Jinny blurted out, money. We're running low on cash. It's expensive running a group like this. We not only need food and stuff, but we also need potions in case somebody gets hurt and bribes for information. That's exactly what Dumbledore and the guys there are there for. Hermione reassured them. You just keep doing what you're doing. UHD. A week later, Harry, Bill and Kingsley were in an upscale neighborhood on the edge of London. It was a popular spot with a segment of wizarding society, while the area was certainly upscale. It wasn't as exorbitantly expensive as the heart of London, and most of the homes were single-family houses of modest size. Though it wasn't quite as hidden as Diagon Alley, it still made extensive use of space expansion charms. So what looked like single suburban block on Muggle Street maps was actually a village of its own. And the dead-end street leading into it had layered Muggle-repelling wards. The Nott residence was a large house, but not on the scale of the Malfoys. It was a typical McMansion. It could have been stamped from the same mold as several of its neighbors. It was surrounded by a stockade-style fence which the house wards were tied to, so the trio used brooms to fly over to the back side of the property where Bill could work on the wards without being seen by the neighbors. It was a strange experience. They were right on the edge of the space expansion bubble. Behind them was a Muggle property, but it looked distorted, stretched out like a balloon about to pop. Not that they could see much. They had waited for night time to start their adventure. As Bill worked, Harry asked Kingsley, "Are you still keeping in touch with Tonks?" "Yes, she's got her own group that she's operating in London. They are taking a more active approach, sabotage and the like." Both men were keeping watch so they didn't look at each other as they chatted quietly. Who? Aurors. Harry envisioned an elite team of agents. It would be helpful to recruit them as backup, for when he needed to confront Voldemort's Death Eaters. No, they are mostly ne'er-do-wells that want to cause trouble. Most of the Aurors that are willing to fight are with Jinny. And that is not a large group. More than half of Ginny's group were her Hogwarts friends and other supporters. Oh, there went that plan. Harry grimaced. I guess I can ask Jinny if I need extra wands. Asking Jinny wouldn't be pleasant. She had developed some sort of grudge against him, which he didn't understand. It made talking to her uncomfortable. It's done. Bill pointed to a door in the back fence, which hadn't been there a moment ago. This door will last about an hour, so don't dawdle. And go straight to the house. I cleared a path, but I don't know if there are any wards or traps off to the sides. Harry nodded and went inside. Bill and Kingsley would wait for him in case he needed extraction. It's nice having backup. Harry had almost never worked as part of a team when he was a Damu operative, and it made life easier. He could concentrate on what he was best at and not have to struggle with the wards or worry about his escape route being compromised. It's nice having Hermione, too. Because talking to her made his plans better. Actually, talking to her made everything better. It certainly wasn't the Slytherin way. But maybe that's why Snape always looks so sour, and Draco looks like he has chronic blue balls despite sleeping with a different trollop every night. Harry turned his attention to what he was doing. The back door posed no challenge to him and he followed the map that Daphne had provided to quickly approach the master bedroom. Here he paused. A quick check showed there was indeed an alarm ward on the door. Harry wasn't certain how to dismantle it, but it was a standard off-the-shelf alarm, with the standard off-the-shelf flaws, so he simply cast a silencing charm on it and opened the door. Inside, Not Senior was sprawled on the bed, snoring. I'm glad they follow the pureblood practice of having a separate bedroom for the wife. This makes it easier. Why cast silencing charms on the other walls as well before walking up to the prone Death Eater and shoving him out of the bed with his foot? Where? Not started up from the floor. Shut is, not, Harry growled, letting the tip of his wand light up menacingly. I have a message for your master. Who are you? Me, I'm Harry Potter, and I am challenging your worm turd of a master to a duel. Tomorrow at noon, behind the Hog's Head bar. What? Where? The Death Eater asked groggily. It was clear that he had been drinking before bed and still wasn't completely sober. The Hog's Head. In Hogsmeade. The area behind it was an overgrown lot, with abandoned construction supplies and other garbage that had been dumped there over the decades. Who are you? Not repeated. Harry sighed in exasperation. Imperio. You will go straight to Voldemort, first thing in the morning, and tell him that Harry Potter will be waiting for him behind the Hog's Head at noon tomorrow. Tell him to come alone, and that we will settle the prophecy once and for all. Oblivio. Harry erased the memory of him placing Not under the Imperious curse. He didn't really need to in this case, but it was habit for Harry. Never let the target know that they had been Imperio Ed. 5 minutes later, he was back outside. Okay, let's go. Do you think he will deliver the message? Bill asked. Yeah, I think he will remember. Now Harry had to get himself ready for the fight of his life. UHD. That next day, as the minutes ticked down to noon, Harry waited nervously. I better not screw this up. To Mahim. Hermione was hiding under Harry's cloak, next to an abandoned delivery truck in the overgrown lot behind the Hog's Head. Tall grass and low bushes filled most of the space, but there was also a pile of dirt and rocks left over from some long-ago construction project. The vanishing cabinet was next to Hermione, shrunk to a quarter size. They dared not change it any more than that, for fear of damaging the enchantments on it. Daphne meanwhile stood in the Hog's Head stock room, looking out through the small grime-covered window. She had no active role to play in the duel, so Harry had insisted that she stay behind. She had refused and this was the compromise. I hope that boy knows what he's doing, Aberforth grumbled as he walked up to peer out the window next her. He had just walked in, ostensibly to grab another cask of beer for his customers. He was careful not to do anything unusual to give away that there was something more than a simple duel taking place, in case somebody was watching him. He'll be fine, Daphne replied in a monotone. He had to be. She realized that despite everything he had done that angered her, she couldn't envision a life without Harry. What a time to realize it. I can never manage to do anything right. Aberforth snorted. If you say so. He grabbed the cask and walked out. He didn't like Voldemort or his Death Eaters, but this was as much as he was willing to get involved. He wasn't some white knight like Albus, tilting at windmills. Especially not at his age. Harry was watching the proposed meeting spot from his broom, a good 200 feet up, when he saw another flyer approach. Except this one wasn't using a broom or any visible device. It paused, 100 yards away and seemed to examine him. Fortis ocularum, Harry pronounced. Yes, it was Voldemort. He wasn't making any aggressive moves. I imagine he's detected the anti-apparition wards by now. Harry began to sink slowly towards the ground. As he did, Voldemort copied his motion, with both touching down beyond range of accurate spell casting. As they approached each other, like gunfighters in some old western, Voldemort called out, "So you are Harry Potter. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Harry finished silently transfiguring the abandoned sink behind Voldemort into a Vorpal bunny and cast a blasting curse at the Dark Lord as the rabbit sprang to attack. Voldemort wandlessly levitated the rabbit into the path of the curse and retaliated with a dark curse that Harry had never seen before, forcing him to throw himself out of the way as he didn't know the counter. But when the curse hit the ground, the dirt splashed up like a liquid, throwing droplets in all directions. Harry cast a shield just in case, and it was fortune that he did, as the droplets dissolved whatever they touched, like an acid. "What? No self-righteous diatribe or witty banter," Voldemort quipped as he immediately cast a pair of Reducto curses followed by another inky purple hex that Harry didn't recognize, forcing him onto the defensive again. "I have to say, I am pleasantly surprised. You're a man after my own heart." Harry just had enough time to deflect the purple hex, but Tika roamed off of his shield and came back towards him again. Harry swore. "As is this spell." Harry cast Banish the inky spell back towards Voldemort, using it to block the Dark Lord's next attack, resulting in an explosion of light as the three spells collided. As they did, a strange beam of light connected the two wands for a moment before Harry yanked his out of the way and sent shards of obsidian flying at the Dark Wizard. But Voldemort intercepted them with a coil of fiendfire. How the hell did he cast it so fast? Maybe Dumbledore was right. He was out of his league. Harry was a strong wizard. And he was a faster spellcaster, but Voldemort was casting spells that he didn't know, forcing him to spend much more time on defense. The only option left to him was casting attack spells. In the few moments left between countering Voldemort's attacks, he must have been holding back. Last time, initially, Harry had been worried about making sure that his spells didn't accidentally kill his opponent. But unless Voldemort made a mistake, there was no way that any of Harry's haphazardly cast spells would manage to do him any harm. Hermione watched from the shelter of the lorry as the two wizards fought. The spell casting was too quick for her to follow. They were both on a completely different level. The plan had been for Harry to incapacitate or immobile Voldemort, and she would levitate the vanishing cabinet over him, but she didn't see how they could do that now. Everything was moving too fast. Hermione clutched her wand tight to her chest. "Please don't die." UHD. Daphne glanced to the left and right as she stepped out of the back door of the Hogshead. She just couldn't wait inside, doing nothing, anymore. She realized she was clutching her wand too tightly and tried to loosen her grip. You can't cast if your grip is too tight. Harry had taught her that, back in third year. She disillusioned herself and crept cautiously towards the battle. "Please don't die." UHD. Malum Petra. Harry cast, forcing the ground to shoot a serpent of earth up to confront the fiendfire. The two malevolent elementals surged at each other's like sumo wrestlers slamming into one another. Harry struggled to control the monster of rock and dirt. It wasn't as powerful as Fenfire, but it was easier to control, and mostly immune to the flames. Harry had a bare moment's warning. Voldemort released control of the Fiendfire and sent an Avada Kedavra at him. He's not pulling any punches. Harry levitated a broken paving block up to block the killing curse as he left his earth serpent to smother the fire. Harry had to do something, or it was only a matter of time before one of Voldemort's curses hit him. UHD. Daphne crouched down behind a stunted bush. She knew that it would not provide any protection if Voldemort targeted her. She took a deep breath. "I'm only going to get one's chance at this." If her timing was off, or if Harry wasn't ready to take advantage of the opening she provided, She was going to die from Voldemort's retaliatory spells. Voldemort sent a series of dark curses at Harry, interspersed with simple blasting hexes. Harry managed to cast one piercing curse as he threw himself to the side, but one of the blasting hexes landed right next to him, causing him to lose his footing. Harry cast a shield as he tripped, but now he was on the ground. And his shield was being bludgeoned by spells. He desperately cast about for a direction to dodge that would give him some cover. Daphne took another deep breath. I can do this. I practiced my dueling. She took another gulp of air and stood up, casting Redo. Wingardium Leviosa. Came the spell from the other side of the battlefield, sending the vanishing cabinet flying towards Voldemort's back. No, it's too early. Harry desperately cast a flurry of bludgeoning and disarming spells at the Dark Lord to occupy his attention, but Voldemort simply made a slashing motion, casting an overpowered cutting curse behind him. The vanishing cabinet detonated with a flash as Voldemort's spell intersected it. But in that one brief respite, Harry had started one of his attack spell chains, casting so fast that he had no time for defense, instead relying on his furious attacks to prevent Voldemort from retaliating. If he was even a split second too slow, he would die. The spells were so thick that it was blinding. Daphne squinted and stepped out from behind the bush, Reducto Bombarda Profero. She added her wand to the attack, forcing Voldemort to block in both directions. The Dark Wizard M.A. nagged to block most of Daphne's spells wandlessly using his offhand, but as she started adding in the more destructive spells that she had learned from Sirius, he was forced to start using his wand as well. As the battle dragged on, Harry's daily drills paid off, giving him greater stamina. Voldemort started to flag. One of Harry's reductos slipped past, he almost dodged it, but it clipped him in the shoulder, shattering it. I have learned what I came to learn. Voldemort grinned like a death's head and shot into the sky, apparating when he was 100 yards up. Harry staggered to a stop before turning towards the abandoned lorry. Hermione. The truck that had been her hiding spot was cut in two by the spell Voldemort had used to destroy the cabinet. She must have dodged to the side. Where is she? Hermione. He saw her. She was laying in a pool of blood, one of her legs sheared off mid-thigh. Hermione. Harry cast a wound-closing spell and a blood replenisher. Those were pretty much the extent of his medical spells. He crouched down to pick her up. Harry. Hurry. We need to get her to a Meadowitch, Harry replied, turning towards Daphne. Harry. I'm sorry, she's gone. Daphne came and gently put an arm around Harry. No. We can't stay here. Voldemort will be back with reinforcement momentarily. Hold still so I can side along you. You can't side along two people, Harry retorted. It's okay. Daphne replied gently. She apparated Harry and herself to just outside Ginny's encampment. UHD. Daphne half led, half pushed Harry into the tent that Ron had loaned them. Are you okay? Ron asked. No, he's not okay. Hermione just died. Daphne glared at him as if he had said something offensive. I think he's in shock. She added in a softer tone. What? How? What happened? Ron demanded. I said not now. Daphne interposed herself between Ron and Harry. I'm okay. I can take care of myself, Harry interrupted, as Daphne guided him inside the tent and away from the small crowd that was gathering. No, you're not okay. Sit down and I'll make you some soup. Daphne turned back to Ron, who was still standing by the tent entrance. Where would I find soup for Harry? The two left, leaving Harry to sit listlessly and stare at his hands. If he hadn't been so arrogant, what made me think I could take Voldemort? Dumbledore warned me I was no match for him. It was his fault that Hermione, bright, cheerful Hermione, was dead. Here, sit up and eat something. Daphne pulled him back up and guided him to the table. That duel took a lot out of you. You put everything into it that you could. Daphne was rambling, trying to find some way to get Harry to focus. His vacant stare was scaring her. Harry took the spoon. Thanks, he mumbled as he started desultorily scooping up the broth. As he did, Daphne went out, returning a few minutes later with a Meadowizard. He will need to take his clothes off, so please wait outside. As Daphne did so, she was confronted with Ron. What happened? You know what happened. Harry dueled Voldemort, and we tried to spring a trap on him while he was distracted. We failed. When Daphne didn't add anything more, Ron scowled, prompting her to add, "That's it. That's all I'm going to say. It was nobody's fault. Harry had a good plan." Hermione thought so too. They put their lives on the line to stop that monster. She shrugged. "I know you're angry. But blaming Harry won't help anybody." Ron considered that and then nodded and sat down to wait with her. The Meta-Wizard came out. "He's going to be okay, but he had some cracked ribs and assorted spell damage, including residue from a dark curse that I am not familiar with. I sealed up his wounds as best I could, and I gave him a potion for the ribs, but he should rest for a few days." Once he was done, Daphne went back inside and led Harry to bed. Harry lay down and curled into a ball, facing the tent wall. Daphne stood for a moment, at a loss what to do, and then with a shrug she joined him in bed, still fully clothed, and held him from behind, much like what she had once mocked Hermione for doing, back on Italy. Chapter 11. Are you certain he didn't get hit by a dark spell? Ron asked Daphne. It was a week after Hermione's funeral, and Harry was still at the encampment, resting. He only came out of his tent during mealtime, and that was only because Daphne forced him to. "Don't be an idiot, Weasley," she replied, grabbing a pitcher of water before returning to Harry's tent. Truth be told, the first few days Harry had been a mess physically as well as emotionally. He might not have been hit by a dark curse, but he had multiple lacerations and burns, and he had savaged his ankle at some point so that it had swollen up to twice its normal size. "How are you feeling?" Daphne walked up to the bed Harry was laying on. "Weasley was asking after you." In his own idiot fashion. Harry just grunted. When no other response was forthcoming, Daphne sighed, and dumped the entire pitcher of water over his head. "What?" Harry sat up explosively. "You know what? I'm tired of your shit. You're in mourning. I get that. But you need to think about the people who are still alive as well. They are depending on you." She pointed out towards the rest of the encampment. "You told them that you had a plan to deal with Voldemort, you gave them hope. If you give up now, they will too. Do you want that on your conscience?" Harry's apathy made Daphne furious. It was so out of character for him. He could be frustratingly immature and surprisingly innocent for a Slytherin. But the one thing you could rely on was that he was persistent. He didn't give up until he got the job done. But if there was one thing Daphne had learned in her marriage, it was to control her emotions. So she channeled that anger into motivating Harry. Honestly, she wasn't certain what made him tick. She knew far less about him than she had thought she did, back when she just assumed that he was a reflection of herself. But she was starting to get a sense, and she used it to knock him out of his fugue. "Merlin, damn it, Daphne, you didn't have to do that. Didn't I? You have been laying here for a week. I lost. I wasn't good enough, and Hermione died." "No, you didn't lose. You're a Slytherin." Daphne sat down on the foot of the bed. "One plan failed, so come up with another one. But I can't match him a fight." Quote. Daphne slapped Harry. "You're a Slytherin," she repeated. "Stop thinking like a Gryffindor schoolboy." Harry put a hand to his cheek, in shock. After a moment, he nodded, summoning his wand and casting a drying charm on himself. "Are you done yelling at me? Are you done being useless?" Harry got up and walked out of the tent without answering. UHP. "Yes, I know the layout of Malfoy Mansion. But I keep telling you it's pointless. That place is a fortress." Daphne replied in exasperation. "No, this place is a fortress. The Malfoys spend too much time ying to make their home pretty for it to be secure." Harry replied. The two of them were back in Harry's apartment, arguing over the next step to take. Harry had finally left the resistance camp, as Jinny called it, after a week of laying in bed, staring at the tent walls. But as soon as he stepped outside, it was like a motor had turned on in his head, and he was in a rush to do something, anything. It was all Daphne could do to steer him towards his apartment, and away from Voldemort's ever-present patrols. "Why do you even want to break in there? Didn't you hear what Jinny said? 10F their people at the Ministry overheard that Malfoy will be hosting a meeting of Death Eaters tomorrow," Harry replied, exasperated. It was also blatantly clear in his mind. Why couldn't Daphne understand? He had to fix this mess that he had made. He should never have gotten Hermione involved. He couldn't do anything about that now, but he could prevent anybody else from getting killed the same way. You couldn't take Voldemort on your own, so now you want to challenge him and his Death Eaters. Daphne tried to sound angry, but Harry's sudden mood change had terrified her. She had no idea what was going through his head. Is this some bizarre attempt at suicide? Daphne did her best to keep Harry from dwelling on Hermione's death, but she wasn't any good at being loving and supportive. All she had was anger and a nice body. And she knew those were a poor substitute. There was only so much she could yell at Harry standing to her. And there was no way she was going to throw herself at him again. What would Hermione do? She stood up. Look, I'm going to make us some tea, and you can tell me what your plan is while we drink it. And if he tried to keep it to himself like he always did, she would pour that damn tea right down his damn throat. Harry stood up and paced over to the window. It mostly looked out onto the building that stood opposite, separated by a narrow, trash-strewn alley. But if you looked at just the right angle you could see a sliver of the narrow, trash-strewn street. Ever since the new government had taken over, many basic services had stopped working. Like regular trash pickup, I already explained, I'll sneak in and poison the lot of them. Harry repeated. It was never easy for him to look inside and analyze himself. But Daphne's stubborn refusal to do what he demanded was forcing him to dig deep to come up with explanations. And what he found was a deep sense of guilt that he wasn't feeling guilty about Hermione's death. Not the way he thought he should be. I guess that's why the hat sorted me into Slytherin. To begin with, no you didn't. This is the first that I am hearing this. Though that would be a much more Slytherin way of doing things. And Daphne appreciated that Harry was leaning into his strengths. And secondly, do you think that this will be a Hogwarts dance, where they will just have the punch bowls sitting out? They are going to be drinking wine, served from bottles that hold enough for only 4 glasses each. You would need to poison dozens of bottles. And there is no telling how much they will drink, so any poison you use would have to be very strong to work in small quantities. Which means that you'll have no control over when it affects them. And if one of the Death Eaters is affected before the others, they will just cast detox charms on themselves. I know that. Harry opened his mouth to continue the argument and deflated. He stood silently for several minutes before turning to face back into the apartment. Daphne, thank you. For what? She asked hesitantly, bringing the teapot over. This wasn't what she was expecting Harry to say. For caring enough to argue with me. I know that I hurt you, that you are pretty upset with me. So I really appreciate that you continue helping me work on the plan. Daphne was silent for a moment. You're an idiot. If I was helping you work on a plan, I would be a scheme leading questions and providing sage advice for things that you don't know. The way Hermione would. But I'm not Hermione. I don't know how to do any of that, okay? I am just dumb old Daphne, the empty-headed trophy wife. All I'm good for is sex and arguments. I'm just trying to keep you from getting yourself killed. But she didn't say that, because a pureblood lady never criticized a man. Not that she was doing a good job of being a pureblood labbie, lately either. That's not true. I am happy to have you here now. You probably just saved my life, and we aren't doing either sex or arguments. Aren't we? Harry paused. He wasn't really good at judging interpersonal interactions either. Well, maybe we're arguing a little. But we can work on it. Okay. Daphne tried to hide a sniffle. Harry had a strong urge to go hold her in his arms again, but he knew that she wouldn't want that, so he pretended not to notice. Okay, you're right. We need to get help. Daphne smiled and nodded. She was fairly certain that she never said anything like that, but it was nice that Harry thought she was helpful. UHD. 2 days later, they were back in the Bahamas. It was just as time-consuming to get out of England as it had been the first time, but at least the only real risk was running into one of the Ministry patrols. Those were still ever present in wizarding communities, demanding papers. But they were fairly easy to avoid if you traveled exclusively through Muggle areas. As they were walking back towards Sirius's home, Daphne finally demanded, Harry, you still haven't told me your plan. I know I'm not very smart, but are you seriously going to embarrass me like this? Embarrass you how? And what do you mean you're not smart? You always had good grades at Hogwarts. When we walk in through that door, everybody is going to ask what your next plan is, and I will just have to stand there, clueless and tell them that I don't know. They will assume that I'm too stupid or that you don't trust me. It's not that, Daph. It's a habit. My job requires not telling people what I am doing. I noticed, Daphne replied with a wry smile. As they talked, they had kept walking. So they now found themselves at the front door, which flew open. Harry, I am glad you're all right. Harry was enveloped in a huge hug. Apparently Hagrid had made it out of England. Come in, sit down. I'll get you something to eat. Quote, Remus came down the stairs when he heard the commotion. I heard what happened, Harry. I am so sorry. Hermione was a wonderful woman. What is that woman doing here? The round of condolences were interrupted by a strident voice. Harry turned to see Molly pointing at Daphne. I know you aren't yourself, but we have to be constantly vigilant for any fifth column. Molly, now is not the time. Remus mouthed at her as Harry whirled to confront the older woman. Mrs. Weasley, that woman, has worked tirelessly to help me, no matter what foolishness I get involved with. I trust her with my life. If not for her, this rebellion against Voldemort would be done and over. So if you can't treat her with respect, then you should leave. Because so far, she is worth 10 of you. Well, I never. Good. And don't start. She will be taking one of the rooms upstairs. Harry turned past a shocked Daphne and stormed up to the room that he had been using previously. He threw his bag onto the bed, canceling the shrinking charm, and just stood there, shaking with emotion. He wasn't certain if it was because of anger or sadness or both, but he was having a hard time keeping his emotions under control. Everything felt slightly out of balance, and nothing he did manage to make it better. Hey, Harry, I got here as soon as my elf told me you were back, see? Rias strode in and threw an arm round Harry's shoulders. I know it's a bit late, but we should go celebrate Hermione's life. I am not certain I'm up to facing the people downstairs. That's fine. We can go to my pub. Come on. Sirius wouldn't take no for an answer, and a half hour later they were at a surprisingly upscale drinking establishment. The lighting was dark, but everything was clean, as were the clientele, many of whom appeared to be American tourists. To Hermione, the smartest witch of her generation, both lifted their shot glasses and threw back the liquid. Pretty good, huh? That's my 5-year reserve. It was the first recipe that I came up with, and I have to say that I really lucked out with this one. Barkeep, another. Harry, as always, surreptitiously vanished the alcohol from his glass. He had practiced the spell so much that he did it wandlessly nowadays. Skull, Sirius pronounced, and they both threw their beverages back. I don't think you're supposed to yell, Skull, when you drink rum. Isn't that a Norwegian thing? Harry asked, mispronouncing the foreign word. I know, how about we toast in every language we know? Sirius replied cheerfully. He was always a cheerful drunk. Another. UHD. 2 hours later, Harry half carried Sirius into the little cottage where Daphne had stayed last time. It was conveniently located just a 10-minute stagger from the bar. Wise you take my wand. I'm not drunk, Sirius slurred as Harry lowered him onto the couch. Harry went to get a blanket to drape over his godfather. Afterwards, he took a good stretch. For such a skinny guy, Sirius is heavy. Harry was still sober, of course. He didn't have any reason to avoid getting drunk, but it was a habit deeply ingrained into him by his training. Well, at least one of us enjoyed the evening. Harry smiled. That wasn't quite right. He also had fun. He liked man as immature and irreverent and had a joy de vivre that most people his age lacked, though it had taken a while for that to return. After Azkaban. Thanks, Padfoot. I feel better. He patted Sirius's sleeping shoulder and apparated home. Harry knocked on Daphne's door. Come in. He walked in, twiddling the stubby wand in his hands. Our first order of business is going to be to break into the Lestrange house, he announced without preamble. Daphne turned from the book she had been reading. You saw. I can't get in any more. I know. I wasn't planning to go in through the front door, this time. We're going to smash through the wards. I just wanted to ask you first, to make sure you're okay with it. It did used to be your home. Oh, I'm more than okay with it. You can burn that place to the ground, and Alex with it. I am done with that manipulate little pedophile. Harry quirked an eyebrow. Despite the words, Her tone was less angry and more gleeful. I see. Well, if it was her way of coping with life, who was he to question? It was probably healthier than the way he had tried to rush to his death earlier. I'm going to need Alex's ledgers. I don't know where he keeps them. It's okay. I do. Daphne raised an eyebrow at this statement, but before she could say anything, Harry continued quickly. That's just what the plan is, and you wanted to know, so I am telling you. Then, with that, we'll find his drug stash and then use that to topple the Voldemort regime. Harry started babbling. Daphne held up a hand. I changed my mind. I don't need to know all the details. Just keep me appraised of the next step, and I'll be there for you. And Harry, she stepped up and planted a soft kiss on his cheek. Thank you. UHD. The following morning, Harry called together a meeting of the Order. I have a plan for our next step. I am going to take a small team to break into the Lestrange mansion by force. Why? Asked Molly. Sorry, I can't tell you. Operational security. Sturgis Podmore turned to Bill. What's operational security? Need to know. And right now, we don't, Bill replied. He turned to Harry. I'll go. I'm getting a little stir-crazy sitting here all the time. He was used to traveling all over the world for his work. Me too, added Charlie Weasley. He was never one for many words, especially when it came to speaking against his family, but living with his mother and her expectations under the same roof was stifling. There was a reason he had moved out of the country as soon as he graduated. He was also careful not to let his gaze linger too long on Harry or any of the other young wizards in the room. I just got here, but I'm in, volunteered Terry. Harry was his friend. When was the last time you dueled anybody, Terry? Harry asked. You're a lawyer now. You can do more by helping Albus petition the international community not to recognize the Voldemort government is legitimate. I can come too, but I will need to know a little more about your plan, first. Sturgis interrupted, and before you ask, I'm a member at a dueling club. Harry nodded. The plan is simple. We take down the wards around Lestrange House, and then I go loot Alex's study for all his documents. I know he is not that close to Voldemort, but he had been a chief financier. So if we can get his accounts, we can cut off some of his money and use it for ourselves. Daphne resisted the urge to raise an eyebrow. Harry's lying to them was her first thought, followed by, he trusts me more than his friends. And then, wait, what if he lied to me? Before realizing that the last thought was absurd, a lie is only good if you don't suspect that it's not the truth. A small smile spread on her face as that very Slytherin sign of affection warned her. Mr. Podmore, didn't you say that your hip was acting up, sir? Cedric quickly interrupted. No, I'm fine. It isn't bothering me, and I'm a whiz with ledgers. Cedric gave Harry a pointed glance, and the Harry caught on. I think 4 people will be enough to raid the Lestrange property, but you raise a good point. Why don't you come with us and we'll set up an office for you to work out of in France? We'll need help not only with the ledgers, but with transferring the money to our own accounts, and that's easier to do in Europe. Harry looked around the room. Okay, that's settled. Pack your stuff. We leave tomorrow morning. As Harry walked out of the room, Daphne joined him. Just so you know, I'm coming also. Yeah, I know, Harry replied. I said 4 people, right? UHD. The wards on this house are something else. Bill shook his head. The group was standing under cover of Muggle repelling and notice-me-not charms across the street from the Lestrange mansion. They aren't quite at the level of blood wards, but I tried everything. Without a valid invitation from the owner, there is no way I can see to get in. Couldn't we just blast our way through the walls? Asked Charles. Wards were not something dragon keepers were involved with much. No, even if we blasted a hole, we still wouldn't be able to cross the wards to get inside. Daph, can you still summon Doily? Harry asked, trying to keep his disappointment from showing. With the way that Molly always talked up Bill as, G. Ringgit's best curse breaker, and the best ward maker in the country, he had been expecting more from him. Charles raised an eyebrow and whispered to Bill, pet names. Are the 2 of them close? Bill shrugged awkwardly. He was pretty certain that Harry and Hermione had been in a relationship, but Charlie was right. Harry and Daphne looked awful comfortable with each other. Maybe they were in To some kinky three-way stuff with Hermione. Daphne meanwhile called out, "Doily." And the house elf reluctantly appeared. "I has hold you, you are not mistress. Please do not call for me." Doily clear. Lee wasn't thrilled by the current state of affairs, but Alex was her master, and she could not question his orders. "Doily, you like your house, right?" Harry asked, getting down on one knee so that his face was on the same level as hers. "Yes, I am a house elf," Doily replied in confusion at something that should be self-evident. She turned to leave when Harry quickly continued, "If you don't invite us into the house, I will reduce it to ash." "What?" Doily and Daphne pronounced at the same time. "I will burn it to the ground." "Pestis incendium," Harry pronounced, producing a single thin flame, quavering with malevolence. "I will tell Master. You do that, after you let us in." Doily looked up at Daphne in horror, but did not see any help there. She looked at the others before nodding. "Fine. You is all invited into my house." And she disappeared. "Quick, we only have minutes." Harry ran up to the house, vanishing the door to get it open faster. He ran to where Alex kept his safe and ducked under the tapestry hanging in front of it so he could force it open. "The rest of you, destroy stuff to hide what we take." Harry grabbed the ledger that was inside, Jamino. He duplicated it and then replaced the original, locking the safe. The other Loa wand wasn't in there like last time, but that would have been too much to hope for. Meanwhile, Daphne smiled viscously and sent a reducto into the china cabinet, sending all the good crystal flying across the room. The Charlie did the same in the living room, while Bill ran upstairs and raided the master bedroom. Harry reducto at the desk in the study. "Okay." Harry was just calling to tell the others it was time to leave when there was the sound of multiple apparitions. Out the back, Daphne called from the kitchen. "Conflagro." Harry cast into the front entryway, setting it afire, as Bill bounded down the stairs. "Follow Daphne." The moment Daphne opened the back door she saw a bright light flash towards her. It was by pure reflex that she deflected the cutting curse aimed at her, retaliating with a binding curse of her own. "Ah, shit." A heavy-set man dropped his wand as he grabbed at his eyes. "Reducto." Charlie cast over her shoulder, aiming at a second thug. Apparate as soon as Azuri reminded them before turning to face back the way they had come and thrusting his wand out with a twist. Turbinus Venti. A cone of W. Ind extended from the tip of his wand out into the other room, sucking in anything that wasn't held down in towards it and then throwing it out the other side, creating a barrier of flying debris. Moments later, everybody was outside and had apparated to the abandoned building that was the rendezvous point. "Did we get what we came for?" asked Bill excitedly. "Apparate again, to the hotel," Harry demanded instead of answering. Now, as they disappeared, Harry cast an overpowered severing charm in all directions, cutting through the walls of the house. Apparatum Maximus. He cast the overpowered apparate spell, disappearing so abruptly that the air was sucked into the spot he had been a moment ago with a loud bang. The sudden shock pulled the now unsupported walls in, collapsing the whole house on top of the spot they had apparated to. "Let them try to trace that apparition," Harry smiled as he staggered to a landing. The others were waiting slightly bewildered, behind the industrial dumpster in back of the hotel. "Okay, that should prevent anybody from following us." He looked around at the group. "Is everybody okay?" "Yeah, that was kind of fun," Bill commented, "though I'm not cert. Ain't if I can handle that level of fun too many times." "That was pretty intense," Charlie chimed in. "I can see why you didn't want Sturgis coming along." "Is this what you do for work?" Daphne asked. A jab of guilt swept through Harry, but he just smiled and shrugged. "Yeah, our Harry is a world-renowned thief," Bill joked, slapping Harry on the back affectionately. "Let's head inside and show Sturgis the ledger," Charlie interrupted. "UHD. This is in some sort of code," Sturgis Podmore lamented. "I can't even tell what this is referring to." It was later that night, and Bill and Charlie had gone out to explore the Calais nightlife while they had the opportunity. Except for the dates, everything in the ledger was written in weird curlicues instead of letters. "Is it some foreign alphabet?" Harry asked, looking over his shoulder. He had been expecting this, but there was no reason to let the others know that he had already seen these ledgers back in the spring. That would raise too many questions. I wonder if Jacobs was ever able to decode it, before the whole office got imploded. Not that I recognize. Are you certain that the writing didn't get scrambled by some anti-copying charm? Harry shrugged. He was pretty certain that it hadn't, but if it had, there was nothing to do about it now. I think those are place names. Maybe deliveries. Harry pointed to several squiggle paw TTERS that repeated on different lines of the page. Here, let me take a look. He flipped back to August. Yup, there it was. He turned back to the current page. The sequence of symbols was the same. I think I know where this one is. Let me think on this. In the meantime, you keep trying to decode it. Harry stood up and went to knock on Daphne's room. Daphne, I'm going out. She opened the door immediately. You're going to raid one of Alex's warehouses on your own. What makes you say that? Harry asked, taken aback. You're feeling guilty about closing me out. That's why you came to tell me you were going out. Daphne replied incisively. Harry sighed in defeat. I don't want to bring you along on something like that. It could be dangerous. I know. That's why you're feeling guilty. Daphne smiled. Let me get my shoes and then I'm ready. Seeing Harry hesitate, she added, it will actually be safer this way. We can pretend to be a couple. People notice solitary guys, but their eyes slide right over a couple walking together. They left with a wave to Sturgis, who was still poring over the ledger. Good night. Have fun, he replied absently. See, Daphne mouthed to Harry as he pulled the door shut behind them. UHD. Shortly, they were back in England. You know, the ministry isn't doing a very good job of preventing people entering and leaving the country. Harry shrugged. It's only stopping the honest, tax-paying public. Daphne didn't ask what that made Harry. So where are we going? You're certain you want to come? Now that it was too late, he was having second thoughts. He hadn't invited her, but in the back of his mind, he had known that she would insist on coming, and he couldn't say no to her. This is dumb. I know what's best. Why am I doing what she wants? Despite everything, Daphne was still a close friend, and he didn't want her getting hurt because of him. You had no problem with me raiding the mansion. But that was your house. And I had the other guys to keep an eye on you. Despite how patronizingly it came out, Daphne still felt her spirits rise at Harry's statement. Well, now you can keep an eye on me. And I will keep an eye on you. Harry nodded. Okay, just don't take any risks. You mean unlike you? Harry opened his mouth to make an angry retort before closing again and shrugging sheepishly. Fair. So where are we going? To pool. I'll know more once we get there. Do you always operate so haphazardly, just making your plan up as you go? Kind of. It's partly the nature of my work, Harry replied, before adding. And it's partly that I really suck at making plans. Not that Harry would usually admit that part. Harry glanced to see if Daphne would draw away from him in disdain at his admission. But she just gave him a wry smile. Harry sidled along Daphne to the pool docks, where he had carried out a search what felt like a lifetime ago, though it was just a few months. You should have brought along the other guys. There's nobody here to see them. Daphne commented as she looked around. The dark warehouses looked ominous at night. She drew her wand. Is it okay if I make a light? Yeah, go ahead. Harry took out the short stubby wand used for controlling the Loa and cast a point me on it. It immediately twitched. Harry slowly turned, feeling which way the wand pulled. This way. Keep your yes open. I have to watch my spell. See, aren't you glad you brought me? Yeah. After a moment, he added, it's not the first time. What? That you're glad that I'm here? That's not what I meant. Not exactly. At least, I mean that I keep trying to do stuff on my own, for my job, I mean, without backup, and it keeps biting me in the ass. Harry was watching the little wand so he didn't see Daphne's face close up. She gave him an angry look. Don't trip, she hissed as they stepped off of the curb. An hour later, they were standing in front of a small dockside shed. Harry and the two oars had actually walked right by here when they came searching for the smugglers earlier in the summer. Alohomora. Harry unlocked the inconspicuous building. Inside were assorted boat supplies, all stacked neatly. Harry held out the little wand, following it into the shed and reaching down behind the rack holding the life jackets. It swung aside, revealing several small steel-banded trunks. Harry reached towards the one that the wand pulled towards. After a careful examination, he opened it. Inside were a half-dozen baggies of the Loa pills. He grabbed 2 of the bags with smile. Now I'm ready to go to a party. They carefully closed everything up, removing all traces that they had been there as best they could. A competent mage would still be able to detect the tampering. But if Alex didn't suspect anything, then he wouldn't check. Okay, let's drop by my place, and then we move on to phase 2. What about the rest of the team? Daphne asked. I left them a message. They'll find it when they go into my room, Harry shrugged. Daphne looked at him. You know, sometimes you're a real asshole. Harry shrugged. There's no time for anything else. If the Death Eaters discover what I am up to before I'm done, it will all be for nothing. So we go now? Daphne asked, incredulous. It was almost 10 o'clock at night. No. Let's get some dinner. I know a Muggle-y place that should still needed a way into Malfoy Mansion, and they weren't going to be able to do anything about that until tomorrow. Because they weren't really in that much of a rush. Shortly, they were at a Pizza Hut. Muggles eat this stuff. It's all grease. Harry surreptitiously cast a Muggle-repelling ward. Yeah, but once you vanish the grease, it's pretty good. Daphne tried as he suggested and took a bite. She chewed contemplatively and swallowed before putting the pizza back down on her plate. Harry, I've tasted the food you cook. You have a refined palate. How can you eat this? Harry shrugged. It's a guilty pleasure, I guess. It's certainly guilty of crimes against gastronomy, but I can't say it's a pleasure. Daphne examined her slice to see if she could detect where it had gone wrong. You want me to take you home and cook you something? I don't have much in the apartment other than eggs, though. Harry replied guiltily. No, it's okay. Daphne took a bite. Do you know? This is the first time we ever went out to eat. Why didn't we ever think of going to Muggle restaurant? I imagine there are some that aren't abhorrent. Because you never wanted anything to do with Muggles. Yeah, I was kind of a bitch. Daphne forced herself to take another bite. The taste grows on you. Do you often eat out Muggle? Sometimes. When I was a kid we almost never ate out. My stepmother thought it was wasteful, so it was always a special treat when we did. Petunia took pride in her housewife skills, but her idea of cooking was meat and potatoes, with a side of broccoli. All boiled. It amazed Harry that Dudley and Vernon managed to get fat eating that day in and day out. My family never went to restaurants, but we were invited out for dinner at least every other week. So I got to try lots of different cuisines. Did you like it? No, I was a very picky eater as a child. I remember my mother getting embarrassed when I refused to eat whatever I was being served. Sometime I didn't like the way it looked and wouldn't even try it. Daphne giggled at the memory. The two chatted like this long after the food was gone, apparating to Harry's apartment after midnight. UHD. Daphne, I've never told you what I do. Harry blurted out. They were back inside his fortress-like apartment. You've followed me halfway around the world, helped with my schemes. And even talked sense into me when I was going to do something dumb. It doesn't seem fair. After all, even Jinny knew, and she had ditched him in France, and the 2 times he saw her afterwards, he had looked at him as if he was a leper. I don't want to know. Daphne replied stubbornly. Get your wand. You have to swear an unbreakable oath for me to be able to tell you. I said I don't want to know. Well, I need your help. Because I just realized that the next part of my plan needs some work, and I have to explain about myself to provide background. That was a lie. Not about his plan sucking, his plans always sucked. But he somehow made them work. The lie was that Daphne needed to know his background. She didn't, but he needed to tell her. Daphne sighed. This was the last thing, the last barrier. If Harry told her this, she wouldn't have anything to be angry with him about. Fine. She swore the oath. Harry explained about being in Department of Mysteries Oversight Office operative. Okay. Just okay? Harry asked, taken aback at her casual response. Are you still processing the explanation? Harry, I'm not an idiot. I suspected that your job was something like this. You knew that the Damu existed. Harry asked incredulous. Single quote. Was our security worse than we thought? No, but I am used to discovering that there are things I don't know. I mean, I knew you worked for some secret agency. I didn't know if it was for the Aurors or Ministry or who knows, maybe Dumbledore had his own secret sect of ninjas, but I knew it was one of those. Well, it turns out that Dumbledore did have his own little secret sect, but I wouldn't call those numpties ninjas. Daphne narrowed her eyes as an idea blossomed in her head. You left them behind in France on purpose, didn't you? To keep them safe. Harry's face froze. No, I wouldn't do that. You should always use all the resources available to you. Daphne's face cracked in glee at Harry's clear discomfort. You totally did. Maybe. But now I'm thinking I might have been a little premature. I'm thinking I'm going to need help breaking into the Malfoy mansion. You're back to that again. Didn't I tell you that I don't know any way in? Harry waved it away. I actually have a way. I just need somebody to open the door for me. The problem is, Voldemort's seen my face and probably has a residue of my magic. I wouldn't be surprised if the wards have been tuned to set off the alarm if I try to sneak in. What about that invisibility cloak? I still need somebody to let me in. I could pretend to be a deliver girl and... No, the risk is too high. You know I can handle myself in a fight if something happens. No. Harry took a deep breath and tried to rationalize his visceral rejection. This as more than just not wanting to put a friend in danger. After what happened to his home, Alex may have explicitly added you to the detection wards as well. Harry lied smoothly. Then what do you want from me? Harry explained. That might work. Chapter 12. Harry shifted in the clammy dark. It was the night after he had opened up to Daphne. It had been a whirlwind of a 24 hours. From the personal perspective, it had gone better than he had expected. Yes, they had ended up spending half the night discussing his plans, but she had quickly grasped his intentions and didn't ask dumb questions. And her input had made his plan an actual plan, as opposed to his usual improv. And in terms of orchestrating the plan itself, well, it had gone well enough so that he was now out in the English countryside, trying to put it into action. Harry turned to the ratty-looking wizard who was part of the foursome hiding by the rural hedgerow. Are you certain the delivery driver will be coming by here soon? Stop your whining, you nervy bastard. Tonks came to her colleague's defense. Dung knows his business. To prove him right, there was a sound of an old lorry chuffing down the road. Here it comes. Daphne stepped out into the middle of the road and waved for help. Sir, I am in need of assistance. What are you doing? The driver leaned out, half angry and half curious at the sight of a beautiful woman in distress blocking the road. Suddenly, I almost ran you over. Which is when Mundungus stepped out from the hedges and stupefied him at point-blank range. Tonks quickly opened up the back, to make sure that there were no surprises there. Meanwhile, Harry dragged the driver to the side of the road. We're all set. They had decided on this approach because sometimes magic made technology not work. And hitting the driver while he was inside the tuck could have slagged the engine. Okay, you two. We'll be back in 2 hours at most. If we're not, go get Dumbledore's group and see if there is anything left to rescue. Harry gave a cocky grin, causing Daphne to sigh in exasperation. He climbed into the driver's seat while Tonks took on the appearance of the delivery driver, popping his cap on her own head for good measure. As Mundungus pulled the driver further under the bushes and covered him with some leaves, Daphne came back over to Harry and stood by the side of the lorry awkwardly for a moment. Finally she said, "Don't die," and went to join Dung. As they drove off, Harry asked, "If Mundungus is so reliable, why did you see the need to bring him along? We only needed 2 people for this plan. Dung is only reliable when you have his balls in a vice. Why did you bring your girl along?" Harry shrugged before replying, "Because otherwise she would put my balls in a vice." "You're dating." There was a long pause. "I don't think so. Are you in love with her?" "And an even longer one." "Maybe." Tonks sighed in exasperation. "You have no romance in your correct on." "I am a Slytherin. We don't have souls." Tonks muttered something under her breath that sounded like, "No, you're an idiot is what you are." When they could see the lights of the mansion in the distance, Harry pulled over and switched places with Tonks, covering himself with his invisibility cloak. "Just keep the wheel straight. Don't touch the gas. I have a spell pushing it down as needed. I told you, I drove a car before. Once. Yeah, once. I can keep the lorry on the road." at least for the 200 yards to the back gate. Once they reached the wall separating the Malfoy estate from the rest of the inferior world, Tonks slid out and ambled up to the ornate wrought iron gate, which had a gargoyle perched on either side, and banged the knocker hanging from the gargoyle's mouth. "Richard's Express delivery," she announced to the air. The gargoyle turned to peer at her, then at the truck, before the gate swung open slowly with a ponderous creak. Once it was fully open, Tonks cautiously maneuvered the truck towards the servants' entrance, running over only one flower bed on their way. "It's dark, nobody will see." Richard's was apparently a squib, so Malfoy's house elf came out to take delivery personally, levitating the crates from the back of the truck into the kitchen. "Ah, I got something special for your big party." She lifted out a small crate, but as the elf reached for it, she said, "Nah, these are star oysters. They are delicate. No elf magic. Go get your boss to hand carry them in." The elf nodded and popped away. Tonks waited, trying not to fidget. As creepy. She knew that Harry was standing by her side, but under that cloak of his she couldn't see him at all. Not even a shimmer. A good 15 minutes later, Vincent Crabbe came lumbering out. "The elf said you had a special delivery. Did you dismiss the elf?" Tonks asked. "Yeah," he replied, puzzled, which is when Harry let the cloak fall off of his head and pronounced, "The sun turns Wittershins." Vincent's face went slack. Harry continued quickly, "When are the Death Eaters having a meeting here?" "Tonight." Harry swore under his breath. If any of them had arrived early, they could already be inside, doing who knows what, and he wouldn't put it past the paranoid bastards to have cast detection spells for any unexpected magic. It's what he would do in their situation. Therefore, it was a doubly good thing that neither he nor Tonks were casting any spells. "You will make sure to serve the oysters to them tonight. Make sure that everybody is served one oyster. The one for Voldemort is separate, in a red box. You will forget about meeting me or receiving this command after I disappear." Harry pulled the cloak back over his head, winking back out of sight. "Here, I scored some star oysters for you. It's on the house, as a thank you for your regular business." Tonks continued, as if there hadn't been any interruption. Crabbe nodded and lumbered away. As they drove away, Tonks snorted. "If I was still an Auror, I would have arrested your ass. I can't believe that you turned Crabbe into a sock puppet." Crabbe was always a puppet. It's just that now he's a timeshare puppet. Harry had originally set up the complex Imperio spell back in 7th year, when Crabbe had been entertaining himself by bullying the first years and Harry had been going through a fascination with the dark arts, and wanted to try a few out. It had paid massive dividends since. And it's not like Crabbe ever did his own thinking anyways, so there was no need to feel guilty about taking away his free will. Tonks rolled her eyes. She didn't like compromising her morals like this, but she wasn't Jinny, with a stick up her butt. "I'm not even going to ask what those oysters are supposed to do." "Good, because that way I won't have to obliviate you, after telling you." Tonks glances over to see if Harry is joking. She couldn't tell. "UHD. The night before, I want to get the Death Eaters to each swallow a Loa pill. I will have already given the Loa commands to make them turn on each other. But in a subtle fashion, if I use the ham-handed approach that Alex used, Voldemort will realize that something is up. I was thinking that I would order the Loa to simply increase the Death Eaters' paranoia, make them unwilling to share power. Since that's the Death Eaters' natural state, a little boost shouldn't be noticeable," Harry explained, finally opening up to Daphne about everything. "That sounds like it will work. What do you need from me? How do I get the Death Eaters to swallow the pill? I was thinking of dissolving it in wine, but that might release the Loa prematurely." Harry replied sheepishly. "Transfigure them into oysters," came the immediate reply. "Why oysters? They are disgusting." Harry made a face. He had tried oysters once. "Never again." Daphne giggled. She actually kind of liked them, but she wasn't going to argue. Besides, Harry looked adorable when he made that face. "Yes, but they have become the status symbol among the elite. All the purebloods are serving them, especially the fancy grade ones. And nobody chews oysters, so they will swallow the pill." "Hole, you're a genius." As Daphne smiled, Harry added, "Come help me work on the exact wording for the command." It was almost 2 in the morning when they finally went to bed, exhausted. Despite that, Daphne felt happier than she had in years. She was doing something worthwhile, and her contributions were valued. As they got ready for bed, Harry arranged his blankets on the couch. "Harry, the couch isn't very comfortable. Why don't you join on the bed?" Daphne asked tentatively. "Just to sleep. UHD. We need to get in touch with Tonks," Harry explained. It was the following morning, and they were sitting in Ginny's tent. Harry was hyped up coffee and pep-up potions. Surprisingly, Daphne looked not only awake, but actually cheerful. She's only ever that relaxed after sex. "It was a long night. But I think I would remember if we had done that." "Why?" the red-headed former Auror asked, casting a suspicious glance at the woman sitting by Harry's side. "It's nothing dangerous. I need a metamorphagus to help me with a project." Harry gave his attention back on the discussion at hand. Jinny was temperamental, and he needed to focus, or he would say something to piss her off. Again. "Yes, Jinny, I am not going to tell you. The fewer people that know, the better. And Nymphadora is a big girl," Daphne added. "She can decide for herself if what we are doing is within her abilities." Jinny tapped her fingers on the table as she considered. Her first instinct was to throw the 2 Slytherins out on their ears, but ever since she had taken charge of the rebels, she had had to tamp down on her temper. "Fine, I'll make you a portkey." 10 minutes later, they whirled into the overgrown courtyard of a dilapidated townhouse. "State your business." 2 men shot to their feet, pointing their wands at the intruders. "Jinny sent us. We want to meet with Tonks." It took half an hour to get the guards to trust them, but finally they sat down with Tonks, who was much more open to working with Harry than Jinny had been. While Daphne stayed behind to organize the operation, Harry returned to his apartment and spent the next several hours struggling to transfigure the Loa pills, finishing just in time to meet up with Daphne and the others by the hedgerow on the way to their target. UHD now. I hope that works. Those pills were a bear to transfigure. They fought me the whole time. Harry vented as the 2 former Slytherins returned to his apartment. He dropped onto his couch with a sigh. He had been going non-stop since last night, and it was starting to catch up with him. "Why did you make the one for Voldemort different? Did you put poison in that one?" Daphne asked, curious. "The opposite, actually. Voldemort knows so many obscure magical rituals, I didn't want to risk using a Loa on him. In case he had some way of detecting and countering it. But if he has something like that, wouldn't he share it with the rest of his?" Gave her a look. "Voldemort, share. Oh, right." Daphne sat down, leaning against Harry. "You know, whatever happens with Voldemort and his lunatics, we can just stay like this." Harry raised an eyebrow. "In my dreary little apartment, eating greasy Muggle fast food." Daphne snuggled into his side. "Yeah, I would be fine with that." Harry smiled at the image. "You deserve better." UHD. Elsewhere that evening, Mundungus Fletcher sauntered up to his flat. A bottle, purchased with the payment from Tonks, secure in the pocket of his too large military surplus coat. "Was there something else I was supposed to do?" Dung liked working for Tonks. She might be an ex-cop, but she was on the right side now, trying to stick it to the man. Dung had always hated government overreach, and Voldemort was that to an extreme. A man should be able to use a little magic when betting on the ponies. What's the harm in that? But after a moment of contemplation, he shrugged and turned the key to his door. He had a bottle. Things would sort themselves out later. They always did. UHD. The following morning Richards woke up in his truck. He was cold and the truck was parked on the side of the road. He looking around in confusion as his memory of the carjacking returned. Shit. He scrambled around to the back of the truck. Sure enough, his inventory was missing. He cranked the engine and turned the truck around to drive to the Malfoy mansion. Maybe if he explained that he had been robbed he wouldn't lose a good client. UHD. That same morning, Yaxley was strolling to the ministry entrance. His townhouse was just a 20-minute walk away, so as long as the weather was fine he always made sure to walk it. It was one of the few times during the day he could relax. Once he got to the ministry, it would be 10 hours of fighting to get his agenda past the calcified fossils who fought all change with a visceral hatred. At least I don't have to deal with the mudblood lovers anymore. I am in charge of executions. Why are you trying to steal that from me? Yaxley started back as somebody shoved into him. He looked up to see McNair confronting him, yelling in the middle of the Muggle street. Several Muggles turned to watch as they rushed past on their way to work. Shish, this isn't the place. Yaxley tried to shush the overwrought man. We'll talk about it once we get to. You would like that, wouldn't you? You have always hated me. You want nothing more than to sweep me under the rug. McNair smacked the smaller man with one of his club-like hands, knocking him to the ground. But I'm going to teach you. Yaxley looked around in a panic. The fool was going to break the statutes. A crowd was forming, and he could see a Muggle aura approaching. Percussio, he hissed as he made a jabbing motion, just as the larger man lunged forwards. He stabbed him. All of a sudden the bystanders started yelling and turned to flee as blood gushed from the hole in McNair's stomach. Yaxley quickly ran into the closest alley and apparated away. I need to call the Obliviators. UHD. That evening, as Harry and Daphne were returning from another Muggle restaurant, this one Daphne had deemed marginally acceptable, the Daily Prophet at a newsstand caught his eye. He held it up for Daphne. Head of DMLE Yaxley attacked on the street by head execution McNair. Altercation almost breaks statutes of secrecy. Executioner sacked. Harry quickly paid for the paper. Well, it looks like it's starting. He grinned. At this rate, the new government would lose the trust of the people in no time. Now all he needed was to think of some way to deal with Voldemort. We should go meet up with the Resistance and let them know about this. We can brainstorm ideas on how to get rid of Voldemort with Jinny and Ron. Who knows? Maybe they would be able to offer something. And if not, it would make them feel involved, so when Harry asked them for manpower, they would be more likely to agree. Daphne shuddered at the name. I wish you would leave it to somebody else. Before Harry could reply, she quickly added, No you won't, but I still wish for it. For the first time in her life she was happy and she wished that things could just remain as they were. But that was another wish that she was unlikely to have fulfilled. UHD. Mundungus whistled a jaunty tune as he returned to his apartment to stash his winnings. It had been a good day at the races, and now he would go earn his paycheck from Tonks by listening in on conversations in his favorite pub. Life was good. He walked in and tossed the bag of coins onto the hen table as he turned on the lights with a little wandless magic. Good evening. I hope you don't mind that I let myself in. Mundungus froze as the snake-like figure rose from his kitchen table, spectre-like. Don't bother trying to run. Voldemort continued amiably. I have already locomotor mortised your legs. He took a sip of the tea that he was holding in his left hand. I do say, you should stock better quality tea. You never know when you will have to entertain an important personage. Now why don't you tell me where you were last Tuesday night? I don't know anything, sir, Mundungus whimpered. Oh, I very much doubt that. You would be amazed at what people know. With a little encouragement, Voldemort took another sip of the tea before setting it aside with a grimace. This really is truly foul. Crucio. Mundungus spent the next hour screaming, before his screams turned to whimpering and then babbling. See, that wasn't so hard. Voldemort gave a mocking salute as he walked out the door, leaving Mundungus corpse staring sightlessly up at the ceiling, its mouth agape. UHD. Thorfinn Roll and Dolohov were walking through the 4th floor of the Ministry and onto the stairs as the younger wizard complained. Why do we have to have these constant bloody meetings? We know what we have to do, so we should just do it. The minister can smooth things over with the Wisengame afterwards. But oh, no, we have to follow ministry rules. Well, I didn't join the ministry to follow some old outdated rules that prevent you from doing anything. Which is when Dolohov shoved him down the empty stairs. As he flailed through the air, Dolohov sent a blisteringly fast hex to speed him on his way, so that he hit the next landing with a sickening thump. I'm the Dark Lord's troubleshooter, not you. I earned it. I'm the best duelist he has. He muttered before turning back the way he had come. UHD. The following morning, Harry and Daphne apparated to just outside the Resistance encampment. The latest issue of the Daily Prophet clutched in Harry's hand, only to find it in chaos. What's going on? Harry asked the guard, his ebullience at his success dissipating. Tonks' group just arrived. She said that Ministry forces raided her hideout this morning. Harry swore and took off at run for the tent that served as Ginny's headquarters, bursting past the X-Or stationed outside as a guard. "Are you certain you weren't followed?" Harry demanded as soon as he saw Tonks. She was standing talking to Jinny and Ron, along with Hestia Jones and Mundungus Fletcher. "Yes, I know how to defeat tracking charms." Tonks replied, annoyed. She did not have time for this right not. If she didn't get word out to her people, a lot of them could end up arrested. "What happened?" Harry asked. Daphne entered the tent behind him. Nobody noticed Mundungus. Eyes grow wide. "They raided our safe house just at breakfast time." Hestia replied as Tonks turned back to coordinating with Jinny. "It was a group of Death Eaters, masquerading as Aurors. The wards didn't hold them, they blew through in moments. 2 of our guys tried to hold them off while the rest of us went out through an old sewer pipe. It had smelled awful, but now wasn't the time to mention it." "Did they get anything?" "No. Tonks and I carry everything in our heads." Hestia tapped the side of his head. "That's not Mundungus," Daphne hissed, pointing the little man in the corner, his mannerism are. As Mundungus saw attention start to focus his wand, casting, Reducto. But Harry was faster, casting a shield spell to deflect it. At the same time, with his other hand Mundungus crushed a glass vial, sending the dark mark rising into the air, where it tore a hole through the top of the tent. Jinny flipped over the table to use for cover. But Mundungus chose that moment to run instead of fight. "After him!" Harry yelled. As he raced out of the tent, there was a loud gong sound and the air vibrated as the wards around the encampment crumbled. Moments later there was the sound of multiple apparitions as men in Death Eater robes appeared all around the encampment and immediately opened fire. The resistance mages were caught by surprise. But it is difficult to immediately get your bearing after you apparate, so the Death Eaters weren't able to press their advantage right away. But they at least had their wands in their hands. And they were more skillful fighters. Slowly they advanced through the rebels, knocking down tents and spilling over cook fires as their opponents were pushed back and the less skilled casters simply fled. Dolohov easily cut down anybody whom he met, stalking down the path between tents, but then a pair of X-Ors attacked him, one from either side. Neither was as good he was. But there were 2 of them, and they knew how to work together as a team, staying in AV so that they wouldn't accidentally spell each other while forcing Dolohov to split his attention between 2 directions. In the midst of this chaos, a dark-robed figure dropped from the sky with a resounding boom. Voldemort immediately Avada Kedavra'd the first Auror he saw as he landed. But before he could continue his rampage, a spell flashed towards him from the side, forcing him on the defensive. Reducto Percussio Lumos Expelliarmus, Harry cast in blazing speed, without giving the Dark Lord any warning. He had seen the figure flying without a broom and immediately abandoned his chase of the faux dung. Voldemort was able to deflect the spells but he was forced back onto the defensive, giving Harry control of the battle. As they dueled the encampment around them was quickly emptying, with the resistance members fleeing and the Death Eaters in pursuit. Suddenly the ground between the 2 of them surged up, knocking Harry off of his feet. He almost landed in the remains of one of the campfires as the dirt turned into a serpent. "Remember this. I quite liked this spell, when you used it last." Voldemort gloated as the snake reared back to strike. Harry quickly reached into his pocket and threw a bag into the fire as at the same time he rolled in the other direction, barely avoiding the snake's strike. As the serpent reared back, Harry cast a stream of fiendfire, not bothering to shape it, simply sending a blast to fuse the earthen serpent into a solid rocky mass. Voldemort was not one to accept defeat at anything and took it as challenge, manipulating the earth serpent around the fire. During that moment of distraction, as the 2 mages struggled to control their respective spells, Harry pulled the stubby wand out of his robes and jabbed it at Voldemort, letting the stone serpent swallow his fiendfire. Voldemort instinctively casts a shield, but no spell shot forth from Harry's second wand. Instead, ghostly shapes rose from the burning bag of Loa pills that Harry had tossed into the fire and surged towards Voldemort, who redirected his shield to block them. But this wasn't a spell. The spirits darted around the shield like the living creatures that they were and latched onto to Voldemort. Harry hadn't given them any command other than pointing them in a direction. But the usually mischievous spirits were angry and scared from being trapped for so long, and they tried to dig into Voldemort's mind, to use it as a hiding place. Voldemort was a master of the mind arts, but the Loa's attack took him by surprise. As each one latched on, it scrabbled at his occlumency shields trying to find its way in. There were so many of them, each one pulling his mind in a different direction. They were all getting in each other's way, but the confusion was also preventing Voldemort from expelling them. Voldemort staggered, clutching at his face with one hand as he dueled Harry with his other. "Hold him!" Harry yelled, giving the gnarled wand another twist as he continued pressing his attack as well. Despite everything, the revenant dark wizard was managing to hold his own as Harry threw everything he could at him. Unseen, Mundungus Fletcher had circled around through the ruined encampment, and now he had a clear shot at Harry. He stepped out from behind the collapsed command tent and raised his wand, careful to not hit his Dark Lord. Bombarda. The spell hit Mundungus in the side of the head so hard that it sent him flying across the field to crash into Voldemort. Daphne pulled herself free from the ruins of the tent Dung had been hiding behind and started casting a stream of spells at Voldemort from the side, leading off with some stunners. As Voldemort pushed the body away, a stunner clipped him, sending him staggering, and an Expelliarmus from Harry yanked his wand out of his hand. Meanwhile, the Loa dug into his mind. When it became clear that Voldemort's occlumency was overwhelmed by the spirits, Harry cast Obliviate. He didn't specify which memory he has targeting, he lacked skill with this spell. Instead he poured as much power into it as he could. He just tore chunks out of Voldemort's mind like a backhoe digging up a rose garden. Obliviate, he repeated over and over, pouring all his considerable strength into the spells. Tearing out everything that made Tom Riddle into Voldemort. Daphne approached Harry, her wand up, and she took up a position to defend him from any another attack when motion from Mundungus' body caught her ear. She watches as the collapsed figure twisted and grew, transforming back into the now dead Alex Lestrange. Daphne looked away, feeling a strange anger that Alex had gone and died before she had a chance to tell him how much she hated him. She took a deep breath to calm herself as she went back to scanning for any approaching Death Eaters. As Harry stripped away everything that made Voldemort what he was, Avery ran back into the clearing, only to stop in his tracks in surprise. Before he could target Harry, he was fighting for his life as Daphne attacked with a ferocity that he had not expected. Avery was a skilled fighter, but Daphne had been practicing a lot lately, and she had a lot of bottled-up anger. "Don't you dare threaten me or mine." She didn't have the breath to actually yell that out. As she was casting spells non-stop, Avery struggled to take the initiate, but Daphne didn't let up for a moment. He tried to dodge behind a tent, but Daphne hit it with an explosion hex, setting it on fire before he could reach it. There is nowhere to go. He was finally forced to hunker down under his shield spell, which is when Daphne transfigured the tent peg by ankle into an asp. As the snake bit deep into his leg, Avery's shield wavered, and Daphne's next reducto smashed through, knocking him to the ground. Percussio. She sent her final spell through his head. At the same time, Harry roared out, "Obliviate." One final time, he staggered, barely able to hold the spell as it bathed Voldemort in a blinding white light. "Harry, we need to leave. The Death Eaters are starting to come back." Daphne grabbed his arm. "Come on." She dragged him away from the confused figure sitting on the ground. Before they could leave, the sound of spell fire drew closer to them again. They just had time to duck behind a stack crates when Bellatrix Black ran by, pursued by Sirius Black and Remus Lupin. Soon, more and more members of the Order of the Phoenix trickled in, reinforcing by the remains of Ginny's resistance and Tonks, rebel groups. "How did you get here?" Harry finally asked, when they had the camp secured. "One of Ginny's boys used an international portkey to bring us word of the attack. We brought who we could," Remus replied as he helped Sirius back to THD escaped, clipping her cousin with a bone bruiser spell. "I'm glad you're here," Harry replied. "I wouldn't have missed it for anything. Especially since my place is probably swarming with Bahamon Aurors about now. There was no way to hide that many international portkeys activating. He would Avenue some serious fines to pay when he went home. I hope they don't impound my still." Remus nodded. "We should go. The Voldemort's forces will be back with reinforcements. And they would know about the international portkey terminal that they had set up here, so that would get shut down. I hope you have some place to put us all up. We'll find something. How does 12 Grimmauld Place strike you? Sirius groaned. It's a dump. But as the group clustered around him, he put together a portkey to the old black townhouse. What about him? Remus pointed to the snake-faced man sitting a few feet away, digging a pebble out of the dirt with his fingers as he made burbling noises like an infant. Harry looked at Voldemort. Leave him. I don't think he will be a problem anymore. As the group portkeyed away, Daphne asked, do you think this will be the end of it? Not the end, but the beginning of the end. Notes. It might not be the end of Harry's struggle to rescue England from Voldemort, but it is almost the end of my story. I will have just one more chapter to tie up loose ends.